The Bull by Saki. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Phil Schampf. The Bull. Tom Yorkfield had always regarded his half-brother Lawrence with a lazy instinct of dislike, toned down as years went on to a tolerant feeling of indifference. There was nothing very tangible to dislike him for. He was just a blood relation with whom Tom had no single taste or interest in common, and with whom, at the same time, he had had no occasion for quarrel. Lawrence had left the farm early in life, and had lived for a few years on a small sum of money left him by his mother. He had taken up painting as a profession, and was reported to be doing fairly well at it, well enough, at any rate, to keep body and soul together. He specialized in painting animals, and he was successful in finding a certain number of people to buy his pictures. Tom felt a comforting sense of assured superiority in contrasting his position with that of his half-brother. Lawrence was an artist chap, just that and nothing more, though you might make it sound more important by calling him an animal painter. Tom was a farmer. Not in a very big way, it was true, but the Helsery farm had been in the family for some generations, and it had a good reputation for the stock raised on it. Tom had done his best, with the little capital at his command, to maintain and improve the standard of his small herd of cattle, and in Clover Fairy he had bred a bull which was something rather better than any of his immediate neighbours could show. It would not have made a sensation in the judging ring at an important cattle show, but it was as vigorous, shapely, and healthy a young animal as any small practical farmer could wish to possess. At the King's Head on market days, Clover Fairy was very highly spoken of, and Yorkfield used to declare that he would not part with him for £100. £100 is a lot of money in the small farming line, and probably anything over 80 would have tempted him. It was with some especial pleasure that Tom took advantage of one of Lawrence's rare visits to the farm to lead him down to the enclosure where Clover Fairy kept solitary state, the grass widower of a grazing harem. Tom felt some of his old dislike for his half-brother reviving. The artist was becoming more languid in his manner, more unsuitably turned out in attire, and he seemed inclined to impart a slightly patronizing tone to his conversation. He took no heed of a flourishing potato crop, but waxed enthusiastic over a clump of yellow flowering weed that stood in a corner by a gateway, which was rather galling to the owner of a really very well-weeded farm. Again, when he might have been duly complimentary about a group of fat black-faced lambs that simply cried aloud for admiration, he became eloquent over the foliage tints of an oak copse on the hill opposite. But now he was being taken to inspect the crowning pride and glory of Helsery. However grudging he might be in his praises, however backward and niggardly with his congratulations, he would have to see and acknowledge the many excellences of that redoubtable animal. Some weeks ago, while on a business journey to Taunton, Tom had been invited by his half-brother to visit a studio in that town, where Lawrence was exhibiting one of his pictures. A large canvas representing a bull standing knee-deep in some marshy ground. It had been good of its kind, no doubt, and Lawrence had seemed inordinately pleased with it. "The best thing I've done yet," he said over and over again, and Tom had generously agreed that it was fairly lifelike. Now, the man of pigments was going to be shown a real picture, a living model of strength and comeliness, a thing to feast the eyes on. A picture that exhibited new pose and action with every shifting minute, instead of standing glued into one unvarying attitude between the four walls of a frame. Tom unfastened a stout wooden door and led the way into a straw-bedded yard. "Is he quiet?" asked the artist, as the young bull with a curly red coat came inquiringly towards them. "He's playful at times," said Tom, leaving his half-brother to wonder whether the bull's ideas of play were of the catch-as-catch-can order. Lawrence made one or two perfunctory comments on the animal's appearance, and asked a question or so as to his age and such-like details. Then he coolly turned the talk into another channel. "Do you remember the picture I showed you at Taunton?" he asked. "Yes," grunted Tom, a white-faced bull standing in some slush. Don't admire those Herefords much myself. Bulky-looking brutes. Don't seem to have much life in them. Daresay they're easier to paint that way. Now this young beggar is on the move all the time. Aren't you, Fairy?" "I've sold that picture," said Lawrence, with considerable complacency in his voice. "Have you?" said Tom. "Glad to hear it, I'm sure. Hope you're pleased with what you got for it." "I got £300 for it," said Lawrence. Tom turned towards him with a slowly rising flush of anger in his face. £300! Under the most favourable market conditions that he could imagine, his prized Clover Fairy would hardly fetch 100. Yet here was a piece of varnished canvas, painted by his half-brother, selling for 3 times that sum. It was a cruel insult that went home with all the more force because it emphasized the triumph of the patronizing, self-satisfied Lawrence. The young farmer had meant to put his relative just a little out of conceit with himself by displaying the jewel of his possessions, and now the tables were turned, and his valued beast was made to look cheap and insignificant beside the price paid for a mere picture. It was so monstrously unjust. The painting would never be anything more than a dexterous piece of counterfeit life, while Clover Fairy was the real thing, a monarch in his little world, a personality in the countryside. After he was dead even, he would still be something of a personality. His descendants would graze in those valley meadows and hillside pastures. They would fill stall and byre and milking shed. Their good red coats would speckle the landscape and crowd the market-place. Men would note a promising heifer or a well-proportioned steer, and say, "Ah, that one comes of good old Clover Fairy's stock." All that time the picture would be hanging, lifeless and unchanging, beneath its dust and varnish, a chattel that ceased to mean anything if you chose to turn it with its back to the wall. These thoughts chased themselves angrily through Tom Yorkfield's mind, but he could not put them into words. When he gave tongue to his feelings, he put matters bluntly and harshly. "Some soft-witted fool may like to throw away £300 on a bit of paintwork. Can't say as I envy them their taste. I'd rather have the real thing than a picture of it." He nodded towards the young bull that was alternately staring at them with nose held high and lowering its horns with a half-playful, half-impatient shake of the head. Lawrence laughed a laugh of irritating, indulgent amusement. "I don't think the purchaser of my bit of paintwork, as you call it, need worry about having thrown his money away. As I get to be better known and recognized, my pictures will go up in value. That particular one will probably fetch 400 in a sale room 5 or 6 years hence. Pictures aren't a bad investment if you know enough to pick out the work of the right men. Now you can't say your precious bull is going to get more valuable the longer you keep him. He'll have his little day, and then, if you go on keeping him, he'll come down at last to a few shillings' worth of hoofs and hide, just at a time, perhaps, when my bull is being bought for a big sum for some important picture gallery." It was too much. The united force of truth and slander and insult put over heavy a strain on Tom Yorkfield's powers of restraint. In his right hand he held a useful oak cudgel. With his left he made a grab at the loose collar of Lawrence's canary-coloured silk shirt. Lawrence was not a fighting man. The fear of physical violence threw him off his balance as completely as overmastering indignation had thrown Tom off his. And thus it came to pass that Clover Fairy was regaled with the unprecedented sight of a human being scudding and squawking across the enclosure, like the hen that would persist in trying to establish a nesting place in the manger. In another crowded, happy moment, the bull was trying to jerk Lawrence over his left shoulder, to prod him in the ribs while still in the air, and to kneel on him when he reached the ground. It was only the vigorous intervention of Tom that induced him to relinquish the last item of his programme. Tom devotedly and ungrudgingly nursed his half-brother to a complete recovery from his injuries, which consisted of nothing more serious than a dislocated shoulder, a broken rib or two, and a little nervous prostration. After all, there was no further occasion for rancour in the young farmer's mind. Lawrence's bull might sell for 300 or for 600, and be admired by thousands in some big picture gallery, but it would never toss a man over one shoulder and catch him a jab in the ribs before he had fallen on the other side. That was Clover Fairy's noteworthy achievement, which could never be taken away from him. Lawrence continues to be popular as an animal artist, but his subjects are always kittens or fawns or lambkins, never bulls. End of the Bull by Saki.
The Adventure of Charles Augustus Milverton by Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. It is years since the incidents of which I speak took place, and yet it is with diffidence that I allude to them. For a long time, even with the utmost discretion and reticence, it would have been impossible to make the facts public, but now the principal person concerned is beyond the reach of human law, and with due suppression the story may be told in such fashion as to injure no one. It records an absolutely unique experience in the career both of Mr. Sherlock Holmes and of myself. The reader will excuse me if I conceal the date or any other fact by which he might trace the actual occurrence. We had been out for one of our evening rambles, Holmes and I, and had returned about 6 o'clock on a cold, frosty winter's evening. As Holmes turned up the lamp, the light fell upon a card on the table. He glanced at it, and then, with an ejaculation of disgust, threw it on the floor. I picked it up and read, Charles Augustus Milverton, Appledore Towers, Hampstead. Agent. "Who is he?" I asked. "The worst man in London," Holmes answered as he sat down and stretched his legs before the fire. "Is anything on the back of the card?" I turned it over. "Will call at 6:30 c.a.m." I read. He's about due. Do you feel a creeping, shrinking sensation, Watson, when you stand before the serpents in the zoo and see the slithery, gliding, venomous creatures with their deadly eyes and wicked, flattened faces? Well, that's how Milverton impresses me. I've had to do with 50 murderers in my career, but the worst of them never gave me the repulsion which I have for this fellow. And yet I can't get out of doing business with him. Indeed, he is here at my invitation. But who is he? I'll tell you, Watson. He is the king of all the blackmailers. Heaven help the man, and still more the woman, whose secret and reputation come into the power of Milverton. With a smiling face and a heart of marble, he will squeeze and squeeze until he has drained them dry. The fellow is a genius in his way, and would have made his mark in some more savoury trade. His method is as follows. He allows it to be known that he is prepared to pay very high sums for letters which compromise people of wealth or position. He receives these wares not only from treacherous valets or maids, but frequently from genteel ruffians who have gained the confidence and affection of trusting women. He deals with no niggard hand. I happen to know that he paid £700 to a footman for a note 2 lines in length, and that the ruin of a noble family was the result. Everything which is in the market goes to Milverton, and there are hundreds in this great city who turn white at his name. No one knows where his grip may fall, for he is far too rich and far too cunning to work from hand to mouth. He will hold a card back for years in order to play it at the moment when the stake is best worth winning. I said that he is the worst man in London, and I would ask you how could one compare the ruffian who in hot blood bludgeons his mate with this man, who methodically and at his leisure tortures the soul and wrings the nerves in order to add to his already swollen money-bags? I had seldom heard my friend speak with such intensity of feeling. "But surely," said I, "the fellow must be within the grasp of the law." "Technically, no doubt, but practically not. What would it profit a woman, for example, to get him a few months' imprisonment if her own ruin must immediately follow? His victims dare not hit back. If ever he blackmailed an innocent person, then indeed we should have him, but he is as cunning as the evil one. No, no, we must find other ways to fight him. And why is he here? Because an illustrious client has placed her piteous case in my hands. It is the Lady Eva Brackwell, the most beautiful debutante of last season. She is to be married in a fortnight to the Earl of Dovercourt. This fiend has several imprudent letters. Imprudent, Watson, nothing worse, which were written to an impecunious young squire in the country. They would suffice to break off the match. Milverton will send the letters to the Earl unless a large sum of money is paid him. I have been commissioned to meet him and to make the best terms I can. At that instant there was a clatter and a rattle in the street below. Looking down, I saw a stately carriage and pair, the brilliant lamps gleaming on the glossy haunches of the noble chestnuts. A footman opened the door, and a small, stout man in a shaggy astrakhan overcoat descended. A minute later he was in the room. Charles Augustus Milverton was a man of 50, with a large, intellectual head, a round, plump, hairless face, a perpetual frozen smile, and two keen grey eyes which gleamed brightly from behind broad, gold-rimmed glasses. There was something of Mr. Pickwick's benevolence in his appearance, marred only by the insincerity of the fixed smile and by the hard glitter of those restless and penetrating eyes. His voice was as smooth and suave as his countenance, as he advanced with a plump little hand extended, murmuring his regret for having missed us at his first visit. Holmes disregarded the outstretched hand and looked at him with a face of granite. Milverton's smile broadened. He shrugged his shoulders, removed his overcoat, folded it with great deliberation over the back of a chair, and then took a seat. "This gentleman," said he, with a wave in my direction. "Is it discreet? Is it right?" "Dr. Watson is my friend and partner." "Very good, Mr. Holmes. It is only in your client's interest that I protested. The matter is so very delicate. Dr. Watson has already heard of it." "Then we can proceed to business. You say that you are acting for Lady Eva. Has she empowered you to accept my terms?" "What are your terms?" £7,000. "And the alternative?" "My dear sir, it is painful for me to discuss it, but if the money is not paid on the 14th, there certainly will be no marriage on the 18th. His insufferable smile was more complacent than ever. Holmes thought for a little. "You appear to me," he said at last, "to be taking matters too much for granted. I am, of course, familiar with the contents of these letters. My client will certainly do what I may advise. I shall counsel her to tell her future husband the whole story and to trust to his generosity." Milverton chuckled. "You evidently do not know the Earl," said he. From the baffled look upon Holmes's face I could see clearly that he did. "What harm is there in the letters?" he asked. "They are sprightly, very sprightly," Milverton answered. "The lady was a charming correspondent, but I can assure you that the Earl of Dovercourt would fail to appreciate them. However, since you think otherwise, we will let it rest at that. It is purely a matter of business. If you think that it is in the best interest of your client that these letters should be placed in the hands of the Earl, then you would indeed be foolish to pay so large a sum of money to regain them." He rose and seized his astrakhan coat. Holmes was grey with anger and mortification. "Wait a little," he said. "You go too fast. We would certainly make every effort to avoid scandal in so delicate a matter." Milverton relapsed into his chair. "I was sure that you would see it in that light," he purred. "At the same time," Holmes continued, "Lady Eva is not a wealthy woman. I assure you that £2,000 would be a drain upon her resources, and that the sum you name is utterly beyond her power. I beg, therefore, that you will moderate your demands, and that you will return the letters at the price I indicate, which is, I assure you, the highest that you can get." Milverton's smile broadened and his eyes twinkled humorously. "I'm aware that what you say is true about the lady's resources," said he. "At the same time, you must admit that the occasion of a lady's marriage is a very suitable time for her friends and relatives to make some little effort upon her behalf. They may hesitate as to an acceptable wedding present. Let me assure them that this little bundle of letters will give them more joy than all the candelabra and butter dishes in London." "It is impossible," said Holmes. Dear me, how unfortunate!" cried Milverton, taking out a bulky pocket-book. "I cannot help thinking that ladies are ill-advised in not making an effort. Look at this." He held up a little note with a coat of arms upon the envelope. "That belongs to, well, perhaps it is hardly fair to tell the name until tomorrow morning, but at that time it will be in the hands of the lady's husband. And all because she will not find a beggarly sum which you could get by turning her diamonds into paste. It is such a pity. Now you remember the sudden end of the engagement between the Honourable Miss Miles and Colonel Dorking. Only 2 days before the wedding there was a paragraph in the Morning Post to say that it was all off. And why? It is almost incredible, but the absurd sum of £1,200 would have settled the whole question. Is it not pitiful? And here I find you, a man of sense, boggling about terms when your client's future and honour are at stake. You surprise me, Mr. Holmes." "What I say is true," Holmes answered. "The money cannot be found. Surely it is better for you to take the substantial sum which I offer than to ruin this woman's career, which can profit you in no way." "There you make a mistake, Mr. Holmes. An exposure would profit me indirectly to a considerable extent. I have 8 or 10 similar cases maturing. If it was circulated among them that I had made a severe example of the Lady Eva, I should find all of them much more open to reason. You see my point?" Holmes sprang from his chair. "Get behind him, Watson. Don't let him out. Now, sir, let us see the contents of that notebook." Milverton had glided as quick as a rat to the side of the room, and stood with his back against the wall. Mr. Holmes," he said, turning the front of his coat and exhibiting the butt of a large revolver, which projected from the inside pocket. "I have been expecting you to do something original. This has been done so often, and what good has ever come from it? I assure you that I am armed to the teeth, and I am perfectly prepared to use my weapons, knowing that the law will support me. Besides, your supposition that I would bring the letters here in a notebook is entirely mistaken. I would do nothing so foolish. And now, gentlemen, I have 1 or 2 little interviews this evening, and it is a long drive to Hampstead." He stepped forward, took up his coat, laid his hand on his revolver, and turned to the door. I picked up a chair, but Holmes shook his head and I laid it down again. With a bow, a smile, and a twinkle, Milverton was out of the room, and a few moments after we heard the slam of the carriage door and the rattle of the wheels as he drove away. Holmes sat motionless by the fire, his hands buried deep in his trouser pockets, his chin sunk upon his breast, his eyes fixed upon the glowing embers. For half an hour he was silent and still. Then, with the gesture of a man who has taken his decision, he sprang to his feet and passed into his bedroom. A little later a rakish young workman with a goatee beard and a swagger lit his clay pipe at the lamp before descending into the street. "I'll be back some time, Watson," said he, and vanished into the night. I understood that he had opened his campaign against Charles Augustus Milverton, but I little dreamed the strange shape which that campaign was destined to take. For some days Holmes came and went at all hours in this attire, but beyond a remark that his time was spent at Hampstead, and that it was not wasted, I knew nothing of what he was doing. At last, however, on a wild, tempestuous evening, when the wind screamed and rattled against the windows, he returned from his last expedition, and having removed his disguise, he sat before the fire and laughed heartily in his silent inward fashion. "You would not call me a marrying man, Watson?" "No, indeed." "You'll be interested to hear that I am engaged." "My dear fellow, I congrat to Milverton's housemaid." "Good heavens, Holmes!" "I wanted information, Watson." "Surely you have gone too far." "It was a most necessary step. I am a plumber with a rising business, Escott by name. I have walked out with her each evening, and I have talked with her. Good heavens, those talks! However, I have got all I wanted. I know Milverton's house as I know the palm of my hand. But the girl, Holmes. He shrugged his shoulders. You can't help it, my dear Watson. You must play your cards as best you can when such a stake is on the table. However, I rejoice to say that I have a hated rival who will certainly cut me out the instant that my back is turned. What a splendid night it is! You like this weather? It suits my purpose, Watson. I mean to burgle Milverton's house tonight. I had a catching of the breath, and my skin went cold at the words, which were slowly uttered in a tone of concentrated resolution. As a flash of lightning in the night shows up in an instant every detail of a wide landscape, so at one glance I seemed to see every possible result of such an action: the detection, the capture, the honoured career ending in irreparable failure and disgrace, my friend himself lying at the mercy of the odious Milverton. "For heaven's sake, Holmes, think what you are doing!" I cried. "My dear fellow, I've given it every consideration. I am never precipitate in my actions, nor would I adopt so energetic and indeed so dangerous a course if any other were possible. Let us look at the matter clearly and fairly. I suppose that you will admit that the action is morally justifiable, though technically criminal. To burgle his house is no more than to forcibly take his pocket-book, an action in which you were prepared to aid me." I turned it over in my mind. "Yes," I said, "it is morally justifiable so long as our object is to take no articles save those which are used for an illegal purpose." "Exactly. Since it is morally justifiable, I have only to consider the question of personal risk. Surely a gentleman should not lay much stress upon this when a lady is in most desperate need of help. You will be in such a false position." "Well, that is part of the risk. There is no other possible way of regaining these letters. The unfortunate lady has not the money, and there are none of her people in whom she could confide. Tomorrow is the last day of grace, and unless we can get the letters tonight, this villain will be as good as his word and will bring about her ruin. I must, therefore, abandon my client to her fate, or I must play this last card. Between ourselves, Watson, it's a sporting duel between this fellow Milverton and me. He had, as you saw, the best of the first exchanges, but my self-respect and my reputation are concerned to fight it to a finish." "Well, I don't like it, but I suppose it must be," said I. "When do we start?" "You are not coming." "Then you are not going," said I. "I give you my word of honour, and I never broke it in my life, that I will take a cab straight to the police station and give you away unless you let me share this adventure with you." "You can't help me." "How do you know that?" "You can't tell what may happen. Anyway, my resolution is taken. Other people beside you have self-respect and even reputations." Holmes had looked annoyed, but his brow cleared, and he clapped me on the shoulder. "Well, well, my dear fellow, be it so. We have shared the same room for some years, and it would be amusing if we ended by sharing the same cell. You know, Watson, I don't mind confessing to you that I have always had an idea that I would have made a highly efficient criminal. This is the chance of my lifetime in that direction. See here." He took a neat little leather case out of a drawer, and opening it, he exhibited a number of shining instruments. "This is a first-class, up-to-date burgling kit, with nickel-plated jemmy, diamond-tipped glass cutter, adaptable keys, and every modern improvement which the march of civilization demands. Here, too, is my dark lantern. Everything is in order. Have you a pair of silent shoes?" "I have rubber-soled tennis shoes." "Excellent. And a mask?" "I can make a couple out of black silk." "I can see that you have a strong natural turn for this sort of thing." "Very good. Do you make the masks?" We have some cold supper before we start. It is now 9:30. At 11 we shall drive as far as Church Row. It is a quarter of an hour's walk from there to Appledore Towers. We shall be at work before midnight. Milverton is a heavy sleeper and retires punctually at 10:30. With any luck we shall be back here by 2 with the Lady Eva's letters in my pocket. Holmes and I put on our dress clothes so that we might appear to be two theatre-goers homeward bound. In Oxford Street we picked up a hansom and drove to an address in Hampstead. Here we paid off our cab, and with our greatcoats buttoned up, for it was bitterly cold, and the wind seemed to blow through us, we walked along the edge of the heath. "It is a business that needs delicate treatment," said Holmes. "These documents are contained in a safe in the fellow's study, and the study is the ante-room of his bedchamber. On the other hand, like all these stout little men, who do themselves well, he is a plethoric sleeper. Agatha, that's my fiancée, says it is a joke in the servants' hall that it's impossible to wake the master. He has a secretary who is devoted to his interests and never budges from the study all day. That's why we are going at night. Then he has a beast of a dog which roams the garden. I met Agatha late the last 2 evenings, and she locks the brute up so as to give me a clear run. This is the house, this big one in its own grounds. Through the gate, now to the right among the laurels. We might put on our masks here, I think. You see, there is not a glimmer of light in any of the windows, and everything is working splendidly. With our black silk face coverings, which turned us into two of the most truculent figures in London, we stole up to the silent, gloomy house. A sort of tiled veranda extended along one side of it, lined by several windows and 2 doors. "That's his bedroom," Holmes whispered. "This door opens straight into the study. It would suit us best, but it is bolted as well as locked, and we should make too much noise getting in. Come round here. There's a greenhouse which opens into the drawing-room." The place was locked, but Holmes removed a circle of glass and turned the key from the inside. An instant afterwards he had closed the door behind us, and we had become felons in the eyes of the law. The thick, warm air of the conservatory and the rich, choking fragrance of exotic plants took us by the throat. He seized my hand in the darkness and led me swiftly past banks of shrubs which brushed against our faces. Holmes had remarkable powers, carefully cultivated, of seeing in the dark. Still holding my hand in one of his, he opened a door, and I was vaguely conscious that we had entered a large room in which a cigar had been smoked not long before. He felt his way among the furniture, opened another door, and closed it behind us. Putting out my hand, I felt several coats hanging from the wall, and I understood that I was in a passage. We passed along it, and Holmes very gently opened the door upon the right-hand side. Something rushed out at us, and my heart sprang into my mouth, but I could have laughed when I realized that it was the cat. A fire was burning in this new room, and again the air was heavy with tobacco smoke. Holmes entered on tiptoe, waited for me to follow, and then very gently closed the door. We were in Milverton's study, and a portière at the farthest side showed the entrance to his bedroom. It was a good fire, and the room was illuminated by it. Near the door I saw the gleam of an electric switch, but it was unnecessary, even if it had been safe, to turn it on. At one side of the fireplace was a heavy curtain, which covered the bay window we had seen from the outside. On the other side was the door which communicated with the veranda. A desk stood in the centre, with a turning chair of shining red leather. Opposite was a large bookcase with a marble bust of Athene on top of it. In the corner between the bookcase and the wall there stood a tall green safe, the firelight flashing back from the polished brass knobs upon its face. Holmes stole across and looked at it. Then he crept to the door of the bedroom and stood with slanting head listening intently. No sound came from within. Meanwhile it had struck me that it would be wise to secure our retreat through the outer door, so I examined it. To my amazement, it was neither locked nor bolted. I touched Holmes on the arm, and he turned his masked face in that direction. I saw him start, and he was evidently as surprised as I. "I don't like it," he whispered, putting his lips to my very ear. "I can't quite make it out. Anyhow, we have no time to lose. Can I do anything?" "Yes. Stand by the door. If you hear anyone come, bolt it on the inside, and we can get away as we came. If they come the other way, we can get through the door if our job is done, or hide behind these window curtains if it is not. Do you understand?" I nodded and stood by the door. My first feeling of fear had passed away, and I thrilled now with a keener zest than I'd ever enjoyed when we were the defenders of the law instead of its defiers. The high object of our mission, the consciousness that it was unselfish and chivalrous, the villainous character of our opponent, all added to the sporting interest of the adventure. Far from feeling guilty, I rejoiced and exulted in our danger. With a glow of admiration, I watched Holmes unrolling his case of instruments and choosing his tool with the calm scientific accuracy of a surgeon who performs a delicate operation. I knew that the opening of safes was a particular hobby with him, and I understood the joy which it gave him to be confronted with this green and gold monster, the dragon which held in its maw the reputations of many fair ladies. Turning up the cuffs on his dress coat, he had placed his overcoat on a chair. Holmes laid out 2 drills, a jemmy, and several skeleton keys. I stood at the centre door with my eyes glancing at each of the others, ready for any emergency, though indeed my plans were somewhat vague as to what I should do if we were interrupted. For half an hour Holmes worked with concentrated energy, laying down one tool, picking up another, handling each with the strength and delicacy of the trained mechanic. Finally I heard a click. The broad green door swung open, and inside I had a glimpse of a number of paper packets, each tied, sealed, and inscribed. Holmes picked one out, but it was hard to read by the flickering fire, and he drew out his little dark lantern, for it was too dangerous, with Milverton in the next room, to switch on the electric light. Suddenly I saw him halt, listen intently, and then in an instant he had swung the door of the safe to, picked up his coat, stuffed his tools into the pockets, and darted behind the window curtain, motioning me to do the same. It was only when I had joined him there that I heard what had alarmed his quicker senses. There was a noise somewhere within the house. A door slammed in the distance. Then a confused, dull murmur broke itself into the measured thud of heavy footsteps rapidly approaching. They were in the passage outside the room. They paused at the door. The door opened. There was a sharp snick as the electric light was turned on. The door closed once more, and the pungent reek of a strong cigar was borne to our nostrils. Then the footsteps continued backwards and forwards, within a few yards of us. Finally, there was a creak from a chair, and the footsteps ceased. Then a key clicked in a lock, and I heard the rustle of papers. So far I had not dared to look out, but now I gently parted the division of the curtains in front of me and peeped through. From the pressure of Holmes's shoulder against mine, I knew that he was sharing my observations. Right in front of us, and almost within our reach, was the broad, rounded back of Milverton. It was evident that we had entirely miscalculated his movements, and he had never been to his bedroom, but that he had been sitting up in some smoking or billiard room in the farther wing of the house, the windows of which we had not seen. His broad, grizzled head, with its shining patch of baldness, was in the immediate foreground of our vision. He was leaning far back in the red leather chair, his legs outstretched, a long black cigar projecting at an angle from his mouth. He wore a semi-military smoking jacket, claret-coloured, with a black velvet collar. In his hand he held a long legal document which he was reading in an indolent fashion, blowing rings of tobacco smoke from his lips as he did so. There was no promise of a speedy departure in his composed bearing and his comfortable attitude. I felt Holmes's hand steal into mine and give me a reassuring shake, as if to say that the situation was within his powers and that he was easy in his mind. I was not so sure whether he had seen what was only too obvious from my position, that the door of the safe was imperfectly closed, and that Milverton might at any moment observe it. In my own mind I had determined that if I were sure, from the rigidity of his gaze, that it had caught his eye, I would at once spring out, throw my greatcoat over his head, pinion him, and leave the rest to Holmes. But Milverton never looked up. He was languidly interested by the papers in his hand, and page after page was turned as he followed the arguments of the lawyer. At least, I thought, when he had finished the document and the cigar, he would go to his room. But before he had reached the end of either, there came a remarkable development which turned our thoughts into quite another channel. Several times I had observed that Milverton looked at his watch, and once he had risen and sat down again with a gesture of impatience. The idea, however, that he might have an appointment at so strange an hour never occurred to me until a faint sound reached my ears from the veranda outside. Milverton dropped his papers and sat rigid in his chair. The sound was repeated, and then came a gentle tap at the door. Milverton rose and opened it. "Well," said he curtly, "you are nearly half an hour late." So this was the explanation of the unlocked door and of the nocturnal vigil of Milverton. There was a gentle rustle of a woman's dress. I had closed the slit between the curtains as Milverton's face had turned in our direction, but now I ventured very carefully to open it once more. He had resumed his seat, the cigar still projecting at an insolent angle from the corner of his mouth. In front of him, in the full glare of the electric light, there stood a tall, slim, dark woman, a veil over her face, a mantle drawn round her chin. Her breath came quick and fast, and every inch of the lithe figure was quivering with strong emotion. "Well," said Milverton, "you've made me lose a good night's rest, my dear. I hope you proved worth it. You couldn't come any other time, eh?" The woman shook her head. "Well, if you couldn't, you couldn't. If the Countess is a hard mistress, you have your chance to get level with her now. Bless the girl, what are you shivering about? That's right. Pull yourself together. Now, let us get down to business." He took a note from the drawer of his desk. "You say that you have 5 letters which compromise the Countess d'Elbert. You want to sell them. I want to buy them. So far, so good. It only remains to fix a price. I should want to inspect the letters, of course, if they are really good specimens. Great heavens, is it you?" The woman, without a word, had raised her veil and dropped the mantle from her chin. It was a dark, handsome, clear-cut face which confronted Milverton, a face with a curved nose, strong, dark eyebrows shading hard, glittering eyes, and a straight, thin-lipped mouth set in a dangerous smile. "It is I," she said, "the woman whose life you have ruined." Milverton laughed, but fear vibrated in his voice. "You were so very obstinate," said he. "Why did you drive me to such extremities? I assure you I wouldn't hurt a fly of my own accord. But every man has his business, and what was I to do? I put the price well within your means. You would not pay. So you sent the letters to my husband, and he, the noblest gentleman that ever lived, a man whose boots I was never worthy to lace, he broke his gallant heart and died. You remember that last night when I came through that door, I begged and prayed you for mercy, and you laughed in my face, as you are trying to laugh now. Only your coward heart cannot keep your lips from twitching. Yes, you never thought to see me here again, but it was that night which taught me how I could meet you face to face and alone. Well, Charles Milverton, what have you to say?" "Don't imagine that you can bully me," said he, rising to his feet. "I've only to raise my voice, and I could call my servants and have you arrested. But I will make allowance for your natural anger. Leave the room at once as you came, and I will say no more." The woman stood with her hand buried in her bosom and the same deadly smile on her thin lips. "You will ruin no more lives as you ruined mine. You will wring no more hearts as you wrung mine. I will free the world of a poisonous thing. Take that, you hound, and that, and that, and that." She had drawn a little gleaming revolver and emptied barrel after barrel into Milverton's body, the muzzle within 2 feet of his shirt front. He shrank away and then fell forward upon the table, coughing furiously and clawing among the papers. Then he staggered to his feet, received another shot, and rolled upon the floor. "You've done me," he cried, and lay still. The woman looked at him intently and ground her heel into his upturned face. She looked again, but there was no sound or movement. I heard a sharp rustle, the night air blew into the heated room, and the avenger was gone. No interference upon our part could have saved the man from his fate, but as the woman poured bullet after bullet into Milverton's shrinking body, I was about to spring out when I felt Holmes's cold, strong grasp upon my wrist. I understood the whole argument of that firm, restraining grip, that it was no affair of ours, that justice had overtaken a villain, that we had our own duties and our own objects which were not to be lost sight of. But hardly had the woman rushed from the room when Holmes, with swift, silent steps, was over at the other door. He turned the key in the lock. At the same instant we heard voices in the house and the sound of hurrying feet. The revolver shots had roused the household. With perfect coolness, Holmes slipped across to the safe, filled his arms with bundles of letters, and poured them all into the fire. Again and again he did it, until the safe was empty. Someone turned the handle and beat upon the outside of the door. Holmes looked swiftly round. The letter which had been the messenger of death for Milverton lay, all mottled with his blood, upon the table. Holmes tossed it among the blazing papers. Then he drew the key from the outer door, passed through after me, and locked it on the outside. "This way, Watson," said he. "We can scale the garden wall in this direction." I could not have believed that an alarm could have spread so swiftly. Looking back, the huge house was one blaze of light. The front door was open, and figures were rushing down the drive. The whole garden was alive with people, and one fellow raised a view halloa as we emerged from the veranda and followed hard at our heels. Holmes seemed to know the ground perfectly, and he threaded his way swiftly among a plantation of small trees, I close at his heels, and our foremost pursuer panting behind us. It was a 6-foot wall which barred our path, but he sprang to the top and over. As I did the same, I felt the hand of the man behind me grab at my ankle, but I kicked myself free and scrambled over a glass-strewn coping. I fell upon my face among some bushes, but Holmes had me on my feet in an instant, and together we dashed away across the huge expanse of Hampstead Heath. We had run 2 miles, I suppose, before Holmes at last halted and listened intently. All was absolute silence behind us. We had shaken off our pursuers and were safe. We had breakfasted and were smoking our morning pipe on the day after the remarkable experience which I have recorded, when Mr. Lestrade of Scotland Yard, very solemn and impressive, was ushered into our modest sitting-room. "Good morning, Mr. Holmes," said he. "Good morning. May I ask you if you are very busy just now?" "Not too busy to listen to you." "I thought that perhaps, if you had nothing particular on hand, you might care to assist us in a most remarkable case which occurred only last night at Hampstead." "Dear me," said Holmes. "What was that?" "A murder, a most dramatic and remarkable murder. I know how keen you are upon these things, and I would take it as a great favour if you would step down to Appledore Towers and give us the benefit of your advice. It is no ordinary crime. We have had our eyes upon this Mr. Milverton for some time, and between ourselves he was a bit of a villain. He is known to have held papers which he used for blackmailing purposes. These papers have all been burned by the murderers. No article of value was taken, as it is probable that the criminals were men of good position, whose sole object was to prevent social exposure." "Criminals," said Holmes, "plural?" "Yes, there were 2 of them. They were, as nearly as possible, captured red-handed. We have their footmarks. we have their description, it's 10 to 1 that we trace them. The first fellow was a bit too active, but the second was caught by the under-gardener and only got away after a struggle. He was a middle-sized, strongly built man, square jaw, thick neck, moustache and mask over his eyes. "That's rather vague," said Sherlock Holmes. "Why, it might be a description of Watson." "It's true," said the inspector with much amusement. "It might be a description of Watson." "Well, I'm afraid I can't help you, Lestrade," said Holmes. "The fact is that I knew this fellow Milverton, that I consider him one of the most dangerous men in London, and that I think there are certain crimes which the law cannot touch, and which, therefore, to some extent justify private revenge. No, it's no use arguing. I've made up my mind. My sympathies are with the criminals rather than with the victim, and I will not handle this case." Holmes had not said one word to me about the tragedy which we had witnessed, but I observed all the morning that he was in his most thoughtful mood, and he gave me the impression, from his vacant eyes and his abstract manner, of a man who is striving to recall something to his memory. We were in the middle of our lunch when he suddenly sprang to his feet. "By Jove, Watson, I've got it!" he cried. "Take your hat. Come with me." He hurried at his top speed down Baker Street and along Oxford Street until we had almost reached Regent Circus. Here, on the left hand, there stands a shop window filled with photographs of the celebrities and beauties of the day. Holmes' eyes fixed themselves upon one of them, and following his gaze I saw the picture of a regal and stately lady in court dress, with a high diamond tiara upon her noble head. I looked at that delicately curved nose, at the marked eyebrows, at the straight mouth, and the strong little chin beneath it. Then I caught my breath as I read the time-honoured title of the great nobleman and statesman whose wife she had been. My eyes met those of Holmes, and he put his finger to his lips as we turned away from the window. End of The Adventure of Charles Augustus Milverton by Arthur Conan Doyle. The Adventure of the Three Students by Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. It was in the year 95 that a combination of events, into which I need not enter, caused Mr. Sherlock Holmes and myself to spend some weeks in one of our great university towns, and it was during this time that the small but instructive adventure which I am about to relate befell us. It will be obvious that any details which would help the reader to exactly identify the college or the criminal would be injudicious and offensive. So painful a scandal may well be allowed to die out. With due discretion, the incident itself may, however, be described, since it serves to illustrate some of those qualities for which my friend was remarkable. I will endeavour in my statement to avoid such terms as would serve to limit the events to any particular place or give a clue as to the people concerned. We were residing at the time in furnished lodgings close to a library where Sherlock Holmes was pursuing some laborious researches in early English charters, researches which led to results so striking that they may be the subject of one of my future narratives. Here it was that one evening we received a visit from an acquaintance, Mr. Hilton Soames, tutor and lecturer at the College of St. Luke's. Mr. Soames was a tall, spare man of a nervous and excitable temperament. I had always known him to be restless in his manner, but on this particular occasion he was in such a state of uncontrollable agitation that it was clear something very unusual had occurred. "I trust, Mr. Holmes, that you can spare me a few hours of your valuable time. We have had a very painful incident at St. Luke's, and really, but for the happy chance of you being in the town, I should have been at a loss what to do." "I am very busy just now, and I desire no distractions," my friend answered. I should much prefer that you called in the aid of the police. No, no, my dear sir, such a course is utterly impossible. When once the law is revoked, it cannot be stayed again, and this is just one of those cases where, for the credit of the college, it is most essential to avoid scandal. Your discretion is as well known as your powers, and you are the one man in the world who can help me. I beg you, Mr. Holmes, to do what you can." My friend's temper had not improved since he had been deprived the congenial surroundings of Baker Street. Without his scrapbooks, his chemicals, and his homely untidiness, he was an uncomfortable man. He shrugged his shoulders in ungracious acquiescence, while our visitor, in hurried words and with much excitable gesticulation, poured forth his story. "I must explain to you, Mr. Holmes, that tomorrow is the first day of the examination for the Fortescue Scholarship. I am one of the examiners. My subject is Greek, and the first of the papers consists of a large passage of Greek translation which the candidate has not seen. This passage is printed on the examination paper, and it would naturally be an immense advantage if the candidate could prepare it in advance. For this reason great care is taken to keep the paper secret. Today about 3 o'clock the proofs of this paper arrived from the printers. The exercise contains of half a chapter of Thucydides. I had to read it over carefully, as the text must be absolutely correct. At 4:30 my task was not yet completed. I had, however, promised to take tea in a friend's rooms, so I left the proof upon my desk. I was absent rather more than an hour. You are aware, Mr. Holmes, that our college doors are double, a green baize one within, and a heavy oak one without. As I approached my outer door, I was amazed to see a key in it. For an instant I imagined I had left my own there, but on feeling in my pocket I found that it was all right. The only duplicate which existed, so far as I knew, was that which belonged to my servant, Bannister, a man who has looked after my room for 10 years, and whose honesty is absolutely above suspicion. I found that the key was indeed his, that he had entered my room to know if I wanted tea, and that he had very carelessly left the key in the door when he came out. His visit to my room must have been within a very few minutes of my leaving it. His forgetfulness about the key would have mattered little upon any other occasion, but on this one day it has produced the most deplorable consequences. The moment I looked at my table, I was aware that someone had rummaged among my papers. The proof was in 3 long slips. I had left them all together. Now I found that one of them was lying on the floor, one was on the side table near the window, and the third was where I had left it. Holmes stirred for the first time. "The first page on the floor, the second in the window, the third where you left it?" said he. "Exactly, Mr. Holmes. You amaze me. How could you possibly know that?" "Pray continue your very interesting statement." For an instant I imagined that Bannister had taken the unpardonable liberty of examining my papers. He denied it, however, with the utmost earnestness, and I am convinced that he was speaking the truth. The alternative was that someone passing had observed the key in the door, had known that I was out, and had entered to look at the papers. A large sum of money is at stake, for the scholarship is a very valuable one, and an unscrupulous man might very well run a risk in order to gain an advantage over his fellows. Bannister was very much upset by the incident. He had nearly fainted when we found that the papers had undoubtedly been tampered with. I gave him a little brandy and left him collapsed in a chair while I made a most careful examination of the room. I soon saw that the intruder had left other traces of his presence besides the rumpled papers. On the table in the window there were several shreds from a pencil which had been sharpened. A broken tip of lead was lying there also. Evidently the rascal had copied the paper in a great hurry, had broken his pencil, and had been compelled to put a fresh point to it. "Excellent," said Holmes, who was recovering his good humour as his attention became more engrossed by the case. "Fortune has been your friend." This was not all. I have a new writing table with a fine surface of red leather. I am prepared to swear, and so is Bannister, that it was smooth and unstained. Now I find a clean cut in it, about 3 inches long, not a mere scratch, but a positive cut. Not only this, but on the table I found a small ball of black dough, or clay, with specks of something which looks like sawdust in it. I am convinced that these marks were left by the man who rifled the papers. There were no footmarks and no other evidence as to his identity. I was at my wits' ends when suddenly the happy thought occurred to me that you were in the town, and I came straight round to put the matter into your hands. Do help me, Mr. Holmes. You see my dilemma. Either I must find the man, or else the examination must be postponed until fresh papers are prepared. And since this cannot be done without explanation, there will ensue a hideous scandal, which will throw a cloud not only on the college but on the university. Above all things, I desire to settle the matter quietly and discreetly. I shall be happy to look into it, to give you such advice as I can, said Holmes, rising and putting on his overcoat. The case is not entirely devoid of interest. Had anyone visited you in your room after the papers came to you? Yes, young Darlat Ras, an Indian student who lives on the same stair, came in to ask me some particulars about the examination. For which he was entered? Yes. And the papers were on your table? To the best of my belief they were rolled up, but might be recognized as proofs? Possibly. No one else in your room? No. Did anyone know that these proofs would be there? No one save the printer. Did this man Bannister know? No, certainly not. No one knew. Where is Bannister now? He was very ill, poor fellow. I left him collapsed in the chair. I was in such a hurry to come to you. You left your door open? I locked up the papers first. Then it amounts to this, Mr. Soames, that unless the Indian student recognized the roll as being proofs, the man who tampered with them came upon them accidentally without knowing that they were there. So it seems to me. Holmes gave an enigmatic smile. Well, said he, let us go round. Not one of your cases, Watson. Mental, not physical. All right. Come if you want to. Now, Mr. Soames, at your disposal. The sitting-room of our client opened by a long, low, latticed window onto the ancient lichen-tinted court of the old college. A Gothic arched door led to a worn stone staircase. On the ground floor was the tutor's room. Above were 3 students, one on each story. It was already twilight when we reached the scene of our problem. Holmes halted and looked earnestly at the window. Then he approached it, and standing on tiptoe with his neck craned, he looked into the room. He must have entered through the door. There is no opening except the one pane, said our learned guide. Dear me, said Holmes, and he smiled in a singular way as he glanced at our companion. Well, if there is nothing to be learned here, we had best go inside. The lecturer unlocked the outer door and ushered us into his room. We stood at the entrance while Holmes made an examination of the carpet. I'm afraid there are no signs here, said he. One could hardly hope for any upon so dry a day. Your servant seems to have quite recovered. You left him in a chair, you say? Which chair? By the window there. I see, near this little table. You can come in now. I have finished with the carpet. Let us take the little table first. Of course, what has happened is very clear. The man entered and took the papers, sheet by sheet, from the central table. He carried them over to the window table, because from there he could see if you came across the courtyard, and so could effect an escape. As a matter of fact, he could not, said Soames, for I entered by the side door. Ah, that's good. Well, anyhow, that was in his mind. Let me see the 3 strips. No finger impressions? No. Well, he carried over this one first and he copied it. How long would it take him to do that, using every possible contraction? A quarter of an hour, not less. Then he tossed it down and seized the next. He was in the midst of that when your return caused him to make a very hurried retreat. Very hurried, since he had not time to replace the papers which would tell you that he had been there. You are not aware of any hurrying feet on the stair as you enter the outer door?" "No, I can't say I was." "Well, he wrote so furiously that he broke his pencil and had, as you observe, to sharpen it again. This is of interest, Watson. The pencil was not an ordinary one. It was above the usual size, with a soft lead. The outer colour was dark blue, the maker's name was printed in silver lettering, and the piece remaining is only about 1.5 inches long. Look for such a pencil, Mr. Soames, and you have got your man. When I add that he possesses a large and very blunt knife, you have an additional aid." Mr. Soames was somewhat overwhelmed by this flood of information. "I can follow the other points," said he, "but really, in this matter of the length—" Holmes held out a small chip with the letters NN and a space of clear wood after them. "You see? No, I fear that even now— Watson, I've always done you an injustice. There are others. What could this NN be?" "It is at the end of a word. You are aware that Johann Faber is the most common maker's name. It is not clear that there is just as much of the pencil left as usually follows the Johann." He held the small table sideways to the electric light. "I was hoping that if the paper on which he wrote was thin, some trace of it might come through upon this polished surface. No, I see nothing. I don't think there is anything more to be learned here. Now for the central table. This small pellet is, I presume, the black, doughy mass you spoke of. Roughly pyramidal in shape and hollowed out, I perceive. As you say, there appear to be grains of sawdust in it. Dear me, this is very interesting. And the cut, a positive tear, I see. It began with a thin scratch and ended in a jagged hole. I am much indebted to you for directing my attention to this case, Mr. Soames. Where does that door lead to?" "To my bedroom." "Have you been in it since your adventure?" "No, I came straight away for you." "I should like to have a glance round. What a charming old-fashioned room. Perhaps you will kindly wait a minute until I examine the floor. No, I see nothing. What about this curtain? You hang your clothes behind it. If anyone were forced to conceal himself in this room, he must do it there, since the bed is too low and the wardrobe too shallow. No one there, I suppose?" As Holmes drew the curtain, I was aware, from some little rigidity and alertness of his attitude, that he was prepared for an emergency. As a matter of fact, the drawn curtain disclosed nothing but 3 or 4 suits of clothes hanging from a line of pegs. Holmes turned away and stooped suddenly to the floor. "Hallo! What's this?" said he. It was a small pyramid of black, putty-like stuff, exactly like the one upon the table of the study. Holmes held out his open palm in the glare of the electric light. "Your visitor seems to have left traces in your bedroom as well as in your sitting-room, Mr. Soames." "What could he have wanted there?" "I think it is clear enough. You came back by an unexpected way, and so he had no warning until you were at the very door. What could he do? He caught up everything which would betray him, and he rushed into your bedroom to conceal himself." "Good gracious, Mr. Holmes, do you mean to tell me that, all the time I was talking to Bannister in this room, we had the man prisoner if we had only known it?" "So I read it. Surely there is another alternative, Mr. Holmes. I don't know whether you observed my bedroom window." "Lattice-paned, lead framework, 3 separate windows, one swinging on hinge and large enough to admit a man." "Exactly, and it looks out on an angle of the courtyard so as to be partly invisible. The man might have effected his entrance there, left traces as he passed through the bedroom, and finally, finding the door open, have escaped that way." Holmes shook his head impatiently. "Let us be practical," he said. "I understand you say that there are 3 students who use this stair and are in the habit of passing your door?" "Yes, there are." "And they are all in for this examination?" "Yes." "Have you any reason to suspect any one of them more than the others?" Soames hesitated. "It is a very delicate question," said he. "One hardly likes to throw suspicion where there are no proofs." "Let us hear the suspicions. I will look after the proofs." "I will tell you, then, in a few words, the character of the three men who inhabit these rooms. The lower of the three is Gilchrist, a fine scholar and athlete, plays in the rugby team and the cricket team for the college, and got his blue for the hurdles and the long jump. He is a fine, manly fellow. His father was the notorious Sir Jabez Gilchrist, who ruined himself on the turf. My scholar has been left very poor, but he is hard-working and industrious. He will do very well. The second floor is inhabited by Dalat Ras, the Indian. He is a quiet, inscrutable fellow, as most of those Indians are. He is well up in his work, though Greek is his weak subject. He is steady and methodical. The top floor belongs to Miles MacLaren. He is a brilliant fellow when he chooses to work, one of the brightest intellects of the university, but he is wayward, dissipated, and unprincipled. He was nearly expelled over a card scandal in his first year. He has been idling all this term, and he must look forward with dread to the examination. Then it is he whom you suspect. I dare not go so far as to say that, but of the three he is perhaps the least unlikely. Exactly. Now, Mr. Soames, let us look at your servant Bannister. He was a little, white-faced, clean-shaven, grizzly-haired fellow of 50. He was still suffering from this sudden disturbance of the quiet routine of his life. His plump face was twitching with his nervousness, and his fingers could not keep still. "We are investigating this unhappy business, Bannister," said his master. "Yes, sir." "I understand," said Holmes, "that you left your key in the door." "Yes, sir." "Was it not very extraordinary that you should do this on the very day when there were these papers inside?" "It was most unfortunate, sir, but I have occasionally done the same thing at other times." "When did you enter the room?" "It was about 4:30. That is Mr. Soames's tea time." "How long did you stay?" "When I saw that he was absent, I withdrew at once." "Did you look at these papers on the table?" "No, sir, certainly not." "How came you to leave the key in the door?" "I had the tea tray in my hand. I thought I would come back for the key. Then I forgot." "Has the outer door a spring lock?" "No, sir." "Then it was open all the time?" "Yes, sir." "Anyone in the room could get out?" "Yes, sir." "When Mr. Soames returned and called for you, you were very much disturbed?" "Yes, sir. Such a thing has never happened during the many years that I have been here. I nearly fainted, sir." "So I understand. Where were you when you began to feel bad?" "Where was I, sir?" "Why, here, near the door." "That is singular, because you sat down in that chair over yonder near the corner. Why did you pass these outer chairs?" "I don't know, sir. It didn't matter to me where I sat." "I really don't think he knew much about it, Mr. Holmes. He was looking very bad, quite ghastly." "You stayed here when your master left?" "Only for a moment or so. Then I locked the door and went to my room." "Whom do you suspect?" "Oh, I would not venture to say, sir. I don't believe there is any gentleman in this university who is capable of profiting by such an action. No, sir, I'll not believe it." "Thank you, that will do," said Holmes. "Oh, one more word. You have not mentioned to any of the three gentlemen whom you attend that anything is amiss?" "No, sir, not a word." "You haven't seen any of them?" "No, sir." "Very good. Now, Mr. Soames, we will take a walk in the quadrangle, if you please." Three yellow squares of light shone above us in the gathering gloom. "Your three birds are all in their nests," said Holmes, looking up. "Halloa! What's that? One of them seems restless enough." It was the Indian, whose dark silhouette appeared suddenly upon his blind. He was pacing swiftly up and down his room. "I should like to have a peep at each of them," said Holmes. "Is it possible?" No difficulty in the world, Soames answered. This set of rooms is quite the oldest in the college, and it is not unusual for visitors to go over them. Come along, and I will personally conduct you. No names, please, said Holmes as we knocked on Gilchrist's door. A tall, flaxen-haired, slim young fellow opened it and made us welcome when he understood our errand. There were some really curious pieces of medieval domestic architecture within. Holmes was so charmed with one of them that he insisted on drawing it on his notebook, broke his pencil, had to borrow one from our host, and finally borrowed a knife to sharpen his own. The same curious accident happened to him in the rooms of the Indian, a silent, little, hook-nosed fellow, who eyed us askance and was obviously glad when Holmes's architectural studies had come to an end. I could not see that in either case Holmes had come upon the clue for which he was searching. Only at the third did our visit prove abortive. The outer door would not open to our knock, and nothing more substantial than a torrent of bad language came from behind it. "I don't care who you are. You can go to blazes," roared the angry voice. "Tomorrow's the exam, and I won't be drawn by anyone." "A rude fellow," said our guide, flushing with anger as we withdrew down the stair. Of course, he did not realize that it was I who was knocking, but none the less his conduct was very uncourteous, and, indeed, under the circumstances, rather suspicious. Holmes's response was a curious one. "Can you tell me his exact height?" he asked. "Really, Mr. Holmes, I cannot undertake to say. He is taller than the Indian, not so tall as Gilchrist. I suppose 5'6" would be about it." "That is very important," said Holmes. "And now, Mr. Soames, I wish you good night." Our guide cried aloud in his astonishment and dismay. "Good gracious, Mr. Holmes, you are surely not going to leave me in this abrupt fashion. You don't seem to realize the position. Tomorrow is the examination. I must take some definite action tonight. I cannot allow the examinations to be held if one of the papers has been tampered with. The situation must be faced." "You must leave it as it is. I shall drop around early tomorrow morning and chat the matter over. It is possible that I may be in a position then to indicate some course of action. Meanwhile, you change nothing, nothing at all." "Very good, Mr. Holmes. You can be perfectly easy in your mind. We shall certainly find some way out of your difficulties. I will take the black clay with me, also the pencil cuttings. Good-bye." When we were out in the darkness of the quadrangle, we again looked up at the windows. The Indian still paced his room. The others were invisible. "Well, Watson, what do you think of it?" Holmes asked, as we came out into the main street. "Quite a little parlour game. Sort of three-card trick, is it not? There are your three men. It must be one of them. You take your choice. Which is yours?" "The foul-mouthed fellow at the top. He is the one with the worst record, and yet the Indian was a sly fellow also. Why should he be pacing his room all the time? There is nothing in that. Many men do it when they are trying to learn anything by heart." He looked at us in a queer way. "So would you if a flock of strangers came in on you when you were preparing for an examination next day, and every moment was of value." "No, I see nothing in that. Pencils, too, and knives, all was satisfactory. But that fellow does puzzle me." "Who?" "Why, Bannister, the servant. What's his game in the matter?" "He impressed me as being a perfectly honest man." "So he did me. That is the puzzling part. Why should a perfectly honest man— Well, well, here's a large stationer's. We shall begin our researches here." There were only 4 stationers of any consequence in the town, and at each Holmes produced his pencil chips and bid high for a duplicate. All were agreed that one could be ordered, but that it was not a usual size of pencil, and that it was seldom kept in stock. My friend did not appear to be depressed by his failure, but shrugged his shoulders in half-humorous resignation. "No good, my dear Watson. This, the best and only final clue, has run to nothing. But indeed, I have little doubt that we can build up a sufficient case without it. By Jove, my dear fellow, it is nearly 9, and the landlady babbled of green peas at 7:30. What with your eternal tobacco, Watson, and your irregularity at meals, I expect that you will get notice to quit, and I shall share your downfall. Not, however, before we have solved the problem of the nervous tutor, the careless servant, and the 3 enterprising students. Holmes made no further allusion to the matter that day, though he sat lost in thought for a long time after our belated dinner. At 8 in the morning he came into my room just as I was finishing my toilet. "Well, Watson," said he, "it is time we went down to St. Luke's. Can you do without breakfast?" "Certainly." "Soames will be in a dreadful fidget until we are able to tell him something positive." "Have you anything positive to tell him?" "I think so." "You have formed a conclusion?" "Yes, my dear Watson, I have solved the mystery." "But what fresh evidence could you have got?" "Aha! It is not for nothing that I have turned myself out of bed at the untimely hour of 6. I have put in 2 hours' hard work and covered at least 5 miles, with something to show for it. Look at that." He held out his hand. On the palm were 3 little pyramids of black, doughy clay. "Why, Holmes, you had only 2 yesterday." "And 1 more this morning. It is a fair argument that wherever number 3 came from is also the source of numbers 1 and 2. Eh, Watson? Well, come along and put friend Soames out of his pain." The unfortunate tutor was certainly in a state of pitiable agitation when we found him in his chambers. In a few hours the examination would commence, and he was still in the dilemma between making the facts public and allowing the culprit to compete for the valuable scholarship. He could hardly stand still, so great was his mental agitation, and he ran towards Holmes with 2 eager hands outstretched. "Thank heaven you have come. I feared you had given it up in despair. What am I to do? Shall the examination proceed?" "Yes, let it proceed by all means." "But this rascal—" "He shall not compete." "You know him?" "I think so. If this matter is not to become public, we must give ourselves certain powers and resolve ourselves into a small private court-martial. You there, if you please, Soames. Watson, you here. I'll take the armchair in the middle. I think that we are now sufficiently imposing to strike terror into a guilty beast. Kindly ring the bell." Bannister entered and shrunk back in evident surprise and fear at our judicial appearance. "You will kindly close the door," said Holmes. "Now, Bannister, will you please tell us the truth about yesterday's incident?" The man turned white to the roots of his hair. "I have told you everything, sir." "Nothing to add?" "Nothing at all, sir." "Well, then I must make some suggestions to you. When you sat down on that chair yesterday, did you do so in order to conceal some object which would have shown who had been in the room?" Bannister's face was ghastly. "No, sir, certainly not." "It is only a suggestion," said Holmes suavely. "I frankly admit that I am unable to prove it. But it seems probable enough, since the moment that Mr. Soames's back was turned, you released the man who was hiding in that bedroom." Bannister licked his dry lips. "There was no man, sir." "Ah, that's a pity, Bannister. Up to now you may have spoken the truth, but now I know that you have lied." The man's face set in sullen defiance. "There was no man, sir." "Come, come, Bannister." "No, sir, there was no one." "In that case you can give us no further information. Would you please remain in the room? Stand over there near the bedroom door. Now, Soames, I am going to ask you to have the great kindness to go up to the room of young Gilchrist and ask him to step down into yours." An instant later the tutor returned, bringing with him the student. He was a fine figure of a man, tall, lithe, and agile, with a springy step and a pleasant, open face. His troubled blue eyes glanced at each of us, and finally rested with an expression of blank dismay upon Bannister in the farther corner. "Just close the door," said Holmes. "Now, Mr. Gilchrist, we are all quite alone here, and no one need ever know one word of what passes between us. We can be perfectly frank with each other. We want to know, Mr. Gilchrist, how you, an honourable man, ever came to commit such an action as that of yesterday." The unfortunate young man staggered back and cast a look full of horror and reproach at Bannister. "No, no, Mr. Gilchrist, sir, I never said a word, never one word," cried the servant. "No, but you have now," said Holmes. "Now, sir, you must see that after Bannister's words your position is hopeless, and that your only chance lies in a frank confession." For a moment Gilchrist, with upraised hand, tried to control his writhing features. The next he had thrown himself on his knees beside the table and, burying his face in his hands, he had burst into a storm of passionate sobbing. "Come, come," said Holmes kindly. "It is human to err, and at least no one can accuse you of being a callous criminal. Perhaps it would be easier for you if I were to tell Mr. Soames what occurred, and you can check me where I am wrong. Shall I do so? Well, well, don't trouble to answer. Listen and see that I do you no injustice. From the moment, Mr. Soames, that you said to me that no one, not even Bannister, could have told that the papers were in your room, the case began to take a definite shape in my mind. The printer one could, of course, dismiss. He could examine the papers in his own office. The Indian I also thought nothing of. If the proofs were in a roll, he could not possibly know what they were. On the other hand, it seemed an unthinkable coincidence that a man should dare to enter the room, and that by chance, on that very day, the papers were on the table. I dismissed that. The man who entered knew the papers were there. How did he know? When I approached your room, I examined the window. You amused me by supposing that I was contemplating the possibility of someone having, in broad daylight, under the eyes of all these opposite rooms, forced himself through it. Such an idea was absurd. I was measuring how tall a man would need to be in order to see, as he passed, what papers were on the central table. I am 6 feet high, and I could do it with an effort. No one less than that would have a chance. Already, you see, I had reason to think that if one of your 3 students was a man of unusual height, he was the most worth watching of the 3. I entered and took you into my confidence as to the suggestions of the side table. Of the centre table I could make nothing, until in your description of Gilchrist you mentioned that he was a long-distance jumper. Then the whole thing came to me in an instant, and I only needed certain corroborative proofs, which I speedily obtained. What happened was this. This young fellow had employed his afternoon at the athletic grounds, where he had been practising the jump. He returned carrying his jumping shoes, which are provided, as you are aware, with several sharp spikes. As he passed your window he saw, by means of his great height, these proofs open upon your table, and conjectured what they were. No harm would have been done had it not been that as he passed your door he perceived the key which had been left by the carelessness of your servant. A sudden impulse came over him to enter and see if they were the proofs. It was not a dangerous exploit, for he could always pretend that he had simply looked in to ask a question. Well, when he saw that they were indeed the proofs, it was then that he yielded to the temptation. He put his shoes on the table. What was it you put on that chair near the window? Gloves, said the young man. Holmes looked triumphantly at Bannister. He put his gloves on the chair, and he took the proofs, sheet by sheet, to copy them. He thought the tutor must return by the main gate, and that he would see him. As we know, he came back by the side gate. Suddenly he heard him at the very door. There was no positive escape. He forgot his gloves, but he caught up his shoes and darted into the bedroom. You observe that the scratch on the table is slight at one side, but deepens in the direction of the bedroom door. That in itself is enough to show us that the shoe had been drawn in that direction, and that the culprit had taken refuge there. The earth round the spike had been left on the table, and a second sample was loosened and fell in the bedroom. I may add that I walked out to the athletic grounds this morning, saw that tenacious black clay is used in the jumping pit, and carried away a specimen of it, together with some of the fine tan or sawdust which is strewn over it to prevent the athlete from slipping. Have I told the truth, Mr. Gilchrist? The student had drawn himself erect. Yes, sir, it is true, said he. Good heavens! Have you nothing to add? Cried Soames. Yes, sir, I have, but the shock of this disgraceful exposure has bewildered me. I have a letter here, Mr. Soames, which I wrote to you early this morning in the middle of a restless night. It was before I knew my sin had found me out. Here it is, sir. You will see that I have said I have determined not to go in for the examination. I have been offered a commission in the Rhodesian police, and I am going out to South Africa at once. I am indeed pleased to hear that you did not intend to profit by your unfair advantage, said Soames. But why did you change your purpose? Gilchrist pointed at Bannister. There is the man who set me in the right path, said he. Come now, Bannister, said Holmes. It will be clear to you from what I have said that only you could have let this young man out, since you were left in the room and must have locked the door when you went out. As to his escaping by that window, it was incredible. Can you not clear up the last point in this mystery and tell us the reasons for your action? It was simple enough, sir, if you only had known, but with all your cleverness it was impossible that you could know. Time was, sir, when I was a butler to old Sir Jabez Gilchrist, this young gentleman's father. When he was ruined I came to the college as servant, but I never forgot my old employer because he was down in the world. I watched his son all I could for the sake of the old days. Well, sir, when I came into this room yesterday, when the alarm was given, the very first thing I saw was Mr. Gilchrist's tan gloves lying in that chair. I knew those gloves well, and I understood their message. If Mr. Soames saw them, the game was up. I flopped down into the chair, and nothing would budge me until Mr. Soames he went for you. Then out came my poor young master, whom I had dandled on my knee, and confessed it all to me. Wasn't it natural, sir, that I should save him? And wasn't it natural also that I should try to speak to him as his dead father would have done, and make him understand that he could not profit by such a deed? Could you blame me, sir? No, indeed, said Holmes, heartily, springing to his feet. Well, Soames, I think we have cleared your little problem up, and our breakfast awaits us at home. Come, Watson. As to you, sir, I trust that a bright future awaits you in Rhodesia. For once you have fallen low, let us see in the future how high you can rise. End of The Adventure of the Three Students.
Ancient Lights by Algernon Blackwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Dan Gerzinski. Ancient Lights by Algernon Blackwood. From Southwater, where he left the train, the road led due west. That he knew. For the rest, he trusted to luck, being one of those born walkers who dislike asking the way. He had that instinct, and as a rule it served him well. A mile or so due west along the sandy road, till you come to a stile on the right, then across the fields. You'll see the Red House straight before you. He glanced at the postcard's instructions once again, and once again he tried to decipher the scratched-out sentence without success. It had been so elaborately inked over that no word was legible. Inked-out sentences in a letter were always enticing. He wondered what it was that had to be so very carefully obliterated. The afternoon was boisterous, with a tearing, shouting wind that blew from the sea across the Sussex Weald. Massive clouds, with rounded, piled-up edges, cannoned across gaping spaces of blue sky. Far away, the line of downs swept the horizon like an arriving wave. Chanctonbury Ring rode their crest, a scudding ship, hull down before the wind. He took his hat off and walked rapidly, breathing great draughts of air with delight and exhilaration. The road was deserted. No horsemen, bicycles, or motors, not even a tradesman's cart, no single walker. But anyhow, he would never have asked the way. Keeping a sharp eye for the stile, he pounded along, while the wind tossed the cloak against his face and made waves across the blue puddles in the yellow road. The trees showed their underleaves of white, the bracken and the high new grass, bent all one way. Great life was in the day, high spirits, and dancing everywhere. And for a Croydon surveyor's clerk just out of an office, this was like a holiday at the sea. It was a day for high adventure, and his heart rose up to meet the mood of nature. His umbrella with the silver ring ought to have been a sword, and his brown shoes should have been top boots with spurs upon the heels. Where hid the enchanted castle and the princess with the hair of sunny gold? His horse? The stile came suddenly into view and nipped adventure in the bud. Everyday clothes took him prisoner again. He was a surveyor's clerk, middle-aged, earning £3 a week, coming from Croydon to see about a client's proposed alterations in a wood. Something to ensure a better view from the dining-room window. Across the fields, perhaps a mile away, he saw the red house gleaming in the sunshine, and resting on the stile a moment to get his breath, he noticed a copse of oak and hornbeam on the right. Aha, he told himself, so that must be the wood he wants to cut down to improve the view. I'll have a look at it. There were boards up, of course, but there was an inviting little path as well. I'm not a trespasser, he said. It's part of my business, this is. He scrambled awkwardly over the gate and entered the copse. A little round would bring him to the field again. But the moment he passed among the trees, the wind ceased shouting, and a stillness dropped upon the world. So dense was the growth that the sunshine only came through in isolated patches. The air was close. He mopped his forehead and put his green felt hat on, but a low branch knocked it off again at once, and as he stooped, an elastic twig swung back and stung his face. There were flowers along both edges of the little path. Glades opened on either side. Ferns curved about in damper corners, and the smell of earth and foliage was rich and sweet. It was cooler here. What an enchanting little wood, he thought, turning down a small green glade where the sunshine flickered like silver wings. How it danced and fluttered and moved about! He put a dark blue flower in his buttonhole. Again his hat, caught by an oak branch as he rose, was knocked from his head, falling across his eyes, and this time he did not put it on again. Swinging his umbrella, he walked on with uncovered head, whistling rather loudly as he went. But the thickness of the trees hardly encouraged whistling, and something of his gaiety and high spirits seemed to leave him. He suddenly found himself treading circumspectly and with caution. The stillness in the wood was so peculiar. There was a rustle among the ferns and leaves, and something shot across the path 10 yards ahead, stopped abruptly an instant with head cocked sideways to stare, then dived again beneath the underbrush with the speed of a shadow. He started like a frightened child, laughing the next second that a mere pheasant could have made him jump. In the distance he heard wheels upon the road, and wondered why the sound was pleasant. Good old butcher's cart, he said to himself, then realized that he was going in the wrong direction, and had somehow got turned round, for the road should be behind him, not in front. And he hurriedly took another narrow glade that lost itself in greenness to the right. That's my direction, of course, he said. The trees has mixed me up a bit, it seems. Then found himself abruptly by the gate he had first climbed over. He had merely made a circle. Surprise became almost discomfiture then, and a man, dressed like a gamekeeper in browny green, leaned against the gate, hitting his legs with a switch. I'm making for Mr. Lumley's farm," explained the walker. "This is his wood, I believe," then stopped dead, because it was no man at all, but merely an effect of light and shade and foliage. He stepped back to reconstruct the singular illusion, but the wind shook the branches roughly here on the edge of the wood, and the foliage refused to reconstruct the figure. The leaves all rustled strangely, and just then the sun went behind a cloud, making the whole wood look otherwise. Yet how the mind could be thus doubly deceived was indeed remarkable, for it almost seemed to him the man had answered, spoken, or was this the shuffling noise the branches made? And had pointed with his switch to the notice board upon the nearest tree. The words rang on in his head. Of course he had imagined them. "No, it's not his wood, it's ours." And some village wit, moreover, had changed the lettering on the weather-beaten board, for it read quite plainly, "Trespassers will be persecuted." And while the astonished clerk read the words and chuckled, he said to himself, thinking, what a tale he'd have to tell his wife and children later. "The blooming wood has tried to chuck me out, but I'll go in again. Why, it's only a matter of a square acre at most. I'm bound to reach the fields on the other side if I keep straight on." He remembered his position in the office. He had a certain dignity to maintain. The cloud passed from below the sun, and light splashed suddenly in all manner of unlikely places. The man went straight on. He felt a touch of puzzling confusion somewhere. This way the cops had of shifting from sunshine into shadow doubtless troubled sight a little. To his relief at last, a new glade opened through the trees and disclosed the fields, with a glimpse of the red house in the distance at the far end. But a little wicket gate that stood across the path had first to be climbed, and as he scrambled heavily over, for it would not open, he got the astonishing feeling that it slid off sideways beneath his weight and toward the wood. Like the moving staircases at Herod's and Earl's Court, it began to glide off with him. It was quite horrible. He made a violent effort to get down before it carried him into the trees, but his feet became entangled with the bars and umbrella, so that he fell heavily upon the far side, arms spread across the grass and nettles, boots clutched between the first and second bars. He lay there a moment like a man crucified upside down, and while he struggled to get disentangled, feet, bars, and umbrella formed a regular net. He saw the little man in browny green go past him with extreme rapidity through the wood. The man was laughing. He passed across the glade some 50 yards away, and he was not alone this time. A companion like himself went with him. The clerk, now upon his feet again, watched them disappear into the gloom of green beyond. "They're tramps, not gamekeepers," he said to himself, half mortified, half angry. But his heart was thumping dreadfully, and he dared not utter all his thought. He examined the wicket gate, convinced it was a trick gate somehow, then went hurriedly on again, disturbed beyond belief to see that the glade no longer opened into fields, but curved away to the right. What in the world had happened to him? His sight was so utterly at fault. Again the sun flamed out abruptly and lit the floor of the wood with pools of silver, and at the same moment a violent gust of wind passed shouting overhead. Drops fell clattering everywhere upon the leaves, making a sharp pattering as of many footsteps. The whole copse shuddered and went moving. "Rain, by George," thought the clerk, and feeling for his umbrella, discovered he had lost it. He turned back to the gate and found it lying on the farther side. To his amazement, he saw the fields at the far end of the glade. The red house, too, a shine in the sunset. He laughed then, for of course, in his struggle with the gate, he had somehow got turned round, had fallen back instead of forwards. Climbing over, this time quite easily, he retraced his steps. The silver band he saw had been torn from the umbrella. No doubt his foot, a nail, or something had caught in it and ripped it off. The clerk began to run. He felt extraordinarily dismayed, but while he ran, the entire wood ran with him, round him, To and fro, trees shifting like living things, leaves folding and unfolding, trunks darting backwards and forwards, and branches disclosing enormous empty spaces, then closing up again before he could look into them. There were footsteps everywhere, and laughing, crying voices, and crowds of figures gathering just behind his back, till the glade, he knew, was thick with moving life. The wind in his ears, of course, produced the voices and the laughter, while sun and clouds, plunging the copse alternately in shadow and bright dazzling light, created the figures. But he did not like it, and went as fast as ever his sturdy legs could take him. He was frightened now. This was no story for his wife and children. He ran like the wind, but his feet made no sound upon the soft mossy turf. Then, to his horror, he saw that the glade grew narrow. Nettles and weeds stood thick across it. It dwindled down into a tiny path, and 20 yards ahead it stopped finally and melted off among the trees. What the trick gate had failed to achieve, this twisting glade accomplished easily, carried him in bodily among the dense and crowding trees. There was only one thing to do: turn sharply and dash back again, run headlong into the life that followed at his back, followed so closely, too, that now it almost touched him, pushing him in. And with reckless courage, this was what he did. It seemed a fearful thing to do. He turned with a sort of violent spring, head down and shoulders forward, hands stretched before his face. He made the plunge. Like a hunted creature, he charged full tilt the other way, meeting the wind now in his face. Good Lord, the gate behind him had closed up as well. There was no longer any path at all. Turning round and round like an animal at bay, he searched for an opening, a way of escape, searched frantically, breathlessly, terrified now in his bones. But foliage surrounded him, branches blocked the way. The trees stood close and still, unshaken by a breath of wind, and the sun dipped that moment behind a great black cloud. The entire wood turned dark and silent. It watched him. Perhaps it was this final touch of sudden blackness that made him act so foolishly, as though he had really lost his head. At any rate, without pausing to think, he dashed headlong in among the trees again. There was a sensation of being stiflingly surrounded and entangled, and that he must break out at all costs, out and away into the open of the blessed fields and air. He did this ill-considered thing, and apparently charged straight into an oak that deliberately moved onto his path to stop him. He saw it shift across a good full yard, and being a measuring man, accustomed to theodolite and chain, he ought to know. He fell, saw stars, and felt 1,000 tiny fingers tugging and pulling at his hands and neck and ankles. The stinging nettles, no doubt, were responsible for this. He thought of it later. At the moment, it felt diabolically calculated. But another remarkable illusion was not so easily explained. For all in a moment, it seemed, the entire wood went sliding past him, with a thick, deep rustling of leaves and laughter, myriad footsteps and tiny little active, energetic shapes. 2 men in browny green gave him a mighty hoist, and he opened his eyes to find himself lying in the meadow beside the stile where first his incredible adventure had begun. The wood stood in its usual place and stared down upon him in the sunlight. There was the red house in the distance as before. Above him grinned the weather-beaten notice board: "Trespassers will be prosecuted." Disheveled in mind and body, and a good deal shaken in his official soul, the clerk walked slowly across the fields. But on the way he glanced once more at the postcard of instructions, and saw with dull amazement that the inked-out sentence was quite legible after all beneath the scratches made across it. "There is a short-cut through the wood I want cut down, if you care to take it." Only care was so badly written it looked more like another word. The C was uncommonly like D. That's the copse that spoils my view of the downs, you see, his client explained to him later, pointing across the fields and referring to the ordnance map beside him. I want it cut down and a path made so and so. His finger indicated direction on the map. The fairy wood, it's still called, and it's far older than this house. Come now, if you're ready, Mr. Thomas, we might go out and have a look at it. End of Ancient Lights by Algernon Blackwood.
Arachne by Jean Lang. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Arachne. The hay that so short a time ago was long lush grass with fragrant meadowsweet and gold-eyed marguerites growing amongst it in the green meadowland by the river is now dry hay, fragrant still, though dead, and hidden from the sun's warm rays underneath the dark wooden rafters of the barn. Occasionally a cat on a hunting foray comes into the barn to look for mice or to nestle cozily down into the purring slumber. Now and then a hen comes furtively tiptoeing through the open door and makes for itself a secret nest in which to lay the eggs which it subsequently heralds with such loud clucks of proud rejoicing as to completely undo all its previous precautions. Sometimes children come in, pursuing cat or hen, or merely to tumble each other over amongst the soft hay which they leave in chaotic confusion. And when they have gone away, a little more of the sky can be seen through the little window in the roof and through the wooden bars of the window lower down. Yet whatever other living creatures may come or go by those windows of the barn and high up on its dark rafters, there is always a little creature working, ceaselessly working. When through the skylight the sun god drives a golden sunbeam and a long shaft of dancing dust atoms passes through window to what was once a part of the early summer's glory, and work of the unresting toiler is also to be seen, for the window is hung with shimmering grey tapestries made by Arachne, the spider, and from rafter to rafter her threads are suspended with inimitable skill. She was a nymph once, they say, the daughter of Edmund the Dyer of Colophon, a city of Lydia. In all Lydia there was none who could weave as wove the beautiful Arachne. To watch her card the wool of the white-fleeced sheep, until in her fingers it grew like the soft clouds that hang round hilltops, was pleasure enough to draw nymphs from the golden river Pactolus and from vineyards of Tymolus. And when she drove her swift shuttle hither and thither, still it was joy to watch her wondrous skill. Magical was the growth of the web, fine of woof, and that her darting fingers span, and yet more magical the exquisite devices that she then wrought upon it. For birds and flowers and butterflies and pictures of all the beautiful things on earth were limned by Arachne, and all tales grew alive under her creative needle. To Pallas Athene, the goddess of craftsmen, came tidings that at Colophon in Lydia lived a nymph whose skill rivaled that of the goddess herself, and she, ever jealous for her own honor, took on herself the form of a woman bent with age, and leaning on her staff, joined the little crowd that hung round Arachne as she plied her busy needle. With white arms twined round each other, the eager nymphs watched the flowers spring up under her fingers, even as flowers spring from the ground on the coming of Demeter, and Athene was fain to admire, while she marvelled at the magic skill of the fair Arachne. Gently she spoke to Arachne, and with the persuasive words of a wise old woman, warned her that she must not let her ambition soar too high. Greater than all skilled craftswomen was the great goddess Athene, and were Arachne in impious vanity to dream that one day she might equal her, that were indeed a crime for any god to punish. Glancing up for a moment from the picture, whose perfect colours grew fast under her slim fingers, Arachne fixed scornful eyes on the old woman and gave a merry laugh. "Didst say equal, Athene, all-mother?" she said. "In good sooth thy dwelling must be with the goat herds in the far-off hills, and thou art not a dweller in our city, else hadst thou not spoken to Arachne of equalling the work of Athene. Excelling were the better word." In anger Pallas Athene made answer, Impious one, she said, to those who would make themselves higher than the gods must ever come woe unutterable. Take heed what thou sayest, for punishment will assuredly be thine. Laughing still, Arachne made reply, I fear not Athene, nor does my heart shake at the gloomy warning of a foolish old crone. And turning to the nymphs who, half afraid, listened to her daring words, she said, Fair nymphs who watch me day by day, well do ye know that I make no idle boast. My skill is as great as that of Athene, and greater still it shall be. Let Athene try a contest with me, if she dare, well do I know who will be the victor. Then Athene cast off her disguise, and before the frightened nymphs and the bold Arachne stood the radiant goddess, with eyes that blazed with anger and insulted pride. Lo, Athene is come, she said, and nymphs and women fell on their knees before her, humbly adoring. Arachne alone was unabashed. Her cheeks showed how fast her heart was beating. From rosy red to white went the color in them, yet in firm, low voice she spoke. I have spoken truth, she said. Not woman nor goddess can do work such as mine. Ready am I to abide by what I have said, and if I did boast, by my boast I stand. If thou wilt deign, great goddess, to try thy skill against the skill of the dyer's daughter, and dost prove the victor, behold me gladly willing to pay the penalty. The eyes of Athene, the grey-eyed goddess, grew dark as the sea when a thundercloud hangs over it and a mighty storm is coming. Not for one moment did she delay, but took her place by the side of Arachne. On the loom they stretched out two webs with a fine warp and made them fast on the beam. The sleigh separates the warp. The woof is inserted in the middle with sharp shuttles, which the fingers hurry along, and, being drawn within the warp, the teeth notched in the moving sleigh strike it. Both hasten on, and girding up their garments to their breasts, they move their skilful arms, their eagerness beguiling their fatigue. There both the purple is being woven, which is subjected to the Tyrian brazen vessel, and the fine shades of minute difference, just as the rainbow with its mighty arch is wont to tint a long track of sky by means of the rays reflected by the shower, in which, though 1,000 different colors are shining, yet the very transition eludes the eye that look upon it. There too the pliant gold is mixed with the threads, or with their canvases wrought. Then did Athene and Arachne hasten to cover them with pictures such as no skilled worker of tapestry has ever since dreamt of accomplishing. Under the fingers of Athene grew up pictures so real and so perfect that the watchers knew not whether the goddess was indeed creating life, and each picture was one that told the omnipotence of the gods and of the doom that came upon those mortals who had dared in their blasphemous presumption to struggle as equals with the immortal dwellers in Olympus. Arachne glanced up from her web and looked with eyes that glowed with the love of beautiful things at the creations of Athene. Yet, undaunted, her fingers still sped on, and the goddess saw, with brow that grew yet more clouded, how the daughter of Idmon the dyer had chosen for subjects the tales that showed the weaknesses of the gods. One after another the living pictures grew beneath her hand, and the nymphs held their breath in mingled fear and ecstasy at Arachne's godlike skill and most arrogant daring. Between goddess and the mortal none could have chosen, for the color and the form and exquisite fancy of the pictures of the daughter of Zeus were equalled, though not excelled, by those of the daughter of the dyer of Colophon. Darker and yet more dark grew the eyes of Athene as they looked on the magical beauty of pictures, each one of which was an insult to the gods. What picture had skilful hand ever drawn to compare with that of Europa, who, riding on the back of the divine bull, with one hand clasped the beast's great horn, and with the other caught up with her garment's purple fold, lest it might trail and be drenched in the hoarse sea's infinite spray, and her deep robe was blown out in the wind, like sail of a ship, and lightly ever it wafted the maiden onward. Mucius. Then at last did the storm break, and with her shuttle the enraged goddess smote the web of Arachne, and the fair pictures were rent into motley rags and ribbons. Furiously too, with her shuttle of boxwood, she smote Arachne. Before her rage, the nymphs fled back to their golden river and to the vineyards of Tymolus, and the women of Colophon in blind terror rushed away. and Arachne, shamed to the dust, knew that life for her was no longer worth possessing. She had aspired, in the pride of her splendid genius, to a contest with a god, and knew now that such a contest must ever be vain. A cord hung from the weaver's beam, and swiftly she seized it, knotted it round her white neck, and would have hanged herself, but ere the life had passed out of her, Athene grasped the cord, loosened it, and spoke Arachne's doom. "Live," she said, "O guilty and shameless one, for evermore shalt thou live and hang as now, thou and thy descendants, that men may never forget the punishment of the blasphemous one who dared to rival a god." Even as she spoke, Arachne's fair form dried up and withered, her straight limbs grew grey and crooked and wiry, and her white arms were no more, and from the beam where the beautiful weaver of Lydia had suspended, there hung from a fine grey thread the creature from which, to this day, there are but few who would not turn with loathing, yet still Arachne spins, and still is without a compeer. Not any damsel which her vaunted most, in skilful knitting of soft silken twine, nor any weaver which his work doth boast, in deeper, in damask, or in line, nor any skilled in workmanship embossed, nor any skilled in loops of fingering fine, might in their diverse cunning ever dare with this so curious network to compare. Spenser. Thus perhaps does Arachne have her compensations, and in days that followed long after the twilight of the gods, did she not gain eternal honor in the heart of every Scot by the tale of how she saved a national hero? Kindly too are her labours for men as she slays their mortal enemies, the household flies, and when the peasant, practical if not favoured by Aesculapius and Hygeia, runs to raid the loom of Arachne in order to staunch the quick-flowing blood from the cut hand of her little child, much more dear to her heart is Arachne the spider than the unknown Athene. Also in spinners, in tokens of divination, and of knowing what weather shall fall, for oft by weathers that shall fall, some spin or weave higher or lower. Also multitude of spinners is token of much rain. Bartholomew. The sun has not long enough shone in his face to dry up the dew in the garden, and behold on the little clipped tree of boxwood a great marble, for in and out and all over its twigs and leaves Arachne has woven her web, and on the web the dew has dropped 1,000,000 diamond drops, and suddenly all the colors in the sky are mirrored dazzlingly on the great tapestry of her making. Arachne has come to her own again. End of Arachne by Jean Lang. Read by James. A Deathbed Confession by Ines Bid. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. And so you think I shall go to heaven when I die, sir? And why? Because I have spent my time and what bits of money I have had in looking after the poor in this parish, and I would do it again if I had my time to come over again. But it will take more than that to wipe out my sins, and God forgive me if I can't always believe that even His mercy will be equal to it. You are a clergyman and you ought to know. I think sometimes the black heart in me that started me on that deed must have come from the devil, and that I am his child after all, and shall go back to him at last. Don't look so shocked, sir. That's not what I really believe. It's only what I sometimes fear I thought to believe when I wake up in the chill night and think things over, lying here alone. To see me old and prim with my cap and little checked sole, you would never think that I was one of the 2 prettiest girls on the South Downs, but I was, and my cousin Lillian was the other. We lived at Whitecroft together at our uncle's. He was a well-to-do farmer, as well-to-do a farmer could be in such times as those and on such land as that. Whenever I hear people say home, it's Whitecroft I think of, with its narrow windows and thatched roof, and the farm buildings about it, and the bits of trees all bent one way with the wind from the sea. Whitecroft stands on a shoulder of the downs, and on a clear day you can see right out to the sea and over the hollow where Felscombe lies, cuddled down close and warm, with its elms and its church and its bright bits of gardens. They are sheltered from the sea wind down there, but there's nothing to break the wing of it as it rolls across the downs onto the Whitecroft. And of a night Lillian and I used to lie and listen to the wind banging the windows, and know that the chimneys were rocking over our heads, and feel the house move to and fro with the strength of the wind, like as if it was the swing of a cradle. Lillian and I had come there together, little things, and Uncle had brought us up together, and we loved each other like sisters until that happened. And this is the first time I have told the human soul about it, and if being sorry can pay for things, well, I am afraid there are some things nothing can pay for. It was one wild windy night when, if you should open the door an inch, everything in the house jarred and rattled. We were sitting round the fire, Uncle and Lillian and me, us with our knitting and him asleep in his newspaper, and nobody could have gone to sleep with a wind like that but a man who has been bred and born at sea or on the South Downs. Lillian and I were talking over our new winter dresses when there come a knock at the side door, not nigh so loud as some of the noises the wind made, but not being used to it, Uncle sat up, wide awake, and said, "Hark!" In a minute it come again, and then I went to the door and opened it a bit. There was someone who began to speak as soon as he saw the light, but I could not hear what he said for the roaring of the wind and the cracking of the trees outside. "Shut that door," Uncle shouted from the parlour. "Let the dog in, whatever he is, and let him tell his tale this side the oak." So I let him in and shut the door after him, and I had better have shut to the lid of my own coffin after me. Him that I let in was dripping wet, and all spent with fighting the wind on these downs, where it is like a lion roaring for its prey, and will go nigh to kill you if you fight it long enough. He leaned against the wall and said, "I have lost my way, and I have had a nasty fall. I think there is something wrong with my arm, hollow, slip, light, hospitality, beg your pardon, I'm sure," and with that he fainted dead off on the cocoa nut matting at my feet. Uncle came out when I screamed, and we got the stranger in and put him on the big couch by the fire. Uncle was nursing up with one of his bad attacks of bronchitis, the same thing that carried him off in the end, and the first thing he said when he had felt the poor chap's arm down was, "This is a bad break. Which of you girls will go and wake up one of the wagoners to fetch doctor from Felscombe?" "I will," I said. But before I went, I got out the port wine and the brandy, and bade Lillian rub his hands a bit, and be sure she didn't let him see her frightened look when he came to. Why did I do that? Because the Lord made me to be a fool, giving him her pretty face to be the first thing he looked at when he came to after that long dreary spell on the downs and the black journey into the strange place where people go to when they faint. But everything there was of me ached to be of some use to him, so I went, and once outside the door it seemed easier to take Brown Bess and go myself to Felscombe than to rouse the wagoners, who were but sleepy and slow-headed at the best of times, so I saddled Brown Bess myself and started. It was but a small way across the downs that I had to lead her, it being almost as much as both of us could do to keep our feet in the fury of the wind. Then you go down the steep hill into the village, and as soon as we had passed the brow, it was easy and I mounted. I was down there in less time than it would have been to rouse one of those heavy-headed carters, and the doctor, he came back with me, walking beside Brown Bess with hands on her bridle, he not being by any means loath to come out on such a night, because forsooth it was me that fetched him. Oh yes, I might have married him if I had wanted to, and more than one better man than him, but that's neither here nor there. When we got in, we found Lillian kneeling by the sofa rubbing the young man's hands, as I had told her to, and his eyes were wide open, and there was a bit of colour in his cheek, and he was looking at her like as anyone but a fool might have known he would look, and the doctor, he saw it too and looked at me and grinned. And if I had been God, that grin should have been his last. No, I don't mean to be irreverent, but it's true all the same. Well, the arm was set, and when he was a bit easier, we settled round the fire, and he told us that his name was Edgar Linley, and he was an artist, and had been painting the angry sunset that had come before that night's storm, and got caught in the dusk, and so lost his way, as many do on our downs at home, some not so lucky as him to see a light and get to it. This Mr. Linley had a way with him like no other man I ever see, not only a way to please women with, but men too. I never saw my uncle so taken up with anybody, and the long and the short of it was that he stayed there a month, and we nursed him, and at the end of the month I knew no more than I had known that evening when I had seen him looking at Lillian. But he and Lillian, they had learned a deal in that time. And one evening I was at my bedroom window, and I see them coming up the path in the red light of the evening, walking very close together, and I went down very quick to the parlour, where uncle was just come in to his tea and taking his big boots off, and I sat down there, for I wanted to hear how they would say it, though I knew well enough what they had got to say. And they came in, and he says, very frank and cheery, "Mr. Verinder," he says, "Lillian and I have made up our minds to take each other, with your consent, for better, for worse." And uncle was as pleased as Punch. And as for me, I didn't believe in God then, or I should have prayed him to strike them both down dead as they stood. Why did I hate them so? And you call yourself a man and a parson, and a one that knows the heart of man. Why did I hate them? Because I loved him as no woman will ever love you, sir, if you pardon me being so bold, if you live to be 1,000. He would have understood all about everything with half what I have been telling you. As it is, I sometimes think that he understood, for he was very gentle with me and kind, not making too much of Lillian when I was by, yet never with a look or a word that wasn't the look and a word of her good, true lover. And she was very happy, for she loved him as much as that blue and white teacup kind of woman can love, and that's more than I thought for at the time. He was an orphan and well off, and there was nothing to wait for, so the wedding was fixed for early in the new year, and I sewed at her new clothes with a marrow of lead in every bone of my fingers. A truly understanding person might get some meaning out of my words when I say that I loved her in my heart all the time that I was hating her, and that the devil himself must have sent out my soul and made use of the rest of me on that night that I shall tell you about presently. It was in the sharp, short, frosty days that brought in Christmas that uncle came home one day from Lewis, looking thunder black, with an eye like fire and mouth like stone. And he walked straight into the kitchen, where we three were making toast for tea, for Edgar was one of us by this time, and lent a hand at all such little things as young folks can be merry over together. And uncle says, "Leave my house, young man. It's an honest house, and a clean, and no fit place for sinful swine. Get out," he says, "for without are dogs." With that he went on with a long text of revelation that I won't repeat to you, sir, for I know your ears are nice, and it's out of one of the plainest spoken parts of the Bible. Edgar turned white as a sheet. "I swear to God," he said, "I wasn't to blame. I know what you have heard, but if I can't whiten myself without blacking a woman, I will live and die as black as hell," he says. "But I don't need whitening with those that love me," he says, looking at Lillian and then at me. Oh, yes, he looked at me then. I said, "No, indeed," and so did Lillian. But she began to cry, and before we had time to think what it was all about, he had taken his head and kissed Lillian and was gone. But he turned back at the door again. "I'll write to you," he says to Lillian, "but I don't cross this door again till those words are unsaid." And so he was gone. Him being gone, uncle told us what he had heard in Lewis, and what all folks there believed to be the truth, how young Edgar had carried on, as men may not, with a young married woman, the grocer's wife where he lodged, the end of it being that she drowned herself in a pond nearby, leaving as her last word that he was the cause of it, and so he may have been. but not the way my uncle and the folk at Lewis thought. I'll stake my soul. God makes his troubles in dozens. He don't make a new patterned one for every back. I wasn't the only woman who ever loved Edgar Linley without encouragement and without hope, and risked her soul because she was mad with loving him. But when uncle had told us all this with a black look on his face I never had seen before, he said, "Girls, I have always been a clean liver, and I have brought you up in the fear of the Lord. I don't want to judge any man, and Lilian is of age and her own mistress. It's not for me to say what she shall or shan't do, but if she marries that scoundrel, she has my curse here and hereafter, and not one penny of my money, if it was to save her from the workhouse." After that we were sad enough at Whitecroft, but in 2 days come a letter from Edgar to Lilian, and when she had read it, she looked at me and said, "Oh, Isabel, whatever shall I do? I never can marry without dear uncle's consent." And I turned and went from her without a word, because I couldn't bear to see her arguing and considering what to do when the best thing in the world was at her hand for the taking. All the next week she cried all day and most of the night. Then uncle went to London, my belief being it was to alter his will, so that if Lilian married Edgar, she should feel it in her pocket anyhow, and he was to stay all night, and other farm servants slept out of the house, and we were without a maid at the time, so Lilian and me were left alone at Whitecroft. Lilian and I didn't sleep in one room. I had made some excuse to sleep on the other side of the house, because I couldn't bear to wake up of mornings and see her lying there so pretty, looking like a lily in her white nightgown, and her fair hair tumbled about her face. It was more than any woman could have borne to see her lying there, and think that early in the new year it was him that would see her lying like that of a morning. And that night the place seemed very quiet and empty, as if there was more room in it for being unhappy in. When Lilian had taken her candle and gone up to bed, I walked through all the rooms below, as uncle's habit was, to see that all was fast for the night. It was as I set the bolt on the door of the little lean-to shed where the faggots were kept that the devil entered into me all in a breath, and I thought of Lilian upstairs in her white bed, and of how the day must come when he would see her how pretty she looked and white, and I said to myself, "No, it never shall, not if I burn for it too." I hope you are understanding me. I sometimes think there is something done to folks when they are learning to be parsons, as takes out of them a part of natural person's understandingness, and I would rather have told the doctor, but then he couldn't have told me whether these are kind of things Christ died to make his Father forgive, and I suppose you can. What I did was this. I clean forgot all about uncle and how fond I was of Whitecroft, and how much I had always loved Lilian, and I loved her then, though I know you can't understand me when I say so, and I took all of them faggots, dragging them across the sanded floor of the kitchen, and put them in the parlour in the little wing to the left and just under Lilian's bedroom, and I laid them under the wooden corner cupboard where the best china is, and then I poured oil and brandy all over and set it alight. Then I put on my hat and jacket, buttoning it all the way down, as quiet as I was going down to the village for a pound of candles, and I made sure all was burning free and out of the front door when I went and up onto the downs, and there I sat me down under the wall where I could see Whitecroft, and I watched to see the old place burn down, and at first there was no light to be seen, but presently I see the parlour windows get redder and redder, and soon I knew the curtains had caught, and then there was a light in Lilian's bedroom. I see the bars of the window as you do in the ruined mill when the sun is setting behind it, and then the light got more and more, till I see the stone above the front door that tells how it was builded by one of our name this long time since, and at that, as sudden as he had come, the devil left me, and I knew all in a minute that I was crouched against a wall, very cold, and my hands hooked into my hair over my ears, and my knees drawn under my chin, and there was the old house on fire, the dear old house with Lilian inside it in her little white bed, being burnt to death, and me her murderer. And with that I got up, and I remember I was stiff, as if I had been screwing myself all close together to keep from knowing what it was I had been a-doing. I ran down the meadow to our house faster than I ever ran in my life, in at the door and up the stairs, all blue and black and hidden up with coppery-colored smoke. I don't know how I got up them stairs, for they were beginning to burn too. I opened a door, all red and glowing it was inside, like an oven when you open it to rake out the ashes on a baking day. And I tried to get in because all I wanted then was to save her, to get her out safe and sound if I had to roast myself for it. Because we had been brought up together from little things and I loved her like a sister. And while I was trying to get my jacket off and round my head, something gave away right under my feet and I seemed to fall straight into hell. I was badly burnt, and what handsomeness there was about my face was pretty well scorched out of it by that night's work, and I didn't know anything for a bit. When I came to myself they had got me into bed bound up with cotton wool and oil and things, and the first thing I did was to sit up and try to tear them off. "You'll kill yourself," says the nurse. "Thank you," says I. "That's the best thing I can do now Lillian is dead." And with that the nurse gives a laugh. "Oh, that's what on your mind, is it?" says she. "Doctor said there was something. Miss Lillian had run away that night to her young man. Lucky for her, she's luckier than you, poor thing. And they are married and living in lodgings at Brighton, and she has been over to see you every day. That day she came again. I lay still and let her thank me for having tried to save her, for the farmman had seen the fire and had come up in time to see me go up the staircase to her room, and they had pulled me out. She believes to this day that the fire was an accident and that I would have sacrificed my life for her, and so I would. She is right there. I wasn't going to make her unhappy by telling her the real truth, because she was fond of me as I was of her, and she has been as happy as the day is long, and all her life long, and so she deserves. And as for me, I stayed on with Uncle at the farm until he died of that bronchitis I told you of, and that the little wing was built up again, and that the lichen has grown on it, so that now you could hardly tell it is only 40 years old. And he left me all his money, and when he died and Whitecroft went to a distant relation, I came here to do what bits of good I could. And I have never told the truth about this to anyone but you. I couldn't have told it to anyone else cared, but I know you don't, so that makes it easy." End of A Deathbed Confession by E. Nesbit. Recording by James.
The Flying Stars by G. K. Chesterton. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London, March 2017. The most beautiful crime I ever committed, Flambeau would say in his highly moral old age, was also, by a singular coincidence, my last. It was committed at Christmas. As an artist, I had always attempted to provide crimes suitable to the special season or landscapes in which I found myself, choosing this or that terrace or garden for a catastrophe, as if for a statuary group. Thus squires should be swindled in long rooms panelled with oak, while Jews, on the other hand, should rather find themselves unexpectedly penniless among the lights and screens of the Café Riche. Thus, in England, if I wished to relieve a dean of his riches, which is not so easy as you might suppose, I wished to frame him, if I make myself clear, in the green lawns and grey towers of some cathedral town. Similarly, in France, when I got money out of a rich and wicked peasant, which is almost impossible, it gratified me to get his indignant head relieved against a grey line of clipped poplars and those solemn plains of Gaul over which broods the mighty spirit of Millet. Well, my last crime was a Christmas crime, a cheery, cosy, English middle-class crime, a crime of Charles Dickens. I did it in a good old middle-class house near Putney, a house with a crescent of carriage drive, a house with a stable by the side of it, a house with the name on the 2 outer gates, a house with a monkey tree. Enough, you know the species. I really think my imitation of Dickens's style was dexterous and literary. It seems almost a pity I repented the same evening. Flambeau would then proceed to tell the story from the inside, and even from the inside it was odd. Seen from the outside it was perfectly incomprehensible, and it is from the outside that the stranger must study it. From this standpoint the drama may be said to have begun when the front doors of the house with the stable opened on the garden with the monkey tree, and a young girl came out with bread to feed the birds on the afternoon of Boxing Day. She had a pretty face, with brave brown eyes, but her figure was beyond conjecture, for she was so wrapped up in brown furs that it was hard to say which was hair and which was fur. But for the attractive face she might have been a small toddling bear. The winter afternoon was reddening towards evening, and already a ruby light was rolled over the bloomless beds, filling them, as it were, with the ghosts of the dead roses. On one side of the house stood the stable. On the other, an alley or cloister of laurels led to the larger garden behind. The young lady, having scattered bread for the birds, for the 4th or 5th time that day, because the dog ate it, passed unobtrusively down the lane of laurels and into a glimmering plantation of evergreens behind. Here she gave an exclamation of wonder, real or ritual, and looking up at the high garden wall above her, beheld it fantastically bestridden by a somewhat fantastic figure. "Oh, don't jump, Mr. Crook," she called out in some alarm. "It's much too high." The individual riding the party wall like an aerial horse was a tall, angular young man, with dark hair sticking up like a hairbrush, intelligent and even distinguished lineaments, but a sallow and almost alien complexion. This showed the more plainly because he wore an aggressive red tie, the only part of his costume of which he seemed to take any care. Perhaps it was a symbol. He took no notice of the girl's alarmed adjuration, but leapt like a grasshopper to the ground beside her, where he might very well have broken his legs. "I think I was meant to be a burglar," he said placidly, "and I have no doubt I should have been if I hadn't happened to be born in that nice house next door. I can't see any harm in it, anyhow." "How can you say such things?" she remonstrated. "Well," said the young man, "if you're born on the wrong side of the wall, I can't see that it's wrong to climb over it." "I never know what you will say or do next," she said. "I don't often know myself," replied Mr. Crook. "But then I am on the right side of the wall now." "And which is the right side of the wall?" asked the young lady, smiling. "Whichever side you are on," said the young man named Crook. As they went together through the laurels towards the front garden, a motor horn sounded thrice, coming nearer and nearer, and a car of splendid speed, great elegance, and a pale green colour swept up to the front doors like a bird and stood throbbing. "Hello, hello," said the young man with the red tie. "Here's someone born on the right side, anyhow. I didn't know, Miss Adams, that your Santa Claus was so modern as this." "Oh, that's my godfather, Sir Leopold Fisher. He always comes on Boxing Day." Then, after an innocent pause, which unconsciously betrayed some lack of enthusiasm, Ruby Adams added, "He is very kind." John Crook, journalist, had heard of that eminent city magnate, and it was not his fault if the city magnate had not heard of him, for in certain articles in the Clarion or the New Age, Sir Leopold had been dealt with austerely. But he said nothing and grimly watched the unloading of the motor car, which was rather a long process. A large, neat chauffeur in green got out from the front, and a small, neat manservant in grey got out from the back, and between them they deposited Sir Leopold on the doorstep, and began to unpack him like some very carefully protected parcel. Rugs enough to stock a bazaar, furs of all the beasts of the forest, and scarves of all the colours of the rainbow were unwrapped one by one, till they revealed something resembling the human form, the form of a friendly but foreign-looking old gentleman with a grey goat-like beard and a beaming smile, who rubbed his big fur gloves together. Long before this revelation was complete, the two big doors of the porch had opened in the middle, and Colonel Adams, father of the furry young lady, had come out himself to invite his eminent guest inside. He was a tall, sunburnt and very silent man, who wore a red smoking cap like a fez, making him look like one of the English sirdars or pashas in Egypt. With him was his brother-in-law, lately come from Canada, a big and rather boisterous young gentleman farmer, with a yellow beard, by name James Blount. With him also was the more insignificant figure of the priest from the neighbouring Roman church, for the colonel's late wife had been a Catholic, and the children, as is the custom in such cases, had been trained to follow her. Everything seemed undistinguished about the priest, even down to his name, which was Brown. Yet the colonel had always found something companionable about him, and frequently asked him to such family gatherings. In the large entrance hall of the house there was ample room even for Sir Leopold and the removal of his wraps. Porch and vestibule, indeed, were unduly large in proportion to the house, and formed, as it were, a big room with the front door at one end and the bottom of the staircase at the other. In front of the large hall fire, over which hung the colonel's sword, the process was completed, and the company, including the Saturnine Crook, presented to Sir Leopold Fisher. That venerable financier, however, still seemed struggling with portions of his well-lined attire, and at length produced from a very interior tailcoat pocket a black oval case which he radiantly explained to be his Christmas present for his goddaughter. With an unaffected vainglory that had something disarming about it, he held out the case before them all. It flew open at a touch, and half blinded them. It was just as if a crystal fountain had spurted in their eyes. In a nest of orange velvet lay, like 3 eggs, 3 white and vivid diamonds that seemed to set the very air on fire all round them. Fisher stood beaming benevolently and drinking deep of the astonishment and ecstasy of the girl, the grim admiration and gruff thanks of the colonel, the wonder of the whole group. "I'll put him back now, my dear," said Fisher, returning the case to the tails of his coat. "I had to be careful of 'em coming down. They're the 3 great African diamonds called the Flying Stars, because they've been stolen so often. All the big criminals are on the track, but even the rough men about in the streets and hotels could hardly have kept their hands off them. I might have lost them on the road here. It was quite possible." "Quite natural, I should say," growled the man in the red tie. "I shouldn't blame 'em if they had taken 'em. When they ask for bread, and you don't even give them a stone, I think they might take the stone for themselves." "I won't have you talking like that," cried the girl, who was in a curious glow. "You've only talked like that since you became a horrid what's-his-name. You know what I mean. What do you call a man who wants to embrace the chimney-sweep?" "A saint," said Father Brown. "I think," said Sir Leopold, with a supercilious smile, "that Ruby means a socialist." "A radical does not mean a man who lives on radishes," remarked Crook, with some impatience. "And a conservative does not mean a man who preserves jam. Neither, I assure you, does a socialist mean a man who desires a social evening with the chimney-sweep. A socialist means a man who wants all the chimneys swept and all the chimney-sweeps paid for it." "But who won't allow you," put in the priest in a low voice, "to own your own soot?" Crook looked at him with an eye of interest and even respect. Does one want to own soot? He asked. One might, answered Brown, with a speculation in his eye. I've heard that gardeners use it, and I once made 6 children happy at Christmas when the conjurer didn't come, entirely with soot, applied externally. Oh, splendid, cried Ruby. Oh, I wish you'd do it to this company. The boisterous Canadian, Mr. Blount, was lifting his loud voice in applause, and the astonished financier his, in some considerable deprecation, when a knock sounded at the double front doors. The priest opened them, and they showed again the front garden of evergreens, monkey tree and all, now gathering gloom against a gorgeous violet sunset. The scene thus framed was so coloured and quaint, like a back scene in a play, that they forgot a moment the insignificant figure standing in the door. He was dusty-looking and in a frayed coat, evidently a common messenger. "Any of you gentlemen Mr. Blount?" he asked, and held forward a letter doubtfully. Mr. Blount started and stopped in his shout of assent. Ripping up the envelope with evident astonishment, he read it. His face clouded a little and then cleared, and he turned to his brother-in-law and host. "I'm sick of being such a nuisance, Colonel," he said, with the cheery colonial conventions. "But would it upset you if an old acquaintance called on me here tonight on business? In point of fact, it's Florian, the famous French acrobat and comic actor. I knew him years ago out west. He was a French-Canadian by birth, and he seems to have business for me, though I hardly guess what." Of course," replied the Colonel carelessly. "My dear chap, any friend of yours. No doubt he will prove an acquisition." "He'll black his face, if that's what you mean," cried Blount, laughing. "I don't doubt he'd black everyone else's eyes. I don't care. I'm not refined. I like the jolly old pantomime where a man sits on his top hat." "Not on mine, please," said Sir Leopold Fischer, with dignity. "Well, well," observed Crook airily, "don't let's quarrel. There are lower jokes than sitting on a top hat." Dislike for the red-tied youth, born of his predatory opinions and evident intimacy with the pretty godchild, led Fischer to say, in his most sarcastic magisterial manner, "No doubt you have found something much lower than sitting on a top hat. What is it, pray?" "Letting a top hat sit on you, for instance," said the socialist. Now," cried the Canadian farmer, with his barbarian benevolence. "Don't let's spoil a jolly evening. What I say is, let's do something for the company tonight. Not blacking faces or sitting on hats, if you don't like those, but something of the sort. Why couldn't we have a proper old English pantomime? Clown, Columbine, and so on. I saw one when I left England at 12 years old, and it's blazed in my brain like a bonfire ever since. I came back to the old country only last year, and I find the thing's extinct. Nothing but a lot of snivelling fairy plays. I want a hot poker and a policeman made into sausages, and they give me princesses moralizing by moonlight, bluebirds or something. Bluebeard's more in my line, and him I liked the best when he turned into a pantaloon." "I'm all for making a policeman into sausages," said John Crook. "It's a better definition of socialism than some recently given. But surely the get-up would be too big a business." "Not a scrap," cried Blount, quite carried away. "A harlequinade's the quickest thing we can do, for 2 reasons. First, one can gag to any degree, and second, all the objects are household things. Tables and towel horses, and washing baskets, and things like that." "That's true," admitted Crook, nodding eagerly and walking about. "But I'm afraid I can't have my policeman's uniform. Haven't killed a policeman lately." Blount frowned thoughtfully a space, and then smote his thigh. "Yes, we can," he cried. "I've got Florian's address here, and he knows every costumier in London. I'll phone him to bring a police dress when he comes." And he went bounding away to the telephone. "Oh, it's glorious, godfather," cried Ruby, almost dancing. "I'll be Columbine and you shall be Pantaloon." The millionaire held himself stiff with a sort of heathen solemnity. "I think, my dear," he said, "you must get someone else for Pantaloon." "I will be Pantaloon if you like," said Colonel Adams, taking his cigar out of his mouth and speaking for the first and last time. "You ought to have a statue," cried the Canadian as he came back, radiant, from the telephone. "There, we are all fitted. Mr. Crook shall be clown. He's a journalist and knows all the oldest jokes. I can be Harlequin, that only wants long legs and jumping about. My friend Florian phones. He's bringing the police costume. He's changing on the way. We can act it in this very hall, the audience sitting on those broad stairs opposite, one row above another. These front doors can be the back scene, either open or shut. Shut, you see an English interior. Open, a moonlit garden. It all goes by magic." And snatching a chance piece of billiard chalk from his pocket, he ran it across the hall floor, halfway between the front door and the staircase, to mark the line of the footlights. How even such a banquet of bosh was got ready in the time remained a riddle, but they went at it with a mixture of recklessness and industry that lives when youth is in a house. And youth was in that house that night, though not all may have isolated the two faces and hearts from which it flamed. As always happens, the invention grew wilder and wilder through the very tameness of the bourgeois convention from which it had to create. The Columbine looked charming in an outstanding skirt that strangely resembled the large lamp-shade in the drawing-room. The clown and Pantaloon made themselves white with flour from the cook, red with rouge from some other domestic, who remained, like all true Christian benefactors, anonymous. The Harlequin, already clad in silver paper out of cigar boxes, was, with difficulty, prevented from smashing the old Victorian lustre chandeliers that he might cover himself with resplendent crystals. In fact, he would have certainly done so had not Ruby unearthed some old pantomime paste jewels she had worn at a fancy dress party at the Queen of Diamonds. Indeed, her Uncle James Blount was getting almost out of hand in his excitement. He was like a schoolboy. He put a paper donkey's head unexpectedly on Father Brown, who bore it patiently, and even found some private manner of moving his ears. He even essayed to put the paper donkey's tail to the coat-tails of Sir Leopold Fisher. This, however, was frowned upon. "Uncle is too absurd," cried Ruby to Crook, round whose shoulders she had seriously placed a string of sausages. "Why is he so wild?" "He is Harlequin to your Columbine," said Crook. "I am only the clown who makes the old jokes." "I wish you were the Harlequin," she said, and left the string of sausages swinging. Father Brown, though he knew every detail done behind the scenes, and had even evoked applause by his transformation of a pillow into a pantomime baby, went round to the front and sat among the audience with all the solemn expectation of a child at his first matinee. The spectators were few: relations, one or two local friends, and the servants. Sir Leopold sat in the front seat, his full and still fur-collared figure largely obscuring the view of the little cleric behind him, but it has never been settled by artistic authorities whether the cleric lost much. The pantomime was utterly chaotic, yet not contemptible. There ran through it a range of improvisation which came chiefly from Crook the clown. Commonly he was a clever man, and he was inspired tonight with a wild omniscience, a folly wiser than the world, that which comes to a young man who has seen for an instant a particular expression on a particular face. He was supposed to be the clown, but he was really almost everything else: the author, so far as there was an author, the prompter, the scene painter, the scene shifter, and, above all, the orchestra. At abrupt intervals in the outrageous performance, he would hurl himself in full costume at the piano and bang out some popular music equally absurd and appropriate. The climax of this, as of all else, was the moment when the two front doors at the back of the scene flew open, showing the lovely moonlit garden, but showing more prominently the famous professional guest, the great Florian, dressed up as a policeman. The clown at the piano played the constabulary chorus in the Pirates of Penzance, but it was drowned in the deafening applause, for every gesture of the great comic actor was an admirable though restrained version of the carriage and manner of the police. The Harlequin leapt upon him and hit him over the helmet, the pianist playing "Where Did You Get That Hat?" He faced about in admirably simulated astonishment, and then the leaping Harlequin hit him again, the pianist suggesting a few bars of "Then We Had Another One." Then the Harlequin rushed right into the arms of the policeman and fell on top of him, amid a roar of applause. Then it was that the strange actor gave that celebrated imitation of a dead man, of which the fame still lingers round Putney. It was almost impossible to believe that a living person could appear so limp. The athletic Harlequin swung him about like a sack, or twisted or tossed him like an Indian club, all the time to the most maddeningly ludicrous tunes from the piano. When the Harlequin heaved the comic constable heavily off the floor, the clown played "I Arise from Dreams of Thee." When he shuffled him across his back, "With my bundle on my shoulder." And when the Harlequin finally let fall the policeman with the most convincing thud, the lunatic at the instrument struck into a jingling measure with some word which I still believed to have been "I sent a letter to my love, and on the way I dropped it." At about this limit of mental anarchy, Father Brown's view was obscured altogether, for the city magnate in front of him rose to his full height and thrust his hands savagely into all his pockets. Then he sat down nervously, still fumbling, and then stood up again. For an instant it seemed seriously likely that he would stride across the footlights. Then he turned a glare at the clown playing the piano, and then he burst in silence out of the room. The priest had only watched for a few more minutes the absurd but not inelegant dance of the amateur Harlequin over his splendidly unconscious foe. With real, though rude art, the Harlequin danced slowly backwards out of the door into the garden, which was full of moonlight and stillness. The vamped dress of silver paper and paste, which had been too glaring in the footlights, looked more and more magical and silvery as it danced away under a brilliant moon. The audience was closing in with a cataract of applause when Brown felt his arm abruptly touched, and he was asked in a whisper to come into the colonel's study. He followed his summoner with increasing doubt, which was not dispelled by a solemn comicality in the scene of the study. There sat Colonel Adams, still unaffectedly dressed as a pantaloon, with a knobbed whalebone nodding above his brow, but with his poor old eyes sad enough to have sobered a Saturnalia. Sir Leopold Fischer was leaning against the mantelpiece and heaving with all the importance of panic. "This is a very painful matter, Father Brown," said Adams. "The truth is, those diamonds we all saw this afternoon seem to have vanished from my friend's tailcoat pocket. And as I," supplemented Father Brown with a broad grin, "was sitting just behind him." "Nothing of the sort shall be suggested," said Colonel Adams, with a firm look at Fischer, which rather implied that some such thing had been suggested. "I only ask you to give me the assistance that any gentleman might give." "Which is turning out his pocket," said Father Brown, and proceeded to do so, displaying 7 and 6pence, a return ticket, a small silver crucifix, a small breviary, and a stick of chocolate. The colonel looked at him long and then said, "Do you know, I should like to see the inside of your head more than the inside of your pockets. My daughter is one of your people. I know, well, she has lately," and he stopped. "She has lately," cried out old Fischer, "opened her father's house to a cut-throat socialist who says openly he would steal anything from a richer man. This is the end of it. Here is the richer man, and none the richer." "If you want the inside of my head, you can have it," said Brown rather wearily. "What it's worth you can say afterwards. But the first thing I find in that disused pocket is this." that men who mean to steal diamonds don't talk socialism. They are more likely, he added demurely, to denounce it. Both the others shifted sharply, and the priest went on. You see, we know these people, more or less. That socialist would no more steal a diamond than a pyramid. We ought to look at once to the man we don't know, the fellow acting the policeman, Florian. Where is he exactly at this minute, I wonder? The pantaloon sprang erect and strode out of the room. An interlude ensued, during which the millionaire stared at the priest, and the priest at his breviary, and the pantaloon returned and said, with staccato gravity, "The policeman is still lying on the stage. The curtain has gone up and down 6 times. He is still lying there." Father Brown dropped his book and stood staring with a look of blank mental ruin. Very slowly a light began to creep in his grey eyes, and then he made the scarcely obvious answer. "Please forgive me, Colonel, but when did your wife die?" "Wife?" replied the staring soldier. "She died this year, 2 months. Her brother James arrived just a week too late to see her." The little priest bounded like a rabbit shot. "Come on," he cried in quite unusual excitement. "Come on, we've got to go and look at that policeman." They rushed onto the now curtained stage, breaking rudely past the Columbine and clown, who seemed whispering quite contentedly, and Father Brown bent over the prostrate comic policeman. "Chloroform," he said as he rose. "I only guessed it just now." There was a startled stillness, and then the colonel said slowly, "Please say seriously what all this means." Father Brown suddenly shouted with laughter, then stopped, and only struggled with it for instants during the rest of his speech. "Gentlemen," he gasped, "there's not much time to talk. I must run after the criminal. But this great French actor who played the policeman, this clever corpse the harlequin waltzed with and dandled and threw about, he was—" His voice again failed him, and he turned his back to run. "He was?" called Fischer inquiringly. "A real policeman," said Father Brown, and ran away into the dark. There were hollows and bowers at the extreme end of the leafy garden, in which the laurels and other immortal shrubs showed against sapphire sky and silver moon, even in that midwinter, warm colours as of the south. The green gaiety of the waving laurels, the rich purple indigo of the night, the moon like a monstrous crystal, make an almost irresponsible romantic picture, and among the top branches of the garden trees a strange figure is climbing, who looks not so much romantic as impossible. He sparkles from head to heel, as if clad in 10 million moons. The real moon catches him at every movement and sets a new inch of him on fire. But he swings, flashing and successful, from the short tree in this garden to the tall, rambling tree in the other, and only stops there because a shade has slid under the smaller tree and has unmistakably called up to him. "Well, Flambeau," says the voice, "you really look like a flying star, but that always means a falling star at last." The silver, sparkling figure above seems to lean forward in the laurels and, confident of escape, listens to the little figure below. "You never did anything better, Flambeau. It was clever to come from Canada, with a Paris ticket, I suppose, just a week after Mrs. Adams died, when no one was in a mood to ask questions. It was clever to have marked down the flying stars and the very day of Fischer's coming, but there's no cleverness, but mere genius, in what followed. Stealing the stones, I suppose, was nothing to you. You could have done it by sleight of hand in 100 other ways, besides that pretence of putting a paper donkey's tail to Fischer's coat, but in the rest you eclipsed yourself. The silvery figure among the green leaves seems to linger as if hypnotized, though his escape is easy behind him. He is staring at the man below. "Oh yes," says the man below, "I know all about it. I know you not only forced the pantomime, but put it to a double use. You were going to steal the stones quietly. News came by an accomplice that you were already suspected, and a capable police officer was coming to rout you up that very night. A common thief would have been thankful for the warning and fled, but you are a poet. You already had the clever notion of hiding the jewels in a blaze of false stage jewellery. Now, you saw that if the dress were harlequin's, the appearance of a policeman would be quite in keeping." The worthy officer started from Putney Police Station to find you, and walked into the queerest trap ever set in this world. When the front door opened, he walked straight on to the stage of a Christmas pantomime where he could be kicked, clubbed, stunned and drugged by the dancing harlequin, amid roars of laughter from all the most respectable people in Putney. Oh, you will never do anything better. And now, by the way, you might give me back those diamonds. The green branch on which the glittering figure swung rustled as if in astonishment, but the voice went on. I want you to give them back, Flambeau, and I want you to give up this life. There is still youth and honour and humour in you. Don't fancy they will last in that trade. Men may keep a sort of level of good, but no man has ever been able to keep on one level of evil. That road goes down and down. The kind man drinks and turns cruel. The frank man kills and lies about it. Many a man I've known started like you to be an honest outlaw, a merry robber of the rich, and ended stamped into slime. Maurice Blum started out as an anarchist of principle, a father of the poor. He ended a greasy spy and talebearer that both sides used and despised. Harry Burke started his free money movement sincerely enough. Now he's sponging on a half-starved sister for endless brandies and sodas. Lord Amber went into wild society in a sort of chivalry. Now he's paying blackmail to the lowest vultures in London. Captain Barillon was the great gentleman Apache before your time. He died in a madhouse, screaming with fear of the narcs and receivers that had betrayed him and hunted him down. I know the woods look very free behind you, Flambeau. I know that in a flash you could melt into them like a monkey. But some day you will be an old grey monkey, Flambeau. You will sit up in your free forest cold at heart and close to death, and the tree-tops will be very bare. Everything continued still, as if the small man below held the other in the tree in some long invisible leash. And he went on. Your downward steps have begun. You used to boast of doing nothing mean, but you are doing something mean tonight. You are leaving suspicion on an honest boy with a good deal against him already. You are separating him from the woman he loves and who loves him, but you will do meaner things than that before you die. 3 flashing diamonds fell from the tree to the turf. The small man stooped to pick them up, and when he looked up again, the green cage of the tree was emptied of its silver bird. The restoration of the gems, accidentally picked up by Father Brown of all people, ended the evening in uproarious triumph, and Sir Leopold, in his height of good humour, even told the priest that though he himself had broader views, he could respect those whose creed required them to be cloistered and ignorant of this world. End of The Flying Stars by G.K. Chesterton. The Invisible Man by G.K. Chesterton. This is the Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London, March 2017. In the cool blue twilight of 2 steep streets in Camden Town, the shop at the corner, a confectioner's, glowed like the butt of a cigar. One should rather say, perhaps, like the butt of a firework, for the light was of many colours and some complexity, broken up by many mirrors and dancing on many gilt and gaily coloured cakes and sweetmeats. Against this one fiery glass were glued the noses of many gutter snipes, for the chocolates were all wrapped in those red and gold and green metallic colours which are almost better than chocolate itself, and the huge white wedding cake in the window was somehow at once remote and satisfying, just as if the whole North Pole were good to eat. Such rainbow provocations could naturally collect the youth of the neighbourhood up to the ages of 10 or 12. But this corner was also attractive to youth at a later stage, and a young man not less than 24 was staring into the same shop window. To him also the shop was of fiery charm, but this attraction was not wholly to be explained by chocolates, which, however, he was far from despising. He was a tall, burly, red-haired young man with a resolute face but a listless manner. He carried under his arm a flat, grey portfolio of black and white sketches, which he had sold with more or less success to publishers ever since his uncle, who was an admiral, had disinherited him for socialism because of a lecture which he had delivered against that economic theory. His name was John Turnbull Angus. Entering at last, he walked through the confectioner's shop to the back room, which was a sort of pastry-cook restaurant, merely raising his hat to the young lady who was serving there. She was a dark, elegant, alert girl in black, with a high colour and very quick, dark eyes, and after the ordinary interval she followed him into the inner room to take his order. His order was evidently a usual one. "I want, please," he said with precision, "1 halfpenny bun and a small cup of black coffee." An instant before the girl could turn away he added, "Also, I want you to marry me." The young lady of the shop stiffened suddenly and said, "Those are jokes I don't allow." The red-haired young man lifted grey eyes of an unexpected gravity. "Really and truly," he said, "it's as serious as the halfpenny bun. It is expensive, like the bun. One pays for it. It is indigestible, like the bun. It hurts." The dark young lady had never taken her dark eyes off him, but seemed to be studying him with almost tragic exactitude. At the end of her scrutiny she had something like the shadow of a smile, and she sat down in a chair. "Don't you think," observed Angus absently, "that it's rather cruel to eat these halfpenny buns? They might grow up into penny buns. I shall give up these brutal sports when we are married." The dark young lady rose from her chair and walked to the window, evidently in a state of strong but not unsympathetic cogitation. When at last she swung round again with an air of resolution, she was bewildered to observe that the young man was carefully laying out on the table various objects from the shop window. They included a pyramid of highly coloured sweets, several plates of sandwiches, and the 2 decanters containing that mysterious port and sherry which are peculiar to pastry cooks. In the middle of this neat arrangement he had carefully let down an enormous load of white sugared cake, which had been the huge ornament of the window. "What on earth are you doing?" she asked. "Duty, my dear Laura," he began. "Oh, for the Lord's sake, stop a minute!" she cried, "and don't talk to me in that way. I mean, what is all that?" "A ceremonial meal, Miss Hope." "And what is that?" she asked impatiently, pointing to the mountain of sugar. "The wedding cake, Mrs. Angus," he said. The girl marched to that article, removing it with some clatter, and put it back in the shop window. Then she returned, and putting her elegant elbows on the table, regarded the young man not unfavourably, but with considerable exasperation. "You don't give me any time to think," she said. "I'm not such a fool," he answered. "That's my Christian humility." She was still looking at him, but she had grown considerably graver behind the smile. "Mr. Angus," she said steadily, "before there is a minute more of this nonsense, I must tell you something about myself as shortly as I can." "Delighted," replied Angus gravely. "You might tell me something about myself, too, while you are about it." "Oh, do hold your tongue and listen," she said. "It's nothing that I'm ashamed of, and it isn't even anything that I'm specially sorry about. But what would you say if there was something that is no business of mine, and yet is my nightmare?" "In that case," said the man seriously, "I should suggest that you bring back the cake." "Well, you must listen to the story first," said Laura persistently. To begin with, I must tell you that my father owned the inn called the Red Fish at Ludbury, and I used to serve people in the bar. I've often wondered, he said, why there was a kind of a Christian air about this one confectioner's shop. Ludbury is a sleepy, grassy little hole in the eastern counties, and the only kind of people who ever came to the Red Fish were occasional commercial travellers, and for the rest, the most awful people you can see, only you've never seen them. I mean little loungy men who had just enough to live on and had nothing to do but lean about in bar-rooms and bet on horses, in bad clothes that were just too good for them. Even these wretched young rotters were not very common at our house, but there were two of them that were a lot too common in every sort of way. They both lived on money of their own, and were wearisomely idle and overdressed. But yet I was a bit sorry for them, because I half believe they slunk into our little empty bar because each of them had a slight deformity, the sort of thing that some yokels laugh at. It wasn't exactly a deformity either. It was more an oddity. One of them was a surprisingly small man, something like a dwarf, or at least like a jockey. He was not at all jockeyish to look at, though. He had a round black head and a well-trimmed black beard, bright eyes like a bird's. He was no fool, though a futile idler. He was curiously clever at all kinds of things that couldn't be the slightest use. A sort of impromptu conjuring, making 15 matches set fire to each other like a regular firework, or cutting a banana or some such thing into a dancing doll. His name was Isidore Smythe, and I can see him still, with his little dark face, just coming up to the counter, making a jumping kangaroo out of 5 cigars. The other fellow was more silent and more ordinary, but somehow he alarmed me much more than poor little Smythe. He was very tall and slight and light-haired. His nose had a high bridge, and he might almost have been handsome in a special sort of way. But he had one of the most appalling squints I've ever seen or heard of. When he looked straight at you, you didn't know where you were yourself, let alone what he was looking at. I fancy this sort of disfigurement embittered the poor chap a little. For while Smythe was ready to show off his monkey tricks anywhere, James Welkin, that was the squinting man's name, never did anything except soak in our bar parlour and go for great walks by himself in the flat grey country all around. All the same, I think Smythe, too, was a little sensitive about being so small, though he carried it off more smartly. And so it was that I was really puzzled, as well as startled, and very sorry, when they both offered to marry me in the same week. Well, I did what I since thought was perhaps a silly thing, but after all, these freaks were my friends in a way, and I had a horror of their thinking I refused them for the real reason, which was that they were so impossibly ugly. So I made up some gas of another sort about never meaning to marry anyone who hadn't carved his way in the world. I said it was a point of principle with me not to live on money that was just inherited like theirs. 2 days after I'd talked in this well-meaning sort of way, the whole trouble began. The first thing I heard was that both of them had gone off to seek their fortunes, as if they were in some silly fairy tale. Well, I've never seen either of them from that day to this, but I've had 2 letters from the little man called Smythe, and really they were rather exciting. "Ever heard of the other man?" asked Angus. "No, he never wrote," said the girl, after an instant's hesitation. "Smythe's first letter was simply to say he had started out walking with Welkin to London. But Welkin was such a good walker that the little man dropped out of it and took a rest by the roadside. He happened to be picked up by some travelling show, and partly because he was nearly a dwarf, and partly because he was really a clever little wretch, he got on quite well in the show business, and was soon sent up to the aquarium to do some tricks that I forget. That was his first letter. His second was much more of a startler, and I only got it last week." The man called Angus emptied his coffee cup and regarded her with mild and patient eyes. Her own mouth took a slight twist of laughter as she resumed. "I suppose you've seen on the hoardings all about this Smythe Silent Service. Or you must be the only person who hasn't." "Oh, I don't know much about it. It's some clockwork invention for doing all the housework by machinery. You know the sort of thing. Press a button, a butler who never drinks. Turn a handle, 10 housemaids who never flirt. You must have seen the advertisements. Well, whatever these machines are, they are making pots of money, and they are making it all for the little imp whom I knew down in Ludbury. I can't help feeling pleased the poor little chap has fallen on his feet, but the plain fact is I'm in terror of his turning up any minute and telling me he's carved his way in the world, as he certainly has." "And the other man?" repeated Angus, with a sort of obstinate quietude. Laura Hope got to her feet suddenly. "My friend," she said, "I think you are a witch. Yes, you are quite right. I have not seen a line of the other man's writing, and I have no more notion than the dead of what or where he is. But it is of him that I am frightened. It is he who is all about my path. It is he who has half driven me mad. Indeed, I think he has driven me mad. For I have felt him where he could not have been, and I have heard his voice when he could not have spoken." "Well, my dear," said the young man cheerfully, "if he were Satan himself, he is done for now you have told somebody. One goes mad all alone, old girl. But when was it you fancied you felt and heard our squinting friend?" "I heard James Welkin laugh as plainly as I hear you speak," said the girl steadily. "There was nobody there, for I just stood outside the shop at the corner and could see down both streets at once. I had forgotten how he laughed, though his laugh was as odd as his squint. I had not thought of him for nearly a year, but it's a solemn truth that a few seconds later the first letter came from his rival." "Did you ever make the spectre speak or squeak or anything?" asked Angus with some interest. Laura suddenly shuddered and then said, with an unshaken voice, "Yes, just when I'd finished reading the second letter from Isidore Smythe announcing his success. Just then I heard Welkin say, 'He shan't have you, though.' It was quite plain, as if he were in the room. It is awful. I think I must be mad." "If you really were mad," said the young man, "you would think you must be sane. But certainly there seems to be something a little rum about this unseen gentleman. 2 heads are better than 1. I spare your allusions to any other organs, and really, if you would allow me, as a sturdy, practical man, to bring back the wedding cake out of the window." Even as he spoke there was a sort of steely shriek in the street outside, and a small motor, driven at devilish speed, shot up to the door of the shop and stuck there. In the same flash of time a small man in a shiny top hat stood stamping in the outer room. Angus, who had hitherto maintained hilarious ease from motives of mental hygiene, revealed the strain of his soul by striding abruptly out of the inner room and confronting the newcomer. A glance at him was quite sufficient to confirm the savage guesswork of a man in love. This very dapper but dwarfish figure, with the spike of black beard carried insolently forward, the clever unrestful eyes, the neat but very nervous fingers, could be none other than the man just described to him, Isidore Smythe, who made dolls out of banana skins and matchboxes. Isidore Smythe, who made millions out of undrinking butlers and unflirting housemaids of metal. For a moment the two men, instinctively understanding each other's air of possession, looked at each other with that curious cold generosity which is the soul of rivalry. Mr. Smythe, however, made no allusion to the ultimate ground of their antagonism, but said simply and explosively, "Has Miss Hope seen that thing on the window?" "On the window?" repeated the staring Angus. "There's no time to explain other things," said the small millionaire shortly. "There's some tomfoolery going on here that has to be investigated." He pointed his polished walking stick at the window, recently depleted by the bridal preparations of Mr. Angus, and that gentleman was astonished to see along the front of the glass a long strip of paper pasted, which had certainly not been on the window when he looked through it some time before. Following the energetic Smythe outside into the street, he found that some yard and a half of stamp paper had been carefully gummed along the glass outside, and on this was written in straggly characters, "If you marry Smythe, he will die." "Laura," said Angus, putting his big red head into the shop, "you're not mad." "It's the writing of that fellow Welkin," said Smythe gruffly. "I haven't seen him for years, but he's always bothering me. 5 times in the last fortnight he's had threatening letters left at my flat, and I can't even find out who leaves them, let alone if it is Welkin himself. The porter of the flat swears that no suspicious characters have been seen, and here he has pasted up a sort of dado on a public shop window, while the people in the shop—" "Quite so," said Angus modestly. "While the people in the shop were having tea. Well, sir, I can assure you that I appreciate your common sense in dealing so directly with the matter. You can talk about other things afterwards. The fellow cannot be very far off yet, for I swear there was no paper there when I went last to the window 10 or 15 minutes ago. On the other hand, he's too far off to be chased, as we don't even know the direction. If you'll take my advice, Mr. Smythe, you'll put this at once in the hands of some energetic inquiry man, private rather than public. I know an extremely clever fellow who is set up in business 5 minutes from here in your car. His name's Flambeau. And though his youth was a bit stormy, he's a strictly honest man now, and his brains are worth money. He lives in Lucknow Mansions, Hampstead." "That is odd," said the little man, arching his black eyebrows. "I live, myself, in Himalaya Mansions round the corner. Perhaps you might care to come with me. I can go to my rooms and sort out these queer Welkin documents, while you run round and get your friend the detective." "You are very good," said Angus politely. "Well, the sooner we act, the better." Both men, with a queer kind of impromptu fairness, took the same sort of formal farewell of the lady, and both jumped into the brisk little car. As Smythe took the handles and they turned the great corner of the street, Angus was amused to see a gigantesque poster of Smythe's Silent Service, with a picture of a huge headless iron doll carrying a saucepan with the legend, "A cook who is never cross." "I use them in my own flat," said the little black-bearded man, laughing, "partly for advertisements and partly for real convenience. Honestly, and all above board, those big clockwork dolls of mine do bring your coals or claret or a timetable quicker than any live servants I've ever known, if you know which knob to press. But I'll never deny between ourselves that such servants have their disadvantages too." "Indeed?" said Angus. "Is there something they can't do?" "Yes," replied Smythe coolly. "They can't tell me who has left those threatening letters at my flat." The man's motor was small and swift like himself. In fact, like his domestic service, it was of his own invention. If he was an advertising quack, he was one who believed in his own wares. The sense of something tiny and flying was accentuated as they swept up long white curves of road in the dead but open daylight of evening. Soon the white curves became sharper and dizzier. They were upon ascending spirals, as they say in modern religions. For indeed, they were creating a corner of London which is almost as precipitous as Edinburgh, if not quite so picturesque. Terrace rose above terrace, and the special tower of flats they sought rose above them all to almost Egyptian height, gilt by the level sunset. The change, as they turned the corner and entered the crescent known as Himalaya Mansions, was as abrupt as the opening of a window, for they found that pile of flats sitting above London as above a green sea of slate. Opposite to the mansions, on the other side of the gravel crescent, was a bushy enclosure, more like a steep hedge or dyke than a garden. And some way below that ran a strip of artificial water, a sort of canal, like the moat of an embowered fortress. As the car swept round the crescent it passed, at one corner, the stray stall of a man selling chestnuts, and right away at the other end of the curve Angus could see a dim blue policeman walking slowly. These were the only human shapes in that high suburban solitude, but he had an irrational sense that they expressed the speechless poetry of London. He felt as if they were figures in a story. The little car shot up to the right house like a bullet, and shot out its owner like a bombshell. He was immediately inquiring of a tall commissionaire in shining braid, and a short porter in shirt sleeves, whether anybody or anything had been seeking his apartments. He was assured that nobody and nothing had passed these officials since his last inquiries, whereupon he and the slightly bewildered Angus were shot up in the lift like a rocket till they reached the top floor. "Just come in for a minute," said the breathless Smythe. "I want to show you those Welkin letters. Then you might run round the corner and fetch your friend." He pressed a button concealed in the wall, and the door opened of itself. It opened on a long, commodious ante-room, of which the only arresting features, ordinarily speaking, were the rows of tall, half-human mechanical figures that stood up on both sides like tailors' dummies. Like tailors' dummies they were headless, and like tailors' dummies they had a handsome, unnecessary humpiness in the shoulders, and a pigeon-breasted protuberance of chest. But barring this, they were not much more like a human figure than any automatic machine at a station that is about the human height. They had two great hooks-like arms for carrying trays, and they were painted pea-green or vermilion or black for convenience of distinction. In every other way they were only automatic machines, and nobody would have looked twice at them. On this occasion, at least, nobody did, for between the two rows of these domestic dummies lay something more interesting than most of the mechanics of the world. It was a white, tattered scrap of paper scrawled with red ink, and the agile inventor had snatched it up almost as soon as the door flew open. He handed it to Angus without a word. The red ink on it actually was not dry, and the message ran, "If you have been to see her today, I shall kill you." There was a short silence, and then Isidore Smythe said quietly, "Would you like a little whisky? I rather feel as if I should." "Thank you, I should like a little flambeau," said Angus gloomily. "This business seems to me to be getting rather grave. I'm going round at once to fetch him." "Right you are," said the other, with admirable cheerfulness. "Bring him round here as quick as you can." But as Angus closed the front door behind him he saw Smythe push back a button, and one of the clockwork images glided from its place and slid along a groove in the floor, carrying a tray with siphon and decanter. There did seem something a trifle weird about leaving the little man alone among those dead servants, who were coming to life as the door closed. 6 steps down from Smythe's landing, the man in shirt-sleeves was doing something with a pail. Angus stopped to extract a promise, fortified with a prospective bribe, that he would remain in that place until the return with the detective, and would keep count of any kind of stranger coming up those stairs. Dashing down to the front hall, he then laid similar charges of vigilance on the commissionaire at the front door, from whom he learned the simplifying circumstances that there was no back door. Not content with this, he captured the floating policeman and induced him to stand opposite the entrance and watch it, and finally paused an instant for a pennyworth of chestnuts and an inquiry as to the probable length of the merchant's stay in the neighbourhood. The chestnut seller, turning up the collar of his coat, told him he should probably be moving shortly, as he thought it was going to snow. Indeed, the evening was growing grey and bitter, but Angus, with all his eloquence, proceeded to nail the chestnut man to his post. "Keep yourself warm on your own chestnuts," he said earnestly. "Eat up your whole stock. I'll make it worth your while. I'll give you a sovereign if you'll wait here till I come back, and then tell me whether any man, woman, or child has gone into that house where the commissionaire is standing." He then walked away smartly, with a last look at the besieged tower. "I've made a ring round that room, anyhow," he said. "They can't all 4 of them be Mr. Welkin's accomplices." Lucknow Mansions were, so to speak, on a lower platform of that hill of houses, of which Himalaya Mansions might be called the peak. Mr. Flambeau's semi-official flat was on the ground floor, and presented in every way a marked contrast to the American machinery and cold hotel-like luxury of the flat of the silent service. Flambeau, who was a friend of Angus, received him in a rococo artistic den behind his office, of which the ornaments were sabres, harquebuses, Eastern curiosities, flasks of Italian wine, savage cooking pots, a plumy Persian cat, and a small, dusty-looking Roman Catholic priest who looked particularly out of place. "This is my friend Father Brown," said Flambeau. "I've often wanted you to meet him. Splendid weather, this, a little cold for southerners like me." "Yes, I think it will keep clear," said Angus, sitting down on a violet-striped Eastern ottoman. "No," said the priest quietly, "it has begun to snow." And indeed, as he spoke, the first few flakes, foreseen by the man of chestnuts, began to drift across the darkening window-pane. "Well," said Angus, heavily, "I'm afraid I've come on business, and rather jumpy business at that. The fact is, Flambeau, within a stone's throw of your house is a fellow who badly wants your help. He's perpetually being haunted and threatened by an invisible enemy, a scoundrel whom nobody has even seen." As Angus proceeded to tell the whole tale of Smythe and Welkin, beginning with Laura's story and going on with his own, the supernatural laugh at the corner of two empty streets, the strange, distinct words spoken in an empty room, Flambeau grew more and more vividly concerned, and the little priest seemed to be left out of it like a piece of furniture. When it came to the scribbled stamp paper pasted on the window, Flambeau rose, seeming to fill the room with his huge shoulders. "If you don't mind," he said, "I think you had better tell me the rest on the nearest road to this man's house. It strikes me, somehow, that there is no time to be lost." "Delighted," said Angus, rising also, "though he's safe enough for the present, for I've set 4 men to watch the only hole to his burrow." They turned out into the street, the small priest trundling after them with the docility of a small dog. He merely said, in a cheerful way, like one making conversation, "How quick the snow gets thick on the ground." As they threaded the steep side streets already powdered with silver, Angus finished his story, and by the time they reached the crescent with the towering flats, he had leisure to turn his attention to the 4 sentinels. The chestnut seller, both before and after receiving a sovereign, swore stubbornly that he had watched the door and seen no visitor enter. The policeman was even more emphatic. He said that he had had experience of crooks of all kinds, in top hats and in rags. He wasn't so green as to expect suspicious characters to look suspicious. He looked out for anybody, and, so help him, there had been nobody. And when all 3 men gathered round the gilded commissionaire, who still stood smiling astride of the porch, the verdict was more final still. "I've got a right to ask any man, duke or dustman, what he wants in these flats," said the genial and gold-laced giant, "and I'll swear there's been nobody to ask since this gentleman went away." The unimportant Father Brown, who stood back, looking modestly at the pavement, here ventured to say meekly, "Has anybody been up and down stairs, then, since the snow began to fall?" "It began when we were all round at Flambeau's." "Nobody's been in here, sir, you can take it from me," said the official, with beaming authority. "Then I wonder what that is," said the priest, and stared at the ground blankly like a fish. The others all looked down also, and Flambeau used a fierce exclamation and a French gesture, for it was unquestionably true that down the middle of the entrance, guarded by the man in gold lace, actually between the arrogant stretched legs of that colossus, ran a stringy pattern of grey footprints stamped upon the white snow. "God!" cried Angus involuntarily. "The invisible man!" Without another word he turned and dashed up the stairs, with Flambeau following, but Father Brown still stood looking about him in the snow-clad street, as if he had lost interest in his query. Flambeau was plainly in a mood to break down the door with his big shoulders, but the Scotchman, with more reason, if less intuition, fumbled about on the frame of the door till he found the invisible button, and the door swung slowly open. It showed substantially the same serried interior. The hall had grown darker, though it was still struck here and there with the last crimson shafts of sunset, and one or two of the headless machines had been moved from their places for this or that purpose, and stood here and there about the twilight place. The green and red of their coats were all darkened in the dust, and their likeness to human shapes slightly increased by their very shapelessness. But in the middle of them all, exactly where the paper with the red ink had lain, there lay something that looked like red ink spilt out of its bottle. But it was not red ink. With the French combination of reason and violence, Flambeau simply said "murder," and plunging into the flat, had explored every corner and cupboard of it in 5 minutes. But if he expected to find a corpse, he found none. Isidore Smythe was not in the place, either dead or alive. After the most testing search, the two men met each other in the outer hall, with streaming faces and staring eyes. "My friend," said Flambeau, talking French in his excitement, "not only is your murderer invisible, but he makes invisible also the murdered man." Angus looked round at the dim room full of dummies, and in some Celtic corner of his Scotch soul a shudder started. One of the life-sized dolls stood immediately overshadowing the bloodstain, summoned, perhaps, by the slain man an instant before he fell. One of the high-shouldered hooks that served the thing for arms was a little lifted, and Angus had suddenly the horrid fancy that poor Smythe's own iron child had struck him down. Matter had rebelled, and these machines had killed their master. But even so, what had they done with him? "Eaten him?" said the nightmare at his ear, and he sickened for an instant at the idea of rent human remains absorbed and crushed into all that Asphalius clockwork. He recovered his mental health by an emphatic effort, and said to Flambeau, "Well, there it is. The poor fellow has evaporated like a cloud and left a red streak on the floor. The tale does not belong to this world." "There is only one thing to be done," said Flambeau, "whether it belongs to this world or the other. I must go down and talk to my friend." They descended, passing the man with the pail, who again asseverated that he had let no intruder pass, down to the commissionaire and the hovering chestnut man, who rigidly reasserted their own watchfulness. But when Angus looked round for his fourth confirmation, he could not see it, and called out with some nervousness, "Where is the policeman?" "I beg your pardon," said Father Brown. "That is my fault. I just sent him down the road to investigate something that I just thought worth investigating." "Well, we want him back pretty soon," said Angus abruptly, "for the wretched man upstairs has not only been murdered but wiped out." "How?" asked the priest. "Father," said Flambeau after a pause, "upon my soul I believe it is more in your department than mine. No friend or foe has entered the house, but Smythe is gone, as if stolen by the fairies. If that is not supernatural, I—" As he spoke, they were all checked again by an unusual sight. The big blue policeman came round the corner of the crescent running. He came straight up to Brown. "You're right, sir," he panted. "They've just found poor Mr. Smythe's body in the canal down below." Angus put his hand wildly to his head. "Did he run down and drown himself?" he asked. "He never came down, I'll swear," said the constable. "And he wasn't drowned either, for he died of a great stab over the heart." "And yet you saw no one enter?" said Flambeau in a grave voice. "Let us walk down the road a little," said the priest. As they reached the other end of the crescent, he observed abruptly, "Stupid of me, I forgot to ask the policeman something. I wonder if they found a light brown sack." "Why a light brown sack?" asked Angus, astonished. "Because if it was any other coloured sack, the case must begin over again," said Father Brown. "But if it was a light brown sack, why, the case is finished." "I'm pleased to hear it," said Angus, with hearty irony. "It hasn't begun, so far as I'm concerned." "You must tell us all about it," said Flambeau with a strange heavy simplicity, like a child. Unconsciously they were walking with quickening steps down the long sweep of road on the other side of the High Crescent. Father Brown leading briskly, though in silence. At last he said, with an almost touching vagueness, "Well, I'm afraid you'll think it so prosy. We always begin at the abstract end of things, and you can't begin the story anywhere else. Have you ever noticed this, that people never answer what you say? They answer what you mean, or what they think you mean. Suppose one lady says to another in a country house, 'Is anybody staying with you?' The lady doesn't answer, 'Yes, the butler, the 3 footmen, the parlour-maid, and so on,' though the parlour-maid may be in the room or the butler behind her chair. She says, 'There is nobody staying with us,' meaning nobody of the sort you mean. But suppose a doctor inquiring into an epidemic asks, 'Who is staying in the house?' then the lady will remember the butler, the parlour-maid, and the rest. All language is used like that. You never get a question answered literally, even when you get it answered truly. When those 4 quite honest men said that no man had gone into the mansions, they did not really mean that no man had gone into them." "An invisible man?" inquired Angus, raising his red eyebrows. "A mentally invisible man," said Father Brown. A minute or two after he resumed in the same unassuming voice, like a man thinking his way, "Of course you can't think of such a man until you think of him. That's where his cleverness comes in. But I came to think of him through 2 or 3 little things in the tale Mr. Angus told us. First, there was the fact that this Welkin went for long walks. And then there was the vast lot of stamp paper on the window. And then, most of all, there were the 2 things the young lady said, things that couldn't be true. Don't get annoyed," he added hastily, noting a sudden movement of the Scotsman's head. "She thought they were true. A person can't be quite alone in a street a second before she receives a letter. She can't be quite alone in a street when she starts reading a letter just received." "Why must there be somebody near her?" asked Angus. "Because," said Father Brown, "barring carrier pigeons, somebody must have brought her the letter." "Do you really mean to say," asked Flambeau with energy, "that Welkin carried his rival's letters to his lady?" "Yes," said the priest. "Welkin carried his rival's letters to his lady. You see, he had to." "Oh, I can't stand much more of this," exploded Flambeau. "Who is this fellow? What does he look like? What is the usual get-up of a mentally invisible man?" "He is dressed rather handsomely in red, blue, and gold," replied the priest promptly with precision. "And in this striking and even showy costume he entered Himalaya Mansions under 8 human eyes. He killed Smythe in cold blood and came down into the street again carrying the dead body in his arms." "Reverend sir," cried Angus, standing still, "are you raving mad, or am I?" "You are not mad," said Brown, "only a little unobservant. You have not noticed such a man as this, for example." He took 3 quick strides forward and put his hand on the shoulder of an ordinary passing postman who had bustled by them unnoticed under the shade of the trees. "Nobody ever notices postmen somehow," he said thoughtfully, "yet they have passions like other men, and even carry large bags where a small corpse can be stowed quite easily." The postman, instead of turning naturally, had ducked and tumbled against the garden fence. He was a lean, fair-bearded man of very ordinary appearance, but as he turned an alarmed face over his shoulder, all 3 men were fixed with an almost fiendish squint. Flambeau went back to his sabres, purple rugs, and Persian cat, having many things to attend to. John Turnbull Angus went back to the lady at the shop, with whom that imprudent young man contrived to be extremely comfortable. But Father Brown walked those snow-covered hills under the stars for many hours with a murderer, and what they said to each other will never be known. End of The Invisible Man by G.K. Chesterton.
Janet, or The Christmas Stockings, by Louise Elise Gibbons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. This recording is by Roger Moline. Janet, or the Christmas Stockings, by Louise Elise Gibbons. 1. In the doorway of an old tenement house, far down in the slums of New York, two women were standing, their heads close together as they gossiped about the passers-by. A young girl, she might have been 13, tripped along the sidewalk, kicking her legs out in front of her as she went so that she could see her stockings. Her odd movements caught the women's eyes, and they asked each other what could be the cause of them. "I never see her act like that before. Puttin' on such airs. Dear, dear! Saw ye ever the likes of it?" "Oh, see her new stockings?" said the younger woman. "What mighty fine ones! Did you ever?" "I doubt she came by them in no good way," said the other. "Janet, young un, see here." The child stopped, holding up her tattered gown to show her pretty stockings. "Who gave you them?" cried the woman who had called her. The girl replied quietly, "'Twas the Bishop give me 'em." At this the women exclaimed in chorus, "The Bishop? That's a fine tale. How'd you know it was the Bishop?" Janet said Roy, the newsboy, told her, and the women asked her, "How is it your father hasn't got hold of 'em? He'd sell 'em for drink inside of a minute." "Oh, I only wears 'em on the street," said Janet, "and I takes 'em off and hides 'em before I go home." The women begged her to tell them all about it, and settled themselves comfortably to hear the story. The girl's tale ran thus. One day a lot of children were dancing on the sidewalk to the tune of an old organ grinder, and she began dancing with them. Roy then came by with his newspapers, and, putting them down on a step, seized her round the waist and whirled her off among the little children. He stopped suddenly, for a gentleman who was passing wanted a paper. The girl was overheated with her dancing, and began to fan herself with one of Roy's papers. Roy said afterwards her eyes were as bright as stars. The gentleman asked her name, and where she lived, and when she told him, he said, "Janet, if you will come to yonder church," pointing to the steeple, "at 7 o'clock on Christmas night, I will give you something to take home with you." Then he paid Roy for the paper and gave the change to Janet, saying with a smile, "This will buy some refreshments for the ball." "Thank you, sir," she said. "I am very hungry. I have had nothing to eat since yesterday noon." At this the gentleman didn't smile any more, but looked sad. "Why did you dance then?" he said. Roy spoke before she had a chance to answer. "Sir, Janet was hungry and cold, and that was the best way to get warm." The gentleman walked away, and she could see him rub the back of his hand across his eyes. She asked Roy what his name was, and he said he didn't know, but it was the Bishop. She bought something to eat with the money, and divided it with Roy, and he ran off to sell his papers. The organ grinder went on his way, and the children stopped dancing. So on Christmas night Janet went early to the big church, as the Bishop had told her to do. When she got inside the door she stood still with wonder, for there was a great tree, as big as an outdoor tree, all lighted with little candles from the floor to the top, and all over it were hanging sparkling toys. And when she came near to it she saw the Bishop standing by it. She did not think he would know her again, but he smiled, and said, "Janet, I was expecting you." And then he took a stick with a hook on the end of it, and reaching over the heads of some fine ladies who were arranging things at the foot of the tree, He took the stockings down and put them in her hands. Then he put his white hands on her head and said, "God bless you, my child. Remember, keep yourself pure and clean to your life's end." Each stocking had a silver dollar in the toe, and was filled with candy, and tied around the top with a blue ribbon to keep the candy in. "See," said Janet as she told the story, "I tie the ribbon on each leg to keep me from getting out." She lifted the ragged gown to show the ribbon garters. She said she skipped out of the great big church, hugging the stockings close to her and covering them with a bit of her shawl to hide her treasure from the people she passed. "Don't you know such a fine bishop's name?" asked one of the women. "No," said the child. "But Roy said he was the good bishop who stays down here with us and don't go away frolicking. And now I must go see Roy. There he is, calling his extras at the corner." "Well, I never!" said one of the women as the child skipped away. "She seems to make friends, don't she? She and that boy are awful fond of each other, and now there's this bishop." "Well," said the other, "Janet is a pretty girl with her dark eyes and her hair always braided in one long plait down her back, and even if she is in rags, her hair is always tidy. Her father sells everything that people give her. It's a wonder he don't cut off her hair and sell that. Well, the girl has a white skin, and a pretty mouth, and a straight nose, just like her mother's. She don't look and she don't act like if she was born and raised here among us poor folks." "That she don't. And she's such a little mite for her age, with those little hands and feet. You wouldn't take her to be 14, would you now?" While the women were talking her over, Janet went to find Roy, who stood at the corner shivering with the cold, with his papers under his arm. "Hello, Roy," said she. "See my beautiful stockings? That bishop gave 'em to me off the tree, and they was full of candy and money." Coming close to him, she said in a whisper, "Here's some for you." And she took a little paper bag full of candy from under her ragged shawl, where she had hidden it. "Oh, Roy," she said, "it was the finest tree you ever did see. And the bishop gave me the stockings his own self, and when he gave them to me, he put his hands on my head, and what do you think he said? He said, 'God bless you, my child. Remember to keep yourself pure and clean to the end of your life.' And when he was a-sayin' it, he looked up at a sugar boy with shiny wings that was hanging on top of the tree." The boy and girl parted at the corner, he to sell his papers through the cold and the mire of the slums, and she to go to her poor, wretched home. She mounted the rickety stairs of an old tenement house up to the top floor, where, in one small garret, the whole family lived. In one corner of the room was an old ragged straw mattress, on which the father, mother, and baby slept. The baby was asleep now, the father was drinking in a saloon near by. In another corner was a pile of straw where Janet and her sister Bessie slept. And in yet another, on a heap of rags and paper, lay two pretty little boys, sound asleep, unconscious of the fact that they were cold and hungry. One could see, in spite of rags and dirt, that they were like cherubs with their sunny curls. The poor mother sat by the feeble light of a candle, the wick burned nearly down to the bottle which served for a candlestick. She was sewing on a coarse garment that she wanted to finish, in order to buy bread for the children with the few pennies she would get for it. All that any of them had eaten that day was some candy that Janet had slyly put in their mouths, not letting them know where she kept it. Janet went to her mother, the poor, tired, sick woman, and bidding her open her mouth, she fed her with sweet chocolate and brought her a drink of water. Then she sat down by the suffering woman and hugged her poor cold feet to her heart, trying to warm them. In a low voice, so as not to waken the sleeping children, she gave her mother a description of the beautiful tree, and how the Bishop had given her the stockings himself. "I take them off and hide them when I get home," she said, "so father will not sell them, and the candy I hid last night under my pile of straw. That's how I had these good chocolates for you now." And then she repeated again to her mother the words of the good Bishop, "Remember, keep yourself pure and clean to the end of your life." The mother swallowed hard, as though her throat hurt her, and she became deadly pale. "Oh, mother," said the child, "the Bishop has made me feel so happy, and even this old garret looks better than it did because I am so happy." The mother said, "I feel peaceful and happy too while I listen to you. You make my thoughts go back to when I was a little girl. I remember a hymn I used to sing in Sunday school," and in a broken way, gasping for breath, she repeated the last two lines, "Cover my defenseless head with the shadow of thy wing." She leaned back, raising her eyes, as though she could see the angels looking down upon her, though to the outward eye only the rough, weather-stained rafters were above her. Janet fell asleep at her mother's feet. The woman's head fell forward on the unfinished work. The candle burned down and the fallen wick spluttered into the grease. Heavy steps ascended the stairs. An unsteady hand opened the door, and a large man fell heavily to the floor. It was the drunken father, returning from the saloon. The gray streaks of early dawn came into the dingy garret and revealed the face of the dead man. A few hours later the body was removed. The $2 the Bishop had given Janet was paid out for back rent, so the poor woman and her children were allowed to stay in the wretched room a little longer. Janet took her mother's work back to the shop, which was some distance away. She trudged through the snow, cold, wet, and hungry. When she returned late in the afternoon, climbed the rickety stairs, and entered the room, she stood speechless in the middle of the floor. The sun was shining through the broken panes of the one window in the garret, and its rays fell like a shower of gold all over the child as she stood there, crowning her head as with a halo. But she heeded not its beauty. She stood there, struck dumb with astonishment. There was absolutely nothing and no one in the room but herself. Father, mother, children, mattress, straw, all gone. The room utterly empty. She knew not how long she had stood there, speechless in her misery, when she heard steps ascending the stairs. Some one fumbled in the dark hall for the latch, and finally opened the door. Two burly men entered, and asked Janet who she was. From them she learned that the people who had lived there were gone, that they had the room to rent, and would take the key at 6 o'clock, by which time she must be gone. When they went out, she did not move from the sunshine. A child of the slums, she was used to rough men and women, and was not afraid of them. But she was stunned with this new trouble, with her absolute loneliness. Where were her people? What did it all mean? Where should she go find them? Light steps came swiftly up the stairs, and after a gentle knock the door was opened. It was Roy who stepped into the spot of fading sunshine beside her. "Oh, Janet!" said he. "Oh, Roy!" was all she could answer. and the boy and girl stood crowned with the golden halo in absolute silence. At last, as the sun's rays were passing away, Roy spoke. "Janet, they're all gone. Taken away while you went with the work. Janet, the baby was dead in the night." The child said but one word. "Froze?" "No," said Roy. "It was the diphthery. And your mother had it, too. Somebody told on 'em, and so the Board of Health sent in a jiffy, and a great black ambulance came and took her and all the children, and then some men came and took everything out and burned it all, and did something to the room. I came and looked at them a while, but they sent me away. I see the ambulance drive off, I was so close to it." "Where?" Janet gasped. "I don't know," said the boy. Again there was silence. The children of the slums, born in poverty, sorrow, and disgrace, do not cry. Life is too stern a reality. Then Roy spoke in a whisper, as if in his untutored mind he felt that in the presence of such sorrow a loud word would be a sacrilege. "Janet!" She turned and looked him in the face. He was pale and trembling, and the words came painfully, as if he feared to hurt her any more. "Janet, when they took your mother out of here, she was dead. I seed her face. I didn't say nothin', but I know she was dead, and I come now to tell you. But I wish I hadn't. You look so white and scared." The only sound was a choking gasp from the poor child. Roy took her hand in his. "Janet, I love you. Don't look so white. It scares me. If anything happened to you, it would kill me. You're all I've got in the world. Don't look so. I can't stand it. I'll take care of you. I earn a good bit of money some days. I'll work hard, and then when we are older—" "What?" said the girl simply. "Why, then we'll get the good bishop to marry us. There now, Janet, be a good girl and come away before the men come back, for I saw them going out in the street, and if they catch us here when they come for the key, they'll say we have it too, and they'll take us away in that ugly black ambulance." So she let him lead her out of that garret so full of memories, down the dark rickety stairs into the cold street. They were homeless, friendless orphans, starting out on life's stormy sea, hungry, cold, forsaken. They walked hand in hand until they were several blocks away, in another part of the slums, where Janet had never been. Then, standing in the shelter of a doorway, they looked at each other for some time in silence. At last Roy spoke. "Janet, dear, I don't know where to take you." "Where do you go, Roy, at night?" said she. "Oh, anywheres. Sometimes us boys sleeps in boxes, and sometimes they have straw in 'em, and more times not. But you see, Janet, that won't do for the likes of you." He thought in silence for a moment. "Let me see," he said. "I've got 10 cents in my pocket. That ought to lodge you for one night. But where? Oh, I know. Now, Janet, listen to me, and do just what I tell you. I'm going to take you to an old apple woman near here, and don't you open your mouth about the diphthery, and don't say nothin' about where you lived, or that you had any people, nor nothin', 'cause if you do, nobody'll let us come near 'em. And I'll do what I can with the cross old apple woman. She sort of takes to me, and she gives me specked apples for running errands for her." So they went on until they came to the apple stand, over which a torch was burning. "Aunt Betsy," said Roy, Here's a poor little girl that can't be left out on the street to freeze. Won't you let the kid sleep on your floor for tonight?" "Now, Roy," said the old woman, "you know you've picked up a good-for-nothing vagabond on the street. Why don't you take her to the 'ciety?" "Lawks, Aunt Betsy, I don't know nothin' 'bout 'cieties, and 'fore we could find one she'd be froze stiff, so if you won't take her in, she'll have to lie down any place and die. I've got 10 cents in my pocket, and I'll give it to you if you'll keep the kid tonight." "Oh, you've got 10 cents, have you? Well, all right, she can sleep on a bit of a mat on my floor. And where might you be going?" "Well," said he, "I've got to sell some extras late tonight, and I'll scare up a box to turn in somewheres. Say," he added, "she's awful hungry. If you'll give her a bit of grub, I'll pay you for it tomorrow when I come around and give you a paper." "All right, Roy, I'll do what I can." So Janet was settled for the night. It is true she had to sleep on the floor and put up with some scraps to eat. But things go by comparison in this world, and to poor, cold, starving Janet it seemed like living in a palace. Tired and worn out, she slept soundly, forgetting all her sorrows. At last the sun rose in the glory of a new day, making the icicles sparkle in its light, and decking vines, bushes, and trees with a covering of diamonds. Dame Nature, in all her glory of sparkling jewels, smiled at the ladies of the world, wearing their paltry gems, as they drove to the slums to leave some little dolls, and wooden horses, and tin watches that wouldn't go for starving, ragged, weary children. Dame Nature longed to teach them if they would learn of her, for, besides her beauty, she was very wise in all things. But they thought they knew, and turned a deaf ear to all her teachings. When Janet opened her eyes, she rubbed them hard to collect her scattered senses. After a few minutes everything came back to her, and with a heart full of sorrow she realized her desolation. Mother, brothers, sisters, all she loved, gone. Even the drunken father did not seem so bad, now she had no one to love her. Yes, there was Roy. And then her heart seemed filled to overflowing with love and gratitude to him. She got up and asked the apple woman if she had any chores for her to do. The old woman gave her some apples to shine and pile, with the red side up, to tempt the customers as they passed by. After this was done she gave her one of them, and a piece of bread. About noon Roy came along, with 3 cents and a paper. Then Janet remembered the 30 cents she had been paid for her mother's sewing. She had been too full of other things to think of it before. Roy invested them in matches and pins, and started her out to sell them on the street. He thought they would be doing well if, between them, they could make enough to keep body and soul together and find some shelter at night. Janet could make no plans. She only knew enough to do as Roy told her. A child of the slums, she had never been inside of any house but the most wretched tenement. She was ignorant of the names and use of the simplest things, so it was impossible to find a place of service for her. All she had ever seen were the windows of forlorn second-hand clothing stores, pawn shops, saloons, and factories. Roy's sale of papers took him into a wider field, so that he knew a little more about civilized life. The old apple woman had a mongrel dog that she had raised. He helped to guard her stand, and was a very sagacious animal. Janet and the dog became fast friends, and he would leave the stand and follow her on her rounds. This did not please old Aunt Betsy, so she tied him to the stand. Janet and the dog, however, still continued the best of friends. The morning that Janet had gone with her mother's work, she had dressed herself in a short skirt of her mother's and an old straw hat with a bit of black ribbon round the crown, while over her shoulders was a coarse woolen shawl. These garments were patched and mended, but they were better than the rags the poor child wore when we first saw her, dancing on the pavement. The winter passed away, and the blessed summer, which is so much easier for the poor, came in its turn. Then Janet could sleep out of doors under some shed. But the summer too went on its way, and now October was here, with its chilly, windy nights, and the poor child was forced to appeal to the old apple woman again. She consented to let her stay for 5 cents a night, provided she would bring enough sticks for the fire, and shine the apples, and scrub the floor. When this was done, the child, often very weary, would start out to sell her wares. Her appearance was so pitiful and appealing that although she only tried to sell to those who were nearly as poor as herself, she generally made at least enough to pay Aunt Betsy her 5 cents and get herself some food. Roy was now employed by a regular newsdealer, so he made somewhat more. But their clothes were now very ragged, and Janet's feet were nearly bare. A few days after the Christmas when Janet got the stockings, the good bishop was called out of town. Not forgetting the poor little waif he had befriended, he gave special instructions to some of his fellow workers to investigate the case, and if it was found worthy, to minister to the wants of the family. They endeavored to carry out his instructions, but found the miserable garret occupied by strangers who knew nothing of little Janet or her family. When they inquired of the neighbors, they were told that the whole family had died of diphtheria, and everything that was in the room had been destroyed. Believing this report, of course they made no further effort to find poor little Janet. It seemed as if a network of misery had enveloped her, as if every avenue of relief had been blocked up. But she still had Roy, and he had Janet, and each kept hope alive in the heart of the other. It was hope on which the two children lived day by day. It gave them sweet dreams at night, and with its beacon light before them they were even happy in the midst of their miserable surroundings. One day in October, Janet was trying to sell her wares along the Bowery. Roy was calling some extras on the other side, a little farther up the street. Suddenly Janet missed the shrill voice, and looking to see what had become of him, she saw a crowd collecting about the spot where only a few minutes before she had seen Roy. In an agony of dread she hurried over, and pushing her way through the crowd, followed the men who were carrying something into a drug store. There she found poor Roy, stretched out, bleeding, on the floor. In crossing the street he had been knocked down by a heavy wagon, and the wheel had crushed him. With a cry of pain she pushed her way to him and knelt down by his side. He opened his eyes when he heard her voice. They met hers in one long gaze. Their hands clasped. His lips moved. Bending over him, she heard him whisper, "Good-bye, Janet." Roy was gone from her, and she was left alone. She felt a warm breath on the hand that still held Roy's, and, looking down, she saw the mongrel dog, who had broken away from the apple stand and followed her. He licked her hand, and her tears fell on his head. As she put her arms around him, she felt that he was now her only friend. The men who carried poor Roy away pushed her roughly aside, and in a bewildered way she followed the dog, who seemed trying to lead her to the apple woman. When Aunt Betsy saw the dog, she gave Janet an apple for bringing him back. But Janet could not eat it, though she had had nothing all day. She tried to tell the woman about Roy, but the words would not come. Death, to Janet, meant only the agony of separation. An hour ago she had Roy with her, and now he was not with her. This was all there was in it to the poor child, nothing beyond, no hope of meeting again. Is it to be wondered at? Uneducated, she knew nothing but her toiling daily life. She had never been in a church but that one Christmas night, and so had learned nothing through that channel of a life beyond. When Roy's dying lips murmured, "Good-bye, Janet," it was forever. No home, no books, no intelligence in her life, she was but little above the plane of her only friend, the dog. To others death is but the change from darkness to light. But to Janet and to the dog it meant the end. She was only so much above the dumb brute that she could look into life a little farther, and so could suffer more. A newsboy came along and told the apple woman the tale Janet was unable to tell. She was shocked for the moment, for she had in her rough way liked Roy. But the hard business part of her nature was uppermost in a little while. Here she was with this child on her hands. When Janet could sell nothing, as was often the case, Roy generally had a few cents to give her, so she had always felt that she was sure of some little pay for the poor shelter she gave the child. But now the case was different, and so she told Janet in no gentle way, "You must get away from here." "Where?" asked Janet in a bewildered tone. "Oh, I don't know. Go to some of the s'ieties, or to that bishop as gave you them old ragged stockings you think so much of." "I can't," said the girl despairingly. "I don't know where to find him." "Well," said the woman, "you can stay here tonight, and I'll give you a bit to eat in the morning before you go." Janet cried all night for her companion, for she knew that in the morning she would not hear his voice calling the papers. Roy was gone from her. Had he not said "good-bye" to her? The dog slept beside her on the floor, and tried in every way he knew to comfort her, as he felt her tears fall upon his head. While the old woman slept, he stole to the box and brought Janet an apple in his mouth. Somehow his kindness comforted her. She dried her tears and kissed his shaggy head. For his sake she ate the apple and tried, but in vain, to sleep. Morning at length dawned, and Janet rose, her plans all made. She did the work for the old woman, ate the dry bread and drank the weak coffee that was given her, and, after tying the dog, went forth again into the cold, hard world. The dog whined so piteously when Janet kissed him, and gave her such a pleading look which she could not misunderstand, that it was impossible to resist it. She left him tied, but in such a way that if he tried, he could wriggle himself loose. She bade the old woman good-bye, and thanked her for the shelter she had given her. Roy had told her once that there was a beautiful park somewhere in the city, but it was a great way off. He told her there was lovely green grass in the park, and big shady trees, and quiet pools of water, that the birds sang there all day long, and beautiful flowers bloomed there until almost winter time. So the heart of the lonely waif, deserted and cast out by all mankind, turned to this beautiful spot of nature. She gathered her rags about her and started to walk to the park. She was not strong, starvation and exposure do not give strength to children, and when hope dies, the cup of sorrow runs over, and the little strength left is soon exhausted. So she trudged along, sometimes stopping for a moment to look at what she passed, and often gazing at the food displayed in the shop windows, for she was very hungry. Something in her wan, white face must have appealed to a man who passed her, for he stopped and gave her a penny. She bought a roll with it, devoured it like an animal, not like a child, and then walked on. At last a lady passed her and asked her to carry one of the many bundles she was laden with a few blocks for her. Janet rose to oblige her, for she was sitting on the steps of a house to rest. When she had carried the bundle as far as was desired, the woman gave her 5 cents, and, noticing how utterly miserable the child looked, asked her where she was going. "To the park," replied Janet. "Why, my child," she said, "that is very far away from here. You had better ride in the cars." "But I don't know how to get the right one," said Janet. The woman showed her the car, and with the 5 cents she rode and rested at the same time. At last she came to what she knew must be the beautiful park. After she had entered it, she went along in a timid, fearful way till at last she came to a secluded spot. She seated herself on one of the benches, but from time to time she looked over her shoulders to see if the policeman, the greatest terror of the poor, was coming. She rested a long time under the overhanging branches of a large tree. How long she did not know. After a while she saw throngs of people on the road, driving in gay carriages. She wondered if she could cross over to the water, where Roy had told her there were boats, but she was afraid to move, for fear the police would lay hold of such a ragged-looking thing as she felt herself to be. On this beautiful October afternoon the grass, lately mowed, looked like an emerald carpet spread down. The sunbeams and the shadows chased each other across it as the leaves of the trees stirred in the gentle breeze. Now and then some dry, crisp leaves fell around Janet, for there had been a frost already in the early autumn. Little Janet was very hungry, and the look of starvation in her young eyes was enough to melt a heart of stone. She kept her feet carefully on the path, for fear of touching the grass, for all around she saw the signs, "Keep off the grass," and she was afraid of trespassing. At last a thought struck her. She could make herself look a little better. Putting her hand in her bosom, she pulled out the stockings the Bishop had given her. Taking off her ragged, rusty shoes, she carefully drew them on. They were very different now from what they were when the Bishop took them off the tree and handed them to her. In each one there was a hole in the toe, and a hole in the heel, and a number of other smaller holes all the way up, until they all joined at the top to make a ragged edge. It was not easy to get the torn stockings on, but she pulled them up tight, and tied a bit of string around them to keep them in place. Then she pulled them about so as to show the fewest holes, and dexterously drew the old shoes over them. She patted the stockings lovingly, as her thoughts went back to that Christmas and the tree in the church, saying softly to herself, "And the Bishop said to me, 'God bless you, my child. Remember to keep yourself clean and pure to the end of your life.' And he looked up at that sugar boy with the shining wings on the top of the tree. Now I wonder who that was, and what he meant when he said, 'God bless you, my child.' Who is God? Remember to keep yourself clean to the end of your life. I'm ragged, but I guess I'm clean. And pure, he said, too. I wonder what pure means. I can't make it all out. I do wish grand people would say words poor, ragged little girls like me could make out. But I suppose the Bishop couldn't do that, and I'll never know what he wanted me to do. Well, I'll try to find them boats Roy told me about." She looked carefully around, and, watching her chance when the policeman's back was turned towards her, she passed behind him across the walk and then sped away to the water's edge, still hiding behind trees and bushes. When she got to the water she was struck dumb with the beautiful scenes around her. On the top of the bank, on the drive, walked another policeman. She skipped behind a tree at the edge of the water. Then she saw ducks, swans, and geese swimming right up to the land. She saw troops of children of all ages, children of the rich, beautiful, with plump cheeks and curly hair, and such lovely clothes. She saw little tots, with bonnets almost as large as themselves. They were joyous and happy, laughing and talking as they fed the feathered tribe. To Janet's horror, these favored children pulled grass by the handfuls and fed the waterfowl, while the policeman talked to the nurses on the drive. Little Janet always had before her eyes the sign, "Keep off the grass." A pretty child dropped a biscuit on the ground. Janet's hungry eyes were fixed upon it, but she dared not touch it for fear of the dreaded policeman. The lovely child looked up and caught the glance, and, like children in their fraternal, natural way, she said, "Do you want it, little girl?" Janet nodded, and the child picked it up and gave it to her, to feed the swans with. Just then the nurse looked up from her novel and saw the child talking and handing something to this ragged little creature. She screamed, with horror in her voice, "Susie! Come here this instant! What are you doing with that ragged vagrant?" And to Janet, "Be off with you! I'll tell the policeman to take you away. Such vagabonds as you are not allowed in the park." Janet moved off with a full heart, wondering why she had not good clothes and pretty curls like those children, and why the nurses and every one drove her away from them. She was too weary and bewildered to think any more. She was near the boathouse, so, sitting down on the steps, she ate her biscuit, and dipped up water in her hand and drank it to quench her thirst. At the top of the bank she saw more policemen, but they were interested in more important things, so she passed on by the edge of the water until she came to a hill densely covered with trees and bushes. She turned away from the drive and climbed the hill. When she got to the top, she sat down on the ground and took off her stockings, because the twigs caught in the holes and tripped her. She took one off slowly and dropped it on the walk in a little heap, and then its mate in another little heap. She was so exhausted that she crawled under a bush whose branches bent over and touched the ground. There, completely hidden, she felt safe. No people passing, no policeman, no one to call her ragged. This seemed a forsaken and lonely spot, apparently not worth guarding, so she soon fell asleep and forgot all her woes. She slept for hours and woke with a chill, wondering where she could be. It was some time before she could remember and tell how she got there. Then memory asserted itself, and all her misery rushed back upon her. She sat up and crept out of her hiding place, feeling that she was alone in the world. No father, mother, sisters, or brothers, no Roy. No one in the wide, wide world. Not only no one to love her, but no one even to know that she existed. Alone, all alone. The throngs of people had left the park and gone to their homes, to eat, drink, and be merry. Little children were tucked snugly in their beds, and all the great city was at its ease. Janet was alone in the silence of the night. No sound was heard in the darkness. The night was cloudy, and she was cold, hungry, and miserable. Her brain was weak from starvation, and she said in a whisper, "Yes, Bishop, I've kept myself clean and pure. Your stockings are here, Bishop. There's a hole in the toe, a hole in the heel, and holes all between the toe and the heel, but I've got them yet." She put on the old shoes and seemed to be looking for something. Her braided hair had come loose and fell like a veil about her. Her eyes were raised to the sky. The clouds parted and a bright star appeared. She cried out with delight. "Oh, there you are! I've been looking for you a long time. I was afraid you had forgotten me. You need not blink at me and twinkle so. I see you. I know you. I promised to see you tonight, so I've come on this hill to be near you. You know what I want. Don't go away and leave me. It's so dark it frightens me. I'm coming to you. You are the only friend I have. I'm coming, pretty star, stay. I'm coming. Don't, oh, don't go away. Don't leave me alone, little star, for I am down here, and you are so far." Other children had been put to bed hours before, and told that angels would guard their beds through the night. The little ones thought they came down on ladders, from some place they were taught to call heaven. Janet knew nothing of warm beds, good food, or fine clothes, of heaven, or of angels that came down on ladders. There was a rustling of the dried leaves on the bank near the water. Janet held her breath in fear, but the sound died away. Then she continued to whisper to the star, "You have talked to me so many nights, blinking at me through the window. I'm coming." The child of ignorance, poverty, and despair stood on a stone to be nearer the star. The wind had risen and wrapped the girl's black hair around her like a mantle. Her arms were stretched out to the star, and her eyes were fixed with unutterable love on the shining orb. And who shall say that there were no angels waiting for her to ascend on high? Silently the child stood there, with clasped hands and wide, staring eyes, until the star went out, as she thought. Then she looked down into the water and saw the star there, for the clouds had parted once more, and it seemed nearer to her than it did up above. As the clouds rolled away, the silence of the night was broken by crackling twigs and loosened stones rolling down the steep side of the hill. A splash in the water, which seemed to smile as it rippled in circle after circle, until it again settled into stillness. And the star shone brilliantly as ever, but told nothing of what it had seen. Standing on the avenue after midnight was a watchful policeman. Out of the park came a mongrel dog, which ran up to him and with a piteous whine put his paws upon him and looked up into his face. The policeman was a kindly man, and taking some food from his pocket he offered it to the dog, talking to him and patting him. But the dog refused all kindness for himself. That was not what he wanted. It seemed as if tears were almost in his eyes, and he spoke as plainly as a dog could speak, looking from the policeman over to the great lonely park. The officer more than half understood him, but he was not allowed to leave his beat. The dog continued his pleading until he saw that it was of no avail. He ran back into the park and up the hill to the top, where on the walk he sniffed around the bishop's stockings that lay where Janet had dropped them. Then, with a piteous cry, he sprang down the steep side of the hill, and the water once more seemed to smile as it gently rippled to the bank. End of Janet, or The Christmas Stockings, by Louise Elise Gibbons. This recording has been by Roger Moline.
Luck by Mark Twain. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Note: this is not a fancy sketch. I got it from a clergyman who was an instructor at Woolwich 40 years ago, and who vouched for its truth. M.T. It was at a banquet in London in honour of one of the 2 or 3 conspicuously illustrious English military names of this generation. For reasons which will presently appear, I will withhold his real name and titles, and call him Lieutenant General Lord Arthur Scoresby, V.C., K.C.B., etc., etc., etc. What a fascination there is in a renowned name! There sat the man in actual flesh, whom I had heard of so many thousands of times since that day 30 years before, when his name shot suddenly to the zenith from a Crimean battlefield, to remain forever celebrated. It was food and drink to me to look and look, and look at that demigod, scanning, searching, noting, the quietness, the reserve, the noble gravity of his countenance, the simple honesty that expressed itself all over him, the sweet unconsciousness of his greatness, unconsciousness of the hundreds of admiring eyes fastened upon him, unconsciousness of the deep, loving, sincere worship welling out of the breasts of those people and flowing towards him. The clergyman at my left was an old acquaintance of mine, clergyman now, but had spent the first half of his life in the camp and field, and as an instructor in the military school at Woolwich. Just at the moment I have been talking about, a veiled and singular light glimmered in his eyes, and he leaned down and muttered confidentially to me, indicating the hero of the banquet with a gesture. Privately, he's an absolute fool. This verdict was a great surprise to me. If its subject had been Napoleon, or Socrates, or Solomon, my astonishment could not have been greater. 2 things I was well aware of: that the Reverend was a man of strict veracity, and that his judgment of men was good. Therefore I knew, beyond doubt or question, that the world was mistaken about this hero. He was a fool. So I meant to find out, at a convenient moment, how the Reverend, all solitary and alone, had discovered the secret. Some days later the opportunity came, and this is what the Reverend told me. About 40 years ago I was an instructor in the military academy at Woolwich. I was present in one of the sections when young Scoresby underwent his preliminary examination. I was touched to the quick with pity. For the rest of the class answered up brightly and handsomely, while why, dear me, he didn't know anything, so to speak. He was evidently good and sweet and lovable and guileless, and so it was exceedingly painful to see him stand there, as serene as a graven image, and deliver himself of answers which were veritably miraculous for stupidity and ignorance. All the compassion in me was aroused in his behalf. I said to myself, when he comes to be examined again, he will be flung over, of course, so it will be simply a harmless act of charity to ease his fall as much as I can. I took him aside, and found that he knew a little of Caesar's history, and as he didn't know anything else, I went to work and drilled him like a galley slave on a certain line of stock questions concerning Caesar, which I knew would be used. If you'll believe me, he went through with flying colours on examination day. He went through on that purely superficial cram, and got compliments too, while others, who knew 1,000 times more than he, got plucked. By some strangely lucky accident, an accident not likely to happen twice in a century, he was asked no question outside of the narrow limits of his drill. It was stupefying. Well, all through his course I stood by him, with something of the sentiment which a mother feels for a crippled child, and he always saved himself, just by miracle, apparently. Now, of course, the thing that would expose him and kill him at last was mathematics. I resolved to make his death as easy as I could, so I drilled him and crammed him and crammed him and drilled him, just on the line of questions which the examiners would be most likely to use, and then launching him on his fate. Well, sir, try to conceive of the result. To my consternation, he took the first prize, and with it he got a perfect ovation in the way of compliments. Sleep? There was no more sleep for me for a week. My conscience tortured me day and night. What I had done purely through charity, and only to ease the poor youth's fall. I never had dreamed of any such preposterous result as the thing that had happened. I felt as guilty and miserable as the creator of Frankenstein. Here was a wooden-head whom I had put in the way of glittering promotions and prodigious responsibilities, and but one thing could happen. He and his responsibilities would all go to ruin together at the first opportunity. The Crimean War had just broken out. Of course there had to be a war, I said to myself. We couldn't have peace and give this donkey a chance to die before he is found out. I waited for the earthquake. It came. And it made me reel when it did come. He was actually gazetted to a captaincy in a marching regiment. Better men grow old and grey in the service before they climb to a sublimity like that. And who could ever have foreseen that they would go and put such a load of responsibility on such green and inadequate shoulders? I could just barely have stood it if they had made him a cornet. But a captain! Think of it! I thought my hair would turn white. Consider what I did. I who so loved repose and inaction. I said to myself, I am responsible to the country for this, and I must go along with him and protect the country against him as far as I can. So I took my poor little capital that I had saved up through years of work and grinding economy, and went with a sigh and bought a cornetcy in his regiment, and away we went to the field. And there, oh dear, it was awful. Blunders? Why, he never did anything but blunder. But you see, nobody was in the fellow's secret. Everybody had him focused wrong and necessarily misinterpreted his performance every time. Consequently, they took his idiotic blunders for inspirations of genius. They did, honestly. His mildest blunders were enough to make a man in his right mind cry, and they did make me cry, and rage and rave too, privately. And the thing that kept me always in a sweat of apprehension was the fact that every fresh blunder he made increased the lustre of his reputation. I kept saying to myself he'll get so high that when discovery does finally come it will be like the sun falling out of the sky. He went right along up, from grade to grade, over the dead bodies of his superiors, until at last, in the hottest moment of the Battle of Blank, down went our colonel, and my heart jumped into my mouth, for Scoresby was next in rank. Now for it, said I. We'll all land in Sheol in 10 minutes sure. The battle was awfully hot. The Allies were steadily giving way all over the field. Our regiment occupied a position that was vital. A blunder now must be destruction. At this crucial moment, what does this immortal fool do but detach the regiment from its place, and order a charge over a neighbouring hill where there wasn't a suggestion of an enemy? There you go, I said to myself. This is the end at last. And away we did go, and were over the shoulder of the hill before the insane movement could be discovered and stopped. And what did we find? An entire and unsuspected Russian army in reserve. And what happened? We were eaten up? That is necessarily what would have happened in 99 cases out of 100. But no, those Russians argued that no single regiment would come browsing around there at such a time. It must be the entire English army, and that the sly Russian game was detected and blocked. So they turned tail, and away they went pell-mell over the hill and down into the field in wild confusion, and we after them. They themselves broke the solid Russian centre in the field, and tore through, and in no time there was the most tremendous rout you ever saw, and the defeat of the Allies was turned into a sweeping and splendid victory. Marshal Canrobert looked on, dizzy with astonishment, admiration, and delight, and sent right off for Scoresby and hugged him, and decorated him on the field in presence of all the armies. And what was Scoresby's blunder that time? Merely the mistaking of his right hand for his left, that was all. An order had come to him to fall back and support our right, and instead he fell forward and went over the hill to the left. But the name he won that day as a marvellous military genius filled the world with his glory, and that glory will never fade while history books last. He is just as good and sweet and lovable and unpretending as a man can be, but he doesn't know enough to come in when it rains. Now that is absolutely true. He is the supremest ass in the universe, and until half an hour ago nobody knew it but himself and me. He has been pursued day by day and year by year by a most phenomenal and astonishing luckiness. He has been a shining soldier in all our wars for a generation. He has littered his whole military life with blunders, and yet has never committed one that didn't make him a knight, or a baronet, or a lord, or something. Look at his breast. Why, he is just clothed in domestic and foreign decorations. Well, sir, every one of them is the record of some shouting stupidity or other, and taken together they are proof that the very best thing in all this world that can befall a man is to be born lucky. I say again, as I said at the banquet, Scoresby's an absolute fool. End of Luck by Mark Twain.
The Mysterious Occurrence in Piccadilly by Grant Allen. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Part 1. I really never felt so profoundly ashamed of myself in my whole life as when my father-in-law, Professor W. Bryce Murray, of Oriel College, Oxford, sent me the last number of the Proceedings of the Society for the Investigation of Supernatural Phenomena. As I opened the pamphlet, a horrible foreboding seized me that I should find in it, detailed at full length, with my name and address in plain printing, not even asterisks, that extraordinary story of his about the mysterious occurrence in Piccadilly. I turned anxiously to page 14, which I saw was neatly folded over at the corner. And there, sure enough, I came upon the Professor's remarkable narrative, which I shall simply extract here, by way of introduction, in his own admirable and perspicuous language. "I wish to communicate to the Society," says my respected relation, "a curious case of wraiths or doubles, which came under my own personal observation, and for which I can vouch on my own authority, and that of my son-in-law, Dr. Owen Mansfield, keeper of Accadian antiquities at the British Museum. It is seldom, indeed, that so strange an example of a supernatural phenomenon can be independently attested by two trustworthy scientific observers, both still living. On the 12th of May, 1873, I made a note of the circumstance at the time, and am therefore able to feel perfect confidence as to the strict accuracy of my facts. I was walking down Piccadilly about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when I saw a simulacrum or image approaching me from the opposite direction, exactly resembling in outer appearance an undergraduate of Oriel College of the name of Owen Mansfield. It must be carefully borne in mind that at this time I was not related or connected with Mr. Mansfield in any way. His marriage with my daughter having taken place some 11 months earlier, I only knew him then as a promising junior member of my own college. I was just about to approach and address Mr. Mansfield, when a most singular and mysterious event took place. The simulacrum appeared spontaneously to glide up towards me with a peculiarly rapid and noiseless motion, waved a wand or staff which it bore in its hands thrice round my head, and then vanished hastily in the direction of an hotel which stands at the corner of Albemarle Street. I followed it quickly to the door, but on inquiry of the porter I learned that he himself had observed nobody enter. The simulacrum seems to have dissipated itself or become invisible suddenly in the very act of passing through the folding glass portals which give access to the hotel from Piccadilly. That same evening, by the last post, I received a hastily written note from Mr. Mansfield, bearing the Oxford postmark, dated Oriel College, 5 p.m., and relating the facts of an exactly similar apparition which had manifested itself to him with absolute simultaneity of occurrence, on the very day and hour when I had seen Mr. Mansfield's wraith in Piccadilly. Mr. Mansfield himself was walking down the Corn Market in Oxford in the direction of the Taylor Institute. As he approached the corner, he saw what he took to be a vision or image of myself, his tutor, moving towards him in my usual leisurely manner. Suddenly, as he was on the point of addressing me with regard to an Aristotle lecture the next morning, the image glided up to him in a rapid and evasive manner, shook a green silk umbrella with a rhinoceros horn handle 3 times round his head, and then disappeared incomprehensibly through the door of the Randolph Hotel. Returning to college in a state of breathless alarm and surprise at what he took to be an act of incipient insanity or extreme inebriation on my part, Mr. Mansfield learnt from the porter, to his intense astonishment, that I was at that moment actually in London. Unable to conceal his amazement at this strange event, he wrote me a full account of the facts while they were still fresh in his memory, and as I preserve his note to this day, I append a copy of it to my present communication, for publication in the Society's Transactions. There is one small point in the above narrative to which I would wish to call special attention, and that is the accurate description given by Mr. Mansfield of the umbrella carried by the apparition he observed in Oxford. This umbrella exactly coincided in every particular with the one I was then actually carrying in Piccadilly. But what is truly remarkable, and what stamps the occurrence as a genuine case of supernatural intervention, is the fact that Mr. Mansfield could not possibly ever have seen that umbrella in my hands, because I had only just that afternoon purchased it at a shop in Bond Street. This, to my mind, conclusively proves that no mere effort of fancy or visual delusion, based upon previous memories, vague or unconscious, could have had anything whatsoever to do with Mr. Mansfield's observation, at least. It was, in short, distinctly an objective apparition, as distinguished from a mere subjective reminiscence or hallucination. As I laid down the proceedings on the breakfast table with a sigh, I said to my wife, who had been looking over my shoulder while I read, "Now, Nora, we're really in for it. What on earth do you suppose I'd better do?" Nora looked at me with her laughing eyes, laughing harder and brighter than ever. "My dear Owen," she said, putting the proceedings promptly into the waste-paper basket, "there's really nothing on earth possible now, except to make a clean breast of it." I groaned. "I suppose you're right," I answered, "but it's a precious awkward thing to have to do. However, here goes." So I sat down at once with pen, ink, and paper at my desk to draw up this present narrative as to the real facts about the mysterious occurrence in Piccadilly. Part 2. In 1873 I was a fourth-year man going in for my Greats at the June examination. But as if Aristotle and Mill and the affair of Corcyra were not enough to occupy one young fellow's head at the age of 23, I had foolishly gone and fallen in love, undergraduate fashion, with the only really pretty girl (I insist upon putting it, though Nora has struck it out with her pen) in all Oxford. She was the daughter of my tutor, Professor Bryce Murray, and her name, as the astute reader will already have inferred, was Nora. The Professor had lost his wife some years before, and he was left to bring up Nora by his own devices, with the aid of his sister, Miss Lydia Amelia Murray, the well-known advocate of female education, woman's rights, anti-vaccination, vegetarianism, the Tichborne claimant, and psychic force. Nora, however, had no fancy for any of these multifarious interests of her aunt's. I have reason to believe she takes rather after her mother's family, and Miss Lydia Amelia Murray early decided that she was a girl of no intellectual tastes of any sort, who had better be kept at school in South Kensington as much as possible. Especially did Aunt Lydia hold it to be undesirable that Nora should ever come in contact with that very objectionable and wholly antagonistic animal, the Oriel undergraduate. Undergraduates were well known to laugh openly at woman's rights, to devour underdone beefsteaks with savage persistence, and to utter most irreverent and ribald jests about psychic force. Still, it is quite impossible to keep the orbit of a professor's daughter from occasionally crossing that of a stray meteoric undergraduate. Nora only came home to Oxford in vacation time, but during the preceding long I had stopped up for the sake of pursuing my Acadian studies in a quiet spot, and it was then that I first quite accidentally met Nora. I was canoeing on the Cherwell one afternoon, when I came across the Professor and his daughter in a punt, and saw the prettiest girl in all Oxford actually holding the pole in her own pretty little hands, while that lazy old man lolled back at his ease with a book on the luxurious cushions in the stern. As I passed the punt, I capped the Professor, of course, and looking back a minute later, I observed that the pretty daughter had got her pole stuck fast in the mud, and couldn't, with all her force, pull it out again. In another minute she had lost her hold of it, and the punt began to drift of itself down the river towards Iffley. Common politeness naturally made me put back my canoe, extricate the pole, and hand it as gracefully as I could to the Professor's daughter. As I did so, I attempted to raise my straw hat cautiously with one hand, while I gave back the pole with the other, an attempt which of course compelled me to lay down my paddle on the front of the canoe, as I happened to be only provided with 2 hands, instead of 4 like our earlier ancestors. I don't know whether it was my instantaneous admiration for Nora's pretty blush, which distracted my attention from the purely practical question of equilibrium, or whether it was her own awkwardness and modesty in taking the pole, or finally whether it was my tutor's freezing look that utterly disconcerted me. But, at any rate, just at that moment something unluckily, or rather luckily, caused me to lose my balance altogether. Now everybody knows that a canoe is very easily upset, and in a moment, before I knew exactly where I was, I found the canoe floating bottom upward about 3 yards away from me, and myself standing, safe and dry, in my tutor's punt, beside his pretty blushing daughter. I had felt the canoe turning over as I handed back the pole, and had instinctively jumped into the safer refuge of the punt, which saved me at least the ignominy of appearing before Miss Nora Murray in the ungraceful attitude of clambering back, wet and dripping, into an upset canoe. The inexorable logic of facts had thus convinced the Professor of the impossibility of keeping all undergraduates permanently at a safe distance, and there was nothing open for him now except resignedly to acquiesce in the situation so created for him. However much he might object to my presence, he could hardly, as a Christian and a gentleman, request me to jump in and swim after my canoe, or even, when we had at last successfully brought it alongside with the aid of the pole, to seat myself once more on the soaking cushions. After all, my mishap had come about in the endeavour to render him a service, so he was fain with what grace he could to let me relieve his daughter of the pole, and punt him back as far as the barges, with my own moist and uncomfortable bark trailing casually from the stern. As for Nora, being thus thrown unexpectedly into the dangerous society of that gruesome animal, the Oriel undergraduate, I think I may venture to say, from my subsequent experience, that she was not wholly disposed to regard the creature as either so objectionable or so ferocious as she had been previously led to imagine. We got on together so well that I could see the Professor growing visibly wrathful about the corners of the mouth, and by the time we reached the barges he could barely be civil enough to say good morning to me when we parted. An introduction, however, no matter how obtained, is really in these matters absolutely everything. As long as you don't know a pretty girl, you don't know her, and you can't take a step in advance without an introduction. But when once you do know her, heaven and earth and aunts and fathers may try their hardest to prevent you, and yet whatever they try, they can't keep you out. I was so far struck with Nora that I boldly ventured, whenever I met her out walking with her father or her aunt, to join myself to the party, and though they never hesitated to show me that my presence was not rapturously welcomed, they couldn't well say to me point blank, "Have the goodness, Mr. Mansfield, to go away and not to speak to me again in future." So the end of it was that before the beginning of October term, Nora and I understood one another perfectly, and had even managed, in a few minutes' tête-à-tête in the parks, to whisper to one another the ingenuous vows of sweet 17 and 22. When the Professor discovered that I had actually written a letter to his daughter marked "Private and Confidential," his wrath knew no bounds. He sent for me to his rooms, and spoke to me severely. "I've half a mind, Mansfield," he said, "to bring the matter before a college meeting. At any rate, this conduct must not be repeated. If it is, sir—" He didn't finish the sentence, preferring to terrify me by the effective figure of speech which commentators describe as an aposiopesis, and I left him with a vague sense that if it was repeated I should probably incur the penalties of proeminere, whatever that may be, or be hanged, drawn, and quartered, with my head finally stuck as an adornment on the acute wings of the griffin, vice Temple Bar removed. Next day, Nora met me casually at a confectioner's in the High, where I will frankly confess that I was engaged in experimenting upon the relative merits of raspberry cream and lemon water ices. She gave me her hand timidly, and whispered to me half under her breath, "Papa's so dreadfully angry, Owen, and I'm afraid I shall never be able to meet you any more, for he's going to send me back this very afternoon to South Kensington, and keep me away from Oxford altogether in future." I saw her eyes were red with crying, and that she really thought our little romance was entirely at an end. "My darling Nora," I replied in an undertone, "even South Kensington is not so unutterably remote that I shall never be able to see you there. Write to me whenever you are able, and let me know where I can write to you. My dear little Nora, if there were 100 papas and 1,000 Aunt Lydias interposed in a square between us, don't you know we should manage all the same to love one another, and to overcome all difficulties?" Nora smiled and half cried at once, and then discreetly turned to order half a pound of glacé cherries, and that was the last I saw of her for the time at Oxford. During the next term or two, I'm afraid I must admit that the relations between my tutor and myself were distinctly strained, so much so as continually to threaten the breaking out of open hostilities. It wasn't merely that Nora was in question, but the Professor also suspected me of jeering in private at his psychical investigations, and if the truth must be told, I will admit that his suspicions were not wholly without justification. It began to be whispered among the undergraduates just then that the Professor and his sister had taken to turning planchettes, interrogating easy-chairs, and obtaining interesting details about the present abode of Shakespeare or Milton from intelligent and well-informed 5 o'clock tea-tables. It had long been well known that the Professor took a deep interest in haunted houses, considered that the portents recorded by Livy must have something in them, and declared himself unable to be sceptical as to facts which had convinced such great men as Plato, Seneca, and Samuel Johnson. But the table-turning was a new fad, and we noisy undergraduates occasionally amused ourselves by getting up an amateur séance in imitation of the Professor, and eliciting psychical truths, often couched in a surprisingly slangy or even indecorous dialect, from a very lively though painfully irreverent spirit, who discoursed to us through the material intervention of a rickety what-not. However, as the only mediums we employed were the very unprofessional ones of 2 plain decanters, respectively containing port and sherry, the Professor, who was a teetotaler, and who paid 5 guineas a séance for the services of that distinguished psychical specialist, Dr. Grade, considered the interesting results we obtained as wholly beneath the dignity of scientific inquiry. He even most unworthily endeavoured to stifle research by gating us all one evening when a materialized spirit, assuming the outer form of the junior exhibitioner, sang a comic song of the period in a loud voice with the windows open, and accompanied itself noisily with a psychical tattoo on the rickety what-not. The Professor went so far as to observe sarcastically that our results appeared to him to be rather spirituous than spiritual. On May 11th, 1873, I will endeavour to rival the Professor in accuracy and preciseness, I got a short note from dear Nora, dated from South Kensington, which I, too, though not from psychical motives, have carefully preserved. I will not publish it, however, either here or in the Society's proceedings, for reasons which will probably be obvious to any of my readers who happen ever to have been placed in similar circumstances themselves. Disengaging the kernel of fact from the irrelevant matter in which it was embedded, I may state that Nora wrote me somewhat to this effect. She was going next day to the Academy with the parents of some schoolfellow. Could I manage to run up to town for the day, go to the Academy myself, and meet her, quite accidentally, you know, dear, in the water-colour room about 11:30? This was rather awkward, for next day, as it happened, was precisely the Professor's morning for the Herodotus lecture, but circumstances like mine at that moment know no law. So I succeeded in excusing myself from attendance somehow or other, I hope truthfully, and took the 9 a.m. express up to town. Shortly after 11 I was at the Academy, and waiting anxiously for Nora's arrival. That dear little hypocrite, the moment she saw me approach, assumed such an inimitable air of infantile surprise and innocent pleasure at my unexpected appearance, that I positively blushed for her wicked powers of deception. "You here, Mr. Mansfield?" she cried in a tone of the most apparently unaffected astonishment. "Why, I thought it was full term time. Surely you ought to be at Pictorial." "So I am," I answered, "officially, but in my private capacity I've come up for the day to look at the pictures." "Oh, how nice!" said that shocking little Nora, with a smile that was childlike and bland. "Mr. Mansfield is such a great critic, Mrs. Worplesdon. He knows all about art and artists and so on. He'll be able to tell us which pictures we ought to admire, you know, and which aren't worth looking at. Mr. Worplesdon, let me introduce you. Mrs. Worplesdon. Miss Worplesdon, how very lucky we should have happened to come across you, Mr. Mansfield." The Worplesdons fell immediately, like lambs, into the trap so ingeniously spread for them. Indeed, I have always noticed that 99% of the British public, when turned into an art gallery, are only too glad to accept the opinion of anybody whatsoever who is bold enough to have one, and to express it openly. Having thus been thrust by Nora into the arduous position of critic, by appointment, to the Worplesdon party, I delivered myself ex cathedra forthwith upon the merits and demerits of the entire exhibition, and I was so successful in my critical views that I not only produced an immense impression upon Mr. Worplesdon himself, but also observed many ladies in the neighbourhood nudge one another as they gazed intently backward and forward between wall and catalogue, and heard them whisper audibly among themselves, "A gentleman here says the flesh tones on that shoulder are simply marvellous," or "That artist in the tweed suit behind us thinks the careless painting of the ferns in the foreground quite unworthy of such a colourist as Daubiton." So highly was my criticism appreciated, in fact, that Mr. Worplesdon even invited me to lunch with Nora and his party at a neighbouring restaurant, where I spent the most delightful hour I had passed for the last half year, in the company of that naughty, mendacious little schemer. About 4 o'clock, however, the Worplesdons departed, taking Nora with them to South Kensington, and I prepared to walk back in the direction of Paddington, meaning to catch an evening train and return to Oxford. I was strolling in a leisurely fashion along Piccadilly towards the Park, and looking into all the photographers' windows, when suddenly an awful apparition loomed upon me. The Professor himself, coming round the corner from Bond Street, folding up a new rhinoceros-handled umbrella as he walked along. In a moment I felt that all was lost. I was up in town without leave. The Professor would certainly see me and recognise me. He would ask me how and why I had left the university, contrary to rules, and I must then either tell him the whole truth, which would get Nora into a fearful scrape, or else run the risk of being sent down in disgrace, which might prevent me from taking a degree, and would at least cause my father and mother an immense deal of unmerited trouble. Like a flash of lightning, a wild idea shot instantaneously across my brain. Might I pretend to be my own double? The Professor was profoundly superstitious on the subject of wraiths, apparitions, ghosts, brain waves, and supernatural appearances generally. If I could only manage to impose upon him for a moment by doing something outrageously uncommon or eccentric, I might succeed in stifling further inquiry by setting him from the beginning on a false track, which he was naturally prone to follow. Before I had time to reflect upon the consequences of my act, the wild idea had taken possession of me, body and soul, and had worked itself out in action with all the rapidity of a mad impulse. I rushed frantically up to the Professor, with my eyes fixed in a vacant stare on a point in space somewhere above the tops of the chimney-pots. I waved my stick 3 times mysteriously around his head, and then, without giving him time to recover from his surprise, or to address a single word to me, I bolted off in a red Indian dance to the nearest corner. There was a hotel there which I had often noticed before, though I had never entered it, and I rushed wildly in, meaning to get out as best I could when the Professor, who is very short-sighted, had passed on along Piccadilly in search of me. But fortune, as usual, favoured the bold. Luckily, it was a corner house, and, to my surprise, I found when I got inside it that the hall opened both ways, with a door onto the side street. The porter was looking away as I entered, so I merely ran in of one door and out of the other, never stopping till I met a hansom, into which I jumped, and ordered the man to drive to Paddington. I just caught the 4:35 to Oxford, and by a little over 6 o'clock I was in my own rooms at Oriel. It was very wrong of me, indeed. I acknowledge it now. But the whole thing had flashed across my undergraduate mind so rapidly that I carried it out in a moment before I could at all realize what a very foolish act I was really committing. To take a rise out of the Professor and to save Nora an angry interview were the only ideas that occurred to me at the second. When I began to reflect upon it afterwards, I was conscious that I had really practised a very gross and wicked deception. However, there was no help for it now, and as I rolled along in the train to Oxford, I felt that to save myself and Nora from utter disgrace, I must carry the plot out to the end without flinching. It then occurred to me that a double apparition would be more in accordance with all recognised principles of psychical manifestation than a single one. At Reading, therefore, I regret to say, I bought a pencil and a sheet of paper and an envelope, and before I reached Oxford station I had written to the Professor what I now blush to acknowledge as a tissue of shocking fables, in which I paralleled every particular of my own behaviour to him by a similar imaginary piece of behaviour on his part to me, only changing the scene to Oxford. It was awfully wrong, I admit. At the time, however, being yet but little more than a schoolboy, after all, I regarded it simply in the light of a capital practical joke. I informed the Professor gravely how I had seen him at 4 o'clock in the Corn Market, and how astonished I was when I found him waving his green silk umbrella 3 times wildly around my head. The moment I arrived at Oxford, I dashed up to college in a hansom, and got the Professor's address in London from the porter. He had gone up to town for the night, it seemed, probably to visit Nora, and would not be back in college till the next morning. Then I rushed down to the post office, where I was just in time, with an extra stamp, to catch the last post for that night's delivery. The moment the letter was in the box, I repented, and began to fear I had gone too far, and when I got back to my own rooms at last, and went down late for dinner in Hall, I confess I trembled not a little, as to the possible effect of my quite too bold and palpable imposition. Next morning by the second post I got a long letter from the Professor, which completely relieved me from all immediate anxiety as to his interpretation of my conduct. He rose to the fly with a charming simplicity which showed how delighted he was at this personal confirmation of all his own most cherished superstitions. "My dear Mansfield," his letter began, "now hear what, at the very self-same hour and minute, happened to me in Piccadilly." In fact, he had swallowed the whole thing entire, without a single moment's scepticism or hesitation. From what I heard afterwards, it was indeed a lucky thing for me that I had played him this shocking trick, for Nora believes he was then actually on his way to South Kensington on purpose to forbid her most stringently from holding any further communication with me in any way. But as soon as this mysterious event took place, he began to change his mind about me altogether. So remarkable an apparition could not have happened except for some good and weighty reason, he argued, and he suspected that the reason might have something to do with my intentions towards Nora. Why, when he was on his way to warn her against me, should a vision, bearing my outer and bodily shape, come straight across his path, and by vehement signs of displeasure endeavour to turn him from his purpose, unless it were clearly well for Nora that my attentions should not be discouraged. From that day forth the Professor began to ask me to his rooms and address me far more cordially than he had used to do before. He even, on the strength of my singular adventure, invited me to assist at one or two of his psychical séances. Here I must confess I was not entirely successful. The distinguished medium complained that I exerted a repellent effect upon the spirits, who seemed to be hurt by my want of generous confidence in their good intentions, and by my suspicious habit of keeping my eyes too sharply fixed upon the legs of the tables. He declared that when I was present an adverse influence seemed to pervade the room, due, apparently, to my painful lack of spiritual sympathies. But the Professor condoned my failure in the regular psychical line in consideration of my brilliant success as a beholder of wraiths and visions. After I took my degree that summer, he used all his influence to procure me the post of keeper of the Accadian antiquities at the museum, for which my previous studies had excellently fitted me, and by his friendly aid I was enabled to obtain the post, though I regret to say that, in spite of his credulity in supernatural matters, he still refuses to believe in the correctness of my conjectural interpretation of the celebrated Amalekite cylinders imported by Mr. Ananias, which I have deciphered in so very simple and satisfactory a manner. As everybody knows, my translation may be regarded as perfectly certain, if only one makes the very modest assumption that the cylinders were originally engraved upside down by an Aztec captive, who had learned broken Accadian, with a bad accent, from a Chinese exile, and who occasionally employed Egyptian hieroglyphics in correct senses, to piece out his own very imperfect idiom and doubtful spelling of the early Babylonian language. The solitary real doubt in the matter is whether certain extraordinary marks in the upper left-hand corner of the cylinder are to be interpreted as accidental scratches, or as a picture representing the triumph of a king over 7 bound prisoners, or, finally, as an Accadian sentence in cuneiforms, which may be translated either as "to the memory of On the Great," or else as "Pithor the high priest dedicates a fat goose to the family dinner on the 25th of the month of midwinter." Every candid and unprejudiced mind must admit that these small discrepancies or alternatives in the opinions of experts can cast no doubt at all upon the general soundness of the method employed. But persons like the Professor, while ready to accept any evidence at all where their own prepossessions are concerned, can never be induced to believe such plain and unvarnished statements of simple scientific knowledge. However, the end of it all was that before I had been a month at the museum, I had obtained the Professor's consent to my marriage with Nora. And as I had had Nora's own consent long before, we were duly joined together in holy matrimony early in October at Oxford, and came at once to live in Hampstead. So, as it turned out, I finally owed the sweetest and best little wife in all Christendom to the mysterious occurrence in Piccadilly. End of The Mysterious Occurrence in Piccadilly, by Grant Allen.
The Quest of Mr. Teeby, by Sarah Orne Jewett. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Gerard. The Quest of Mr. Teeby, by Sarah Orne Jewett. The trees were bare on meadow and hill, and all about the country one saw the warm brown of lately fallen leaves. There was still a cheerful bravery of green in sheltered places, a fine, live green that flattered the eye with its look of permanence. The first 3/4 of the year seemed to have worked out their slow processes to make this perfect late autumn day. In such weather I found even the East Wilby railroad station attractive, and waiting 3 hours for a slow train became a pleasure. The delight of idleness and even booklessness cannot be properly described. The interior of the station was bleak and gravelly, but it would have been possible to find fault with any interior on such an out of doors day, and after the station master had locked his ticket office door and tried the handle twice with a comprehensive look at me, he went slowly away up the road to spend some leisure time with his family. He had ceased to take any interest in the travelling public, and answered my questions as briefly as possible. After he had gone some distance he turned to look back, but finding that I still sat on the baggage truck in the sunshine, just where he left me, he smothered his natural apprehensions, and went on. One might spend a good half hour in watching crows as they go southward resolutely through the clear sky, and then waver and come straggling back as if they had forgotten something. One might think over all one's immediate affairs, and learn to know the outward aspect of such a place as East Wilby, as if born and brought up there. After a while I lost interest in both past and future. There was too much landscape before me at the moment, and a lack of figures. The weather was not to be enjoyed merely as an end. Yet there was no temptation to explore the uphill road on the left, or the level fields on the right. I sat still in my baggage truck and waited for something to happen. Sometimes one is so happy that there is nothing left to wish for but to be happier. And just as the remembrance of this truth illuminated my mind, I saw two persons approaching from opposite directions. The first to arrive was a pleasant-looking elderly countrywoman, well wrapped in a worn winter cloak, with a thick plaid shawl over it, and a white worsted cloud tied over her bonnet. She carried a well-preserved bandbox. The outlines were perfect under its checked gingham cover, and had a large bundle beside, securely rolled in a newspaper. From her dress I felt sure that she had made a mistake in dates, and expected winter to set in at once. Her face was crimson with undue warmth, and what appeared in the end to have been unnecessary haste. She did not take any notice of the elderly man who reached the platform a minute later, until they were near enough to take each other by the hand and exchange most cordial greetings. "Well, this is a treat," said the man, who was a small and shivery looking person. He carried a great umbrella and a thin enamelled cloth valise, and wore an ancient little silk hat and a nearly new greenish linen duster, as if it were yet summer. "I was full o' thinking o' you day before yesterday, strange, wa'n't it?" he announced impressively, in a plaintive voice. "I was saying to myself, if there was one living being I coveted to encounter over East Wilby way, 'twas you, Sister Pinkham." "Warm to day, ain't it?" responded Sister Pinkham. "How's your health, Mr. Teaby? I guess I'd better set right down here on the aidge of the platform. Shan't we get more air than if we went inside the depot? It's necessary to get my breath before I rise the hill." "You can't seem to account for them foresights," continued Mr. Teaby, putting down his tall, thin valise and letting the empty top of it fold over. Then he stood his umbrella against the end of my baggage truck without a glance at me. I was glad that they were not finding me in their way. "Well, if this ain't very sing'lar, I never saw nothin' that was," repeated the little man. "Nothing can set forth to explain why the thought of you should have been so borne in upon me day before yisterday, your living countenance and all, and here we be to day settin' side o' one another. I've come to rely on them foresights. They've been of considerable use in my business, too." "Trade good as common this fall?" inquired Sister Pinkham languidly. "You don't carry such a thing as a good palm leaf fan amongst your stuff, I expect. It does appear to me as if I hadn't been more het up any day this year." "I should have had the observation to offer it before," said Mr. Teeby, with pride. "Yes, Sister Pinkham, I've got an excellent fan right here, and you shall have it." He reached for his bag. I heard a clink, as if there were bottles within. Presently his companion began to fan herself with that steady sway and lop of the palm leaf which one sees only in country churches in midsummer weather. Mr. Teeby edged away a little, as if he feared such a steady trade wind. "We might have picked out a shadier spot on your account," he suggested. "Can't you unpin your shawl?" "Not while I'm so het," answered Sister Pinkham coldly. "Is there anything new recommended for rheumatic complaints?" "They're getting up new compounds right straight along, and send sights of printed bills urging of me to buy 'em. I don't beseech none of my customers to take them strange nostrums that I ain't able to recommend." "Some is new cotches, made of good old standbys, I expect," said Sister Pinkham, and there was a comfortable silence of some minutes. "I'm kind of surprised to meet you to day, when all's said and done. It's kind of started me when I see 'twas you, after dwelling on you so, day before yesterday," insisted Mr. Teeby, and this time Sister Pinkham took heed of the interesting coincidence. "Thinking of me, was you?" And she stopped the fan a moment, and turned to look at him with interest. "I was so. Well, I never see nobody that kep' her looks as you do, and being a sufferer too, as one may express it." Sister Pinkham sighed heavily, and began to ply the fan again. "You was saying just now that you found them foresight notions worked into your business." "Yes'm. I saved a valuable life this spring. I was putting up my vials to start out over Briggsville way, and was impressed upon me that I'd better carry a portion o' opodildack. I was loaded up heavy, had all I could lug of spring goods, salts, and senny, and them big bottle spring bitters o' mine that folks counts on regular. I couldn't get the opodildack out o' my mind, no way, and I didn't want it for nothing nor nobody, but I had to remove a needed vial of some kind of essence to give it place. When I was going down the lane towards Abel Dean's house, his women folks come flying out. 'Child's a dying in here,' says they. Tumbled down the sullar stairs. They was like crazy creatures. I give 'em the vial right there in the lane, and they run in and I followed 'em. Last time I was there the child was a playing out, looked rugged and hearty. They've never forgot it, and never will," said Mr. Teeby, impressively, with a pensive look toward the horizon. "Want me to stop over night with 'em any time, or come and take the hoss, or anything? Mis' Dean, she buys 4 times the essences and stuff she wants. Kind of gratified, you see, and didn't want to lose the child, I expect, though she's got a number of others. If it hadn't been for it being so impressed on my mind, I should have omitted that opodildack. I deem it a winter remedy, chiefly. Perhaps the young one would have come too, without none. They do survive right through everything, and then again they seem to be taken away right in their tracks." Sister Pinkham grew more talkative as she cooled. "Heard any news as you come along?" "Some," vaguely responded Mr. Teeby. "Folks generally relates anything that's occurred since they see me before. I ain't no great hand for news, and never was." "Pity about you, Uncle Teeby. There, anybody don't like to have deaths occur and them things, and be unawares of 'em, and the last to know when folks calls in." Sister Pinkham laughed at first, but said her say with spirit. "Certain, we all of us ought to show an interest. I did hear it reported that Elder Fry calculates to give up preaching and go into the creamery business another spring. You know he's had means left him, and his throat's kind of give out, trouble with the pipes. I called it brown caters. and explained nigh as I could without hurting of his pride that he bawled more 'n any pipes could stand. I'd get so wore out settin' under him that I feel to go and lay right out in the woods arterwards, where it's still. 'Twon't never do for him to deal so with callin' of his cows, they'd be so aggravated 'twould be more 'n any butter business could bear. You hadn't ought to speak so light now. He's a very feelin' man towards anyone in trouble," Sister Pinkham rebuked the speaker. "I set considerable by Elder Fry. You sort of divert yourself dallyin' round the country with your essences and remedies, and you ain't never sagged down with no settled grievance, as most do. Think of what the Elder's been through, a losin' old three good wives. I'm one of them that ain't found life come none too easy, and Elder Fry's preachin' stayed my mind considerable." "I suppose you're right, if you think you be," acknowledged the little man humbly. "I can't say as I esteem myself so fortunate as most. I'm a lonesome creetur, and always was. You know I be. I did expect somebody'd engage my affections before this. There'd plenty be glad to have ye." "I expect they would, but I don't seem to be drawed to none on 'em," replied Mr. Teaby, with a mournful shake of his head. "I've spoke pretty decided to quite a number in my time, take 'em all together, but it always appeared best not to follow it up, and so when I'd come their way again I'd laugh it off or something, in case 'twas referred to. I seen one now and then that I kind of fancy, but 'tain't the real thing." "You mustn't expect to pick out a handsome gal at your age," insisted Sister Pinkham, in a businesslike way. "Time's past for all that, and you've got the name of a rover. I've heard some say that you was rich, but that ain't everything. You must take who you can get, and look you up a good home. I would. If you was to be taken down with any settled complaint, you'd be distressed to be without a place of your own, and I'm glad to have this chance to tell you so. Plenty of folks is glad to take you in for a short spell, and you've had an excellent chance to look the ground over well. I tell you, you're beginning to get along in years." "I know I be," said Mr. Teaby. "I can't travel now as I used to. I have to favor my left leg. I do know but I'll be spoilt for settlin' down. This business I never meant to follow steady in the fust place. 'Twas a means to an end, as one may say. Folks would miss ye, but you could take a good long trip, say spring and fall, and live quiet the rest of the year. What if they do get out o' essence o' lemon and peppermint? There's sufficient to the stores. 'Tain't as it used to be when you begun. There's Anna Maria Hart, my oldest sister's daughter. I kind of call at home with her by spells and when the traveling's bad." "Good King Agrippy! If that's the best you can do, I feel for you," exclaimed the energetic adviser. "She's a harmless creetur, and seems to keep plodding, but slack ain't no description, and runs on talking about nothing till it strikes right in and numbs you. She's pressed for house room, too. Hart ought to put on an addition long ago, but he's too stingy to live. Folks was telling me that somebody observed to him how he'd got a real good stiddy man to work with him this summer. He's called a very pious man, too. Great hand in meetin's, Mr. Hart," says they, and says he, "I'd have you recollect he's a prayin' out of my time." Said it hasty, too, as if he meant it. Well, I can put up with Hart. He's near, but he uses me well, and I try to do the same by him. I don't binge on him. I pay my way, and I feel as if everything was temporary. I did plan to go way over North Dexter way, where I've never been, and see if there wa'n't somebody, but the weather ain't been settled as I could wish. I'm always expectin' to find her. I be so," at which I'd observed Sister Pinkham's frame shake. I felt a slight reproach of conscience. listening so intently to these entirely private affairs, and at this point reluctantly left my place and walked along the platform to remind Sister Pinkham and confiding Mr. Teeby of my neighborhood. They gave no sign that there was any objection to the presence of a stranger, and so I came back gladly to the baggage truck, and we all kept silence for a little while. A fine flavor of extracts was wafted from the valise to where I sat. I pictured to myself the solitary and hopeful wanderings of Mr. Teeby. There was an air about him of some distinction. He might have been a decayed member of the medical profession. I observed that his hands were unhardened by any sort of rural work, and he sat there, a meek and appealing figure, with his antique hat and linen duster, beside the well-wadded round shoulders of friendly Sister Pinkham. The expression of their backs was most interesting. You might express it that I've got quite a number of good homes. I've got me sorted out a few regular places where I mostly stop, Mr. Teeby explained presently. I like to visit with the old folks and speak of the past together, and the boys and gals, they always have some kind of fun going on when I get along. They always have to get me out to the barn and tell me if they're a courting, and I fetch and carry for 'em in that case, and help out all I can. I've made peace when they got into some of their misunderstanding, and them times they set a good deal by Uncle Teeby, but they ain't all got along as well as they expected, and that's been one thing that's made me desirous not to get fooled myself. But I do know as folks would be reconciled to my settling down in one place. I've gathered a good many extry receipts for things, and folks all calls me something of a doctor. You know my grandfather was one on my mother's side. "Well, you've had my counsel for what it's worth," said the woman, not unkindly. "Trouble is, you want better bread than's made of wheat. I'm most ashamed to ask ye again if 'twouldn't be any use to lay the matter before Hannah Jane Pinkham." This was spoken lower, but I could hear the gentle suggestion. "I'm obleeged to you," said the lady of Mr. Teaby's choice, "but I ain't the right one. Don't you go to settin' your mind on me. 'Tain't wuth while. I'm older than you be, and apt to break down with my rheumatic complaints. You don't want nobody on your hands. I'd get a younger woman, I would so. I've been a lookin' for the right one a sight of years, Hannah Jane. I've had a kind of notion I should know her right off when I fust see her, but I'm afeared it ain't goin' to be that way. I've seen a sight o' nice smart women, but when the thought o' you was so impressed on my mind day before yesterday." "I'm sorry to disobleege you, but if I have anybody, I'm kind of half promised to Elder Fry," announced Sister Pinkham bravely. "I consider it more on the off side than I did at first. If he continued preaching, I'd favor it more, but I dread having to tend to a growing butter business and to sense them new machines. 'Tain't as if he'd 'stablished it. I've just begun to have things easy. But there, I feel as if I had a lot o' work left in me, and I don't know 'tis right to let it go to waste. I expect the elder would preach some, by spells, and we could ride about and see folks, and he'd always be called to funerals, and have some variety one way and another. I urge him not to quit preaching." "I'd rather he undertook most anything else," said Mr. Teeby, rising and trying to find the buttons of his linen duster. I could see a bitter shade of jealousy cloud his amiable face, but Sister Pinkham looked up at him and laughed. Set down," she said. "We ain't in no hurry." And Uncle Teeby relented and lingered. "I'm all out of rose water for the eyes," she told him, "and if you got a vial of lemon left that you'll part with reasonable, I do know but I'll take that. I'd rather have caught you when you was outward bound. Your bag looks kind of slim." "Everything's fresh made just before I started, 'cept the ginger, and that I buy, but it's called the best there is." The two sat down and drove a succession of sharp bargains, but finally parted the best of friends. Mr. Teeby kindly recognized my presence from a business point of view, and offered me a choice of his wares at reasonable prices. I asked about a delightful jumping jack which made its appearance, and wished very much to become the owner, for it was curiously whittled out and fitted together by Mr. Teeby's own hands. He exhibited the toy to Sister Pinkham and me, to our great pleasure, but scorned to sell such a trifle, it being worth nothing, and beside, he had made it for a little girl who lived 2 miles farther along the road he was following. I could see that she was a favorite of the old man's, and said no more about the matter, but provided myself, as recommended, with an ample package of court plaster, in case of accident before I got to where I was going, and a small bottle of smelling salts, described as reviving to the faculties. Then we watched Mr. Teeby plod away, a quaint figure, with his large valise nearly touching the ground as it hung slack from his right hand. The greenish brown duster looked bleak and unseasonable as a cloud went over the sun. It appeared to symbolize the youthful and spring-like hopes of the wearer, decking the autumn days of life. "Poor creetur," said Sister Pinkham. "There he doos need somebody to look after him." She turned to me frankly, and I asked how far he was going. "Oh, he'll put up at that little gal's house and get his dinner, and give her the jumping jack and trade a little, and then he'll work along the road, calling from place to place. He's got a good deal o' system, and was a smart boy, so that folks expected he was going to make a doctor, but he kind o' petered out. He's long winded and harping, and some folks praise him by if they can. But there, most likes him, and there's nobody would be more missed. He don't make no trouble for 'em. He'll take right holt and help, and there ain't nobody more gentle with the sick. Always has some o' his nonsense over to me." This was added with sudden consciousness that I must have heard the recent conversation, but we only smiled at each other, and good Sister Pinkham did not seem displeased. We both turned to look again at the small figure of Mr. Teeby as he went away, with his queer tripping gait, along the level road. "Pretty day, if it wa'n't quite so warm," said Sister Pinkham, as she rose and reached for her bandbox and bundle, to resume her own journey. "There, if here ain't Uncle Teaby's umbrilla! He forgets everything that belongs to him but that old valise. Folks wouldn't know him if he left that. You may as well just hand it to Asa Briggs, the depot master, when he gets back. Like's not the old gentleman 'll think to call for it as he comes back along. Here's his fan, too, but he won't likely to want that this winter." She looked at the large umbrella. There was a great deal of good material in it, but it was considerably out of repair. "I don't know but I'll stop and mend it up for him, poor old creetur," she said slowly, with an apologetic look at me. Then she sat down again, pulled a large rolled up needlebook from her deep and accessible pocket, and sewed busily for some time with strong stitches. I sat by and watched her, and was glad to be of use in chasing her large spool of linen thread, which repeatedly rolled away along the platform. Sister Pinkham's affectionate thoughts were evidently following her old friend. "I've a great mind to walk back with the umbrilla. He may need it, and 'tain't a great ways," she said to me, and then looked up quickly, blushing like a girl. I wished she would, for my part, but it did not seem best for a stranger to give advice in such serious business. "I'll tell you what I will do," she told me innocently, a moment afterwards. "I'll take the umbrilla along with me and leave word with Asa Briggs I've got it. I go right by his house, so you needn't charge your mind nothing about it." By the time she had taken off her gold bowed spectacles and put them carefully away and was ready to make another start, she had learned where I came from, and where I was going, and what my name was, all this being but poor return for what I had gleaned of the history of herself and Mr. Teeby. I watched Sister Pinkham until she disappeared, umbrella in hand, over the crest of a hill far along the road to the eastward. End of The Quest of Mr. Teeby by Sarah Orne Jewett.
The Secret Garden by G.K. Chesterton. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London, March 2017. Aristide Valentin, chief of the Paris police, was late for his dinner, and some of his guests began to arrive before him. These were, however, reassured by his confidential servant, Ivan, the old man with a scar, and a face almost as grey as his moustaches, who always sat at a table in the entrance hall, a hall hung with weapons. Valentin's house was perhaps as peculiar and celebrated as its master. It was an old house with high walls and tall poplars almost overhanging the Seine. But the oddity, and perhaps the police value, of its architecture was this, that there was no ultimate exit at all except through this front door, which was guarded by Ivan and the armoury. The garden was large and elaborate, and there were many exits from the house into the garden. But there was no exit from the garden into the world outside. All round it ran a tall, smooth, unscalable wall, with special spikes at the top. No bad garden, perhaps, for a man to reflect in whom some 100 criminals had sworn to kill. As Ivan explained to the guests, their host had telephoned that he was detained for 10 minutes. He was, in truth, making some last arrangements about executions and such ugly things, and though these duties were rootedly repulsive to him, he always performed them with precision. Ruthless in the pursuit of criminals, he was very mild about their punishment. Since he had been supreme over French, and largely over European, political methods, his great influence had been honourably used for the mitigation of sentences and the purification of prisons. He was one of the great humanitarian French freethinkers, and the only thing wrong with them is that they make mercy even colder than justice. When Valentin arrived, he was already dressed in black clothes and the red rosette. An elegant figure, his dark beard already streaked with grey. He went straight through his house to his study, which opened on the grounds behind. The garden door of it was open, and after he had carefully locked his box in its official place, he stood for a few seconds at the open door looking out upon the garden. A sharp moon was fighting with the flying rags and tatters of a storm, and Valentin regarded it with a wistfulness unusual in such scientific natures as his. Perhaps such scientific natures have some psychic prevision of the most tremendous problem of their lives. From any such occult mood, at least, he quickly recovered, for he knew he was late, and that his guests had already begun to arrive. A glance at his drawing-room when he entered it was enough to make certain that his principal guest was not there, at any rate. He saw all the other pillars of the little party. He saw Lord Galloway, the English ambassador, a choleric old man with a russet face like an apple, wearing the blue ribbon of the Garter. He saw Lady Galloway, slim and thread-like, with silver hair and a face sensitive and superior. He saw her daughter, Lady Margaret Graham, a pale and pretty girl with an elfish face and copper-coloured hair. He saw the Duchess of Mont St. Michael, black-eyed and opulent, and with her 2 daughters, black-eyed and opulent also. He saw Dr. Simon, a typical French scientist, with glasses, a pointed brown beard, and a forehead barred with those parallel wrinkles which are the penalty of superciliousness, since they come through constantly elevating the eyebrows. He saw Father Brown, of Cobhole in Essex, whom he had recently met in England. He saw, perhaps with more interest than any of these, a tall man in uniform who had bowed to the Galloways without receiving any very hearty acknowledgment, and who now advanced alone to pay his respects to his host. This was Commander O'Brien of the French Foreign Legion. He was a slim yet somewhat swaggering figure, clean-shaven, dark-haired and blue-eyed, and as seemed natural in an officer of that famous regiment of victorious failures and successful suicides, he had an air at once dashing and melancholy. He was by birth an Irish gentleman, and in boyhood had known the Galloways, especially Margaret Graham. He had left his country after some crash of debts, and now expressed his complete freedom from British etiquette by swinging about in uniform, sabre and spurs. When he bowed to the ambassador's family, Lord and Lady Galloway bent stiffly, and Lady Margaret looked away. But for whatever old causes such people might be interested in each other, their distinguished host was not specially interested in them. No one of them, at least, was in his eyes the guest of the evening. Valentin was expecting, for special reasons, a man of world-wide fame, whose friendship he had secured during some of his great detective tours and triumphs in the United States. He was expecting Julius K. Brain, that multi-millionaire whose colossal and even crushing endowments of small religions have occasioned so much easy sport and easier solemnity for the American and English papers. Nobody could quite make out whether Mr. Brain was an atheist or a Mormon or a Christian Scientist, but he was ready to pour money into any intellectual vessel so long as it was an untried vessel. One of his hobbies was to wait for the American Shakespeare, a hobby more patient than angling. He admired Walt Whitman and thought that Luke P. Tanner of Paris, PA, was more progressive than Whitman any day. He liked anything that he thought progressive. He thought Valentin progressive, thereby doing him a grave injustice. The solid appearance of Julius K. Brain in the room was as decisive as a dinner bell. He had this great quality, which very few of us can claim, that his presence was as big as his absence. He was a huge fellow, as fat as he was tall, clad in complete evening black, without so much relief as a watch chain or a ring. His hair was white and well brushed back, like a German's. His face was red, fierce, and cherubic, with one dark tuft under the lower lip that threw up that otherwise infantile visage with an effect theatrical and even Mephistophelian. Not long, however, did that salon merely stare at the celebrated American. His lateness had already become a domestic problem, and he was sent with all speed into the dining-room with Lady Galloway on his arm. Except on one point, the Galloways were genial and casual enough, so long as Lady Margaret did not take the arm of that adventurer O'Brien. Her father was quite satisfied, and she had not done so. She had decorously gone in with Dr. Simon. Nevertheless, old Lord Galloway was restless and almost rude. He was diplomatic enough during dinner, but when, over the cigars, three of the younger men, Simon the doctor, Brown the priest, and the detrimental O'Brien, the exile in a foreign uniform, all melted away to mix with the ladies or smoke in the conservatory, then the English diplomatist grew very undiplomatic indeed. He was stung every 60 seconds with the thought that the scamp O'Brien might be signalling to Margaret somehow. He did not attempt to imagine how. He was left over the coffee with Brain, the hoary Yankee who believed in all religions, and Valentin, the grizzled Frenchman who believed in none. They could argue with each other, but neither could appeal to him. After a time, this progressive logomachy had reached a crisis of tedium. Lord Galloway got up also and sought the drawing-room. He lost his way in long passages for some 6 or 8 minutes, till he heard the high-pitched, didactic voice of the doctor, and then the dull voice of the priest, followed by general laughter. They also, he thought with a curse, were probably arguing about science and religion. But the instant he opened the salon door he saw only one thing. He saw what was not there. He saw that Commandant O'Brien was absent, and that Lady Margaret was absent too. Rising impatiently from the drawing-room, as he had from the dining-room, he stamped along the passage once more. His notion of protecting his daughter from the Irish-Algerian ne'er-do-well had become something central and even mad in his mind. As he went towards the back of the house, where was Valentine's study, he was surprised to meet his daughter, who swept past with a white, scornful face which was a second enigma. If she had been with O'Brien, where was O'Brien? If she had not been with O'Brien, where had she been? With a sort of senile and passionate suspicion he groped his way to the dark back parts of the mansion, and eventually found a servant's entrance that opened on to the garden. The moon with her scimitar had now ripped up and rolled away all the storm rack. The argent light lit up all four corners of the garden. A tall figure in blue was striding across the lawn towards the study door. A glint of moonlit silver on his facings picked him out as Commandant O'Brien. He vanished through the French windows into the house, leaving Lord Galloway in an indescribable temper, at once virulent and vague. The blue and silver garden, like a scene in a theatre, seemed to taunt him with all that tyrannic tenderness against which his worldly authority was at war. The length and grace of the Irishman's stride enraged him as if he were a rival instead of a father. The moonlight maddened him. He was trapped as if by magic into a garden of troubadours, a Watteau fairyland, and, willing to shake off such amorous imbecilities by speech, he stepped briskly after his enemy. As he did so, he tripped over some tree or stone in the grass, looked down at it first with irritation, and then a second time with curiosity. The next instant the moon and the tall populace looked at an unusual sight, an elderly English diplomatist running hard and crying or bellowing as he ran. His hoarse shouts brought a pale face to the study door, the beaming glasses and worried brow of Dr. Simon, who heard the nobleman's first clear words. Lord Galloway was crying, "A corpse in the grass! A blood-stained corpse!" O'Brien, at last, had gone utterly out of his mind. "We must tell Valentine at once," said the doctor, when the other had brokenly described all that he had dared to examine. "It is fortunate that he is here." And even as he spoke, the great detective entered the study, attracted by the cry. It was almost amusing to note his typical transformation. He had come with the common concern of a host and a gentleman, fearing that some guest or servant was ill. When he was told the gory fact, he turned with all his gravity instantly bright and businesslike. For this, however abrupt and awful, was his business. "Strange, gentlemen," he said, as they hurried out into the garden, "that I should have hunted mysteries all over the earth, and now one comes and settles in my own backyard. But where is the place?" They crossed the lawn less easily, as a slight mist had begun to rise from the river. But under the guidance of the shaken Galloway, they found the body sunken in deep grass, the body of a very tall and broad-shouldered man. He lay face downwards, so they could only see that his big shoulders were clad in black cloth, and that his big head was bald, except for a wisp or two of brown hair that clung to his skull like wet seaweed. A scarlet serpent of blood crawled from under his fallen face. "At least," said Simon with a deep and singular intonation, "he is none of our party." "Examine him, doctor," cried Valentin rather sharply. "He may not be dead." The doctor bent down. "He is not quite cold, but I'm afraid he is dead enough," he answered. "Just help me to lift him up." They lifted him carefully an inch from the ground, and all doubts as to his being really dead were settled at once and frightfully. The head fell away. It had been entirely sundered from the body. Whoever had cut his throat had managed to sever the neck as well. Even Valentin was slightly shocked. "He must have been as strong as a gorilla," he muttered. Not without a shiver, though he was used to anatomical abortions, Dr. Simon lifted the head. It was slightly slashed about the neck and jaw, but the face was substantially unhurt. It was a ponderous yellow face, at once sunken and swollen, with a hawk-like nose and heavy lids, a face of a wicked Roman emperor, with perhaps a distant touch of Chinese emperor. All present seemed to look at it with the coldest eye of ignorance. Nothing else could be noted about the man except that, as they had lifted his body, they had seen underneath it the white gleam of a shirt front defaced with a red gleam of blood. As Dr. Simon said, the man had never been of their party, but he might very well have been trying to join it, for he had come dressed for such an occasion. Valentin went down on his hands and knees and examined with his closest professional attention the grass and ground for some 20 yards round the body, in which he was assisted less skilfully by the doctor and quite vaguely by the English lord. Nothing rewarded their grovellings except a few twigs snapped or chopped into very small lengths, which Valentin lifted for an instant's examination and then tossed away. "Twigs," he said gravely, "twigs and a total stranger with his head cut off. That is all there is on this lawn." There was an almost creepy stillness, and then the unnerved Galloway called out sharply, "Who's that? Who's that over there by the garden wall?" A small figure with a foolishly large head drew waveringly near them in the moonlight haze, looked for an instant like a goblin, but turned out to be the harmless little priest whom they had left in the drawing-room. "I say," he said meekly, "there are no gates to this garden, do you know?" Valentin's black brows had come together somewhat crossly, as they did on principle at the sight of a cassock, but he was far too just a man to deny the relevance of the remark. "You are right," he said. "Before we find out how he came to be killed, we may have to find out how he came to be here. Now listen to me, gentlemen. If it can be done without prejudice to my position and duty, we shall all agree that certain distinguished names might well be kept out of this. There are ladies, gentlemen, and there is a foreign ambassador. If we must mark it down as a crime, then it must be followed up as a crime. But till then I can use my own discretion. I am the head of the police. I am so public that I can afford to be private. Please heaven, I will clear every one of my own guests before I call in my men to look for anybody else. Gentlemen, upon your honour you will none of you leave the house till tomorrow at noon. There are bedrooms for all. Simon, I think you know where to find my man, Ivan, in the front hall. He is a confidential man. Tell him to leave another servant on guard and come to me at once. Lord Galloway, you are certainly the best person to tell the ladies what has happened and prevent a panic. They also must stay. Father Brown and I will remain with the body." When this spirit of the captain spoke in Valentin, he was obeyed like a bugle. Dr. Simon went through to the armoury and rooted out Ivan, the public detective's private detective. Galloway went to the drawing-room and told the terrible news tactfully enough, so that by the time the company assembled there, the ladies were already startled and already soothed. Meanwhile, the good priest and the good atheist stood at the head and foot of the dead man, motionless in the moonlight, like symbolic statues of their two philosophies of death. Ivan, the confidential man with the scar and the moustache, came out of the house like a cannonball, and came racing across the lawn to Valentin like a dog to his master. His livid face was quite lively with the glow of this domestic detective story, and it was with almost unpleasant eagerness that he asked his master's permission to examine the remains. "Yes, look if you like, Ivan," said Valentin, "but don't be long. We must go in and thrash this out in the house." Ivan lifted the head and then almost let it drop. "Why," he gasped, No, it isn't. It can't be. Do you know this man, sir?" "No," said Valentin indifferently. "We had better go inside." Between them they carried the corpse to a sofa in the study, and then all made their way to the drawing-room. The detective sat down at a desk quietly, and even without hesitation. But his eye was the iron eye of a judge at assize. He made a few rapid notes upon paper in front of him, and then said shortly, Is everybody here?" "Not Mr. Brain," said the Duchess of Mont St. Michael, looking round. "No," said Lord Galloway in a hoarse, harsh voice, "and not Mr. O'Neill O'Brien, I fancy. I saw that gentleman walking in the garden when the corpse was still warm." "Ivan," said the detective, "go and fetch Commander O'Brien and Mr. Brain. Mr. Brain, I know, is finishing a cigar in the dining-room. Commandant O'Brien, I think, is walking up and down the conservatory. I am not sure." The faithful attendant flashed from the room, and before anyone could stir or speak, Valentin went on with the same soldierly swiftness of exposition. "Everyone here knows that a dead man has been found in the garden, his head cut clean from his body. Dr. Simon, you have examined it. Do you think that to cut a man's throat like that would need great force? Or perhaps only a very sharp knife?" "I should say that it could not be done with a knife at all," said the pale doctor. "Have you any thought," resumed Valentin, "of a tool with which it could be done?" "Speaking with modern probabilities, I really haven't," said the doctor, arching his painful brows. "It's not easy to hack a neck through even clumsily, and this was a very clean cut. It could be done with a battle-axe or an old headsman's axe or an old two-handed sword." "But, good heavens!" cried the Duchess, almost in hysterics, "there aren't any two-handed swords and battle-axes round here." Valentin was still busy with the paper in front of him. "Tell me," he said, still writing rapidly, "could it have been done with a long French cavalry sabre?" A low knocking came at the door, which, for some unreasonable reason, curdled everyone's blood, like the knocking in Macbeth. Amid that frozen silence, Dr. Simon managed to say, "A sabre. Yes, I suppose it could." "Thank you," said Valentin. "Come in, Ivan." The confidential Ivan opened the door and ushered in Commandant Neil O'Brien, whom he had found at last pacing the garden again. The Irish officer stood up, disordered and defiant, on the threshold. "What do you want with me?" he cried. "Please sit down," said Valentin in pleasant level tones. "Why, you aren't wearing your sword. Where is it?" "I left it on the library table," said O'Brien, his brogue deepening in his disturbed mood. "It was a nuisance. It was getting—" "Ivan," said Valentin, "please go and get the Commandant's sword from the library." Then, as the servant vanished, "Lord Galloway says he saw you leaving the garden just before he found the corpse. What were you doing in the garden?" The Commandant flung himself recklessly into a chair. "Oh," he cried in pure Irish, "admiring the moon, communing with nature, me boy." A heavy silence sank and endured, and at the end of it came again that trivial and terrible knocking. Ivan reappeared, carrying an empty steel scabbard. "This is all I can find," he said. "Put it on the table," said Valentin, without looking up. There was an inhuman silence in the room, like that sea of inhuman silence round the dock of the condemned murderer. The Duchess's weak exclamations had long ago died away. Lord Galloway's swollen hatred was vanished, and even sobered. The voice that came was quite unexpected. "I think I can tell you," cried Lady Margaret, in that clear, quivering voice with which a courageous woman speaks publicly. "I can tell you what Mr. O'Brien was doing in the garden, since he is bound to silence. He was asking me to marry him. I refused. I said in my family circumstances I could give him nothing but my respect. He was a little angry at that. He did not seem to think much of my respect, I wonder," she added, with rather a wan smile. "If he will care at all for it now, for I offer it him now, I will swear anywhere that he never did a thing like this." Lord Galloway had edged up to his daughter and was intimidating her in what he imagined to be an undertone. "Hold your tongue, Maggie," he said in a thunderous whisper. "Why should you shield the fellow? Where's his sword? Where's his confounded cavalry? He stopped because of the singular stare with which his daughter was regarding him, a look that was indeed a lurid magnet for the whole group. "You old fool," she said in a low voice, without pretence of piety. "What do you suppose you are trying to prove? I tell you this man was innocent while with me. But if he wasn't innocent, he was still with me. If he murdered a man in the garden, who was it who must have seen? Who must at least have known? Do you hate Neil so much as to put your own daughter?" Lady Galloway screamed. Everyone else sat tingling at the touch of those satanic tragedies that had been between lovers before now. They saw the proud white face of the Scotch aristocrat and her lover, the Irish adventurer, like old portraits in a dark house. The long silence was full of formless historical memories of murdered husbands and poisonous paramours. In the centre of this morbid silence an innocent voice said, "Was it a very long cigar?" The change of thought was so sharp that they had to look round to see who had spoken. "I mean," said little Father Brown from the corner of the room, "I mean that cigar Mr. Brain is finishing. It seems nearly as long as a walking stick." Despite the irrelevance, there was assent as well as irritation in Valentin's face as he lifted his head. "Quite right," he remarked sharply. "Ivan, go and see about Mr. Brain again, and bring him here at once." The instant the factotum had closed the door, Valentin addressed the girl with an entirely new earnestness. "Lady Margaret," he said, "you'll feel, I am sure, both gratitude and admiration for your act in rising above your lower dignity and explaining the Commandant's conduct. There is a hiatus still. Lord Galloway, I understand, met you passing from the study to the drawing-room, and it was only some minutes afterwards that he found the garden and the Commandant still walking there." "You have to remember," replied Margaret, with a faint irony in her voice, "that I had just refused him, so we should scarcely have come back arm in arm. He's a gentleman, anyhow, and he loitered behind, and so got charged with murder." "In those few moments," said Valentin gravely, "he might really—" The knock came again, and Ivan put in his scarred face. "Beg pardon, sir," he said, "but Mr. Brain has left the house." "Left?" cried Valentin, and rose for the first time to his feet. "Gone, scooted, evaporated," replied Ivan in humorous French. "His hat and coat are gone too, and I'll tell you something to cap it all. I ran outside the house to find any traces of him, and I found one, and a big trace too." "What do you mean?" asked Valentin. "I'll show you," said his servant, and reappeared with a flashing naked cavalry sabre, streaked with blood about the point and edge. Everyone in the room eyed it as if it were a thunderbolt, but the experienced Ivan went on quite quietly. "I found this," he said, "flung among the bushes 50 yards up the road to Paris. In other words, I found it just where your respectable Mr. Brain threw it when he ran away." There was again a silence, but of a new sort. Valentin took the sabre, examined it, reflected with unaffected concentration of thought, and then turned a respectful face to O'Brien. "Commandant," he said, "we trust you will always produce this weapon if it is wanted for police examinations. Meanwhile," he added, slapping the steel back in the ringing scabbard, "let me return you your sword." At the military symbolism of the action the audience could hardly refrain from applause. For Neil O'Brien, indeed, that gesture was the turning point of existence. By the time he was wandering in the mysterious garden again in the colours of the morning, the tragic futility of his ordinary mien had fallen from him. He was a man with many reasons for happiness. Lord Galloway was a gentleman and had offered him an apology. Lady Margaret was something better than a lady, a woman at least, and had perhaps given him something better than an apology as they drifted among the old flower-beds before breakfast. The whole company was more light-hearted and humane, for though the riddle of the death remained, the load of suspicion was lifted off them all and sent flying off to Paris with the strange millionaire, a man they hardly knew. The devil was cast out of the house. He had cast himself out. Still, the riddle remained, and when O'Brien threw himself on a garden seat beside Dr. Simon, that keenly scientific person at once resumed it. He did not get much talk out of O'Brien, whose thoughts were on pleasanter things. "I can't say it interests me much," said the Irishman frankly, "especially as it seems pretty plain now. Apparently Brain hated the stranger for some reason, lured him into the garden, and killed him with my sword. Then he fled to the city, tossing the sword away as he went. By the way, Ivan tells me the dead man had a Yankee dollar in his pocket. So he was a countryman of Brain's, and that seemed to clinch it. I don't see any difficulties about the business." "There are 5 colossal difficulties," said the doctor quietly, "like high walls within walls. Don't mistake me, I don't doubt that Brain did it. His flight, I fancy, proves that. But as to how he did it. First difficulty, why should a man kill another man with a great hulking sabre when he can almost kill him with a pocket knife and put it back in his pocket? Second difficulty, why was there no noise or outcry? Does a man commonly see another come up waving a scimitar and offer no remarks? Third difficulty, a servant watched the front door all the evening, and a rat cannot get into Valentin's garden anywhere. How did the dead man get into the garden? Fourth difficulty, given the same conditions, how did Brain get out of the garden? "And the fifth," said Neil, with eyes fixed on the English priest who was coming slowly up the path. "It's a trifle, I suppose," said the doctor, "but I think an odd one. When I first saw how the head had been slashed, I supposed the assassin had struck more than once. But on examination I found many cuts across the truncated section. In other words, they were struck after the head was off." "Did Brain hate his foe so fiendishly that he stood sabring his body in the moonlight?" "Horrible," said O'Brien, and shuddered. The little priest, Brown, had arrived while they were talking, and had waited with characteristic shyness till they had finished. Then he said awkwardly, "I say, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was sent to tell you the news." "News?" repeated Simon, and stared at him rather painfully through his glasses. "Yes, I'm sorry," said Father Brown mildly. "There's been another murder, you know." Both men on the seat sprang up, leaving it rocking. "And, what's stranger still," continued the priest, with his dull eye on the rhododendrons, "it's the same disgusting sort. It's another beheading. They found the second head actually bleeding into the river, a few yards along Brain's road to Paris. So they suppose that he—" "Great heaven!" cried O'Brien. "Is Brain a monomaniac?" "There are American vendettas," said the priest impassively. Then he added, "They want you to come to the library and see it." Commandant O'Brien followed the others towards the inquest, feeling decidedly sick. As a soldier, he loathed all this secretive carnage. Where were these extravagant amputations going to stop? First one head was hacked off, and then another. In this case, he told himself bitterly, it was not true that 2 heads were better than 1. As he crossed the study, he almost staggered at a shocking coincidence. Upon Valentin's table lay the coloured picture of yet a 3rd bleeding head, and it was the head of Valentin himself. A second glance showed him it was only a nationalist paper called The Guillotine, which every week showed one of its political opponents with rolling eyes and writhing features just after execution, for Valentin was an anti-clerical of some note. But O'Brien was an Irishman, with a kind of chastity even in his sins, and his gorge rose against that great brutality of the intellect which belongs only to France. He felt Paris as a whole, from the grotesques on the Gothic churches to the gross caricatures in the newspapers. He remembered the gigantic jests of the Revolution. He saw the whole city as one ugly energy, from the sanguinary sketch lying on Valentin's table up to where, above a mountain and forest of gargoyles, the great devil grins on Notre Dame. The library was long, low, and dark. What light entered it shot from under low blinds and had still some of the ruddy tinge of morning. Valentin and his servant Ivan were waiting for them at the upper end of a long, slightly sloping desk on which lay the mortal remains, looking enormous in the twilight. The big black figure and yellow face of the man found in the garden confronted them essentially unchanged. The second head, which had been fished from among the river reeds that morning, lay streaming and dripping beside it. Valentine's men were still seeking to recover the rest of this second corpse, which was supposed to be afloat. Father Brown, who did not seem to share O'Brien's sensibilities in the least, went up to the second head and examined it with his blinking care. It was little more than a mop of wet white hair, fringed with silver fire in the red and level morning light. The face, which seemed of an ugly, empurpled and perhaps criminal type, had been much battered against trees or stones as it tossed in the water. "Good morning, Commandant O'Brien," said Valentin, with a quiet cordiality. "You have heard of Brain's last experiment in butchery, I suppose?" Father Brown was still bending over the head with white hair, and he said, without looking up, "I suppose it is quite certain that Brain cut off this head too?" "Well, it seems common sense," said Valentin, with his hands in his pockets. "Killed in the same way as the other, found within a few yards of the other, and sliced by the same weapon which we know he carried away." "Yes, yes, I know," replied Father Brown submissively. "Yet, you know, I doubt whether Brain could have cut off this head." "Why not?" inquired Dr. Simon with a rational stare. "Well, doctor," said the priest, looking up blinking, "can a man cut off his own head? I don't know." O'Brien felt an insane universe crashing about his ears. But the doctor sprang forward with impetuous practicality and pushed back the wet white hair. "Oh, there's no doubt it's Brain," said the priest quietly. "He had exactly that chip in the left ear." The detective, who had been regarding the priest with steady and glittering eyes, opened his clenched mouth and said sharply, "You seem to know a lot about him, Father Brown." "I do," said the little man simply. "I've been about with him for some weeks. He was thinking of joining our church." The star of the fanatic sprang into Valentin's eyes. He strolled towards the priest with clenched hands. "And perhaps," he cried, with a blasting sneer, "perhaps he was also thinking of leaving all his money to your church." "Perhaps he was," said Brown stolidly. "It is possible." "In that case," cried Valentin with a dreadful smile, "you may indeed know a great deal about him, about his life, and about his—" Commandant O'Brien laid a hand on Valentin's arm. "Drop that slanderous rubbish, Valentin," he said, "or there may be more swords yet." But Valentin, under the steady, humble gaze of the priest, had already recovered himself. "Well," he said shortly, "people's private opinions can wait. You gentlemen are still bound by your promise to stay. You must enforce it on yourselves and on each other. Ivan here will tell you anything more you want to know. I must get to business and write to the authorities. We can't keep this quiet any longer. I shall be writing in my study if there is any more news." "Is there any more news, Ivan?" asked Dr. Simon as the chief of police strode out of the room. "Only one more thing, I think, sir," said Ivan, wrinkling up his grey old face. "But that's important, too, in its way. There's that old buffer you found on the lawn," and he pointed without pretence of reverence to the big black body with the yellow head. "We found out who he is, anyhow." "Indeed!" cried the astonished doctor. "And who is he?" "His name was Arnold Becker," said the under-detective, "though he went by many aliases. He was a wandering sort of scamp, and is known to have been in America, so that was where Brain got his knife into him. We didn't have much to do with him ourselves, for he worked mostly in Germany. We've communicated, of course, with the German police, but oddly enough there was a twin brother of his named Louis Becker, whom we had a great deal to do with. In fact, we found it necessary to guillotine him only yesterday. Well, it's a rum thing, gentlemen, but when I saw that fellow flat on the lawn, I had the greatest jump of my life. If I hadn't seen Louis Becker guillotined with my own eyes, I would have sworn it was Louis Becker lying there in the grass. Then, of course, I remembered his twin brother in Germany, and following up the clue, The explanatory Ivan stopped for the excellent reason that nobody was listening to him. The commandant and the doctor were both staring at Father Brown, who had sprung swiftly to his feet and was holding his temples tight like a man in sudden and violent pain. "Stop, stop, stop!" he cried. "Stop talking a minute, for I see half. Will God give me strength? Will my brain make the one jump and see it all? Heaven help me! I used to be fairly good at thinking. I could paraphrase any page in Aquinas once. Will my head split, or will it see? I see half. I only see half." He buried his head in his hands and stood in a sort of rigid torture of thought or prayer, while the other three could only go on staring at this last prodigy of their wild 12 hours. When Father Brown's hands fell, they showed a face quite fresh and serious, like a child's. He heaved a huge sigh and said, "Let us get this said and done with as quickly as possible. Look here, this will be the quickest way to convince you all of the truth." He turned to the doctor. "Dr. Simon," he said, "you have a strong headpiece, and I heard you this morning asking the 5 hardest questions about this business. Well, if you will ask them again, I will answer them." Simon's pince nez dropped from his nose in his doubt and wonder, but he answered at once. "Well, the first question, you know, is why a man should kill another with a clumsy sabre at all when a man can kill with a bodkin." "A man cannot behead with a bodkin," said Brown calmly, "and for this murder beheading was absolutely necessary." "Why?" asked O'Brien with interest. "And the next question?" asked Father Brown. "Well, why didn't the man cry out or anything?" asked the doctor. "Sabres in gardens are certainly unusual." "Twigs," said the priest gloomily, and turned to the window which looked on the scene of death. No one saw the point of the twigs. Why should they lie on that lawn? Look at it, so far from any tree. They were not snapped off, they were chopped off. The murderer occupied his enemy with some tricks with the sabre, showing how he could cut a branch in mid-air or what not. Then, while his enemy bent down to see the result, a silent slash and the head fell. "Well," said the doctor slowly, "that seems plausible enough, but my next 2 questions will stump anyone." The priest still stood looking critically out of the window and waited. "You know how all the garden was sealed up like an air-tight chamber," went on the doctor. "Well, how did the strange man get into the garden?" Without turning round, the little priest answered, "There never was any strange man in the garden." There was a silence, and then a sudden cackle of almost childish laughter relieved the strain. The absurdity of Brown's remark moved Ivan to open taunts. "Oh," he cried, "then we didn't lug a great fat corpse onto the sofa last night. He hadn't got into the garden, I suppose?" "Got into the garden?" repeated Brown reflectively. "No, not entirely." "Hang it all!" cried Simon. "A man gets into a garden or he doesn't." "Not necessarily," said the priest, with a faint smile. "What is the next question, doctor?" "I fancy you're ill," exclaimed Dr. Simon sharply. "But I'll ask the next question if you like. How did Brain get out of the garden?" "He didn't get out of the garden," said the priest, still looking out of the window. "Didn't get out of the garden!" exploded Simon. "Not completely," said Father Brown. Simon shook his fists in a frenzy of French logic. "A man gets out of a garden or he doesn't," he cried. "Not always," said Father Brown. Dr. Simon sprang to his feet impatiently. "I have no time to spare on such senseless talk," he cried angrily. "If you can't understand a man being on one side of a wall or the other, I won't trouble you further." "Doctor," said the cleric very gently, "we have always got on very pleasantly together. If only for the sake of old friendship, stop and tell me your 5th question." The impatient Simon sank into a chair by the door and said briefly, "The head and shoulders were cut about in a queer way. It seemed to be done after death." "Yes," said the motionless priest. "It was done so as to make you assume exactly the one simple falsehood that you did assume. It was done to make you take for granted that the head belonged to the body. The borderland of the brain, where all the monsters are made, moved horribly in the Gaelic O'Brien. He felt the chaotic presence of all the horsemen and fish-women that man's unnatural fancy has begotten. A voice older than his first father's seemed saying in his ear, "Keep out of the monstrous garden where grows the tree with double fruit. Avoid the evil garden where died the man with two heads." Yet while these shameful symbolic shapes passed across the ancient mirror of his Irish soul, his Frenchified intellect was quite alert, and was watching the odd priest as closely and incredulously as all the rest. Father Brown had turned round at last, and stood against the window, with his face in dense shadow. But even in that shadow they could see it was pale as ashes. Nevertheless, he spoke quite sensibly, as if there were no Gaelic souls on earth. "Gentlemen," he said, "you did not find the strange body of Becker in the garden. You did not find any strange body in the garden. In face of Dr. Simon's rationalism, I still affirm that Becker was only partly present. Look here," pointing to the black bulk of the mysterious corpse. "You never saw that man in your lives. Did you ever see this man?" He rapidly rolled away the bald, yellow head of the unknown, and put in its place the white-maned head beside it. And there, complete, unified, unmistakable, lay Julius K. Brain. "The murderer," went on Brown quietly, "hacked off his enemy's head and flung the sword far over the wall. But he was too clever to fling the sword only. He flung the head over the wall also. Then he had only to clap on another head to the corpse, and, as he insisted on a private inquest, you all imagined a totally new man." "Clap on another head?" said O'Brien, staring. "What other head? Heads don't grow on garden bushes, do they?" "No," said Father Brown huskily, and looking at his boots. "There is only one place where they grow. They grow in the basket of the guillotine, beside which the chief of police, Aristide Valentin, was standing not an hour before the murder. Oh, my friends, hear me a minute more before you tear me in pieces. Valentin is an honest man, if being mad for an arguable cause is honesty. But did you never see in that cold grey eye of his that he is mad? He would do anything, anything to break what he calls the superstition of the cross. He has fought for it and starved for it, and now he has murdered for it. Brain's crazy millions had hitherto been scattered among so many sects that they did little to alter the balance of things. But Valentin heard a whisper that Brain, like so many scatterbrained skeptics, was drifting to us, and that was quite a different thing. Brain would pour supplies into the impoverished and pugnacious Church of France. He would support 6 nationalist newspapers like the Guillotine. The battle was already balanced on a point, and the fanatic took flame at the risk. He resolved to destroy the millionaire, and he did it as one would expect the greatest of detectives to commit his only crime. He abstracted the severed head of Becker on some criminological excuse, and took it home in his official box. He had that last argument with Brain that Lord Galloway did not hear the end of. That failing, he led him out into the seal garden, talked about swordsmanship, used twigs and a sabre for illustration, and... Ivan of the Scar sprang up. "You lunatic!" he yelled. "You'll go to my master now, if I take you by—" "Why, I was going there," said Brown heavily. "I must ask him to confess, and all that." Driving the unhappy Brown before them like a hostage or sacrifice, they rushed together into the sudden stillness of Valentin's study. The great detective sat at his desk, apparently too occupied to hear their turbulent entrance. They paused a moment, and then something in the look of that upright and elegant back made the doctor run forward suddenly. A touch and a glance showed him that there was a small box of pills at Valentin's elbow, and that Valentin was dead in his chair, and on the blind face of the suicide was more than the pride of Cato. End of The Secret Garden by G.K. Chesterton. The clue in the classified column by William Nelson Taft. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London, 2017. Quinn tossed his evening paper aside with a gesture in which disgust was mingled in equal proportion with annoyance. "Why is it," he inquired testily, "that some fools never learn anything?" "Possibly that's because they're fools," I suggested. "What's the trouble now?" "Look at that!" And the former Secret Service operative recovered the paper long enough to indicate a short news item near the bottom of the first page, an item which bore the headline, "New $50 Counterfeit Discovered." "Yes," I agreed, "there always are people foolish enough to change bills without examining them any too closely. But possibly this one is very cleverly faked." "Fools not to examine them," echoed Quinn. "That isn't the direction in which the idiocy lies. The fools are the people who think they can counterfeit Uncle Sam's currency and get away with it. Barnum must have been right. There's a sucker born every minute, and those that don't try to beat the ponies or buck the stock market turn to counterfeiting for a living. They get it, too, in Leavenworth or Atlanta or some other place that maintains a federal penitentiary. They never seem to learn anything by others' experience either. You'd think after the Thurane case it would be perfectly apparent that no one could beat the counterfeiting game for long." "The Thurane case? I don't seem to remember that. The name is unusual, but—" "Yes, and that wasn't the only part of the affair that was out of the ordinary," Quinn cut in. "Spencer Graham also contributed some work that was well off the beaten path, not forgetting the assistance rendered by a certain young woman." "Probably the most remarkable portion of the case," continued Quinn, "was the fact that Graham didn't get in on it until Thurene had been arrested. Nevertheless, if it hadn't been for his work in breaking through an ironclad alibi, the government might have been left high and dry, with a trunk full of suspicions and mighty little else." Somewhere around the latter part of August, the New York branch of the Secret Service informed Washington that a remarkably clever counterfeit $50 bill had turned up in Albany, a bill in which the engraving was particularly perfect and the only thing missing from the paper was the silk fiber. This, however, was replaced by tiny red and blue lines drawn in indelible ink. The finished product was so exceptionally good that, if it had not been for the lynx-like eyes of a paying teller, plus the highly developed sense of touch which bank officials accumulate, the note would have been changed without a moment's hesitation. The man who presented it, who happened to be well known to the bank officials, was informed that the bill was counterfeit, and the matter was reported through the usual channels. A few days later another bill, evidently from the same batch, was picked up in Syracuse, and from that time on it rained counterfeit so hard that every teller in the state threw a fit whenever a $50 bill came in, either for deposit or for change. Hardly had the flow of upstate counterfeits lessened than the bills began to make their appearance in and around New York, sometimes in banks, but more often in the resorts patronized by bookmakers from Jamaica and the other nearby racetracks. The significance of this fact didn't strike the Secret Service men assigned to the case until the horses had moved southwards. The instant one of the bills was reported in Baltimore, two operatives were ordered to haunt the Pari Mutual booths of Pimlico, with instructions to pay particular attention to the windows where the larger wagers were laid. An expert in counterfeits also took up his position inside the cage to signal the men outside as soon as a phony bill was presented. It was during the rush of the betting after the 2-year-olds had gone to the post for the first race that the signal came. indicating that a man about 45 years of age, well-dressed and well-groomed, had exchanged two of the counterfeits for a $100 ticket on the favorite. Hollister and Sheenan, the Secret Service men, took no chances with their prey. Neither did they run the risk of arresting him prematurely. Figuring that it was well within the realms of possibility that he had received the bills in exchange for other money, and that he was therefore ignorant of the fact that they were spurious, they contented themselves with keeping close to him during the race and the interval which followed. When the favourite won, the man they were watching cashed his bet and stowed his winnings away in a trousers pocket. Then, after a prolonged examination of the jockeys, the past performances and the weights of the various horses, he made his way back to the window to place another bet. Again the signal, and this time Hollister and Sheenan closed in on their man, notifying him that he was under arrest and advising him to come along without creating any disturbance. "Arrest for what?" he demanded. "Passing counterfeit money," replied Hollister, flashing his badge. Then, as the man started to protest, Sheenan counselled him to reserve his arguments until later, and the trio made their way out of the enclosure in silence. When searched in Baltimore, two sums of money were found upon the suspect, one roll in his left-hand trousers pocket being made up of genuine currency, including that which he had received for picking the winner of the first race, and the one on the right-hand pocket being entirely of counterfeit $50 bills, 48 in number. When questioned, the prisoner claimed that his name was Robert J. Thurene of New Haven, and added that there were plenty of people in the Connecticut city who would vouch for his respectability. "Then why," inquired the chief of the Secret Service, who had come over from Washington to take charge of the case, "do you happen to have $2,400 in counterfeit money on you?" At that moment Thurene dropped his bomb, or rather, one of the many which rendered the case far from monotonous. "If you'll search my rooms at the Belvedere," he suggested, "you'll find some $5,000 more." "What?" demanded the chief. "Do you admit that you deliberately brought $7,500 of counterfeit money here and tried to pass it?" "I admit nothing," corrected the arrested man. "You stated that the $50 bills which you found upon me when I was searched against my will were false. I'll take your word for that. But if they are counterfeit, I'm merely telling you that there are 100 more like them in my room at the hotel." "Of course you're willing to state where they came from," suggested the chief, who was beginning to sense the fact that something underlay Thurene's apparent sincerity. "Certainly. I found them." "Old stuff," sneered one of the operatives standing nearby. "Not only an old alibi, but one which you'll have a pretty hard time proving." "Do you happen to have a copy of yesterday's news handy?" Thurene asked. When the paper was produced, he turned rapidly to the Lost and Found column and pointed to an advertisement which appeared there. "Found. An envelope containing a sum of money. Owner may recover same by notifying Robert J. Thurene, Belvedere Hotel, and proving property." "There," he continued, after reading the advertisement aloud. "That is the notice which I inserted after finding the money which you say is counterfeit." "Where did you find it?" "In the Pennsylvania station, night before last. I just come in from New York and chanced to see the envelope lying under one of the rows of seats in the center of the waiting room. It attracted my attention, but when I examined it, I was amazed to find it contained 150 $50 bills, all apparently brand new. Naturally, I didn't care to part with the money unless I was certain that I was giving it up to the rightful owner. So I carried it with me to the hotel and advertised the loss at once. The next afternoon I went out to the track and found, when it was too late, that the only money I had with me was that contained in the envelope. I used a couple of the bills, won, and being superstitious, decided to continue betting with that money. That's the reason I used it this afternoon. Come to think of it, you won't find the original $5,000 in my room. Part of it is the money which I received at the track and which I replaced in order to make up the sum I found. But most of the bills are there." "You said," remarked the chief, striking another tack, "that your name is Thurene and that you live in New Haven. What business are you in?" "Stationery. You'll find that my rating in Bradstreet's is excellent, even though my capital may not be large. What's more," and here the man's voice became almost aggressive, "any bank in New Haven and any member of the Chamber of Commerce will vouch for me. I've a record of 10 years there and some 10 in Lowell, Massachusetts, which will bear the closest possible inspection." And he was right at that. In the first place, a search of his room at the hotel brought to light a large official envelope containing just the sum of money he had mentioned, counterfeit bills and real ones. Secondly, a wire to New Haven elicited the information that Robert J. Thurene, answering to description in inquiry received, has operated a successful stationery store here for the past 10 years. Financial standing excellent. Wide circle of friends, all of whom vouch for his character and integrity. When this wire was forwarded to Washington, the chief having returned to headquarters, Spencer Graham received a hurry-up call to report in the main office. There he was informed that he was to take charge of the Thurene case and see what he could find out. "I don't have to tell you," added the chief, "that it's rather a delicate matter. Either the man is the victim of circumstances, in which case we'll have to release him with profound apologies and begin all over again, or he's a mighty clever crook. We can't afford to take any chances. The case as it finally stands will have to be presented in court and, therefore, must be proof against the acid test of shrewd lawyers for the defense, lawyers who will rely upon the newspaper advertisement and Thurene's spotless record as indications of his innocence. That being the case, Chief, why take any chances right now? The case hasn't gotten into the papers, so why not release Thurene? And keep him under constant surveillance? That wouldn't be a bad idea. The moment he started to leave the country, we could nab him, and meanwhile we would have plenty of time to look into the matter. Of course, there's always the danger of suicide, but that's proof of guilt, and it would save the service a lot of work in the long run. Good idea. We'll do it. So it was that Robert J. Thurene of New Haven was released from custody with the apologies of the Secret Service, who retained the counterfeit money but returned the real bills. While Spencer Graham went to work on the Baltimore end of the case, 4 operatives took up the job of trailing the stationer, and Rita Clark found that she had important business to transact in Connecticut. Anyone who didn't know Rita would never have suspected that back of her brown eyes lay a fund of information upon a score of subjects, including stenography, the best methods of filing, cost accounting, and many other points which rendered her invaluable around an office. Even if they found this out, there was something else which she kept strictly to herself, the fact that she was engaged to a certain operative in the United States Secret Service, sometimes known as Number 33, and sometimes as Spencer Graham. In reply to Spencer's often repeated request that she set a day for the wedding, Miss Clark would answer, "And lose the chance to figure in any more cases? Not so that you could notice it. As long as I'm single, you find that you can use me every now and then. But if I were married, I'd have too many domestic cares. No, Spencer, let's wait until we get one more big case, and then, well, we'll say 1 month from the day that it's finished." Which was the reason that Graham and his fiancée had a double reason for wanting to bring Thurene to earth. The first place that Graham went to in Baltimore was the Pennsylvania station, where he made a number of extended inquiries of certain employees there. After that he went to the newspaper office, where he conferred with the clerk whose business it was to receive the lost and found advertisements, finally securing a copy of the original notice in Thurene's handwriting. Also some other information which he jotted down in a notebook reserved for that purpose. Several days spent in Baltimore failed to turn up any additional leads, and Graham returned to Washington with a request for a list of the various places where counterfeit $50 bills had been reported during the past month. The record sounded like the megaphonic call of a train leaving Grand Central Station. New York, Yonkers, Poughkeepsie, Syracuse, Troy, and points north, with a few other cities thrown in for good measure. So Spencer informed the chief that he would make his headquarters in New York for the next 10 days or so, wired Rita to the same effect, and left Washington on the midnight train. In New York he discovered only what he had already known, plus one other very significant bit of evidence, something which would have warranted him in placing Thurene again under arrest had he not been waiting for word from Rita. He knew that it would take her at least a month to work up her end of the case, so Graham put in the intervening time in weaving his net a little stronger, for he had determined that the next time the New Haven stationer was taken into custody would be the last, that the government would have a case which all the lawyers on earth couldn't break. Early in December he received a wire from Rita, a telegram which contained the single word, "Come." But that was enough. He was in New Haven that night, and, in a quiet corner of the Taft Grill, the girl gave him an account of what she had found. Getting into Thurene's store was the easiest part of the whole job, she admitted. It took me less than a day to spot one of the girls who wanted to get married, bribe her to leave, and then arrive bright and early the following morning in response to the stenographer wanted advertisement. "Thurene's had a lot of practice writing ads lately," remarked Graham with a smile. "What do you mean?" "Nothing. Tell you later. What did you find in the store?" "Not a thing until a day before yesterday. I thought it best to move slowly and let matters take their own course as far as possible. So I contented myself with doing the work which had been handled by the girl whose place I took, dictation, typing, and the rest. Then I found that the correspondence files were in shocking shape. I grabbed the opportunity to do a little night work by offering to bring them up to date. "Certainly," said the boss, and then took good care to be on hand when I arrived after dinner that night. The very way he hung around and watched every movement I made convinced me that the stuff was somewhere on the premises. But where? That's what I couldn't figure out. Having demonstrated my ability by 3 hours of stiff work on the files, I suggested a few days later that I had a first-hand knowledge of cost accounting and that I would be glad to help get his books in shape for the holiday business, the old man who usually attends to this being sick. Again Thurene assented, and again he blew in to explain any entries which might prove troublesome. I'll say this for him, though. There isn't a single incriminating entry on the books. Every purchase is accounted for, down to the last paper of pins. Then, when I felt that I had wormed myself sufficiently well into his good graces, I hinted that I might be able to help out by supervising the system in the engraving department, checking up the purchases, watching the disbursements, keeping an eye on the stock, and so on. Rather to my surprise, he didn't offer any objection, said that my work had been of so much help elsewhere that he would be glad to have me watch the engraver's work. It was there that I got my first real lead. At least I hope it's a lead. Back of the engraving department is a small room, locked and padlocked, where the boss is supposed to ride his personal hobby of amateur photography. I asked one of the men the reason for guarding a dark room so carefully, and he replied that Thurene claimed to be on the verge of making a great discovery in color photography, but that the process took a long time and he didn't want to run the risk of having it disturbed. I'm to have a look at his color process tonight. "What?" cried Graham. "He's going to show you what is in the double-locked room?" "That's what he's promised to do. I haven't the least hope of seeing anything incriminating. All the evidence will probably be well hidden. But this morning I expressed a casual interest in photography and remarked that I understood he was working on a new color process. I did it mainly to see how he would react, but he never batted an eyelid. "I've been making some interesting experiments recently," he said, "and they ought to reach a climax tonight. If you'd care to see how they turn out, suppose you meet me here at 9 o'clock and we'll examine them together." "But Rita," Graham protested, "you don't mean to say that you're going to put yourself entirely in this man's power?" The girl's first answer was a laugh, and then, "What do you mean, put myself in his power?" she mocked. "You talk like the hero of a melodrama. This isn't the first time that I've been alone in the store with him after dark. Besides, he doesn't suspect a thing, and it's too good a chance to miss. Meet me here the first thing in the morning, around 8:30, and I give you details of Thurene's secret chamber, providing it contains anything interesting." "Rita, I can't," Graham started to argue, but the girl cut in with, "You can't stop me. No, you can't. What's more, I'll have to hurry. It's 10 minutes to 9 now. See you in the morning." The next thing Graham knew, she had slipped away from the table and was on her way out of the grill. When Rita reached the Thurene establishment promptly at 9, she found the proprietor waiting for her. "On time as usual," he laughed. "Now you'd better keep your hat and coat on. There's no heat in the dark room. I don't want you to catch cold. The plates ought to be ready by this time. We'll go right down and take a look at them." Guided by the light from the lantern which the stationer held high in the air, the girls started down the steps leading to the basement where the engraving department was located. She heard Thurene close the door behind him, but failed to hear him slip the bolt which, as they afterward found, had been well oiled. In fact, it was not until they had reached the center of the large room, in one corner of which was the door to the private photographic laboratory, that she knew anything was wrong. Then it was too late. Before she could move, Thurene leaned forward and seized her, one arm about her waist, the other over her mouth. Struggle as she might, Rita was unable to move. Slowly, relentlessly, Thurene turned her round until she faced him, and then, with a sudden movement of the arm that encircled her waist, secured a wad of cotton waste, which he had evidently prepared for just such an emergency. When he had crammed this into the girl's mouth and tied her hands securely, he moved forward to open the door to the dark room. "Thought I was easy, didn't you?" he sneered. "Didn't think I'd see through your scheme to get a position here, and your infernal cleverness with the books and the accounts. Want to see something of my color process, eh? Well, you have an opportunity to study it at your leisure, for it'll be 12 good hours before anyone comes down here, and by that time I'll be where the rest of your crowd can't touch me. Come along, in with you." At that moment there was a crash of glass from somewhere near the ceiling, and something leapt into the room, something that took only 2 strides to reach Thurene and backing him up against the wall, with the muzzle of a very businesslike automatic pressed into the pit of his stomach. The whole thing happened so quickly that by the time Rita recovered her balance and turned round, she only saw the stationer with his hands well above his head and Spencer Graham, her Spencer, holding him up at the point of a gun. "Take this," snapped the operative, producing a penknife, "and cut that girl's hands loose. No false moves now, or I'm likely to get nervous." A moment later Rita was free, and Thurene had resumed his position against the wall. "Frisk him," ordered Graham, and then, when the girl had produced a miscellaneous collection of money, keys, and jewellery from the man's pockets, Spencer allowed him to drop his arms long enough to snap a pair of handcuffs in place. "This time," announced the Secret Service man, "you won't be released merely because of a fake ad and the testimony of your friends. Pretty clever scheme, that, inserting a found advertisement to cover your possession of counterfeit money in case you were caught. But you overlooked a couple of points. The station in Baltimore was thoroughly swept just 5 minutes before your train arrived from New York, and every man on duty there is ready to swear that he wouldn't have overlooked anything as large as the envelope containing that phony money. Then, too, the clerk in the news office received your advertisement shortly after noon the next day, so you didn't advertise it at once, as you said you did. But your biggest mistake was in playing the game too often. Here, producing a page from the classified section of a New York newspaper, "is the duplicate of your Baltimore ad, inserted to cover your tracks in case they caught you at Jamaica. I've got the original in your handwriting in my pocket." "But how do you happen to arrive here at the right moment?" exclaimed Rita. "I wasn't any too well convinced that you'd fooled our friend here," Graham replied. "So I trailed you, and, attracted by the light from Turene's lantern, managed to break in that window at the time you needed me." "There's only one thing that puzzles me," the operative continued, turning to Turene. "What made you take up counterfeiting? Your business record was clear enough before that, and, of course, having an engraver, it wasn't hard for you to find the opportunity. What was the motive?" For a full 60 seconds the man was silent, and then, from between his clenched teeth, came two words: "Wall Street." "I might have guessed that," replied Graham. "I'll see you safely in jail first, and then have a look through your room. Want to come along, Rita?" "No, thanks, Spencer. I've had enough for one evening. Let's see, this is the 6th of December. Suppose we plan a certain event for the 6th of January. "And so they were married and lived happily ever after," I added, as Quinn paused. "And so they were married," he amended. "I can't say as to the rest of it, though I'm inclined to believe that they were happy. Anyhow, Rita knew when she had enough, and that's all you can really ask for in a wife." End of the clue in the classified column by William Nelson Taft.
The Shame Dance by Wilbur Daniel Steele. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Shame Dance. From the Best Short Stories of 1921 and the Yearbook of the American Short Story. Stories of New York life preferable. Well then, here is a story of New York. A tale of the night heart of the city, where the vein of 42nd touches the artery of Broadway, where, amid the constellations of chewing gum ads and toothpaste and memory methods, rise the incandescent facades of dancing academies with their 60 instructresses, their beat of brass and strings, their whisper of feet, their clink of dimes. Let a man not work away his strength and his youth. Let him breathe a new melody. Let him draw out of imagination a novel step, a more fantastic tilt of the pelvis, a wilder gesticulation of the deltoid. Let him put out his hand to the touch of gold. It is a tale of this New York. That it didn't chance to happen in New York is beside the point. Where? It wouldn't help you much if I told you. Tai, that island. Take an imaginary ramrod into Times Square, push it straight down through the center of the earth. Where it comes out on the other side will not be very many thousand miles wide of that earth speck in the South Seas. Some thousands, yes. But out here a few thousand miles and a month or so by schooner make less difference than they do where the trains run under the ground. Glauber's Academy, Einstein's Restaurant, Herald Square. I can't tell you how bizarrely those half-fabulous names fell from Signet's lips in the turquoise and gold of the afternoon. It was like the babble of some monstrous and harmless mythology. And all the while, as he kicked his bare heels on the deck-house and harassed me with his somnolent greed for talk, one could see him wondering, in the back of his mind. So he would have been wondering through all the hours of weeks, months. It had come to the dignity of years, on the beach in the bush, wondering more than ever under the red iron roof of the Dutchman. What in hell am I doing here? What in hell? A gutter snipe, pure and simple. That's to say, impure and unpleasantly complex. It was extraordinary how it struck, even with nothing on but a pair of cotton pants, swimming out to me among the flashing bodies of the islanders, men, women, girls, youths, who clung to the anchor cable and showed their white teeth for pilot biscuit, condensed milk, and gin, especially gin. Even there you could see Signet, an imagination, dodging through the traffic on Seventh Avenue to pick the Telegraph racing chart out of the rubbish can under the elevated. I hadn't an idea who the fellow was. He burst upon me unheralded. I sail out of West Coast ports, but once I had been in New York. That was enough for him. He was pals in 10 minutes. In 15, from his eminence on the deck-house, with a biscuit in one hand and a tumbler of much-diluted Hollands in the other, he gazed down at his erstwhile beach-fellows with almost the disdainful wonder of a tourist from a white ship's rail. "Gimme an article you can retail at a nickel, any little thing everybody needs, or gimme a song with a catchy chorus, something you can turn out on them 10-cent records. That makes me. Don't want any Wall Street stuff. That's for Rockefeller and the boobs. But just one time lemme catch on with one little old hunch that'll go in vaudeville or the pictures. Get Smith and Jones digging for the old nickel. That makes me. Then the line can move up one. That's the thing about New York. Say, man, lemme a cigarette. But that's the thing about Broadway. When you make big. I know a guy turned out of a powder puff looked like a lorgnette. $0.25. You know how the Janes'll fall for a thing like that." It was completely preposterous, almost uncomfortable. It made a man look around him. On the schooner's port side spread the empty blue of the South Pacific, the tenuous snowdrift of the reef, far out, and the horizon. On the starboard hand, beyond the little space of the anchorage, curved the beach, a pink-white scimitar laid flat. Then the scattering of thatched and stilted huts, the red corrugated iron store, residence, and godowns of the Dutch trader, the endless Indian file of cocoa palms, the abrupt green wall of the mountain. A 12-year-old girl, naked as Eve, and, I've no doubt, thrice as handsome, stood watching us from the mid-decks in a perfection of immobility, an empty milk tin propped between her brown palms, resting on her breast. 20 fathoms off, a shark fin, blue as lapis on the shadow, cut the water soundlessly. The hush of 10,000 miles was disturbed by nothing but that grotesque, microscopic babbling. Say you play in bad luck. Well, you can't play in bad luck forever. Not if you're wise. One time I get 5 good wheezes, good ones, sure fire. One of them was the old one about the mother-in-law and the doctor. Only it had a perfectly novel turn to it. Did I make? I did not. Why? Well, a good friend of mine lifts them 5 wheezes, writes a vaudeville turn around them, and makes big. Big. What does that learn me? Learns me to go bare on friendship, so next time I get an idea. The girl had put the milk tin down between her toes on deck and turned her head. "Digger," I called to the mate, "clear the vessel. Shove them all overboard. Here comes the Dutchman." Before the advance of the trader's canoe, painted vermilion like his establishment, and flying over the water under the paddle-strokes of his 6 men, Signet took himself hastily overboard with the rest. There was no question of protest or false pride. Over he went, rising and treading water under the taffrail, and seeing the trader still some fathoms off, he shook the wet from the rag of a beard with which long want of a razor had blurred his peaked chin, and gathered up the ends of the conversation. "No, Dole, you can't play in bad luck forever. One sure finds hunch, that's all. That makes me. When I go back to Broadway—" A paddle-blade narrowly missed his head. He dived. The Dutchman told me more about him that evening. I dined at the trader's house. He was a big-bodied, tow-haired man who spoke English with the accent of a south-east Scot, drank like a Swede, and viewed life through the eyes of a Spaniard. That is, he could be diabolical without getting red in the face. "No, my dear sir, that Signet shall not get back to Broadway. Too many I have seen. He is too tired, quite too tired." "But how in the world did he ever come here, mynheer?" "That is simple. This Signet got drunk in Papeete. He was on his way to Australia with a pugilist. How should he be in a pugilist's company, this crab? Because he plays a good game of pinochle to keep the pugilist's mind bright. At any rate, the steamship stops in Tahiti. This Signet gets drunk, soused, and the steamship is gone without him. No more pinochle for the pugilist, what?" From then, my dear sir, it is what it shall always be. One island throws him to another island. Here he shall stay for a while." "Till you decide to throw him to another island, eh, mynheer?" "No, but I am alone. Sometimes to amuse myself I will invite him to dine with me. I put on him a suit of the evening clothes which belonged to my nephew who is dead, but I will not allow him the razor, since his absurd beard is amusing to me. Afterward, however, I take away the evening clothes, and I will kick him out. But he is talking continuously." "I believe you, mynheer." "But at last I will say, 'My dear sir, I suppose that you shall have the most brilliant idea, that hunch of yours. Sure fire! What advantage will it do you here in the island of Taai? You are not here on Broadway. You are too many thousand miles. You cannot come here. You are too tired. It takes money. Now, my dear sir, I am putting a trench about the godowns. If you wish, I will let you work for me.'" "What does he say to that, mynheer?" "He says, 'Do you take me for an Italian?' Then I will say, 'No, you see you are too tired. Also you are too soft. You are a criminal. That's natural to you. But you think of police. You have a wish, say. Well, my dear sir, but would you kill a man, 3, 10 men, to have that wish? No, you are too tired, and you must have the police. But here there are no police. I am the police. Why do you not kill me? Ha, ha, ha! Then you could take my property. Then you would make big, as you say. My dear sir, that is a hunch. That is sure fire. Ha, ha, ha! Then I will kick him out in his coolie cotton pants." After coffee the trader said, "1 gallon of the Hollands which you sent me ashore has disappeared. The kitchen boys are careless. Also I wink one eye when a schooner arrives. Of course they will dance to-night, however. You would care to go up, my dear sir?" Of course we went. There's no other amusement on an islet like Taai but the interminable native dance. The Dutchman led the way up a narrow, bushy ravine, guiding me by sound rather than by sight. "Up this same very path," I heard him, "has gone one uncle of mine. They pulled him to the advance with one rope around his arms. Then they cut him up and ate him. But that was many years ago, my dear sir. Now I am the law. Maybe there shall come, now and then, a Dutch gunboat to have a look in. I raise up the flag. The captain shall dine with me. All is good. But, my dear sir, I am the law." The music began to be heard, a measured monotone of drums, a breath of voices in a recitative chant, slightly impassioned by that vanished gallon. The same old thing, indeed, one of the more than 57 varieties of the island hula. Then that had died away. The light from the place grew among the higher leaves, and the trader, becoming visible, halted. I saw him standing, listening. No, my dear sir, but that is a new thing. He started forward. He stopped again. I heard it now. Out of the familiar, hollow tautophony of drum beats there began to emerge a thread of actual melody, of untraditional rise and fall of notes, a tentative attack, as it were, on the chromatic scale of the West. No he-goat skin stretched on bamboo would do that. We pushed on, curious. We came out into the place. The scene under the candle-nut torches was as familiar to us as the Ohio River of Uncle Tom to the small-town schoolboy. The meagre rows of three-quarter naked Kanakas, yellow with saffron and blue with Tatua's ink. The old women in the background of sultry lights and enormous shadows compounding endless balls of popoi for the feast. The local and decepted chieftain squatting on his hams and guarding the vanished gallon between his knees. This was all as it should have been. This was the convention. But what was really happening on that sylvan, torchlit stage that night was something as new as anything can be under the sun, because it was something that had not happened for 10,000 years. We who are worn with novelty can never reconquer for ourselves the thrill of an unmitigated wonder. We have sold the birthright, but imagine the toppling of 100 centuries. You could have seen it in the eyes of those watchers, in their rapt, rapacious attention, in the conflict that went on within them visibly. traitorous applause pent and pitted against all the instinctive protest of an established art. Yes, but this isn't dancing. Yet their bodies, one here, one there, would begin to sway. 3 Kanaka men, strangers to the island, sat cross-legged on the turf. One had taken over a drum from a local musician. The other 2 had instruments fashioned of dried gourds, with fingering pieces of bamboo and strings of gut, barbaric cousins to the mandolin. So, on this one night in history, the music of another tribe had come to Taai. It just escaped being an authentic tune. How it escaped was indefinable. The sophisticated ear would almost have it, and abruptly it had got away in some provoking lapse, some sudden and bizarre disintegration of tone. And the drum beat, bringing it back, ran like a fever pulse in a man's blood. In the centre of the sward, her back to the musicians, a solitary female danced, a Kanaka woman, clothed in a single shift of the sheerest crimson cotton, tied at one shoulder and falling to mid-thigh. Not from Taai did this woman come, one saw that, not from any near island or group. Her beauty was extraordinary, like that of the Marquesans, with that peculiar straightness of all the lines, at once Grecian, austere, and incalculably voluptuous. The dance, as I saw it for the first time that night, I will not speak of. I have traded to many islands in many groups, even the low archipelago, but the island where that dance was indigenous I am sure I've never touched. Compared with any of the hulas, set and fixed in each locality as the rites of Rome, it was sophisticated. It gave an illusion of continuous invention and spontaneity. It was flesh swept by a wind and shattered. It ravished the eyes. I don't know how long I watched, how long all the immortal flame in me lent itself to the histrionic purposes of that woman, but I shall never forget it. Never, never. I looked away. I saw 2 faces, one of them hung over my shoulder. It was the trader's. It was the face of a man who has lived a very long while wielding power of life and death over unsatisfying satisfactions. A man awakened. The toppling of 100 centuries indeed. The other was Signet's, scarred by leaf shadows, thrust like a swimmer's from the meagre sea of heads and naked shoulders. It held as still as a death mask, minute by minute, except that, in the penumbra cast by the veil of goat tuft on his chin, the Adam's apple was convulsed at intervals, as if he were swallowing, as if the man were drinking. The night grew, the torches were consumed, the place deserted. Somewhere the amazing voyagers had taken themselves to rest. A half-moon mutilated the island, long stripes of palms, shadow scars of defiles, mottles of bushes. It was like a sleeping animal, a tiger of deep blue and blue-white, an enormous leopard. We sat on the veranda at the residence, the trader and I. By and by, soft-footed, Signet was there, occupying the lowermost step. The Dutchman talked. Like the able administrator he was, he had already all the data to be procured. Into his ears had poured the whispered trickles of a score of informants. "You are right, my dear sir. Marquesan. You have been there?" "No. She is called in Polynesian Queen Daughter. My people, who know nothing as a rule, of course, but they tell me the woman is in actuality the daughter of a queen. But what is a Kanaka queen? After all, Signet, my dear sir, down there, what is one queen out here?" The trader was obviously in a good humour. He had not been excited for years. The man was alive. I've said he was like a Spaniard in that he could be diabolical without getting red in the face. Diabolically devious and strategic. Before he resumed he blew 3 mouthfuls of cigar smoke out into the moonlight, where they burst from the shadow under the roof like mute cannon shots, round and silvery. Beneath them, from the step, Signet's eyes were fixed upon the trader's face, dry, rapt, glazed with some imperious preoccupation. "But they tell me this woman has danced in a great many islands. She will go from here to another island to dance. The 3 men are her husbands, but she has no wife. A maid, that woman. They have the hardihood to tell me that. Ha, ha, ha! But then she is daughter to a queen. With those husbands she crosses 100 leagues of sea in her sailing canoe. that royal canoe, to dance at another island. As the Dutchman talked, blowing his smoke bursts into the moonlight, the vision of that Marquesan woman came again before me. I perceived her, under the heavy procession of his words, a figure of astounding romance, an adventuress incomparable, a Polynesian bacchante. No, I saw her as the missionary of a strange thing, crossing oceans, daring thirst and gale and teeth of sharks, harrying deeper and deeper into the outseas of mystery that small, devoted, polyandrous company of husbands, at once her paddlers, cooks, flunkies, watchdogs, music-makers. Queen daughter, royal and self-anointed priestess of that unheard-of dance, the tribal dance, no doubt, of some tiny principality rearing a cone in the empty hugeness of the sea. I couldn't get away from my time and race. I found myself wondering what she got out of it, in some jungle-bowered, torch-lit high place, to feel again the toppling of 10,000 years. Was it something to feel the voluptuous and abominable beauty of that rhythm going out of her flesh, beat by beat, and entering into the flesh of those astounded and half-hostile watchers? Perhaps. They tell me that she has also danced at Papeete, before the white men of the steamships, the Dutchman was informing us. At that, from the step, from the moon-blue huddle of the castaway, there came a sound. With a singular clarity of divination I built up the thought, the doubt, the bitter perturbation in the fellow's mind. The woman had danced then at Papeete, the crossroads, the little Paris of mid-seas, and before the white men from steamers, the white men that go back. Moved by projects deeper and more devious than ours, the Dutchman made haste to cover up what seemed to have been an overshot. Frankly, he turned his attention to the outcast. "By the God, then, my dear Signet, have you considered?" He knew well enough that Signet had considered. He could see as well as I that Signet was a changed man. But he must pile it on. "There, my dear sir, you have it. That hunch, that sure fire. Do you think I do not know that New York of yours? Such a dance as that! You must believe me. If you were but a man of energy, now." With the utmost deliberation he launched upon a tirade of abuse. "But no, you are not a man of energy, not a man to take things in your hands. The obstacles are too big. Those 3 husbands, you might even take that woman, that lovely, royal dancing woman, you, my dear sir, a common street snipe. What would a woman like that, with that novel, impassioned, barbaric foreign dance, be worth to a man on your Broadway, eh? But obstacles, obstacles. You have her not on Broadway. It is too many 1,000 miles, and you have no money. But see, if you were a man to grasp things, a man to hit the nail on the head, to boost, to go big, then would not a man like me, who turns everything to gold, would he not say to you quickly enough, 'See here, my dear sir, but let me put so much money into your undertaking myself'?" Under the explosions of cigar smoke, Signet continued to hold the trader with his eyes, seemed to consume him with the fixed dry fire of his gaze, not fathoming, as with a singular intuition I had fathomed, the profound purposes of the Dutchman. Signet saw only the implied promise in his words. The trader broke out once more with a sardonic and calculated spleen. "But no, obstacles. A snivelling little animal sees only obstacles. The obstacle not to be mounted over, those 3 husbands. There they lie to-night on Nakokai's platform. This beautiful, incredible queen daughter, this gold goddess of the shame dance, and about her those 3 husbands. Ah, my dear sir, but their big, lithe muscles, that is too much. To imagine them leaping up at the alarm in the moonlight, the overpowering and faithful husbands. No, he cannot put out his hand to take the gift. Pah! He is a criminal in nature, but he is afraid of the police, even here. He is not a man for the big life in these islands. He will never do anything. Those faithful, strong watch-dogs of husbands, those strong, destructive muscles. Dear, good God, that is too much to think of. Look, my dear sir." He was speaking to me as if Signet were less than the very pebbles at the step. He got up, striking the floor heavily with his boots, and I followed him into the house, where he took a lighted candle from a stand. Buried in our shadows, silent-footed, Signet pursued us as the trader had meant him to do. I persist in saying that I perceived the sure thing as a whole. From the first I had divined the manoeuvre of the Dutchman. "Look," he repeated, flinging open the door and thrusting in the candle to cast its light over ranks and ranges of metal. It was the gun-room of the residence. Here dwelt the law. Shotguns, repeating rifles, old-style revolvers, new, blue automatics, an arsenal. "Big brown muscles!" he cried, with a ponderous disdain. "What are they? What is the strongest brown man? Puff! To a man of purpose and indomitable will like me. Obstacles? 3 husbands? Puff, 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 like that. But all that will never be of use to him, that's Signet. No, he is a street snipe who will steal a pocket-book and call it a crime. He is afraid to grasp. But it is close in here, is it not?" It was too bold. He stepped across the floor, unlatched and threw open the blind of the window, letting the candle-light stream forth upon a mass of bougainvillea vine without. "I keep this door locked. You can imagine that." He laughed, returning and shutting us out of the gun-room. He twisted the key, put it in his pocket, and there at the back that window blind stood open. He stared at Signet as if the beach-comber were just discovered. "You are hopeless, my dear sir." "Let us have a drink," he shifted. For Signet he poured a tumblerful of raw gin. The fellow took it like a man in a daze, the daze of a slowly and fiercely solidifying resolution. It shivered in his hand. A habit of greed sucked his lips. Into his mouth he took a gulp of the spirits. He held it there. His eyes searched our faces with a kind of malignant defiance. Of a sudden he spat the stuff out, right on the floor. He said nothing. It was as if he said, "By God, if you think I need that! No, you don't know me." He stalked out of the door. When we followed as far as the veranda, we saw him making off into the striped light to the left. "Why did you call it the shame dance, mynheer?" We were seated again. "Of course, my dear sir, it is not that, but it has a sound so when the Kanakas speak it. The woman spoke the name. If it is a Polynesian word, I have not heard it before. Shem dance, like that. A good name, though. By jingo, a darn good name, eh, mynheer?" But the trader's head was turned in an attitude of listening, triumphant listening, at the keyhole of the striped moonlit night. I heard it too, a faint disturbance of bougainvillea foliage around 2 sides of the house, near the window standing open to the gun-room. Of course the amazing thing was that the man fooled us. In the Dutchman's heart, I believe, there was nothing but astonishment at his own success. Signet, on the face of it, was the typical big talker and little doer, a flaw in character which one tends to think imperishable. He fitted so precisely into a certain pigeon-hole of humankind. What we had not counted on was the fierceness of the stimulus, like the taste of blood to a carnivore, or, to the true knight, a glimpse of the veritable Grail. All the following day I spent on board, overseeing the 100 minor patchings and caulkings a South Sea trader will want in port. When I went ashore that evening after sundown, I found the Dutchman sitting in the same chair on the veranda, blowing smoke out into the afterglow. There was the illusion of perfect continuity with the past. Yesterday, today, tomorrow. Life flowed like a sleeping river, it would seem. But this was the status of affairs. The 3 brown music-makers, sons-in-law to an island queen, lay on a platform somewhere within the edge of the bush, heavier by ounces with 32 caliber slugs, awaiting burial. And Signet, gutter-snipe, beach-comber, and midnight assassin, was lodged in the calaboose, built stoutly in a corner of the biggest and reddest of the Dutchman's go-downs. As for the royal dancing-woman, I was presently, in the trader's phrase, to have a look at her. At his solicitation I followed around the house, past the gun-room window, locked fast enough now, you may be sure, and up steeply through a hedged, immaculate garden, which witnessed to the ordered quality of the owner's mind. At the upper end, under a wall of volcanic tufa, we came to a summer-house done in the native style, stilts below, palmite thatch above, and walled on 3 sides only with hanging screens of bamboo. Striking through this screen from the west, the rose and green of the afterglow showed the woman as in a semi-luminous cavern, seated cross-legged in the centre of the platform, her hands drooped between her knees, and her large dark eyes fixed upon the sea beyond the roof of the residence below. Was it the perfect immobility of defiance and disdain? Not once did her transfixed gaze take us in. Was it the quiescence of defeat and despair, that level brooding over the ocean which had been to her, first and last, a cradle and roadway for her far adventurous pilgrimages? She sat there, before our peering eyes, the sudden widow, the daughter of potentates brought low, the goddess of an exuberant and passionate vitality struck with quietude, mute, astounded by catastrophe, yet unbowed. The beauty of that golden-skinned woman abashed me. It did not abash the Dutchman. His was another and more indomitable fibre. It is fine to succeed, beyond expectation, detail by detail of strategy. His hands were clean. He remained the perfect administrator. Had there been no other way, he would not have flinched at any necessary lengths of wholesale or retail butchery. Still, it was nice to think that his hands were spotless. For instance, if that gunboat, with its purple Amsterdammer of a captain, should just now happen in. His face glowed in the dusk, his eyes shone with frank calculations. Fists on hips, head thrust out, one saw him casting up the sum of his treasure trove. But he was an epicure. He could wait. It was even delightful to wait. When I turned away, he came down with me, his hands still on his hips and his eyes on the gently emerging stars. The man was extraordinary. Sitting on the veranda, bombarding the direction of the foreshore with that huge deliberate fusillade of cigar smoke, he talked of home, of his boyhood on the dike at Volendam, and of his mother, who, bless her, was still alive to send him cheeses at Christmas time. It was midnight, and the moon was rising when I got away and moved down toward the beach where the dinghy waited. The horizontal rays struck through the grating of the calaboose at the corner of the go-down I was skirting. I saw the prisoner. The upright shadow of an iron bar cut his face in two, separating the high, soiled cheeks, each with an eye. "You mustn't leave him get at her." I tell you, it was not the same man that had come swimming and snivelling out of the schooner less than 40 hours before. Here was a fierce one, a zealot, a flame, the very thin blade of a fine sword. "Listen, Dole, if you leave that devil get at her." His eyes burned through me. He failed completely to accept the fact that he was done. His mind, ignoring the present, ran months ahead, with a flare of understanding, thinking of those 3 travesties of husbands and the wife who was no wife. I perceived what he meant. I left him. He was a wild man, but the quality of his wildness showed himself in the fact that he squandered none of it in shaking the bars, shouting, or flinging about. His voice, to the last, trailing me around the next corner, held to the same key, almost subdued. "By God, if that gets at her, I'll—" "You'll what?" I mused. You see, even now I couldn't get rid of him as the drifter, the gutter Hamlet, the congenital howler against fate. "You'll what?" I repeated under my breath, and I had to laugh. I got the vessel under way as soon as I came aboard. The Dutchman's shipment of copra was arranged for a week, 2, 3 weeks, as the wind allowed, and I was to return from the lower islands, where my present cargo was assigned, and take it on. As we stood off shore under the waxing moonlight, as I watched the island gathering itself in from either extremity grow small and smaller on the measureless glass of the sea, the whole episode seemed to swell up in my mind, explode, and vanish. It was too preposterous. 38 hours chosen at random out of 10,000 empty Polynesian years. That in the wink of eternity 5 human lives should have gone to pot simultaneously. A man wasn't to be taken in by that sort of thing. Through 12 days it remained at that. Discharging cargo in the furnace of Coco Inlet, if my thoughts went back to Taai, it was almost with the deprecating amusement a man will feel who has been had by a hoax. If those minstrel husbands were murdered and buried, if that Broadway imp sweated under the red-hot roof of the go-down, if that incomparable golden-skin heiress of cannibal emperors sat staring seaward from the gilded cage of the Dutchman, awaiting, no longer waiting, the whim of the epicure, If, indeed, any one of them all had ever so much as set foot upon that microscopic strand lost under the blue equator, then it was simply because some one had made it up in his head to while me away an empty hour. I give you my word, when at noon of the 13th day the mountain of Taai stood up once more beyond the bows, I was weary of the fantasy. I should have been amazed, really, to find a fellow named Signet housed in the Dutchman's private jail. As a matter of fact, Signet was not in the jail. When I went ashore in mid-afternoon, wondering a little why no naked biscuit beggars or gin swallowers had swum out to bother me that day, I found the trader of Taai sitting on his veranda, blowing puffs of smoke from those fine Manila Club perfectos out into the sunshine. Beside him leaned a shiny 12-gauge pump gun, which he jostled with an elbow as he bade me by word and gesture to make myself at home. I'm quite certain I looked the fool. My eyes must have stuck out. Half a dozen times I started to speak. With some vacant, fatuous syllable I tried to break the ice. Strange as it sounds, I was never so embarrassed in my life. For the trader of Taai, the blatantly obvious proprietor of the island's industry and overlord of its destinies, sitting there before me, now with a pump gun touching his elbow, was this fellow Signet. Till now I don't know precisely what had happened. That is to say, none of the details of the act, horrid or heroic as they may have been. All I seemed to have was a memory of the Dutchman's voice. "Why do you not kill me? Ha, ha, ha! Then you could take my property." And again an echo of his disdainful laughter at that fool. Ha, ha, ha! As, on some midnight, he had kicked his dinner guest and his coolie cotton pants out into the rain. Why not, indeed? But who now was the fool? Signet, in the course of the afternoon, brought forth gravely a bill of sale, making over in an orderly fashion to B.R. Signet, New York, U.S.A., the real and personal property of the trading station at Taai, and signed, in the identical upright 14th Street Grammar School script, by the Dutchman. I understood Signet. Signet understood me. The thing was not even an attempt at forgery. It was something solely formal. So much as to say, this is understood to be the basis of our mutual dealings. You will see I am owner of this place. As for the Dutchman. Oh, the Dutchman, well, he decided to go away. Go home. Before the incalculable sang-froid of this rail-bird, movie usher, alley dodger, and hanger-on at dancing academies, I could not so much as summon up the cheek to ask what he had done with the body. You'll say I ought to have acted, that I ought at least to have got up and left him. That shows two things. First, that you have never been a trader in the islands. Second, that you cannot at all comprehend how stunning he was. Sitting there a single fortnight removed from cotton pants and the beach, crime-stained, imperturbable, magnificent. Spawn of the white lights, emperor of an island. How's that? It's a rich island, he impressed upon me with an intention I was yet to plumb. Dole, he exclaimed, it's a gold mine. Is she here? I ventured to demand at last. Is she? Say, come and have a look. I was between laughing and wincing at that have a look. Going up the garden, Signet let me know that the woman was in love with him. I might believe it or not. She would do anything for him. Anything! He exclaimed, standing squarely still in the path. And in his eyes I was somehow relieved to find a trace of wonder. Obstacles! All his life had been turning back from small, insurmountable obstacles. Of a sudden he beheld really vast obstacles tumbling down, verily at a touch. There was just one more of them. By a lucky chance this queen-daughter did not know by whose hand she had been made thrice a widow. It was the simplest thing to suppose it the trader, the same big blonde European man who had presently removed her for safety to the summer-house behind the residence. And from the trader, by a gesture of melodramatic violence, the other and slighter man had set her free. Perhaps even that would not have intrigued her essentially barbaric interest as much as it did had it not been for his amazing attitude of, well, let's say, refrainment, his almost absurdly fastidious concern for what the West would call the sanctity of her person. You can imagine, to a Marquesan woman, that she was not ugly. As her gaze from the platform dwelt upon the shrewd, blade-sharp features of the man beside me, the elementary problem in her eyes seemed to redouble the peculiar golden Aryan beauty of her face. Let me tell you, I am human. Perhaps Signet was human too. Standing there, encompassed by the light of that royal and lovely woman's eyes, there was surely about him a glow, and a glow not altogether, it seemed to me, of Smith's nickel and Jones's dime. I could have laughed. I could have kicked him. The impostor! Even yet I had failed to measure the man. Back on the veranda again, dinner eaten and dusk come down, Signet brought out an old guitar from among the Dutchman's effects. It had belonged probably to that defunct nephew of the dress-clothes, and as he talked he picked up the thing with idle fingers. Not altogether idle, though, I began to think. Something began to emerge by and by from the random fingerings, a rhythm, a tonal theme. Then I had it, and there seemed to stand before me again the swarded high place, with torches flaring over upturned faces and mounting walls of green. Almost I sensed again the beat in my blood, the eye-ravishing vision of that gold-brown flame of motion, that voluptuous priestess. "Oh, yes, that," I murmured. "It's got something, that tune. But how can you remember it?" "She helps me out. I'm trying to put it in shape." Indeed, when I left that night, and before my oarsman had got me a cable's length from the beach, I heard the strumming resumed, very faintly, up in the dark behind the residence, still tentatively, with, now and then, through the flawless hush of the night, the guiding note of a woman's voice, a woman profoundly mystified. A rehearsal? For what? For that almost mythical Broadway, half around the bulge of the world? Had the fool, then, not got beyond that? Yet? Here he was, lord of the daughter of a queen, proprietor of a gold mine. For Signet was not to be hoodwinked about the commercial value of Taai. All afternoon and evening, as through the 2 days following, while my promised cargo was getting ferried out under the shining authority of the pump-gun, he scarcely let a minute go by without some word or figure to impress upon me the extent of his possessions. To what end? Well, it all came out in a burst on the third evening, my last there. He even followed me to the beach. Actually, regardless of the Dutchman's nephew's boots and trouser legs, he pursued me out into the shadows. A gold mine! Don't be a damned boob, Doll. You can see for yourself. A big proposition for a guy like you, with a ship and everything. Upon me he would heap all those priceless possessions. Me! And in exchange he would ask only cabin passage for two from Taai Beach to the Golden Gate. Only deck passage. Only anything. Set us down there, me and her, that's all. I'll give you a bill of sale. Why, from where you look at it, it's a find. It's a lead-pipe cinch. It's taking candy away from a baby, man. Why don't you keep it, then?" The soul of his city showed through. I saw him again as I had seen him swimming in his cotton pants, with that low comedy whisker and that consuming little greedy nickel hope of paradise. Even the gestures. "No, but can't you see, Doll? I got a bigger thing up my sleeve. God Almighty, do you think I'm a farmer? You could go big here. I don't go at all. I ain't that kind. But put me down in New York with that woman there, and that there dance, and that tune. Say, you don't understand. You can't imagine. Money? Say, and not only money. Say, I could take that up to Glauber's Academy, and I could say to Glauber, I could say—" I had to leave him standing there, up to his knees in the inky water, heaping me frankly with curses. I shall not repeat the curses. At the end of them he bawled after me, "But I'll get out of here. You watch me all the same, you damn—" The reason I didn't put up anchor and get out that night was that, when I came aboard, I discovered not far from my berth the unobtrusive loom of that Dutch gunboat arrived for a look-in at last. The only thing for me to do was to sit tight. If, when the state of the island's affairs had been discovered, there should be want of explanation or corroboration, it would be altogether best for me to give it. I wasn't yet through trading in those waters, you understand. But Signet was no fool. He, too, must have seen the discreet shade of the visitor. When the morning dawned, neither he nor the royal dancer from the Marquesas was to be found. Some time in that night, from the windward beach, ill-manned and desperate, the royal sailing canoe must have set forth tumultuously upon its pilgrimage again. I sat in a place in Honolulu. Soft drinks were served, and somewhere beyond a tidy screen of palm fronds a band of strings was playing. Even with soft drinks, the old instinct of wanderers and lone men to herd together had put 4 of us down at the same table. 2 remain vague, a fattish holiday-making banker and a consumptive from Bar, Vermont. For reasons to appear, I recall the third more in detail. He let me know somewhere in the give and take of talk that he was a railway telegraph operator, and that, given his first long vacation on an old impulse, come down from the days of the Hawaiian hula phonograph records, had brought him to the Isle of Delight. He was disappointed in it. One could see in his candid eyes that he felt himself done out of an illusion of continuous dancing by girls in rope skirts on moonlit beaches. It was an intolerable waste of money. Here, come so far and so expensively to the romantic goal, he was disturbed to find his imagination fleeing back to the incredible adventure of a Rock Island station, an iron-red dot on the bold, high plain of eastern Colorado, to the blind sun-flare of the desert, to the immensity of loneliness, to the thundering nightly crisis of the 11:10 sweeping monstrous and one-eyed out of the cavern of the west, grating, halting, glittering, gossiping, yawning, drinking with a rush and gurgle from the red tank, and on again with an abrupt and always startling clangor into the remote night of the east. He shifted impatiently in his chair and made a dreary face at the screening fronds. "For the love o' Mike, even the rags they play here are old." The consumptive was telling the banker about the new cooperative scheme in Bar, Vermont. "For the love of Mike," my friend repeated. "That ain't a band, it's a historical society. Dead and buried. Next they'll strike up that latest novelty rage, 'In the Shade of the Old Apple Tree.' Now will you listen to that? Robbing the cemetery." He needn't have asked me to listen. As a matter of fact, I had been listening for perhaps 100 seconds, listening not as if with the ears, but with the deep sensatory nerves, and without consciously grasping what the air was, I had suffered an abrupt voyage through space. I saw a torch-lit sward, ringed with blue and saffron faces and high forest walls. I saw the half-nude golden loveliness of a Polynesian woman, shaken like a windy leaf, and the beat of a goat-hide drum was the beat of my blood. I felt my shoulders swaying. I looked at the young man. His face expressed a facetious weariness, but his shoulders, too, were swaying. "What tune is that?" I asked in a level tone. His contemptuous amazement was unfeigned. "Holy Moses, man, where you been?" He squinted at me. After all, I might be stringing him. "That," he said, "is as old as Adam. It was run to death so long ago I can't remember. That's Paragon Park. That is the old original first shimmy dance, with whiskers 2 foot long." "The original what?" "Shimmy! Shimmy! Say, honest to God, don't you know?" And with his shoulders he made a wriggling gesture in appeal to my wits, the crudest burlesque, it seemed, of a divinely abominable gesture in my memory. "That?" he queried. "Eh?" "Shimmy," I echoed, and my mind skipped back. "Shem dance. Shame dance. I see." "Why?" he demanded, intrigued by my preoccupation. "Nothing. It just reminded me of something." Then he lifted a hand and smote himself on the thigh. "Me too! By jinks! Say, I'd almost forgotten that." He hitched his chair upon me, held me down with a forefinger. "Listen, that was funny. It was one night last fall. It was just after number 17 had pulled out, westbound, about 1:40 in the morning. There wasn't anything else till 6:1. Them are always the hardest hours. A feller's got to stay awake, see, and nothing to keep him, unless maybe a coyote's howling a mile off, or maybe a bum knocking around among the box cars on the siding, or, if it's cold, the stove to tend. That's all, unless you put a record on the old phonograph and hit her up a few minutes now and then. Dead? Say, boy, well, this night it was a bum. I'm sitting there in the coop counting my fingers and listening to Limon calling off car numbers to Denver. Just like that I'm sitting, when I hear something out in the waiting room, not very loud. Well, I go out there, and there's the bum, come right into the waiting room. Bum, if he wasn't the father and mother and brother and sister of the original bum, I'll eat my hat. Almost a Jew-looking guy, and he'd saw hard service, but he's got a kind of crazy glitter in his eye. Well, says I, just like that. Well, what do you want? He don't whine, he don't handle the pan. He's got that look in his eye. My woman is out in them box cars, says he. I'm going to bring her in here where it's warm. That's what he says. Not can I bring her in, but going to bring her in. From a hobo. Can you imagine? It makes me think. It comes to me the guy is really off his trolley. To keep him calm, I says, well... He goes out. I'm shed of him, I said to myself. Not a bit. About 3 minutes, and here he comes trotting back, sure enough, bringing a woman with him. Now, mister, what's your name? Prepare to laugh. That there woman, listen, make up your face, she's a nigger. He says she ain't a nigger. Mexican, says I. No, says he. I give her another look, but I can't make much out of her, except she's some kind of a nigger anyhow. She's sitting on the bench far away from the light, and she's dressed in a second-hand horse-blanket, a feed-sack, and a brand-new pair of arctics. And she don't say a word. Well, says I, if she ain't some kind of nigger, I'll eat my... But there he is, all of a sudden squaring off in front of me, his mug stuck up, and his eyes like a couple of headlights. Imagine! The guy ain't got enough meat on his bones for a restaurant chicken. Honest to God, he looked like he'd been through a mile of sausage mill, but crazy as a bedbug, and there's something about a crazy man. Hold your grab, says he, to me. That gets my goat. Just for that, says I, you can get out of this station, and don't forget to take your woman along with you. Get out. Get out, hell, says he. He sticks his mug right in my face. That woman you speak so light of, says he, is a queen, a Canuck queen, say he. I had to laugh. Since when was there queens in Canada? And since when has the Canuck queen been using stove polish for talcum powder? The guy grabs me by the coat. Listen, he was strong as wire. He was deceiving, a wire with 10,000 volts into it. Look at me, says he, breathing hard between his teeth, and take care, says he. I'm a man no man can monkey with. I'm a man that'll go through. I'm stained with crime. I've waded through seas of blood. Nothing in heaven or earth or hell can stop me. A month from now, rubes like you'll be glad to crawl at my feet, and wipe their dirty mugs on the hem of that there woman's skirt. Now listen, says he, get the hell into that there box of yourn over there, and be quiet. Crazy as a loon. I hope to die. The guy was dangerous, I see that. It come to me it's best to humour him, and I go into the coop again. I sit there counting my fingers, and listening to Denver telling back them car numbers to Limon again. By and by I'm jumpy as a cat. I get up and stick a record in the old machine. That's what brings the whole thing back to mind. That record is this Paragon Park. First thing I know, I'm out in the waiting room again, and what do you think I see? I'll give you 100 guesses. I'll take one, I said to him. What you saw was the finest exhibition of the shimmy you ever clapped an eye upon. Am I right? The young fellow's mouth hung open. He stared at me. Half undressed, honest, that nigger woman, horse blanket, feed sack, arctics, where was they? Shimmy, say, can you imagine, in that there prairie depot, at 3 in the morning, and a wind howling under the floor? Say, well, I can't tell you, but talk about shimmy. Say, she's like a dead one come to life. Yes, I agreed, yes, but what about the man? Well, that man now, the record's coming to the end, and I go back in to start it over. And here's this hobo come in behind me. What's that? Says he, pointing to the record I got in my hand. Then he grabs it and looks it over. He keeps turning it round and round and round, staring at it. I hope you'll know it again, says I, with a laugh. My laugh seems to set him off into a shiver. Then down he throws that record of mine onto the floor and stamps on it, busts it into a million pieces under his boots. I been telling you. He's crazy. Here there, I yell at him. He looks at me, looks right through me, it seems, and beyond, with them there red-rimmed eyes. Seas of blood, says he. That's all, seas of blood. Then he turns around, walks out into the waiting room, and sits down in a heap in the farthest corner. Never another peep. There he sits till daylight, and the nigger woman, with the horse blanket on again, she sits there beside him, holding his hand. What's up with him? I ask her. She says something in Mexican or some language anyhow, but I see she don't know any more'n me. It's just like this. The current's gone out of the wire. Last I ever seen of 'em, she's leading him off in the sunrise toward the box-cars, leading him by the hand. Now did you ever hear a funnier experience than that to happen to a man? No, I said, I never did. You had to pity him, he added. Yes, I agreed, and I could think of her leading him by the hand. I saw Signet again. It was on my first and last voyage to the Marquesas. Under the shadow of a mountain, on a stone platform facing the sea, sat Signet, quite nude save for a loincloth, and with an unequivocal black beard falling down on his breast. There was a calmness about him. "How did you come here?" I asked at length. "She wanted it," he said. "She's a wonderful woman," he said to me, "a wonderful woman. She would do anything for me, Dole, anything. We've got a kid." I made shift to get in a question I had carried long in my mind. "Somebody beat you out at Papeete, then, after all?" He turned upon me a faintly quizzical look. "I mean somebody saw her, some tourist, that time she danced at Papeete, remember, and got away with it." The thing seemed already so remote that he had to grope back. Then he laughed. "Lord, no. Look here, Dole. It was her herself seen the thing at Papeete, on board a tourist boat. I found out about it since I learned her language good. Her and some others went aboard to dance the hula, same as always, you know. Then some of them, the tourists, understand, well, they had to spring the latest thing from Broadway. And then this woman of mine, well, you can imagine, like a woman with a new hat, got to run right off and show it to the whole damn length and breadth of the South Seas, that's all. And once upon a time I thought I was bright." Out of the half-house at the rear of the platform came the daughter of a queen, bearing under one arm a prince of this island valley, and in the other hand a bowl of cocoanut wine for the visitor, and for her lord. And you will see that at last, despite the malignant thrusts and obstacles of destiny, this gutter-snipe of Gotham had come to a certain estate. When I left, he accompanied me slowly to the beach. "You ought to like it here," I said. "After all, the city could never have given you so much." "No," he said, wide-eyed. He took in the azure immensity of the sea. "No, here a guy has got time to think, without any hurry or worry. I've been thinking, Dole, a lot. I ain't going to say nothing about it, but, Dole, I believe I got an idea coming along. No flivver this time. A real, surefire hunch. Something that'll go big in the city. Big." And so I left him there in the shadow of the mountain, staring at the impassable sea. End of The Shame Dance by Wilbur Daniel Steele.
The Adventure of the Solitary Cyclist by Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London, January 2017. From the years 1894 to 1901 inclusive, Mr. Sherlock Holmes was a very busy man. It is safe to say that there was no public case of any difficulty in which he was not consulted during those 8 years, and there were hundreds of private cases, some of them of the most intricate and extraordinary character, in which he played a prominent part. Many startling successes and a few unavoidable failures were the outcome of this long period of continuous work. As I have preserved very full notes of all these cases, and was myself personally engaged in many of them, it may be imagined that it is no easy task to know which I should select to lay before the public. I shall, however, preserve my former rule, and give the preference to those cases which derive their interest not so much from the brutality of the crime as from the ingenuity and dramatic quality of the solution. For this reason I will now lay before the reader the facts connected with Miss Violet Smith, the solitary cyclist of Charlington, and the curious sequel of our investigations, which culminated in unexpected tragedy. It is true that the circumstances did not admit of any striking illustration of those powers for which my friend was famous, but there were some points about the case which made it stand out in those long records of crime from which I gather the material for these little narratives. On referring to my notebook for the year 1895, I found that it was upon Saturday, the 23rd of April, that we first heard of Miss Violet Smith. Her visit was, I remember, extremely unwelcome to Holmes, for he was immersed at that moment in a very abstruse and complicated problem concerning the peculiar persecution to which John Vincent Harden, the well-known tobacco millionaire, had been subjected. My friend, who loved above all things precision and concentration of thought, resented anything which distracted his attention from the matter in hand. And yet, without a harshness which was foreign to his nature, it was impossible to refuse to listen to the story of the young and beautiful woman, tall, graceful, and queenly, who presented herself at Baker Street late in the evening and implored his assistance and advice. It was vain to urge that his time was already fully occupied, for the young lady had come with the determination to tell her story, and it was evident that nothing short of force could get her out of the room until she had done so. With a resigned air and a somewhat weary smile, Holmes begged the beautiful intruder to take a seat and to inform us what it was that was troubling her. "At least it cannot be your health," said he, as his keen eyes darted over her. "So ardent a bicyclist must be full of energy." She glanced down in surprise at her own feet, and I observed the slight roughening of the side of the sole caused by the friction of the edge of the pedal. "Yes, I bicycle a good deal, Mr. Holmes, and that has something to do with my visit to you today." My friend took the lady's ungloved hand and examined it with as close an attention and as little sentiment as a scientist would show to a specimen. "You will excuse me, I am sure. It is my business," said he as he dropped it. "I nearly fell into the error of supposing that you were typewriting. Of course, it is obvious that it is music. You observe the spatulate finger end, Watson, which is common to both professions. There is a spirituality about the face, however," he gently turned it towards the light, "which the typewriter does not generate. This lady is a musician." "Yes, Mr. Holmes, I teach music." "In the country, I presume, from your complexion?" "Yes, sir, near Farnham, on the borders of Surrey. A beautiful neighbourhood and full of the most interesting associations. You remember, Watson, that it was near there that we took Archie Stamford, the forger. Now, Miss Violet, what has happened to you near Farnham on the borders of Surrey?" The young lady, with great clearness and composure, made the following curious statement. "My father is dead, Mr. Holmes. He was James Smith, who conducted the orchestra at the old Imperial Theatre. My mother and I were left without a relation in the world except one uncle, Ralph Smith, who went to Africa 25 years ago, and we have never had a word from him since. When father died we were left very poor, but one day we were told that there was an advertisement in the Times inquiring for our whereabouts. You can imagine how excited we were, for we thought that someone had left us a fortune. We went at once to the lawyer whose name was given in the paper. There we met two gentlemen, Mr. Carruthers and Mr. Woodley, who were home on a visit from South Africa. They said that my uncle was a friend of theirs, and he died some months before in great poverty in Johannesburg, and that he had asked them with his last breath to hunt up his relations and see that they were in no want. It seemed strange to us that Uncle Ralph, who took no notice of us when he was alive, should be so careful to look after us when he was dead. But Mr. Carruthers explained that the reason was that my uncle had just heard of the death of his brother, and so felt responsible for our fate. "Excuse me," said Holmes, "when was this interview?" "Last December, 4 months ago." "Pray proceed." "Mr. Woodley seemed to me to be a most odious person. He was for ever making eyes at me, a coarse, puffy-faced, red-moustached young man, with his hair plastered down on each side of his forehead. I thought that he was perfectly hateful, and I was sure that Cyril would not wish me to know such a person." "Oh, Cyril is his name," said Holmes, smiling. The young lady blushed and laughed. "Yes, Mr. Holmes, Cyril Morton, an electrical engineer, and we hope to be married at the end of the summer." Dear me, how did I get talking about him? What I wished to say was that Mr. Woodley was perfectly odious, but that Mr. Carruthers, who was a much older man, was more agreeable. He was a dark, sallow, clean-shaven, silent person, but he had polite manners and a pleasant smile. He inquired how we were left, and on finding that we were very poor, he suggested that I should come and teach music to his only daughter, aged 10. I said that I did not like to leave my mother, on which he suggested that I should go home to her every week-end, and he offered me 100 a year, which was certainly splendid pay. So it ended by my accepting, and I went down to Chiltern Grange, about 6 miles from Farnham. Mr. Carruthers was a widower, but he had engaged a lady housekeeper, a very respectable elderly person called Mrs. Dixon, to look after his establishment. The child was a dear, and everything promised well. Mr. Carruthers was very kind and very musical, and we had most pleasant evenings together. Every week-end I went home to my mother in town. The first flaw in my happiness was the arrival of the red-moustached Mr. Woodley. He came for a visit of a week, and it seemed 3 months to me. He was a dreadful person, a bully to everyone else, but to me something infinitely worse. He made odious love to me, boasted of his wealth, said that if I married him I would have the finest diamonds in London, and finally, when I would have nothing to do with him, he seized me in his arms one day after dinner. He was hideously strong, and he swore that he would not let me go until I had kissed him. Mr. Carruthers came in and tore him off me, on which he turned upon his own host, knocking him down and cutting his face open. That was the end of his visit, as you can imagine. Mr. Carruthers apologized to me next day, and assured me that I should never be exposed to such an insult again. I have not seen Mr. Woodley since. And now, Mr. Holmes, I come to the last special thing which has caused me to ask your advice today. You must know that every Saturday forenoon I ride on my bicycle to Farnham Station in order to get the 12:22 to town. The road from Chiltern Grange is a lonely one, and at one spot it is particularly so, for it lies for over a mile between Charlington Heath upon one side and the woods which lie around Charlington Hall upon the other. You could not find a more lonely tract of road anywhere, and it is quite rare to meet so much as a cart or a peasant until you reach the high road near Crooksbury Hill. 2 weeks ago I was passing this place when I chanced to look back over my shoulder, and about 200 yards behind me I saw a man, also on a bicycle. He seemed to be a middle-aged man with a short, dark beard. I looked back before I reached Farnham, but the man was gone, so I thought no more about it. But you can imagine how surprised I was, Mr. Holmes, when on my return on the Monday I saw the same man on the same stretch of road. My astonishment was increased when the incident occurred again, exactly as before, on the following Saturday and Monday. He always kept his distance and did not molest me in any way, but still it certainly was very odd. I mentioned it to Mr. Carruthers, who seemed interested in what I said, and told me that he had ordered a horse and trap so that in future I should not pass over these lonely roads without some companion. The horse and trap were to have come this week, but for some reason they were not delivered, and again I had to cycle to the station. That was this morning. You can think that I looked out when I came to Charlington Heath, and there, sure enough, was the man, exactly as he had been the 2 weeks before. He always kept so far from me that I could not clearly see his face, but it was certainly someone whom I did not know. He was dressed in a dark suit with a cloth cap. The only thing about his face that I could clearly see was his dark beard. Today I was not alarmed, but I was filled with curiosity, and I determined to find out who he was and what he wanted. I slowed down my machine, but he slowed down his. Then I stopped altogether, and he stopped also. Then I laid a trap for him. There was a sharp turning of the road, and I pedalled very quickly round this, and then I stopped and waited. I expected him to shoot round and pass me before he could stop, but he never appeared. Then I went back and looked round the corner. I could see a mile of road, but he was not on it. To make it more extraordinary, there was no side road at this point down which he could have gone. Holmes chuckled and rubbed his hands. "This case certainly presents some features of its own," said he. "How much time elapsed between your turning the corner and your discovery that the road was clear?" 2 or 3 minutes. "Then he could not have retreated down the road, and you say that there was no side roads?" "None." "Then he certainly took a footpath on one side or the other." "It could not have been on the side of the heath, or I should have seen him." So, by the process of exclusion, we arrive at the fact that he made his way towards Charlington Hall, which, as I understand, is situated in its own grounds on one side of the road. Anything else?" "Nothing, Mr. Holmes, save that I was so perplexed that I felt I should not be happy until I had seen you and had your advice." Holmes sat in silence for some little time. "Where is the gentleman to whom you are engaged?" he asked at last. "He is in the Midland Electrical Company at Coventry." "He would not pay you a surprise visit?" "Oh, Mr. Holmes, as if I should not know him!" "Have you had any other admirers?" "Several before I knew Cyril." "And since?" "There was this dreadful man, Woodley, if you can call him an admirer." "No one else?" Our fair client seemed a little confused. "Who was he?" asked Holmes. "Oh, it may be a mere fancy of mine, but it has seemed to me sometimes that my employer, Mr. Carruthers, takes a great deal of interest in me. We are thrown rather together. I play his accompaniments in the evening. He has never said anything. He is a perfect gentleman, but a girl always knows." "Ah!" Holmes looked grave. "What does he do for a living?" "He is a rich man." "No carriages or horses?" "Well, at least he is fairly well to do, but he goes into the city 2 or 3 times a week. He is deeply interested in South African gold shares." "You will let me know any fresh development, Miss Smith. I am very busy just now, but I will find time to make some inquiries into your case. In the meantime, take no step without letting me know. Good-bye, and I trust that we shall have nothing but good news from you." "It is a part of the settled order of nature that such a girl should have followers," said Holmes, as he pulled at his meditative pipe. "But for choice, not on bicycles, in lonely country roads. Some secretive lover beyond all doubt. But there are curious and suggestive details about the case, Watson. That he should appear only at that point." "Exactly. Our first effort must be to find who are the tenants of Charlington Hall. Then again, how about the connection between Carruthers and Woodley, since they appear to be men of such a different type? How come they both to be so keen upon looking up Ralph Smith's relations? One more point. What sort of a menage is it which pays double the market price for a governess, but does not keep a horse, although 6 miles from the station? Odd, Watson, very odd. You will go down?" "No, my dear fellow, you will go down. This may be some trifling intrigue, and I cannot break my other important research for the sake of it. On Monday you will arrive early at Farnham. You will conceal yourself near Charlington Heath, and you will observe these facts for yourself, and act as your own judgment advises. Then, having inquired as to the occupants of the hall, you will come back to me and report. And now, Watson, not another word of the matter until we have a few solid stepping stones on which we may hope to get across to our solution. We had ascertained from the lady that she went down upon the Monday by train which leaves Waterloo at 9:50. So I started early and caught the 9:13. At Farnham Station I had no difficulty in being directed to Charlington Heath. It was impossible to mistake the scene of the young lady's adventure, for the road runs between the open heath on one side and an old yew hedge upon the other, surrounding a park which is studded with magnificent trees. There was a main gateway of lichen-studded stone, each side pillar surmounted by mouldering heraldic emblems. But besides this central carriage drive, I observed several points where there were gaps in the hedge and paths leading through them. The house was invisible from the road, but the surroundings all spoke of gloom and decay. The heath was covered with golden patches of flowering gorse, gleaming magnificently in the light of the bright spring sunshine. Behind one of these clumps I took up my position so as to command both the gateway of the hall and a long stretch of the road upon either side. It had been deserted when I left it, but now I saw a cyclist riding down it from the opposite direction to that in which I had come. He was clad in a dark suit, and I saw that he had a black beard. On reaching the end of the Charlington grounds, he sprang from his machine and led it through a gap in the hedge, disappearing from my view. A quarter of an hour passed, and then a second cyclist appeared. This time it was the young lady coming from the station. I saw her look about her as she came to the Charlington hedge. An instant later the man emerged from his hiding-place, sprang upon his cycle, and followed her. In all the broad landscape those were the only moving figures, the graceful girl sitting very straight upon her machine, and the man behind her bending low over his handlebar, with a curiously furtive suggestion in every movement. She looked back at him and slowed her pace. He slowed also. She stopped. He at once stopped too, keeping 200 yards behind her. Her next movement was as unexpected as it was spirited. She suddenly whisked her wheels around and dashed straight at him. He was as quick as she, however, and darted off in desperate flight. Presently she came back up the road again, her head haughtily in the air, not deigning to take any further notice of her silent attendant. He had turned also, and still kept his distance until the curve of the road hid them from my sight. I remained in my hiding-place, and it was well that I did so, for presently the man reappeared, cycling slowly back. He turned in at the hall gates and dismounted from his machine. For some few minutes I could see him standing among the trees. His hands were raised, and he seemed to be settling his necktie. Then he mounted his cycle and rode away from me down the drive towards the hall. I ran across the heath and peered through the trees. Far away I could catch glimpses of the old grey building with its bristling Tudor chimneys, but the drive ran through a dense shrubbery, and I saw no more of my man. However, it seemed to me that I had done a fairly good morning's work, and I walked back in high spirits to Farnham. The local house agent could tell me nothing about Charlington Hall, and referred me to a well-known firm in Pall Mall. There I halted on my way home, and met with courtesy from the representative. No, I could not have Charlington Hall for the summer. I was just too late. It had been let about a month ago. Mr. Williamson was the name of the tenant. He was a respectable elderly gentleman. The polite agent was afraid he could say no more, as the affairs of his clients were not matters which he could discuss. Mr. Sherlock Holmes listened with attention to the long report which I was able to present to him that evening, but it did not elicit that word of curt praise which I had hoped for and should have valued. On the contrary, his austere face was even more severe than usual as he commented upon the things that I had done and the things I had not. "Your hiding-place, my dear Watson, was very faulty. You should have been behind the hedge. Then you would have had a close view of this interesting person. As it is, you were some hundreds of yards away, and can tell me even less than Miss Smith. She thinks she does not know the man. I am convinced she does. Why otherwise should he be so desperately anxious that she should not get so near him as to see his features? You describe him as bending over the handlebar. Concealment again, you see. You really have done remarkably badly. He returns to the house and you want to find out who he is. You come to a London house agent. What should I have done? I cried with some heat. Gone to the nearest public house. That is the centre of country gossip. They would have told you every name from the master to the scullery maid. Williamson, it conveys nothing to my mind. If he is an elderly man, he is not this active cyclist who sprints away from that athletic young lady's pursuit. What have we gained by your expedition? The knowledge that the girl's story is true. I never doubted it. That there is a connection between the cyclist and the Hall. I never doubted that either. That the Hall is tenanted by Williamson. Who's the better for that? Well, well, my dear sir, don't look so depressed. We can do little more until next Saturday, and in the meantime I may make one or two inquiries myself. Next morning we had a note from Miss Smith, recounting shortly and accurately the very incidents which I had seen, but the pith of the letter lay in the postscript. I am sure that you will respect my confidence, Mr. Holmes, when I tell you that my place here has become difficult owing to the fact that my employer has proposed marriage to me. I am convinced that his feelings are most deep and most honourable. At the same time, my promise is, of course, given. He took my refusal very seriously, but also very gently. You can understand, however, that the situation is a little strained. "Our young friend seems to be getting into deep waters," said Holmes, thoughtfully, as he finished the letter. "The case certainly presents more features of interest and more possibility of development than I had originally thought. I should be none the worse for a quiet, peaceful day in the country, and I am inclined to run down this afternoon and test one or two theories which I have formed." Holmes's quiet day in the country had a singular termination, for he arrived at Baker Street late in the evening with a cut lip and a discoloured lump upon his forehead, besides a general air of dissipation which should have made his own person the fitting object of a Scotland Yard investigation. He was immensely tickled by his own adventures and laughed heartily as he recounted them. "I get so little active exercise that is always a treat," said he. "You are aware that I have some proficiency in the good old British sport of boxing. Occasionally it is of service. To-day, for example, I should have come to very ignominious grief without it." I begged him to tell me what had occurred. "I found that country pub which I had already recommended to your notice, and there I made my discreet inquiries. I was in the bar, and a garrulous landlord was giving me all that I wanted. Williamson is a white-bearded man, and he lives alone with a small staff of servants at the Hall. There is some rumour that he is, or has been, a clergyman, but one or two incidents of his short residence at the Hall struck me as peculiarly unecclesiastical. I have already made some inquiries at a clerical agency, and they tell me there was a man of that name in orders, whose career has been a singularly dark one. Further inform me that there are usually week-end visitors, a warm lot, sir, at the Hall, and especially one gentleman with a red moustache, Mr. Woodley by name, who was always there. We had got as far as this when who should walk in but the gentleman himself, who had been drinking his beer in the tap-room and who had heard the whole conversation. Who was I? What did I want? What did I mean by asking questions? He had a fine flow of language, and his adjectives were very vigorous. He ended a string of abuse by a vicious backhander which I failed to entirely avoid. The next few minutes were delicious. It was a straight left against a slogging ruffian. I emerged as you see me. Mr. Woodley went home in a cart. So ended my country trip, and it must be confessed that, however enjoyable, my day on the Surrey board has not been much more profitable than your own. The Thursday brought us another letter from our client. "You will not be surprised, Mr. Holmes," said she, "to hear that I am leaving Mr. Carruthers' employment. Even the high pay cannot reconcile me to the discomforts of my situation. On Saturday I come up to town, and I do not intend to return. Mr. Carruthers has got a trap, and so the dangers of the lonely road, if there ever were any dangers, are now over. As to the special cause of my leaving, it is not merely the strained situation with Mr. Carruthers, but it is the reappearance of that odious man, Mr. Woodley. He was always hideous, but he looks more awful than ever now, for he appears to have had an accident, and he is much disfigured. I saw him out of the window, but I am glad to say I did not meet him. He had a long talk with Mr. Carruthers, who seemed much excited afterwards. Woodley must be staying in the neighbourhood, for he did not sleep here, and yet I caught a glimpse of him again this morning, slinking about in the shrubbery. I would sooner have a savage wild animal loose about the place. I loathe and fear him more than I can say. How can Mr. Carruthers endure such a creature for a moment? However, all my troubles will be over on Saturday. "So I trust, Watson, so I trust," said Holmes gravely. "There is some deep intrigue going on around that little woman, and it is our duty to see that no one molests her upon that last journey. I think, Watson, that we must spare time to run down together on Saturday morning and make sure that this curious and inconclusive investigation has no untoward ending." I confess that I had not up to now taken a very serious view of the case, which had seemed to me rather grotesque and bizarre than dangerous. That a man should lie in wait for and follow a very handsome woman is no unheard of thing, and if he had so little audacity that he not only dared not address her, but even fled from her approach, he was not a very formidable assailant. The ruffian Woodley was a very different person, but, except on one occasion, he had not molested our client, and now he visited the house of Carruthers without intruding upon her presence. The man on the bicycle was doubtless a member of those week-end parties at the Hall of which the publican had spoken, but who he was or what he wanted was as obscure as ever. It was the severity of Holmes's manner and the fact that he slipped a revolver into his pocket before leaving our rooms which impressed me with the feeling that tragedy might prove to lurk behind the curious train of events. A rainy night had been followed by a glorious morning, and the heath-covered countryside with the glowing clumps of flowering gorse seemed all the more beautiful to the eyes which were weary of the duns and drabs and slate greys of London. Holmes and I walked along the broad, sandy road, inhaling the fresh morning air and rejoicing in the music of the birds and the fresh breath of the spring. From a rise of the road on the shoulder of Crookbury Hill we could see the grim Hall bristling out from amidst the ancient oaks, which, old as they were still younger than the building which they surrounded. Holmes pointed along the long tract of road which wound, a reddish-yellow band, between the brown of the heath and the budding green of the woods. Far away, a black dot, we could see a vehicle moving in our direction. Holmes gave an exclamation of impatience. "I had given a margin of half an hour," said he. "If that is her trap, she must be making for the earlier train. I fear, Watson, that she will be past Charlington before we can possibly meet her." From the instant that we passed the rise we could no longer see the vehicle, but we hastened onwards at such a pace that my sedentary life began to tell upon me, and I was compelled to fall behind. Holmes, however, was always in training, for he had inexhaustible stores of nervous energy upon which to draw. His springy step never slowed until suddenly, when he was 100 yards in front of me, he halted, and I saw him throw up his hand with a gesture of grief and despair. At the same instant an empty dog-cart, the horse cantering, the reins trailing, appeared round the curve of the road and rattled swiftly towards us. "Too late, Watson, too late!" cried Holmes, as I ran panting to his side. "Fool that I was not to allow for that earlier train. It's abduction, Watson, abduction, murder, heaven knows what. Block the road, stop the horse. That's right. Now jump in, and let us see if I can repair the consequences of my own blunder." We had sprung into the dog-cart, and Holmes, after turning the horse, gave a sharp cut with the whip, and we flew back along the road. As we turned the curve, the whole stretch of the road between the Hall and the heath was opened up. I grasped Holmes's arm. "That's the man!" I gasped. A solitary cyclist was coming towards us. His head was down and his shoulders rounded as he put every ounce of energy that he possessed onto the pedals. He was flying like a racer. Suddenly he raised his bearded face, saw us close to him, and pulled up, springing from his machine. The coal-black beard was in singular contrast to the pallor of his face, and his eyes were as bright as if he had a fever. He stared at us and at the dog-cart. Then a look of amazement came over his face. "Halloa! Stop there!" he shouted, holding his bicycle to block the road. "Where did you get that dog-cart? Pull up, man!" he yelled, drawing a pistol from his side pocket. "Pull up, I say, or by George, I'll put a bullet into your horse." Holmes threw the reins into my lap and sprang down from the cart. "You're the man we want to see. Where is Miss Violet Smith?" he said in his quick, clear way. "That's what I'm asking you. You're in her dog-cart. You ought to know where she is." "We met the dog-cart on the road. There was no one in it. We drove back to help the young lady." Good Lord, what shall I do?" cried the stranger in an ecstasy of despair. "They've got her, that hell-bound Woodley, and the blackguard parson. Come, man, come. If you really are her friend, stand by me and we'll save her if I have to leave my carcass in Charlington Wood." He ran distractedly, his pistol in his hand, towards a gap in the hedge. Holmes followed him, and I, leaving the horse grazing beside the road, followed Holmes. "This is where they came through," said he, pointing to the marks of several feet upon the muddy path. "Halloa, stop a minute. Who's this in the bush?" It was a young fellow about 17, dressed like an ostler, with leather cords and gaiters. He lay upon his back, his knees drawn up, a terrible cut upon his head. He was insensible, but alive. A glance at his wound told me that it had not penetrated the bone. "That's Peter the groom," cried the stranger. "He drove her. The beasts have pulled him off and clubbed him. Let him lie. We can't do him any good, but we may save her from the worst fate that can befall a woman." We ran frantically down the path which wound among the trees. We had reached the shrubbery which surrounded the house when Holmes pulled up. "They didn't go to the house. Here are their marks on the left. Here, beside the laurel bushes. Ah, I said so." As he spoke, a woman's shrill scream, a scream which vibrated with a frenzy of horror, burst from the thick green clump of bushes in front of us. It ended suddenly on its highest note with a choke and a gurgle. This way, they are in the bowling alley," cried the stranger, darting through the bushes. "Ah, the cowardly dogs! Follow me, gentlemen. Too late, by the living Jingo." We had broken suddenly into a lovely glade of greenwood surrounded by ancient trees. On the farther side of it, under the shadow of a mighty oak, there stood a singular group of 3 people. One was a woman, our client, drooping and faint, a handkerchief round her mouth. Opposite her stood a brutal, heavy-faced, red-moustached young man, his gaitered legs parted wide, one arm akimbo, the other waving a riding-crop, his whole attitude suggestive of a triumphant bravado. Between them an elderly, grey-bearded man wearing a short surplice over a light tweed suit had evidently just completed the wedding service, for he pocketed his prayer book as we appeared, and slapped the sinister bridegroom upon the back in jovial congratulation. "They're married," I gasped. "Come on," cried our guide, "come on." He rushed across the glade, Holmes and I at his heels. As we approached, the lady staggered against the trunk of the tree for support. Williamson, the ex-clergyman, bowed to us with mock politeness, and the bully Woodley advanced with a shout of brutal and exultant laughter. "You can take your beard off, Bob," said he. "I know you right enough. Well, you and your pals have just come in time for me to be able to introduce you to Mrs. Woodley." Our guide's answer was a singular one. He snatched off the dark beard which had disguised him and threw it to the ground, disclosing a long, sallow, clean-shaven face below it. Then he raised his revolver and covered the young ruffian, who was advancing upon him with his dangerous riding-crop swinging from his hand. "Yes," said our ally, "I am Bob Carruthers, and I'll see this woman righted if I have to swing for it. I told you what I'd do if you molested her, and, by the Lord, I'll be as good as my word." "You're too late. She's my wife." "No, she's your widow." His revolver cracked, and I saw the blood spurt from the front of Woodley's waistcoat. He spun round with a scream and fell upon his back, his hideous red face turning suddenly to a dreadful mottled pallor. The old man, still clad in his surplice, burst into such a string of foul oaths as I have never heard, and pulled out a revolver of his own. But before he could raise it, he was looking down the barrel of Holmes' weapon. "Enough of this," said my friend coldly. "Drop that pistol. Watson, pick it up. Hold it to his head. Thank you. You, Carruthers, give me that revolver. We'll have no more violence. Come on, hand it over. Who are you, then?" "My name is Sherlock Holmes." "Good Lord! You have heard of me, I see. I will represent the official police until they arrive. Here, you!" he shouted to a frightened groom who had appeared at the edge of the glade. "Come here, take this note as hard as you can ride to Farnham." He scribbled a few words upon a leaf from his notebook. "Give it to the superintendent at the police station. Until he comes I must detain you all under my personal custody." The strong, masterful personality of Holmes dominated the tragic scene, and all were equally puppets in his hands. Williamson and Carruthers found themselves carrying the wounded Woodley into the house, and I gave my arm to the frightened girl. The injured man was laid on his bed, and at Holmes's request I examined him. I carried my report to where he sat in the old tapestry-hung dining-room with his two prisoners before him. "He will live," said I. "What?" said Carruthers, springing out of his chair. "I'll go upstairs and finish him first. Do you tell me that girl, that angel, is to be tied to Roaring Jack Woodley for life?" "You need not concern yourself about that," said Holmes. "There are two very good reasons why she should, under no circumstances, be his wife. In the first place, we are very safe in questioning Mr. Williamson's right to solemnize the marriage." "I have been ordained," cried the old rascal. "And also unfrock." "Once a clergyman, always a clergyman." "I think not. How about the license?" "We had a license for the marriage. I have it here in my pocket." "Then you got it by a trick. But in any case, a forced marriage is no marriage. But it is a very serious felony, as you will discover before you have finished. You'll have time to think that point out during the next 10 years or so, unless I am mistaken. As to you, Carruthers, you would have done better to keep your pistol in your pocket." "I begin to think so, Mr. Holmes. But when I thought of all the precaution I had taken to shield this girl, for I loved her, Mr. Holmes, and it is the only time that ever I knew what love was, it fairly drove me mad to think that she was in the power of the greatest brute and bully in South Africa, a man whose name is a holy terror from Kimberley to Johannesburg. Why, Mr. Holmes, you'll hardly believe it, but ever since that girl has been in my employment, I never once let her go past this house, where I knew these rascals were lurking, without following her on my bicycle, just to see that she came to no harm. I kept my distance from her, and I wore a beard so that she should not recognize me, for she is a good and high-spirited girl, and she wouldn't have stayed in my employment long if she had thought I was following her about the country roads." "Why didn't you tell her of her danger?" "Because then again she would have left me, and I couldn't bear to face that. Even if she couldn't love me, it was a great deal to me just to see her dainty form about the house and to hear the sound of her voice." "Well," said I, "you call that love, Mr. Carruthers, but I should call it selfishness. Maybe the two things go together. Anyhow, I couldn't let her go. Besides, with this crowd about, it was well that she should have someone near to look after her. Then when the cable came, I knew they were bound to make a move." "What cable?" Carruthers took a telegram from his pocket. "That's it," said he. It was short and concise. "The old man is dead." Said Holmes. "I think I see how things worked, and I can understand how this message would, as you say, bring them to a head. But while we wait, you might tell me what you can." The old reprobate with the surplice burst into a volley of bad language. "By heaven," said he, "if you squeal on us, Bob Carruthers, I'll serve you as you served Jack Woodley. You can bleat about the girl to your heart's content, for that's your own affair. But if you round on your pals to this plain-clothes copper, it will be the worst day's work that you ever did." "Your reverence need not be excited," said Holmes, lighting a cigarette. "The case is clear enough against you, and all I ask is a few details for my private curiosity. However, if there's any difficulty in your telling me, I'll do the talking, and then you will see how far you have a chance of holding back your secrets. In the first place, 3 of you came from South Africa on this game. You, Williamson, you, Carruthers, and Woodley. "Lie number one," said the old man. "I never saw either of them until 2 months ago, and I had never been in Africa in my life, so you can put all that in your pipe and smoke it, Mr. Busybody Holmes." "What he says is true," said Carruthers. Well, two of you came over. His Reverence is our own home-made article. You had known Ralph Smith in South Africa. You had a reason to believe he would not live long. You found out that his niece would inherit his fortune. How's that, eh?" Carruthers nodded and Williamson swore. "She was next of kin, no doubt, and you were aware that the old fellow would make no will." "Couldn't read or write," said Carruthers. "So you came over, the two of you, and hunted up the girl. The idea was that one of you was to marry her and the other have a share of the plunder. For some reason Woodley was chosen as the husband. Why was that?" "We played cards for her on the voyage. He won." "I see. You got the young lady into your service, and there Woodley was to do the courting. She recognized the drunken brute that he was, and would have nothing to do with him. Meanwhile your arrangement was rather upset by the fact that you had yourself fallen in love with the lady. You could no longer bear the idea of this ruffian owning her." "No, by George, I couldn't." "There was a quarrel between you. He left you in a rage and began to make his own plans independently of you." "It strikes me, Williamson, there isn't very much that we can tell this gentleman," cried Carruthers, with a bitter laugh. "Yes, we quarrelled, and he knocked me down. I am level with him on that, anyhow. Then I lost sight of him. That was when he picked up with this cast padre here. I found that they had set up housekeeping together at this place on the line that she had to pass for the station. I kept my eye on her after that, for I knew there was some devilry in the wind. I saw them from time to time, for I was anxious to know what they were after. 2 days ago Woodley came up to my house with this cable, which showed that Ralph Smith was dead. He asked me if I would stand by the bargain, and I said I would not. He asked me if I would marry the girl myself and give him a share. I said I would willingly do so, but that she would not have me. He said, 'Let us get her married first, and after a week or two she may see things a bit different.' I said I would have nothing to do with violence. So he went off cursing, like the foul-mouthed blackguard that he was, and swearing that he would have her yet. She was leaving me this weekend, and I had got a trap to take her to the station, but I was so uneasy in my mind that I followed her on my bicycle. She had got a start, however, and before I could catch her, the mischief was done. The first thing I knew about it was when I saw you two gentlemen driving back in her dog-cart." Holmes rose and tossed the end of his cigarette into the grate. "I have been very obtuse, Watson," said he. "When in your report you said that you had seen the cyclist, as you thought, arrange his necktie in the shrubbery, that alone should have told me all. However, we may congratulate ourselves upon a curious and, in some respects, a unique case. I perceive 3 of the county constabulary in the drive, and I am glad to see that the little ostler is able to keep pace with them. So it is unlikely that neither he nor the interesting bridegroom will be permanently damaged by their morning's adventures. I think, Watson, that in your medical capacity you might wait upon Miss Smith and tell her that if she is sufficiently recovered, we shall be happy to escort her to her mother's home. If she is not quite convalescent, you will find that a hint that we were about to telegraph to a young electrician in the Midlands would probably complete the cure. As to you, Mr. Carruthers, I think that you have done what you could to make amends for your share in an evil plot. There is my card, sir, and if my evidence can be of help to you in your trial, it shall be at your disposal. In the whirl of our incessant activity, it has often been difficult for me, as the reader has probably observed, to round off my narratives and to give those final details which the curious might expect. Each case has been the prelude to another, and the crisis once over, the actors have passed for ever out of our busy lives. I find, however, a short note at the end of my manuscripts dealing with this case, in which I have put it upon record that Miss Violet Smith did indeed inherit a large fortune, and that she is now the wife of Cyril Morton, the senior partner of Morton and Kennedy, the famous Westminster electricians. Williamson and Woodley were both tried for abduction and assault, the former getting 7 years and the latter 10. Of the fate of Carruthers I have no record, but I am sure that his assault was not viewed very gravely by the court, since Woodley had the reputation of being a most dangerous ruffian, and I think that a few months were sufficient to satisfy the demands of justice. End of The Adventure of the Solitary Cyclist by Arthur Conan Doyle. The Three Tools of Death by G.K. Chesterton. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London, March 2017. Both by calling and conviction, Father Brown knew better than most of us that every man is dignified when he is dead. But even he felt a pang of incongruity when he was knocked up at daybreak and told that Sir Aaron Armstrong had been murdered. There was something absurd and unseemly about secret violence in connection with so entirely entertaining and popular a figure. For Sir Aaron Armstrong was entertaining to the point of being comic, and popular in such a manner as to be almost legendary. It was like hearing that Sonny Jim had hanged himself, or that Mr. Pickwick had died in Hanwell. For though Sir Aaron was a philanthropist, and thus dealt with the darker side of our society, he prided himself on dealing with it in the brightest possible style. His political and social speeches were cataracts of anecdotes and loud laughter. His bodily health was of a bursting sort, his ethics were all optimism, and he dealt with the drink problem, his favourite topic, with that immortal or even monotonous gaiety which is so often a mark of the prosperous total abstainer. The established story of his conversation was familiar on the more puritanic platforms and pulpits, how he had been, when only a boy, drawn away from Scotch theology to Scotch whisky, and how he had risen out of both and become, as he modestly put it, what he was. Yet his wide and white beard, cherubic face, and sparkling spectacles, at the numberless dinners and congresses where they appeared, made it hard to believe, somehow, that it had ever been anything so morbid as either a dram drinker or a Calvinist. He was, one felt, the most seriously merry of all the sons of men. He had lived in the rural skirt of Hampstead, in a handsome house, high but not broad, a modern and prosaic tower. The narrowest of its narrow sides overhung the steep green bank of a railway, and was shaken by passing trains. Sir Aaron Armstrong, as he boisterously explained, had no nerves. But if the train had often given a shock to the house, that morning the tables were turned, and it was the house that gave a shock to the train. The engine slowed down and stopped just beyond that point where an angle of the house impinged upon the sharp slope of turf. The arrest of most mechanical things must be slow, but the living cause of this had been very rapid. A man clad completely in black, even, it was remembered, to the dreadful detail of black gloves, appeared on the ridge above the engine and waved his black hands like some sable windmill. This in itself would hardly have stopped even a lingering train, but there came out of him a cry which was talked of afterwards as something utterly unnatural and new. It was one of those shouts that are horribly distinct even when we cannot hear what is shouted. The word in this case was murder, but the engine driver swears he would have pulled up just the same if he had heard only the dreadful and definite accent and not the word. The train once arrested, the most superficial stare could take in many features of the tragedy. The man in black on the green bank was Sir Aaron Armstrong's manservant Magnus. The baronet in his optimism had often laughed at the black gloves of this dismal attendant, but no one was likely to laugh at him just now. So soon as an inquirer or two had stepped off the line and across the smoky hedge, they saw, rolled down almost to the bottom of the bank, the body of an old man in a yellow dressing-gown with a very vivid scarlet lining. A scrap of rope seemed caught about his leg, entangled presumably in a struggle. There was a smear or so of blood, though very little, but the body was bent or broken into a posture impossible to any living thing. It was Sir Aaron Armstrong. A few more bewildered moments brought out a big, fair-bearded man, whom some travellers could salute as the dead man's secretary, Patrick Royce, once well known in Bohemian society and even famous in the Bohemian arts. In a manner more vague, but even more convincing, he echoed the agony of the servant. By the time the third figure of that household, Alice Armstrong, daughter of the dead man, had come already tottering and waving into the garden, the engine-driver had put a stop to his stoppage. The whistle had blown, and the train had panted on to get help from the next station. Father Brown had been thus rapidly summoned at the request of Patrick Royce, the big ex-Bohemian secretary. Royce was an Irishman by birth, and that casual kind of Catholic that never remembers his religion until he's really in a hole. But Royce's request might have been less promptly complied with if one of the official detectives had not been a friend and admirer of the unofficial Flambeau, and it was impossible to be a friend of Flambeau without hearing numberless stories about Father Brown. Hence, while the young detective, whose name was Merton, led the little priest across the fields to the railway, their talk was more confidential than could be expected between two total strangers. "As far as I can see," said Mr. Merton candidly, "there is no sense to be made of it at all. There is nobody one can suspect. Magnus is a solemn old fool, far too much of a fool to be an assassin. Royce has been the baronet's best friend for years, and his daughter undoubtedly adored him. Besides, it's all too absurd. Who would kill such a cheery old chap as Armstrong? Who could dip his hands in the gore of an after-dinner speaker? It would be like killing Father Christmas." "Yes, it was a cheery house," assented Father Brown. "It was a cheery house while he was alive. Do you think it will be cheery now he is dead?" Merton started a little and regarded his companion with an enlivened eye. "Now he is dead?" he repeated. "Yes," continued the priest stolidly. "He was cheerful, but did he communicate his cheerfulness? Frankly, was anyone else in the house cheerful but he?" A window in Merton's mind let in that strange light of surprise in which we see for the first time things we have known all along. He had often been to the Armstrongs on little police jobs of the philanthropist, and now he came to think of it, it was in itself a depressing house. The rooms were very high and very cold, the decoration mean and provincial. The draughty corridors were lit by electricity that was bleaker than moonlight. And though the old man's scarlet face and silver beard had blazed like a bonfire in each room or passage in turn, it did not leave any warmth behind it. Doubtless this spectral discomfort in the place was partly due to the very vitality and exuberance of its owner. He needed no stoves or lamps, he would say, but carried his own warmth with him. But when Merton recalled the other inmates, he was compelled to confess that they also were as shadows of their lord. The moody manservant with his monstrous-back gloves was almost a nightmare. Royce, the secretary, was solid enough, a big bull of a man in tweeds, with a short beard, but the straw-coloured beard was startlingly salted with grey like the tweed, and the broad forehead was barred with premature wrinkles. He was good-natured enough also, but it was a sad sort of good-nature, almost a heartbroken sort. He had the general air of being some sort of failure in life. As for Armstrong's daughter, it was almost incredible that she was his daughter. She was so pallid in colour and sensitive in outline. She was graceful, but there was a quiver in the very shape of her that was like the lines of an aspen. Merton had sometimes wondered if she had learnt to quail at the crash of the passing trains. "You see," said Father Brown, blinking modestly, "I am not sure that the Armstrong cheerfulness is so very cheerful for other people. You say that nobody could kill such a happy old man, but I'm not sure. Ne nos inducas in tentationem. If I ever murdered somebody," he added quite simply, "I dare say it might be an optimist." "Why?" cried Merton, amused. "Do you think people dislike cheerfulness?" "People like frequent laughter," answered Father Brown, "but I don't think they like a permanent smile. Cheerfulness without humour is a very trying thing." They walked some way in silence along the windy, grassy bank by the rail, and just as they came under the far-flung shadow of the tall Armstrong house, Father Brown said suddenly, like a man throwing away a troublesome thought rather than offering it seriously, "Of course, drink is neither good nor bad in itself, but I can't help sometimes feeling that men like Armstrong want an occasional glass of wine to sadden them." Merton's official superior, a grizzled and capable detective named Gilder, was standing on the green bank waiting for the coroner, talking to Patrick Royce, whose big shoulders and bristly beard and hair towered above him. This was the more noticeable because Royce walked always with a sort of powerful stoop and seemed to be going about his small clerical and domestic duties in a heavy and humbled style, like a buffalo drawing a go-cart. He raised his head with unusual pleasure at the sight of the priest, and took him a few paces apart. Meanwhile Merton was addressing the older detective respectfully indeed, but not without a certain boyish impatience. "Well, Mr. Gilder, have you got much farther with the mystery?" "There is no mystery," replied Gilder, as he looked under dreamy eyelids at the rooks. "Well, there is for me, at any rate," said Merton, smiling. "It is simple enough, my boy," observed the senior investigator, stroking his grey, pointed beard. 3 minutes after you had gone for Mr. Royce's parson, the whole thing came out. You know that pasty-faced servant in the black gloves who stopped the train? I should know him anywhere. Somehow he rather gives me the creeps." "Well," drawled Gilder, "when the train had gone on again, that man had gone too. Rather a cool criminal, don't you think, to escape by the very train that went off for the police?" "You're pretty sure, I suppose," remarked the young man, "that he really did kill his master?" "Yes, my son, I'm pretty sure," replied Gilder dryly, "for the trifling reason that he has gone off with £20,000 in papers that were in his master's desk. No, the only thing worth calling a difficulty is how he killed him. The skull seems broken as with some big weapon, but there's no weapon at all lying about, and the murderer would have found it awkward to carry it away, unless the weapon was too small to be noticed." "Perhaps the weapon was too big to be noticed," said the priest, with an odd little giggle. Gilder looked around at this wild remark, and rather sternly asked Brown what he meant. "Silly way of putting it, I know," said Father Brown apologetically. "Sounds like a fairy tale. But poor Armstrong was killed with a giant's club, a great green club, too big to be seen, and which we call the earth. He was broken against this green bank we are standing on." "How do you mean?" asked the detective quickly. Father Brown turned his moon face up to the narrow façade of the house and blinked hopelessly up. Following his eyes, they saw that right at the top of this otherwise blind back quarter of the building, an attic window stood open. "Don't you see?" he explained, pointing a little awkwardly like a child. "He was thrown down from there." Gilder frowningly scrutinized the window and then said, "Well, it is certainly possible, but I don't see why you are so sure about it." Brown opened his grey eyes wide. "Why," he said, "there's a bit of rope round the dead man's leg. Don't you see that other bit of rope up there caught at the corner of the window? At that height the thing looked like the faintest particle of dust or hair, but the shrewd old investigator was satisfied. "You're quite right, sir," he said to Father Brown. "That is certainly one to you." Almost as he spoke, a special train with one carriage took the curve of the line on their left, and stopping disgorged another group of policemen, in whose midst was the hangdog visage of Magnus, the absconded servant. "By Jove, they've got him!" cried Gilder, and stepped forward with quite a new alertness. "Have you got the money?" he cried to the first policeman. The man looked him in the face with a rather curious expression and said, "No." Then he added, "At least, not here." "Which is the inspector, please?" asked the man called Magnus. When he spoke, everyone instantly understood how this voice had stopped a train. He was a dull-looking man with flat black hair, a colourless face, and a faint suggestion of the East in the level slits in his eyes and mouth. His blood and name, indeed, had remained dubious ever since Sir Aaron had rescued him from a waitership in a London restaurant, and, as some said, from more infamous things. But his voice was as vivid as his face was dead. Whether through exactitude in a foreign language, or in deference to his master, who had been somewhat deaf, Magnus's tones had a peculiarly ringing and piercing quality, and the whole group quite jumped when he spoke. "I always knew this would happen," he said aloud with brazen blandness. "My poor old master made game of me for wearing black, but I always said I should be ready for his funeral." And he made a momentary movement with his two dark-gloved hands. "Sergeant," said Inspector Gilder, eyeing the black hands with wrath, "aren't you putting the bracelets on this fellow? He looks pretty dangerous." "Well, sir," said the sergeant, with the same odd look of wonder, "I don't know that we can." "What do you mean?" asked the other sharply. "Haven't you arrested him?" A faint scorn widened the slit-like mouth, and the whistle of an approaching train seemed oddly to echo the mockery. "We arrested him," replied the sergeant gravely, "just as he was coming out of the police station at Highgate, where he had deposited all his master's money in the care of Inspector Robinson." Gilder looked at the manservant in utter amazement. "Why on earth did you do that?" he asked of Magnus. "To keep it safe from the criminal, of course," replied that person placidly. "Surely," said Gilder, "Sir Aaron's money might have been safely left with Sir Aaron's family." The tail of his sentence was drowned in the roar of the train as it went rocking and clanking. But through all the hell of noises to which that unhappy house was periodically subject, they could hear the syllabuses of Magnus's answer in all their bell-like distinctness. "I have no reason to feel confidence in Sir Aaron's family." All the motionless men had the ghostly sensation of the presence of some new person, and Merton was scarcely surprised when he looked up and saw the pale face of Armstrong's daughter over Father Brown's shoulder. She was still young and beautiful in a silvery style, but her hair was of so dusty and hueless a brown that in some shadows it seemed to have turned totally grey. "Be careful what you say," said Royce gruffly. "You'll frighten Miss Armstrong." "I hope so," said the man with the clear voice. As the woman winced and everyone else wondered, he went on, "I am somewhat used to Miss Armstrong's tremors. I have seen her trembling off and on for years, and some said she was shaking with cold, and some she was shaking with fear, but I know she was shaking with hate and wicked anger, fiends that have had their feast this morning. She would have been away by now with her lover and all the money but for me, ever since my poor old master prevented her from marrying that tipsy blackguard." "Stop," said Gilder very sternly. "We have nothing to do with your family fancies or suspicions. Unless you have some practical evidence, your mere opinions—" "Oh, I'll give you practical evidence," cut in Magnus, in his hacking accent. "You have to subpoena me, Mr. Inspector, and I shall have to tell the truth." And the truth is this. An instant after the old man was pitched bleeding out of the window, I ran into the attic and found his daughter swooning on the floor with a red dagger still in her hand. Allow me to hand that also to the proper authorities. He took from his tail pocket a long horn-hilted knife with the red smear on it, and handed it politely to the sergeant. Then he stood back again, and his slits of eyes almost faded from his face in one fat Chinese sneer. Merton felt an almost bodily sickness at the sight of him, and he muttered to Gilder, "Surely you would take Miss Armstrong's word against his?" Father Brown suddenly lifted a face so absurdly fresh that it looked somehow as if he had just washed it. "Yes," he said, radiating innocence. "But is Miss Armstrong's word against his?" The girl uttered a startled, singular little cry. Everyone looked at her. Her figure was rigid as if paralyzed. Only her face, within its frame of faint brown hair, was alive with an appalling surprise. She stood like one of a sudden lassoed and throttled. "This man," said Mr. Gilder gravely, "actually says that you were found grasping a knife, insensible, after the murder." "He says the truth," answered Alice. The next fact of which they were conscious was that Patrick Royce strode with his great stooping head into their ring and uttered the singular words, "Well, if I've got to go, I'll have a bit of pleasure first." His huge shoulder heaved, and he sent an iron fist smash into Magnus's bland Mongolian visage, laying him on the lawn as flat as a starfish. Two or three of the police instantly put their hands on Royce, but to the rest it seemed as if all reason had broken up and the universe were turning into a brainless harlequinade. "None of that, Mr. Royce," Gilder had called out authoritatively. "I shall arrest you for assault." "No, you won't," answered the secretary in a voice like an iron gong. "You will arrest me for murder." Gilder threw an alarmed glance at the man knocked down, but since that outraged person was already sitting up and wiping a little blood off a substantially uninjured face, he only said shortly, "What do you mean?" "It is quite true, as this fellow says," explained Royce, "that Miss Armstrong fainted with a knife in her hand. But she had not snatched the knife to attack her father, but to defend him." "To defend him," repeated Gilder gravely. "Against whom?" "Against me," answered the secretary. Alice looked at him with a complex and baffling face. Then she said in a low voice, "After it all, I am still glad you are brave." "Come upstairs," said Patrick Royce heavily, "and I will show you the whole cursed thing." The attic, which was the secretary's private place, and rather a small cell for so large a hermit, had indeed all the vestiges of a violent drama. Near the centre of the floor lay a large revolver as if flung away. Nearer to the left was rolled a whisky bottle, open but not quite empty. The cloth of the little table lay dragged and trampled, and the length of cord, like that found on the corpse, was cast wildly across the window-sill. Two vases were smashed on the mantelpiece, and one on the carpet. "I was drunk," said Royce, and this simplicity in the prematurely battered man somehow had the pathos of the first sin of a baby. "You all know about me," he continued huskily. "Everybody knows how my story began, and it may as well end like that too. I was called a clever man once. I might have been a happy one. Armstrong saved the remains of a brain and a body from the taverns, and was always kind to me in his own way, poor fellow. Only he wouldn't let me marry Alice here, and it will always be said that he was right enough. Well, you can form your own conclusions, and you won't want me to go into details. That is my whisky bottle half emptied in the corner. That is my revolver quite emptied on the carpet. It was the rope from my box that was found on the corpse, and it was from my window the corpse was thrown. You need not set detectives to grub up my tragedy. It is a common enough weed in this world. I give myself to the gallows, and, by God, that is enough." At a sufficiently delicate sign, the police gathered round the large man to lead him away. But their unobtrusiveness was somewhat staggered by the remarkable appearance of Father Brown, who was on his hands and knees on the carpet in the doorway, as if engaged in some kind of undignified prayers. Being a person utterly insensible to the social figure he cut, he remained in this posture, but turned a bright round face up at the company, presenting the appearance of a quadruped with a very comic human head. "I say," he said good-naturedly, "this really won't do at all, you know. At the beginning you said we'd found no weapon, but now we're finding too many. There's a knife to stab, and the rope to strangle, and the pistol to shoot, and after all he broke his neck by falling out of a window. It won't do, it's not economical." And he shook his head at the ground as a horse does grazing. Inspector Gilder had opened his mouth with serious intentions, but before he could speak the grotesque figure on the floor had gone on quite volubly. "And now 3 quite impossible things. First, these holes in the carpet where the 6 bullets have gone in. Why on earth should anybody fire at the carpet? A drunken man lets fly at his enemy's head, the thing that's grinning at him. He doesn't pick a quarrel with his feet, or lay siege to his slippers. And then there's the rope." And having done with the carpet, the speaker lifted his hands and put them in his pocket, but continued unaffectedly on his knees. In what conceivable intoxication would anybody try to put a rope round a man's neck and finally put it round his leg? Royce, anyhow, was not so drunk as that, or he would be sleeping like a log by now. And plainest of all, the whisky bottle. You suggest a dipsomaniac fought for the whisky bottle, and then having won, rolled it away in a corner, spilling one half and leaving the other. That is the very last thing a dipsomaniac would do. He scrambled awkwardly to his feet and said to the self-accused murderer in tones of limpid penitence, "I'm awfully sorry, my dear sir, but your tale is really rubbish." "Sir," said Alice Armstrong in a low tone to the priest, "can I speak to you alone for a moment?" This request forced the communicative cleric out of the gangway, and before he could speak in the next room, the girl was talking with strange incisiveness. "You are a clever man," she said, "and you are trying to save Patrick, I know. But it's no use. The core of all this is black, and the more things you find out, the more there will be against the miserable man I love." "Why?" asked Brown, looking at her steadily. "Because," she answered equally steadily, "I saw him commit the crime myself." "Ah," said the unmoved Brown. "And what did he do?" "I was in the room next to them," she explained. "Both doors were closed, but I suddenly heard a voice, such as I had never heard on earth, roaring, 'Hell, hell, hell,' again and again. And then the 2 doors shook with the first explosions of the revolver. Thrice again the thing banged before I got the 2 doors open and found the room full of smoke. But the pistol was smoking in my poor, mad Patrick's hand, and I saw him fire the last murderous volley with my own eyes. Then he leapt on my father, who was clinging in terror to the window-sill, and grappling, tried to strangle him with the rope, which he threw over his head, but which slipped over his struggling shoulders to his feet. Then it tightened round one leg, and Patrick dragged him along like a maniac. I snatched a knife from the mat, and, rushing between them, managed to cut the rope before I fainted." "I see," said Father Brown with the same wooden civility. "Thank you." As the girl collapsed under her memories, the priest passed stiffly into the next room, where he found Gilder and Merton alone with Patrick Royce, who sat in a chair handcuffed. "There," he said to the inspector submissively, "might I say a word to the prisoner in your presence, and might he take off those funny cuffs for a minute?" "He is a very powerful man," said Merton in an undertone. "Why do you want them taken off?" "Why, I thought," replied the priest humbly, "that perhaps I might have the very great honour of shaking hands with him." Both detectives stared, and Father Brown added, "Won't you tell them about it, sir?" The man in the chair shook his tousled head and the priest turned impatiently. "Then I will," he said. "Private lives are more important than public reputations. I am going to save the living and let the dead bury their dead." He went to the fatal window and blinked out of it as he went on talking. "I told you that in this case there were too many weapons and only one death. I tell you now that they were not weapons and were not used to cause death. All those grisly tools, the noose, the bloody knife, the exploding pistol, were instruments of a curious mercy. They were not used to kill Sir Aaron, but to save him." "To save him?" repeated Gilder. "And from what?" "From himself," said Father Brown. "He was a suicidal maniac." "What?" cried Merton in an incredulous tone. "And the religion of cheerfulness?" "It is a cruel religion," said the priest, looking out of the window. "Why couldn't they let him weep a little, like his fathers before him?" His plans stiffened, his views grew cold. Behind that merry mask was the empty mind of the atheist. At last, to keep up his hilarious public level, he fell back on that dram drinking he had abandoned long ago. But there is this horror about alcoholism in a sincere teetotaler that he pictures and expects the psychological inferno from which he has warned others. It leapt upon poor Armstrong prematurely, and by this morning he was in such a case that he sat here and cried he was in hell, in so crazy a voice that his daughter did not know it. He was mad for death, and with the monkey tricks of the mad he had scattered round him death in many shapes, a running noose, and his friend's revolver and a knife. Royce entered accidentally and acted in a flash. He flung the knife on the mat behind him, snatched up the revolver, and having no time to unload it, emptied it shot after shot all over the floor. The suicide saw a fourth shape of death and made a dash for the window. The rescuer did the only thing he could, ran after him with the rope and tried to tie him hand and foot. Then it was that the unlucky girl ran in and, misunderstanding the struggle, strove to slash her father free. At first she only slashed poor Royce's knuckles, from which has come all the little blood in this affair. But of course you noticed that he left blood, but no wound, on that servant's face. Only before the poor woman swooned, she did hack her father loose, so that he went crashing through that window into eternity. There was a long stillness slowly broken by the metallic noises of Gilder unlocking the handcuffs of Patrick Royce, to whom he said, "I think I should have told the truth, sir. You and the young lady are worth more than Armstrong's obituary notices." "Confound Armstrong's notices!" cried Royce roughly. "Don't you see it was because she mustn't know?" "Mustn't know what?" asked Merton. "Why, that she killed her father, you fool!" roared the other. "He'd have been alive now but for her. It might craze her to know that." "No, I don't think it would," remarked Father Brown as he picked up his hat. "I rather think I should tell her. Even the most murderous blunders don't poison life like sins. Anyhow, I think you may both be the happier now. I got to go back to the deaf school." As he went out onto the gusty grass, an acquaintance from Highgate stopped him and said, "The coroner has arrived. The inquiry is just going to begin." "I've got to get back to the deaf school," said Father Brown. "I'm sorry I can't stop for the inquiry." End of The Three Tools of Death by G.K. Chesterton.
The Trailer Murder Mystery by Abraham Lincoln. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. In the year 1841, there resided, at different points in the state of Illinois, 3 brothers by the name of Trailer. Their Christian names were William, Henry, and Archibald. Archibald resided at Springfield, then as now the seat of government of the state. He was a sober, retiring, and industrious man of about 30 years of age, a carpenter by trade and a bachelor, boarding with his partner in business, a Mr. Myers. Henry, a year or two older, was a man of like retiring and industrious habits, had a family, and resided with it on a farm at Clary's Grove, about 20 miles distant from Springfield in a northwesterly direction. William, still older, and with similar habits, resided on a farm in Warren County, distant from Springfield something more than 100 miles in the same northwesterly direction. He was a widower with several children. In the neighbourhood of William's residence there was, and had been for several years, a man by the name of Fisher, who was somewhat above the age of 50, had no family and no settled home, but who boarded and lodged a while here and a while there, with persons for whom he did little jobs of work. His habits were remarkably economical, so that an impression got about that he had accumulated a considerable amount of money. In the latter part of May, in the year mentioned, William formed the purpose of visiting his brothers at Clary's Grove in Springfield, and Fisher, at the time having his temporary residence at his house, resolved to accompany him. They set out together in a buggy with a single horse. On Sunday evening they reached Henry's residence and stayed overnight. On Monday morning, being the first Monday of June, they started on to Springfield, Henry accompanying them on horseback. They reached town about noon, met Archibald, went with him to his boarding-house, and there took up their lodgings for the time they should remain. After dinner, the 3 Trailors and Fisher left the boarding-house in company, for the avowed purpose of spending the evening together and looking about the town. At supper, the Trailors had all returned, but Fisher was missing, and some inquiry was made about him. After supper, the Trailors went out professedly in search of him. One by one they returned, the last coming in after late tea-time, and each stating that he had been unable to discover anything of Fisher. The next day, both before and after breakfast, they went professedly in search again, and returned at noon, still unsuccessful. Dinner again being had, William and Henry expressed a determination to give up the search and start for their homes. This was remonstrated against by some of the boarders about the house, on the ground that Fisher was somewhere in the vicinity, and would be left without any conveyance, as he and William had come in the same buggy. The remonstrance was disregarded, and they departed for their homes respectively. Up to this time, the knowledge of Fisher's mysterious disappearance had spread very little beyond the few boarders at Myers, and excited no considerable interest. After the lapse of 3 or 4 days, Henry returned to Springfield for the ostensible purpose of making further search for Fisher. Procuring some of the boarders, he, together with them and Archibald, spent another day in ineffectual search, when it was again abandoned, and he returned home. No general interest was yet excited. On the Friday, week after Fisher's disappearance, the postmaster at Springfield received a letter from the postmaster nearest William's residence, in Warren County, stating that William had returned home without Fisher, and was saying rather boastfully that Fisher was dead, and had willed him his money, and that he had got about $1,500 by it. The letter further stated that William's story and conduct seemed strange, and desired the postmaster at Springfield to ascertain and write what was the truth in the matter. The postmaster at Springfield made the letter public, and at once excitement became universal and intense. Springfield at that time had a population of about 3,500, with a city organization. The Attorney General of the state resided there. A purpose was forthwith formed to ferret out the mystery, in putting which into execution the mayor of the city and the Attorney General took the lead. To make search for, and if possible find the body of the man supposed to be murdered, was resolved on as the first step. In pursuance of this, men were formed into large parties and marched abreast in all directions, so as to let no inch of ground in the vicinity remain unsearched. Examinations were made of cellars, wells, and pits of all descriptions, where it was thought possible the body might be concealed. All the fresh or tolerably fresh graves in the graveyard were pried into, and dead horses and dead dogs were disinterred, where in some instances they had been buried by their partial masters. This search, as has appeared, commenced on Friday. It continued until Saturday afternoon without success, when it was determined to dispatch officers to arrest William and Henry at their residences respectively. The officers started on Sunday morning. Meanwhile the search for the body was continued, and rumours got afloat of the Trailors having passed at different times and places several gold pieces, which were readily supposed to have belonged to Fisher. On Monday, the officers sent for Henry, having arrested him, arrived with him. The mayor and attorney general took charge of him, and set their wits to work to elicit a discovery from him. He denied, and persisted in denying. They still plied him in every conceivable way, till Wednesday, when, protesting his own innocence, he stated that his brothers, William and Archibald, had murdered Fisher, that they had killed him without his, Henry's, knowledge at the time, and made a temporary concealment of his body. That immediately preceding his and William's departure from Springfield for home, on Tuesday, the day after Fisher's disappearance, William and Archibald communicated the fact to him, and engaged his assistance in making a permanent concealment of the body. That at the time he and William left professedly for home, they did not take the road directly, but, meandering their way through the streets, entered the woods at the northwest of the city, 200 or 300 yards to the right of where the road they should have travelled entered them. That, penetrating the woods some few hundred yards, they halted, and Archibald came a somewhat different route on foot and joined them. That William and Archibald then stationed him, Henry, on an old and disused road that ran near by as a sentinel, to give warning of the approach of any intruder. That William and Archibald then removed the buggy to the edge of a dense brush thicket about 40 yards distant from his, Henry's, position, where, leaving the buggy, they entered the thicket, and in a few minutes returned with the body and placed it in the buggy. That from his station he could and did distinctly see that the object placed in the buggy was a dead man, of the general appearance and size of Fisher. That William and Archibald then moved off with the buggy in the direction of Hickox's mill pond, and after an absence of half an hour returned, saying they had put him in a safe place. That Archibald then left for town, and he and William found their way to the road, and made for their homes. At this disclosure all lingering credulity was broken down, and excitement rose to an almost inconceivable height. Up to this time the well-known character of Archibald had repelled and put down all suspicions as to him. Till then, those who were ready to swear that a murder had been committed were almost as confident that Archibald had had no part in it. But now he was seized and thrown into jail, and indeed his personal security rendered it by no means objectionable to him. And now came the search for the brush thicket, and the search of the mill pond. The thicket was found, and the buggy tracks at the point indicated. At a point within the thicket, the signs of a struggle were discovered, and a trail from thence to the buggy track was traced. In attempting to follow the track of the buggy from the thicket, it was found to proceed in the direction of the mill pond, but could not be traced all the way. At the pond, however, it was found that a buggy had been backed down to and partially into the water's edge. Search was now to be made in the pond, and it was made in every imaginable way. Hundreds and hundreds were engaged in raking, fishing, and draining. After much fruitless effort in this way, on Thursday morning the mill dam was cut down, and the water of the pond partially drawn off, and the same processes of search again gone through with. About noon of this day, the officer sent for William returned, having him in custody, and a man calling himself Dr. Gilmore came in company with him. It seems that the officer arrested William at his own house, early in the day on Tuesday, and started to Springfield with him. That after dark a while, they reached Lewiston, in Fulton County, where they stopped for the night. That late in the night this Dr. Gilmore arrived, stating that Fisher was alive at his house, and that he had followed on to give the information, so that William might be released without further trouble. That the officer, distrusting Dr. Gilmore, refused to release William, but brought him on to Springfield, and the doctor accompanied them. On reaching Springfield, the doctor reasserted that Fisher was alive and at his house. At this the multitude for a time were utterly confounded. Gilmore's story was communicated to Henry Traylor, who, without faltering, reaffirmed his own story about Fisher's murder. Henry's adherence to his own story was communicated to the crowd, and at once the idea started, and became nearly, if not quite universal, that Gilmore was a confederate of the Traylors, and had invented the tale he was telling to secure their release and escape. Excitement was again at its zenith. About 3 o'clock the same evening, Myers, Archibald's partner, started with a 2-horse carriage for the purpose of ascertaining whether Fisher was alive, as stated by Gilmore, and if so, of bringing him back to Springfield with him. On Friday, a legal examination was gone into before 2 justices, on the charge of murder against William and Archibald. Henry was introduced as a witness by the prosecution, and on oath reaffirmed his statements as heretofore detailed, and at the end of which he bore a thorough and rigid cross-examination without faltering or exposure. The prosecution also proved by a respectable lady that on the Monday evening of Fisher's disappearance, She saw Archibald, whom she well knew, and another man whom she did not then know, but whom she believed at the time of testifying to be William, then present, and still another, answering the description of Fisher, all enter the timber at the northwest of town, the point indicated by Henry, and after 1 or 2 hours, saw William and Archibald return without Fisher. Several other witnesses testified that on Tuesday, at the time William and Henry professedly gave up the search for Fisher's body and started for home, they did not take the road directly, but did go into the woods, as stated by Henry. By others also it was proved that since Fisher's disappearance, William and Archibald had passed rather an unusual number of gold pieces. The statements heretofore made about the thicket, the signs of a struggle, the buggy tracks, etc., were fully proven by numerous witnesses. At this the prosecution rested. Dr. Gilmore was then introduced by the defendants. He stated that he resided in Warren County, about 7 miles distant from William's residence; that on the morning of William's arrest he was out from home, and heard of the arrest and of its being on a charge of the murder of Fisher; that on returning to his own house he found Fisher there; that Fisher was in very feeble health, and could give no rational account as to where he had been during his absence; that he, Gilmore, then started in pursuit of the officer, as before stated, and that he should have taken Fisher with him, only that the state of his health did not permit. Gilmore also stated that he had known Fisher for several years, and that he had understood he was subject to temporary derangement of mind, owing to an injury about his head received in early life. There was about Dr. Gilmore so much of the air and manner of truth, that his statement prevailed in the minds of the audience and of the court, and the Trailors were discharged, although they attempted no explanation of the circumstances proven by the other witnesses. On the next Monday, Myers arrived in Springfield, bringing with him the now famed Fisher in full life and proper person. Thus ended this strange affair, and while it is readily conceived that a writer of novels could bring a story to a more perfect climax, it may well be doubted whether a stranger affair ever really occurred. Much of the matter remains in mystery to this day. The going into the woods with Fisher, and returning without him by the Trailors; their going into the woods at the same place the next day after they professed to have given up the search; the signs of a struggle in the thicket; the buggy tracks at the edge of it, and the location of the thicket, and the signs about it, corresponding precisely with Henry's story, are circumstances that have never been explained. William and Archibald have both died since; William in less than a year, and Archibald in about 2 years after the supposed murder. Henry is still living, but never speaks of the subject. It is not the object of the writer of this to enter into the many curious speculations that might be indulged upon the facts of this narrative, yet he can scarcely forbear a remark upon what would almost certainly have been the fate of William and Archibald had Fisher not been found alive. It seems he had wandered away in mental derangement, and had he died in this condition, and his body been found in the vicinity, it is difficult to conceive what could have saved the Trailors from the consequence of having murdered him. Or, if he had died, and his body never found, the case against them would have been quite as bad; for although it is a principle of law that a conviction for murder shall not be had unless the body of the deceased be discovered, it is to be remembered that Henry testified that he saw Fisher's dead body. End of the Trailer Murder Mystery, by Abraham Lincoln.
Walking the Rainbow by Grace King. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Walking the Rainbow by Grace King. In spite of the careful attention of friends and the assiduities of talebearers, we live in a woeful state of ignorance as to the true condition of the sentiments of anyone about us, and when we interrogate our own judgment, we get no better enlightenment, for unfortunately we are all addicted to the pleasant habit of counting as friends those whom we like, as enemies those whom we dislike. For that reason alone, and only that reason, Mr. Talbot's memory did not carry Monsieur Pinseau as a friend. The ridiculous attempts at speech-making and the undignified campaign activities in favor of a political trickster that rankled so painfully in the Creole gentleman's remembrances of the past, did not trouble the American at all. But the things that Monsieur Pinseau passed over with indulgence, those were the ones that Mr. Talbot's memory recorded with unalterable condemnation. In his own defeat and the triumph of the rival candidate he attributed nothing whatever to Monsieur Pinseau, whom he frankly did not credit with an idea in his head above fast living and extravagant spending of his wife's money, of, in short, playing the fool, as he called it, and of making associates of men who were also given to that pastime, which shows, among other verities, how much more importance than they deserve we attach to our pitiful efforts to overthrow a good character and reputation. When Mr. Talbot heard his wife's report about Mademoiselle Mimi, he was vastly pleased. "All the money in the world," he said enthusiastically, "could not procure better instruction or instruction that agreed better with his ideas." It was what he had hoped, when he had money with which to realize his hopes. "A lady," he explained, "must furnish example as well as precept to her pupils." His objection to most governesses and teachers was that they were such a warning against themselves, generally an ugly, forlorn, disappointed, and soured set of women, with far more of the furies than the graces about them. A teacher should represent to a little girl what she would like to be, for little girls learn by imitation mostly. Mrs. Talbot never contested the opinions of her husband. Her way of entertaining him was to let him talk to her, and to agree with him. As for the reasons of things, she seldom thought of them. The things themselves, she was wont to say, were as much as she could tackle. "Give the little girls a good model," he continued, "and the battle is half won." He would never allow a daughter of his to, emphasizing his meaning, be taught by a man, for she would end by trying to imitate him, and the result would be a hobbledehoy. Mademoiselle could teach all that it was essential for a lady to know, that is, how to take her place in society and maintain it. He smoked his pipe for a few minutes in silence, and his wife knew as well as if he had told her that he was thinking of those old salons on Royal, St. Louis, and Chartres streets, where as a young man fresh from the University of Virginia he had met the charming society of the ladies whom he had never ceased to admire and whom he had chosen as the models for his daughters. The only drawback he could see in Mademoiselle Mimi's school was Monsieur Pinseau, and he charged his wife not to encourage any intimacy between the two families. He himself had never wished to know the man, had always avoided him, and he would not suffer his children to be thrown familiarly into company that he disapproved of. If the world were to be made of such as Monsieur Pinseau was reputed to be, there would be no morality and no law in it. He knew personally nothing against him, except that he went with a set of men that flaunted their follies and so demoralized society. It was always easier to prevent than to break off. He thought that Mademoiselle Mimi had better be told this at the outset, firmly and frankly. Then there could be no misunderstanding in the future. He confided to his wife this flaming sword and even instructed her as to how her delicate hands were to wield it. "Do not let your politeness get the better of you. Be firm and decided. There is nothing that a mother should be so decided about as the surroundings of her daughters. Mademoiselle Mimi is a sensible woman, and she will understand the importance of maintaining the standards of good society. A man cannot make his assertions in such matters as a woman can. A man represents at best only intellectual force, women spiritual." After a pause he continued: "If women chose, they could rule the world through society. We can better get along with a corrupt judiciary than a corrupt society. Do not hurt her feelings, but make your point clear. You can be clear enough when you want. And you had better warn the children a little. Let them understand. Yes. I will depend upon you to manage it. Yes. Do it in your own time and your own way. Ladies have a gift for such things. A smile, a word, no more. But what a rebuke! A volume couldn't tell more, a pistol shot be more killing. He sank deep in his reflections, perhaps over some such pistol shot in his own memory. When there was no alternative between doing his will and being disagreeable, his wife was forced to exercise some of the gifts which she also possessed, in common with the charming ladies of his memory. For as much as he knew about them, she knew more. He saw the outside of their gifts, she the inside machinery. Tell a daughter, she said to herself, that her father is an improper acquaintance for little girls who know nothing against him, and never will know anything against him. Make Mademoiselle Mimi understand that there must be no intercourse between the two families, because, in short, my husband is better than her father. Where? Great heavens! Where? In what salons, ancient or modern, did ladies say such things one to another? Perhaps in the wilds of Virginia, where my husband was born, but not here, in Louisiana, where, thank heaven, I was born. If it were the truth, which it is, Mademoiselle Mimi would surely know it better than any one else. How could she help knowing it? What did her whole life mean otherwise? Her misfortunes, her labor, her unselfish devotion. What did it all mean to her, if not just that? But tell her so. Make her understand it, which means to make her acknowledge and confess it. Mademoiselle Mimi would very soon put an end to any such conversation as that. And to save society! Heavens above! Go around denouncing one another's fathers, brothers, husbands! That would be a feasible way of saving it, eh? What society would be left? And what woman would be sure enough of her own father, husband, brother, aye, sister, and even mother? There had been this consideration in some families that she knew of. Go around denouncing this one and that. No, no! Women maintain society by just the opposite plan. Men denounce the criminal, but hold on to the crime. Women denounce the crime, but hold on to the criminal. That is the difference between them. And Mademoiselle Mimi was right, 1,000 times right, as a woman. Husbands, despite their convictions and their superior assumptions to the contrary, have really no advantage over other men in knowledge of a woman's mind, or, in short, of the inner determinations of a wife's mind. They can only know in truth what the wife chooses to tell them, and a discreet wife often chooses to limit her communications of this kind. Wives, for example, such as Mr. Talbot admired in the old salons, who were as unlike missionaries as one can possibly conceive. They were not women to brandish moral swords. They were women, on the contrary, like Mademoiselle Mimi. So Mrs. Talbot was quite clear, in this at least, that Mademoiselle would be talked to as her husband directed at the Greek kalends, and not before. The bright glow of sunset shone in the sky. It brightened the spire of the little church, and seemed almost to give a golden tone to the thin, weak voice of the Angelus bell. A few oranges still glittered amid the dark foliage of the hedge, the sour, bitter kind, not the sweet ones whose flowers so poetically used to symbolize the hopes of brides. And the old garden, as an old face does sometimes from inward illumination, flushed under the golden and rose light of the sky, into a flicker of its pristine witchery and beauty. The children were scattered through it, fondling and caressing it, as if, indeed, it were an old face. I have never worked for anything in my life that I did not get it in the end. The husband spoke meditatively from another milestone in his thoughts. This was true, but his wife had never heard him say so before. There never had been any need to say it before. It was taken for granted. Now? "But you worked hard for what you wanted," she responded quickly with her sure instinct of affection. "It was always said about you that you were the hardest working young lawyer at the bar. I always remember a story papa told about you. He was passing your office once in the middle of winter, long past midnight, and seeing a light in your office. All the other windows were black. He went upstairs to see if anything were the matter, opened the door, and there you were, over your books, dressed just as you had come from some dinner party or ball." "Well, Talbot," he said disgustedly. Her husband took up the story with a laugh. "You must love work." "Love," I answered. "I love it better than meat and bread." His face showed his satisfaction at the memory of it. She possessed the art of recalling such things and repeating them appropriately. Her memory was a treasury to her. She never forgot a face, a name, a good deed, a pleasant speech, or a humorous incident. "Yes," her husband repeated, with gusto, "I always loved to work. I cared in fact for nothing in life that I did not work for. What a man makes up his mind to work for, he can obtain," he added confidently. And then he began to explain his plans again to her. Any one could understand them, they were so simple and natural. It was true he had lost a fortune, everything he had worked for and gained since he had been a lawyer, and he did not count in this what he should have inherited from his father, who had died during the war and whose estate had been settled in Confederate money. He counted as his own only what he had made, and no man had made more or larger fees than his. He called over, as lawyers never tire of doing, his cases in the past and the briefs, the historic briefs, he called them, that he had written. Having saved his library, he said, was the greatest piece of good fortune that could happen to him or any lawyer. If that had been lost, he would have considered himself unfortunate. The loss of his plantation would have been nothing in comparison to it. With its accumulation of private notes and records, it was perhaps the most complete in the city. He knew he would not have exchanged it for any he had ever seen. And he was lucky too in having his same old office. He could take up just where he had left off 4 years ago, and as far as he could see, it was only a question of work, with him, to catch up on the losses of the war. Fortunately, litigation could not be captured, confiscated, or burned. "The fact is," he concluded, with a frank laugh, "if there is any important lawsuit, there are 4 or 5 of us who are bound to be retained on one side or the other." The only change he would make from former plans was that, instead of sending his sons to the University of Virginia as he had intended, he would put them to work just as soon as they knew enough of the requisites, that is, Latin, Greek, and mathematics, with sufficient science for respectability, which was far more than the greatest Americans had started with 50 years ago. If there was anything in the boys, they could get along on the education he was able to give them. If they could not get along on that, it was a pretty good sign they would not get along on a better. The daughters would suffer less in education, for they could learn easier all that ladies needed to know, and take more time over it. He had always counted on giving each one of her dower when she became of age, so that she could marry or not, just as she chose. He had seen some unfortunate young girls marry for money, some literally for the means of living. A dower, he feared, would be beyond his reach now. The consequences of the war would fall heavier on the women than on the men. The lives of the men would be changed comparatively little. But the women, It was slavery alone that had kept them from domestic drudgery. He shook his head and repeated, "Domestic drudgery added to family duties." He smoked his pipe a moment, and continued with a new variation of his subject, his wife listening without assent or dissent, looking through his telescope whichever way he wanted, either end the right one for her. He ran over the list of his friends, who like him had broken away from all that had constituted life to them to go into the war. As he gave the name, his wife's ready memory supplied her usual pleasant addenda of reminiscences. How they used to like this one and that one, and how this one and that one used to like him and praise him to her, and all sorts of other items in connection with his friends that he had forgotten. Tossing over her little memories and rummaging in them as she once would have done in her great bureau drawer of scraps. And like the lady's scraps of that time, her bits from memory were all of beautiful quality: silk, velvet, brocade, real embroidery, real lace, buttons and buckles that looked like jewelry, ribbons, ostrich and marabou feathers, all too pretty to throw away, but so useless to keep except as souvenirs. The duel that he had prevented, the ugly family quarrel he had stopped, a reconciliation between a husband and wife bent on divorce, the last will and testament he had turned from resentment into forgiveness of injuries, and how he had always stood by the unfortunate. There was not a friend or client he could name that she could not connect with some personal obligation. It was only the good lawyer's usual showing at that time, and the wife's usual version of his services, services that only lawyers and their wives enhance with any glamour of sentimental obligation, for a lawyer's clients have no such glamour in their view of the transaction. But it was a pleasant review and a drawer of scraps that any lawyer's wife would be glad to own. Even old Benton, millionaire and miser that he was, had owned to her that the beginning of his great fortune was laid when Talbot was a young law student, and he, Benton, a porter carrying bundles of goods on his back up and down 4 and 5 flights of stairs. And there was Tommy Cook, whom he had picked up out of the gutter, for he could never see a bright boy run to waste without stretching out his hand to prevent it. And friends, friends, friends. Wherever they looked in the past they saw friends and not an enemy. For, according to the pleasant weakness already mentioned, they saw in the past none to whom they were not friendly, forgetting, of course, contradictory experiences. "I shall let Tommy Cook keep his desk in the office." "What does he want with the desk there?" the wife asked innocently. "Well, not to black shoes on, you may be sure. Tommy is a lawyer now." "How can he be a lawyer?" "By study and work, like other men." "But I always thought that lawyers had to be gentlemen." "I have never known a lawyer who was not a gentleman." "You have been very lucky then," he answered dryly. There was silence between them for a moment, and then he took up the fallen thread of conversation again. "He has a pretty good practice already. He gained a suit for Benton the other day." "What? Did Benton employ him?" "He needed a lawyer, and Tommy is about as decent a one as he could find. He has been associated, at least, with the bar." "Yes, as a bootblack. Some of the others wouldn't have made even decent bootblacks. Butlers and camp followers mostly." She looked disgusted, but said nothing. "What?" she asked, brightening with a sudden inspiration. "What has become of the Riparian case?" Always before, that is before the war that had separated them from their past, in their talks about the future they would discuss this case. She had completely forgotten it. What a prominent object it had always been in her husband's horizon. For years his ambition had rested on it. It was to be, in his eyes, the masterpiece of his profession, to give him fame throughout the legal world. He used to say that if he never gained anything else but that one case He would have secured wealth for himself and his children, so far-reaching would be the effects of a favorable decision. The fee was contingent, but he was as sure of getting it, he used to say, as he was sure the heavens would not fall. From the time that he had been called to the bar he had aimed at that case. He had studied and worked his way into it with such consummate patience and legal keenness that he was considered the only man in the city who had a perfect record of it in his mind. It was as much his own as any piece of property he could have bought. No matter when it was opened, now or 20 years hence, it could not be opened without his appearing in it as principal counsel. How strange, thought the wife, that everything else should give way in the South, government, states' rights, social order, and that a great war should be fought and thousands of lives lost, and a mere question of the city's riparian rights should survive. That like a lighthouse it should still be standing after the storm that has strewn the shore with wrecks. This led her to ask about their friend Dalton, who, having studied law in her husband's office, had been employed in some minor capacity in this very riparian case. Dalton? Oh, Dalton went into the war a private, and has come out a major. Well, is he any more human? Any less like a fish, cold and slippery? As she had done about the riparian case, her husband might well have wondered how such an idle and futile prejudice could survive the fierce tempest that had almost engulfed the national government, and wrecked its apparently indestructible fortunes. He answered quietly, "He is very much improved in appearance and seems full of energy. He will stay in my office and use my library until he is able to set up an independent establishment." A click of the gate's latchet caused them to raise their heads and look in that direction, and as they saw who was coming down the walk toward them, both exclaimed, "Harry Linton!" Both stepped forward to meet him, the aunt repeating with a glad smile, "Harry! Harry! I was thinking about him only to day." She had not seen him since he waved his cap in good by to her from the car window when his company left for Virginia. The gay young nephew who had lived with them while he studied law with his uncle, whom he loved, it may be said, for his faults, for he had made no display of the family virtues. He was still boyish looking, and had still the same old irresistible expression of friendliness and good humor on his round, freckled face, and in his blue eyes, and his light hair stood out as it used to in thick curls over his head. The only change was a long, ugly scar that extended over one side of his face, from forehead to chin, cutting across an eye. He looked taller and showed the effect of drilling in his bearing, but he was still shorter than his uncle by a full head. They drew their chairs together, the children clustering on the steps in good hearing. "Well," said his uncle, "what are you doing?" "No, no," protested the aunt. "He must begin from the time he left us and tell us all his adventures. I want to hear the whole story from beginning to end." The young fellow laughed and told hurriedly how, after he was wounded in Virginia, he had been sent back to Louisiana to recuperate, and then had been transferred to the Louisiana command where, in a desperate fight on Red River, a small company tried to delay the advance of the Federal army, which they succeeded in doing; how he received his wound in the face, and was insensible when he was taken prisoner and brought to New Orleans. After he was discharged from the hospital, he was kept in prison until peace was declared. The children crowded upon one another to get nearer to him while he talked along in his gay, bright, reckless way. "As soon as I could get out of the city," he continued, "I started for home. I hadn't heard a word from my people for a year, and didn't know anything about them, except that they had taken refuge in Texas. You know, our place was just on the line of Banks' March." His uncle nodded. "And then? And then?" His aunt's voice quivered with impatience. "The chimneys are still standing, and that is all that was left to show that there had been a human habitation there. "Oh, oh!" wailed the aunt. "That beautiful old house, that fine plantation." Harry was too much amused at the story to come to waste time on the lament. He threw his head back and laughed as at a joke. "Ha, ha! I wish you could have seen the family come back. I was lucky enough to get there the day before. I camped during the night in the shelter of my ancestral ruins, that is, in the furnace of the sugar house. There were not enough ruins of anything else to shelter a cat," laughing. "I knew they would come straight to the place as quick as they could travel, and I had a presentiment that that would be about as quick as I could get there from the city. Well, I was standing in front of my furnace, looking about for something to look at, when here they came, just about dusk. First a broken down buggy tied with a rope, drawn by a limping horse. Elizabeth was in it with Heatherstone. Behind them came a little cart with a kind of cover over it, drawn by an old gray mule. Mother drove that, and it seemed filled with children. Their heads stuck out in all directions, like chickens in a basket. All laughed with him at this picture. Heatherstone was shot all to pieces at Mansfield, you know. I had heard that he was wounded, but I really did not know until I saw him that he had lost both an arm and a leg. An arm and a leg! Oh, Harry!" cried his aunt in horror. "Yes, and on the hand he has left he has only 3 fingers. The thumb and forefinger had to be amputated." "Oh, how does he stand it?" asked the uncle, curtly interrupting the soft, sympathetic voice. "He was the last man in the country to play the invalid with success." "Invalid? He an invalid? Whew!" Harry threw back his head and whistled. I was fool enough to think I might say something to him, to show a little feeling, to express some sort of sympathy and that sort of thing about his being a cripple. By Jove!" The young man jumped up to act the scene for them. He turned upon me as if I were a Yankee. "Damn it, sir, do you dare sympathize with me, sir? Damn your sympathy! I don't want any man's damned sympathy. Take your damned sympathy where it is needed, sir. We don't need it here, sir." He was a capital mimic, and did the scene so well that one saw the tall gaunt figure of his Texan brother-in-law, as well as heard him snarling out his short sentences. "I will let you know, sir, I am as good a man now, sir, as I ever was. I can do without my leg, sir, and my arm, sir. The Yankees are welcome to them, sir, damn them. My wife, sir, doesn't need them either. My wife, sir, at this moment is worth more than any 100 damn Yankees I ever came across, sir. They didn't shoot off her leg, sir, or her arm, and you needn't go offering her any of your damn sympathy either, sir. She doesn't need it." And I took his advice. I didn't sympathize any more with any of them. You would never recognize Elizabeth. She goes stalking about in a pair of her husband's old cavalry boots and an old hat of his, and she ties her skirts up to her knees like the Negro women used to do in the fields, and she wears a pistol stuck in her belt. In fact, she does everything she can to make a man out of herself, except curse and smoke. And the more of a man she is, the better her husband likes it. The two are always together. Mother takes care of the children. How is your mother?" Harry sat down and laughed at this memory also. "Mother is not changed a particle, not a shade. She goes stepping around in her old faded calico dress and sunbonnet, just exactly as she used to at Princeton, in that ugly old India shawl of hers and bird of paradise bonnet. She is just as unbending, just as firm, just as sure of herself, and she keeps Heatherstone, that's the eldest boy, under her thumb just as she used to do me. Makes him study of nights, and tells him what great things she expects of him, exactly as she used to do with me. Not one of them will own to being hurt by the results of the war. They pooh their losses. In fact, They live as if the Yankees were watching and listening to them all the time, and they will die before they gratify them with a regret. I found out, seeing that his audience was waiting in silence for more on the subject, that mother and sister had about $50 in gold. $50 in gold! His aunt exclaimed in amazement, as if it were a fortune. Yes, $50 in gold. How did they manage to save so much? They didn't save it, pausing to enhance his effect. They made it. Made it! Ejaculated the aunt in still greater amazement. How could they make money? How could they make it? For the first time his voice was grave. Why, they were in some God-forsaken place in Texas where the children were hungry for food and cold for clothes, and they had to make money or beg. But what could they do? They knit, they spun, they cooked, lowering his voice and speaking slower. They took in washing and ironing, and they planted a little cotton, only a few rows, for the knitting, you know, and at the end of the war they had a little pile of it stuffed into their mattresses. Of course it was good as gold, and when Heatherstone returned to them he came in a buggy with an old broken-down army horse that the commissary department allowed him, as it was the only way he could travel. The cart and the mule he managed to pick up somewhere. I believe he gave one of his pistols for them. How many children had they? Asked his aunt. 5. They lost 2. Heatherstone, the eldest, is a fine boy. You did not make up your mind to stay with them? Asked his uncle. The fact is, uncle, when I went there it was to stay with them and work on the old plantation, and when I saw Heatherstone I was determined to do so, for I never felt so sorry for people in my life, looking at his uncle and then at his aunt, as when I saw them unloading themselves from their buggy and cart. I could have stayed willingly with them and worked like a Negro for them the rest of my days, but they wouldn't hear of such a thing, grew indignant at the very idea of it. Heatherstone seemed to take it as a reflection on himself and sister, and mother waxed eloquent over my duty to become a great lawyer and chief justice of the state, just as she used to do when we all had fortunes. They camped out that night, as they had done nearly every night of their journey from Texas, but by noon the next day they were having a shelter put up around one of the old chimneys. Heatherstone and Elizabeth had gone out about daylight and rooted up some of the old negroes somewhere, and found the lumber. They said they could put up a very comfortable cabin for the $50, and began at once to talk about a garden, chickens, and 10 acres of cotton. I suppose Heatherstone, the boy, will do the plowing when they get a plow, and I have not the slightest doubt but that mother and Elizabeth will help in the hoeing, and of course all, down to the youngest, will take a hand in the picking. In spite of his natural high spirits and his fondness for laughing at his people, his voice grew sad. As they didn't seem to have thought of me in any of their plans, and in fact, so far as I could see, didn't need me or want me, I concluded that the thing for me to do was to come back to the city and see if I could not make a little money here. They will need ready money, and that badly, long before spring, if I am not much mistaken. Well, said his uncle reflectively, I do not know but what you are right. You selected the bar for your profession, studied for it, and were admitted. I do not see any good reason why you should throw away all the time, work, and expense you gave to it. Your 4 years of soldiering ought not to make you a worse lawyer. On the contrary, it ought to make you a better one. He smoked a few ships from his pipe, and concluded with, and I have always thought, Harry, you ought to make a pretty good lawyer of yourself. I believe myself, said the young fellow, rising, that I could at least make a living for my mother and myself at it, if I had a fair chance. There is no telling, however, what the outcome of all this is going to be, he added, with rather a questioning look at his uncle. Oh, was the answer, I fancy the country will soon settle down and go to work to repair the losses. That is what I'm going to do, with a frank laugh. I had thought the young fellow hesitated, glancing furtively at his aunt as he used to do in critical ventures with his uncle. I had thought of trying something else to make money a little quicker. Times are changed. But we are not. I don't know about that, uncle. But I do know. I might get a clerkship somewhere." "A clerkship!" "Well, it would give me some money at once." The mother hastily gathered her children together. "It is their bedtime," she explained with a cheerful voice, but trying to make her nephew see her warning shake of the head. "He is no wiser about getting along with his uncle than he was before he went to the war," she said to herself as she left the gallery. But looking back from the room, she saw the two men walking together down the path to the gate, the elder one turning his head toward the younger one, and she knew, as well as if she heard the words, that some of the funds brought by the Herald of Prosperity was to be dispatched at once to the cabin built around the chimney of the ruined plantation. End of Walking the Rainbow by Grace King, from The Pleasant Ways of Saint Medard.
White Roses by L.P. Jacks. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Gurzinski. White Roses by L.P. Jacks. Of all the conversations of the learned, those in which history and philosophy maintain the dialogue are probably the most instructive. Such a conversation I was fortunate enough to hear not long ago at the dinner table of a friend, and the occasion was more interesting inasmuch as the philosopher of the party was led by a turn of the argument to lay aside his mantle and assume the role of the storyteller, thereby providing us with a valuable comment on the very philosophy with which his own illustrious name has been long associated. We had been talking during dinner about a certain expedition to the South Seas undertaken by the British government in the 18th century, and the historian had just finished a most surprising narration of the facts, based on his recent investigation of unpublished documents, when our hostess glanced at the clock, and rising from her chair, gave the signal to the ladies to depart. When we had resumed our places, the professor of philosophy said to the historian, "I wish you would tell us what in your opinion it was that caused the expedition to turn out such an utter failure." "The expedition failed," said the historian, "because the commander was not allowed to select his own crews. The government of the day was corrupt, and insisted on manning the ships with men of its own choosing. Some were diseased, others were criminals, many had never handled a rope in their lives. Before the fleet had doubled Cape Horn, 1/3 of the crews had perished, and the rest were mutinous. The enterprise was doomed to failure from the start." "The whole planet is manned in the same manner," said the pessimist, as he helped himself to one of our host's superlative cigars. "I'm sorry for the commander, whoever he is." "What precisely do you mean?" said the professor of philosophy, holding a lighted match to the end of the pessimist's cigar. "I mean," said the pessimist, "that the prospects of the human expedition can't be very bright so long as society has to put up with anybody and everybody who happens to be born. I suppose there is a human expedition," he went on. "At least you have written as though there were. But who selects the crew? Nobody. They come aboard as they happen to be born, and the unfortunate commander has to put up with them as they come: broken men, jail deliveries, invalids, seasick landlubbers, and heaven knows what. Who in his senses would put to sea with such a crowd? Humanity is always in a state like that of your expedition when it doubled Cape Horn: incompetent, mutinous, or sick unto death. And what else can you expect in view of the conditions under which we all arrive on the planet?" The host now glanced uneasily at the professor of philosophy, whose treatise on the world purpose was famous throughout 3 continents. The professor was visibly arming himself for the fray. He had just filled his claret glass with port. "Remember," said the host, "that we must join the ladies in 20 minutes at the utmost." "I'm not going to argue," replied the philosopher after a resolute sip at his port. "I'm going to tell you a story." "Tell it in the drawing-room," said the son of the house, who had taken his pretty cousin down to dinner, and was a little exhilarated by that, and by the excellence of his father's wine. That is to say, and he spoke eagerly as if a bright idea had struck him, that is to say, of course, if it will bear telling in the presence of ladies. There was a roar of laughter, and the son of the house blushed to the roots of his hair. "I am inclined to think," said the professor, "that my story, so far from being unsuitable for the ladies, will be intelligible to no one else." "We'll join the ladies at once," said the host, "and hear the professor's story." The pessimist, who was fond of talking, now broke in. "That," he said, "is most attractive, but not quite fair to me. I should like to finish what I have begun, and I doubt if my views will be quite in place in the drawing-room. Besides, the professor must finish his port. I was only going to say," he went on, "that the having to put up with all that comes in human shape is a very serious affair. It seems to me that we all arrive in the world like dumped goods. Nobody has ordered us, and nobody wants us. Our parents wanted us, did you say? Well, I suppose our parents wanted children, but it doesn't follow that they wanted you or me. Somebody else might have filled the book as well or better. Our birth is a matter of absolute chance. For example, my father has often told me how he met my mother. There was a picnic on a Swiss lake. My father's watch was slow, and when he arrived at the quay, the boat that carried his party was out of sight. It so happened that there was another party, people my father didn't know, going to another island, and seeing him disconsolate on the quay, they took pity on him and made him go with them. It was in that boat that he first met my mother. The moral is obvious. If my father's watch had kept better time, I should never have been in existence. A jolly good thing, too, whispered the son of the house. Neither would my 6 brothers, nor any of our descendants to the nth generation. Well, that's how the whole planet gets itself manned. That's how the crew is chosen. And that's why the expedition gets into trouble on rounding Cape Horn. "It's a capital introduction to my story," said the professor, in whom, after his second claret glass of port, the world purpose had assumed a new intensity. "I wish the ladies could have heard it." "I venture to think," said our host, "that the ladies will understand the story all the better for not having heard the introduction. You see, I am assuming that the story is a good one, which is as much as to say that no introduction is needed." "Thank you," said the professor. "I say," broke in the son of the house, "I say, professor, it's a pity you didn't take that question up in the world purpose. That's an awfully good point of the pessimist's, and a jolly difficult one to answer, too. I should like to see you tackle it. Why, I once heard the pater here say to the mater—" "We'll go upstairs," said our host. "About 10 years ago," the professor began, "I was traveling one night in a third-class carriage to a town on the northeast coast. My 2 companions in the compartment were evidently mother and daughter. The mother had a singularly beautiful and intelligent face, and the daughter, who was about 12 years old, resembled her. They were dressed in good taste, without rings or finery, and, so far as I am able to judge such things, without expense. Prior to the departure of the train from the London terminus, I had noticed the 2 walking up and down the platform and looking into the carriages, apparently endeavoring to find a compartment to themselves. They didn't succeed, and finally entered the compartment where I was. Whether I ought to have been flattered by this or the reverse, I knew not. I could see they wanted to be alone, and I felt a brief impulse to leave them to themselves and go elsewhere. It would have been a chivalrous act, but whether from indolence or curiosity or some other feeling, I let the impulse die and remained where I was. The girl began immediately to arrange cushions for her mother in the corner of the carriage, and from the solicitude she showed, I gathered that the mother, though to all appearance in health, was either ill or convalescent. By the time I had come to this conclusion, the train was already in motion, or I verily believe I should have obeyed my first impulse and left the carriage. I am glad, however, that I did not. When all had been arranged, I noticed that the two had settled themselves in the attitude of lovers, their hands clasped, the girl's resting her head on her mother's shoulder and gazing into her face from time to time with a look of infinite tenderness. It was some relief to me to observe that, lover-like, they seemed indifferent to my presence. I was reading a book, though I confess that my eyes and mind would constantly wander to the other side of the carriage. I am not a sentimental person, and scenes of sentiment are particularly objectionable to my temper of mind. But for once in my life I was overawed by the consciousness that I was in the presence of deep and genuine emotion. Finally I gave up the effort to read. A strange mental atmosphere seemed to surround me. I fell into a reverie, and I remember waking suddenly from a kind of dream or incoherent meditation on the pathos and tragedy of human life. I looked at my companions, and I saw that both were weeping. The girl was in the same position as before. The mother had turned her face away, and was looking out into the blackness of the night. Tear after tear rolled down her cheek. They must have become conscious that I was observing them, though God knows I had little will to do so. I took up my book and pretended to read, and I knew that an effort was being made, that tears were being checked, that some climbing sorrow was being held down. Presently the lady said, speaking in a steady voice, "Do you know the name of the station we have just passed?" I told her the name of the station, asked if I should raise the window, spoke to the girl, offered an illustrated paper, and so on through the usual preliminaries of a traveller's talk. The answers I received were such as one expects from people of charming manners, but nothing followed for a time, and I again took up my book. The book I was reading, or pretending to read, was a volume of the Ingersoll lectures, bearing on the back the title, Human Immortality. Once or twice I noticed the eyes of the woman resting on this, and I was greatly surprised when, in one of the pauses when I laid down the book, she said, "Would you mind my asking you a question?" "Certainly not." "Do you believe in the immortality of the soul?" As a teacher of philosophy, I am accustomed to leading questions at all sorts of inopportune moments, but never in my life was I so completely taken aback. However, I collected my thoughts as best I could, and though the subject is one on which I never like to speak without prolonged preparation, I briefly told her my opinions on that great problem, as you may find them expressed in my published works. Possibly I spoke with some fervor, the more likely because I spoke without preparation. She listened with great attention, and as for the young girl, her face was lit up with a look of intelligent eagerness, which, had I seen it for one moment in my own classroom, would have rewarded me for the labor of a long course of lectures. I had still much to say when the train drew up at the platform of St. Bede's. "I'm sorry not to hear more," said the lady, "but this is our destination." "And there's Dad!" cried the girl. A man in working clothes stood at the carriage door. "Good-bye," said the woman, warmly shaking me by the hand. "You've been most kind to me." "Good-bye," said the daughter. "You're a dear old dear." And with that she threw her arms around my neck and kissed me fervently 3 or 4 times. I was greatly surprised, but not altogether displeased. They were evidently a most affectionate family. As the train moved off, the 3 stood arm in arm before the carriage door. "Got 2 sweethearts tonight, sir," said the man. "And without jealousy," said I congratulate you on each of them." "I hope you'll forgive my daughter," he said. "She's an impulsive little baggage." "She may repeat the offense the next time we meet," I replied, and we all laughed. It was a joyful ending to what had been, in some respects, a painful experience. I don't see the point of your story, Professor, and I am at a loss to imagine what it has to do with my introduction. This from the pessimist. The story has only begun, said the Professor, who was sipping his tea. Those kisses at the end were jolly hard lines on a man who dislikes sentiment, said the son of the house. I didn't find them so, answered the Professor, but remember, they were only the kisses of a child. The best sort, growled the pessimist. True, said our hostess. The judgments of children are the judgments of God. But let the Professor go on. It was 7 or 8 months later, the Professor resumed, when on opening the Times one morning, my attention was caught by an item of news relating to the town at which my 2 companions had alighted from the train. The news itself was of no importance, but the name of the town printed at the head of the paragraph strangely arrested me, and served to recall with singular vividness the incident of my former journey. I found myself repeating, in order and minute detail, everything that had happened in the carriage, some of the particulars of which I had forgotten till that moment. The end of it was that I became possessed with a strong desire to visit St. Bede's, though I had no connections whatever with the place, and had never stayed there in my life. I knew, of course, that it was an interesting old town with a famous cathedral, and I remember persuading myself at the time, and indeed telling my wife, that I ought to visit that cathedral without further delay. As the day wore on, the impulse grew stronger, and eventually overpowered me. I travelled down to St. Bede's that night, and put up at one of the principal hotels. The next morning was spent in the usual manner of sightseers in an ancient town. Reserving the cathedral for the afternoon, I visited the old wall and the dismantled quays, and wandered among the narrow streets, reading history, as my habit is, from the monuments with which the place abounded. About noon I found my way to the spacious market-place, and began inspecting the beautiful front of the old town hall. I suddenly became aware of a man on the opposite pavement who was watching me with some interest. What drew my attention to him was a large mass of white roses which he was carrying in a basket, for, as you know, I have been for many years an enthusiastic rose-grower, and there is nothing which attracts the mind so rapidly as any circumstance connected with one's hobby. The man was dressed in good clothes, and it was this that prevented me at first from recognizing him as the person who had met my 2 companions at the station 7 months before. Seeing that I observed him, he crossed the street. "You remembered me," he said. "Well, I have been looking for you all over the town. Had I known your name, I should have asked at the hotels." "But how did you know I had arrived?" I asked. "My wife told me you were here." "She must have seen me then," I said. "Yes, she saw you. She saw you arrive last night at the station, and she saw you later standing under an electric lamp in front of the cathedral." This struck me as odd, for I had purposely waited till near midnight before going to the cathedral, that I might see the exterior in the light of the moon, and I had been confident that not a soul was about. "How is she?" I asked, for I remembered my previous impression that she was an invalid. "Oh, much better," he answered. "In fact, quite restored. It's a great comfort." "It was very kind of her to send you to look for me," I said. "Perhaps I shall have the pleasure of seeing her later on in the day, or your daughter as well. You remember I congratulated you on your 2 sweethearts." "Yes," he answered, "and you were not far wrong in that. But wouldn't you like to take a turn round the old town first? It's a wonderful place and full of interest, and I know it through and through." I was greatly puzzled by his manner. His speech and address were certainly remarkable for a working man, and I confess that for a moment the thought crossed my mind that he was some sort of impostor, and that I should be well advised to have nothing to do with him. I suppose it was his basket of roses that reassured me. "Well," I said, "I've seen a good deal today, but I've no objection to seeing it all again. I'll put myself in your hands." "Splendid!" he cried. "It's an ideal day, and I'm hungering for sunlight and beauty, and thirsting for the peace of ancient memories, and it will please my wife to know that I've taken you around. What do you say to going up the river first? There's a glorious reach beyond the bridge, and the sun's in the right position to give you the best view of the cathedral." "Nothing would please me better," said I, and we set off at once toward the river. On passing a certain building, he bade me carefully examine the roof, the form of which was remarkable. While I was engaged in so doing, unconscious for a moment of his presence, I suddenly seemed to hear him groan behind me, and turning round I saw that he was holding tight to the iron railings on the other side of the footwalk, and swaying his body backward and forward as though he were in pain. "Are you ill?" I asked, in some alarm. "Not at all. This is just my way of resting when I'm tired. Come along." "That's a splendid lot of roses in your basket," I said, as we took our places in the boat, he sculling and I steering. "Frau Karl Drutzky, unless I'm much mistaken." "Yes, I grew them on my allotment. I'm taking them home to my wife." For some time we talked roses. He had a theory of pruning which differed from mine, and led to a good deal of argument. Finally he dropped his sculls, and taking a piece of paper from his pocket, drew on it the diagram of a rose-bush, pruned according to his method. We had forgotten the cathedral. I took his drawing and began to criticize. "Oh," he said, "let's drop it. We're missing one of the noblest sights in England. Look at that!" And he pointed to the heights. As we dropped down the river half an hour later, my companion, who had been silent for some time, again broke out on the subject of roses. "Rose growing is a thing that takes time and patience and thought," he said. "More perhaps than it's worth. If it were not for my wife, I should give it up. She's desperately fond of roses." "That's the best of reasons for not giving it up," I answered. "I happen to be a great admirer of your wife." "That's another link between us," said he. "She's the best wife man ever had. She's worthy of all the admiration you can give her." "She's worthy of all the roses you can grow for her," I said. "By God, she is!" he answered with an emphasis that startled me. We grew confidential, and a story followed. He told me that he was the illegitimate son of a baronet, that his father had made him an allowance to study art in London, that he had married his model in opposition to the wishes of his father, that the baronet had thereupon thrown him over for good and all, that he had failed to make a living by his original art, that he had got an engagement with a great furnishing house as a skilled painter, that he was earning £4 a week and doing artistic work in rich men's houses and elsewhere, that he was now engaged in restoring some 15th century frescoes in a parish church. His wife earned money too, though he did not tell me how, and his daughter was being trained as a singer. "We're all more or less in art," he said, "and we are a very happy family." By this time we were back at the landing place, and as the man stepped ashore he said, "It's about time I took these roses to my wife. We'll just walk along to where I live, and I'll show you the rest of the sights afterwards. I'll take you to the cathedral when the afternoon service is over." As we walked through the streets, the man kept up an incessant stream of talk, pointing to this and that, and discoursing with great eagerness on the history and antiquities of the town. It struck me as strange that he never waited for an answer, but passed from one thing to another without pause. Presently we stopped in front of a small house, one of a row of villas. "This is where I live," he said, and stopped on the doorstep. "Good!" I cried. "Now you will take me in and reintroduce me to your charming wife." "I'm sorry," he answered, "but the thing's quite impossible." I was so startled by this unexpected answer that, without thinking, I blurted out the question, "Why?" "Because," he said, "she's in her coffin. She died at 4 o'clock this morning." At the words he sank down on his doorstep, put the basket of roses on his knees, and bowed himself over them in a passion of tears. The door opened, and the young girl who had been with me in the train ran down the steps. Sitting down beside her father, she put her arms round his neck and said, "Daddy, Daddy, don't cry." The professor ceased, and there was a long pause. Did you discover, said the pessimist at length, why the two were weeping in the train? No need to ask that, said our hostess. The woman had received sentence of death. Did you ever follow it up, said the historian. What, for example, became of the young girl? She was married to my eldest son last month, said the professor. I knew the pessimist's introduction would not be needed, said our host. Nevertheless, it was the introduction that reminded me of the story, said the professor. And now, he continued, can anyone here explain to me the strange conduct of the man with the white roses? For I confess that I can find no place for it in any system of psychology known to me. At this question, the son of the house, who for some reason had become the gravest member of the party, looked up and seemed about to speak. But as he raised his eyes, they met the bright glance of his pretty cousin, on whose cheek there was a tear. And when the son of the house saw that, the impulse to speech died within him. No one else ventured an explanation, but my impression was that there were two persons in the room to whom the strange conduct of the man with the white roses presented no enigma. End of White Roses by L.P. Jacks.